In the Marvel Universe, Chen Yun finds himself endowed with an extraordinary ability of supreme perception after signing in upon his arrival. His beautiful roommate, a brilliant hacker, catches the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. As various facets of Chen Yun's extraordinary powers come to light, he seamlessly transitions into the role of a superhero. Initially, he intended to lead a leisurely life as a vigilante. However, everything changes when his abilities spiral out of control, nearly resulting in the annihilation of the entire planet. Chapter 1. System? Each day, the first thought that crosses Chen Yun's mind upon awakening is a silent invocation. He fantasizes about that familiar ding, resonating within his consciousness. Alas, there is no escaping the perilous reality of the world he has traversed into. As a time traveler, Chen Yun has now spent 3 years in this realm, having acclimated to life as a native Chinese individual and still a high school student at that. After a night of revelry, he unexpectedly found himself in the treacherous yet beautiful land of America. Though initially disoriented, he managed to adapt. However, as he delved deeper into this new existence, he was astonished to uncover that he had crossed into the Marvel Universe. America, indeed, lives up to its reputation with its unfettered news reporting. The snippets revealed in the media are rife with images of nefarious terrorists. Only scenes of their capture or demise grace the screen. Yet the grim realities lurking beyond the camera, those frozen in ice or consumed by raging flames, provoke Chen Yun's acute suspicion. Being an ordinary individual with limited information, he could not ascertain the veracity of these occurrences until he stumbled upon an article featuring the infamous Playboy, Mr. Tony Stark. The fragmented news suddenly coalesced in his mind, unveiling a tapestry of mutants, extraterrestrials, and Avengers. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent wield technology. Indeed, he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. The realization of inhabiting such a perilous world left Chen Yun utterly shattered. This was no longer the tranquil and harmonious existence he once knew. Here, the powerful could effortlessly obliterate a city, while the weak were destined to suffer at their hands. Most crucially, after 3 years of existence in this universe, Chen Yun found himself without a system. Upon confirming his arrival in the Marvel realm, and having absorbed numerous tales crafted by a certain author, he had presumed he would, like other travelers, possess an innate system. While not expecting world-shattering powers, he anticipated at least the means for self-preservation. Yet, what was the reality? For 3 long years, the anticipated ding had never echoed in his ears. Chen Yun began to suspect he was nothing more than a false traveler. Without a system and devoid of mutant abilities, he faced the harsh truth. In this perilous Marvel universe, he had no assurances for survival whatsoever. He could only live cautiously, following a monotonous routine of attending school with a sense of trepidation, fearful that misfortune might befall him at any moment. After languishing in bed for half the day, he found himself still without any direction. Chen Yun sighed and rose to begin his daily ablutions. Gazing into the mirror, he felt a flicker of solace amidst his despondency. In the reflection, Chen Yun appeared tall and well-proportioned, with a straight nose and a gentle, captivating smile, a quintessential Asian heartthrob. If he were to don a suit and shirt instead of t-shirt, he would undoubtedly embody the image of a dashing young gentleman straight out of a television drama. His charming visage had garnered him a legion of female admirers at school, which was the sole aspect of his life post-transmigration that brought him satisfaction. After completing his morning routine and glancing at the time, Chen Yun knew he could not afford to linger. He hastily prepared a simple breakfast, devouring it in a few swift bites. Today marked the day of the school examination, and should he arrive late, the professor would surely be unforgiving. "Hi, dear Yun. Good morning." "Hello, Peggy." He greeted his beautiful roommate, brushing aside her enthusiastic invitation as he hurried out the door. In a flurry, he managed to enter the classroom just as the bell rang. Upon seeing Chen Yun rush in at the last moment, the stern professor's displeasure was palpable. He cleared his throat and pointed to the seat closest to the lectern. "Chen, you will sit here for the test today, Chen Yun was taken aback, quickly shaking his head in refusal. What a joke! To maintain his commendable grades and secure a scholarship, he relied heavily on copying answers. The academically gifted peer from whom he usually copied was none other than a familiar face, a reminder of the perilous Marvel universe he now inhabited, none other than the future. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. The professor had long harbored suspicions about Chen Yun's high scores, given his frequent tardiness and incomplete homework. He hardly seemed the type to achieve such grades. Ignoring Chen Yun's protests, the professor firmly directed him to the seat before him. After issuing a few brief instructions, the professor declared the examination open. Faced with the professor's unwavering demeanor, Chen Yun had no choice but to comply. casting a look of despair at Peter, who offered an expression of helplessness in return. With no alternative, Chen Yun focused his mind on the exam. As the papers were distributed, he picked up his pen, ready to begin. Though he was no genius, Chen Yun was certainly no fool either. He felt confident about answering more than half of the questions correctly. According to his usual practice, Chen Yun picked up the examination paper and glanced through the questions from start to finish, intending to begin with the simpler ones. However, upon completing his survey, he found himself utterly bewildered. What is this? Typically disinterested in studying, Chen Yun now felt as though he might have traversed into another realm. Each character on the paper was familiar to him, yet when these characters coalesced into questions, he realized he had never encountered any of them before. After sitting in a daze for a while, staring at the exam questions that resembled an incomprehensible script, Chen Yun could no longer contain his frustration. Noticing that the professor's gaze was not fixed upon him, he surreptitiously scanned his surroundings. What he saw nearly caused his jaw to drop. Those classmates who usually lamented about examinations were all engrossed in answering the questions. Not a single person seemed to be glancing around. It was as if every individual knew the answers. "Chen, please refrain from looking around." Just as he was lost in thought, the professor's icy voice cut through the air from the front. Embarrassed, Chen Yun managed to smile in the professor's direction and hastily returned his attention to the exam paper. Could they all be guessing randomly? Redirecting his focus to the paper, Chen Yun racked his brain but could not even answer a single multiple-choice question. With a dejected expression, he tossed down his pen and spiraled into a chaotic train of thought. He contemplated seeking assistance from an academically gifted peer to copy some answers, but the professor's unwavering gaze from the podium made him too apprehensive to make a move. When in doubt, always choose C. After locking eyes with the professor for 2 interminable minutes, Chen Yun, out of options, resolved firmly in his mind. Just as he lifted his pen to inscribe the letter C, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding. Host detected. Initiating sign-in system. Sign-in system successfully activated. Automatically signing in. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired God-level perception ability. God-level perception ability is now being distributed. Ability distribution successful. Please utilize it at your discretion. The series of mechanical announcements sent Chen Yun into a state of euphoria. A system. I actually have a system now. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he felt a surge of warmth flooding into his body. The pen that he had intended to use to write down C now felt as if it were glued to his hand. Simultaneously, a wave of nausea and queasiness swept over him. What is happening? With uncertainty, Chen Yun halted his actions. Chapter 2. What on earth is happening? Chen Yun gazed at the examination paper in bewilderment. Tentatively, he moved his pen once more over the sheet. And as the tip hovered over the options, that nauseating sensation resurfaced. Though faint, Chen Yun could distinctly perceive the discomfort manifesting in his body. What are you doing? Why have you not written your answers? The examination had already commenced for 5 minutes, yet Chen Yun remained in a daze. This drew the professor's attention, who cast a disapproving glance at Chen Yun. As a Chinese student, often the target of the professor's subtle bias, Chen Yun felt the weight of scrutiny more acutely this time. The professor, convinced he had caught Chen Yun in an act of cheating, adopted a more severe tone. "Chen, I hope you can expedite your responses. If you do not begin writing soon, do not blame me for expelling you." "Ah, I apologize, Professor. I have yet to determine my answer for this question." Fearful of jeopardizing his scholarship due to the professor's wrath, Chen Yun hastily commenced answering. He aimed to select an answer at random, yet the feeling of nausea clung to him persistently. Gripped by anxiety and beads of sweat forming on his brow, he resolved to write something down regardless. However, just as his pen was about to touch the paper, an epiphany struck him like a bolt of lightning in his mind. He recalled the extraordinary perception ability he had recently acquired. If selecting an answer induces nausea, then what if I select? Chen Yun attempted to position the pen tip directly above an option, yet the unsettling sensation continued to trail him. Then, he decided to examine the options once more. Enduring the discomfort, Chen Yun deftly maneuvered his pen across the examination paper. As the tip lingered over an option, it felt as if a gentle breeze swept over him, instantly dispelling all feelings of unease. It truly works. Chen Yun's eyes sparkled with realization, just as he was about to inscribe his answer. Suddenly, a large hand loomed over his desk. Bang! The professor, having stealthily approached, now stood before Chen Yun's desk with a grim expression. He slammed his hand down on the table, glaring at the blank examination paper before Chen Yun. "How could you not complete such a simple paper? Get out." The professor's ire ignited, only to be abruptly diverted by the examination paper before him. If 2 equals 5, then this question? Gazing at Chen Yun's paper, a flicker of confusion crossed the professor's eyes. Isn't this the paper I typically use for practice? How did it end up here? Upon realizing the anomaly, the professor ceased his reprimands. He stood beside Chen Yun, scrutinizing the paper closely, confirming that it was indeed the examination he had prepared for his doctoral studies. With a furrowed brow, the professor returned to the podium, where he discovered the examination paper that Chen Yun was supposed to answer. Chen Yun's inability to respond was not due to his own shortcomings, which fueled the professor's mounting frustration. He resolved that if Chen Yun failed to answer after the paper was exchanged, he would certainly be expelled from the classroom, turning away with a grim expression. The professor prepared to replace Chen Yun's test paper. However, just as he was about to voice his intent, he noticed Chen Yun fervently writing. What was he doing? His own exam paper was being defaced by a student who struggled to comprehend the material, and the professor, already harboring biases against Chen Yun, became inexplicably enraged. He strode over to Chen Yun, ready to snatch the paper from his hands. To his astonishment, just as his hand was about to descend upon the paper, he froze. His face contorted in shock. Chen Yun, oblivious to the professor's internal turmoil, understood that if he did not answer promptly, the implications for his grade would be dire. Utilizing his extraordinary perceptive abilities, he meticulously guided his pen over the 4 options. When the unsettling sensation of nausea dissipated, he decisively marked his answers. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Yun set down his pen and exhaled deeply. Every multiple choice and true or false question on the examination paper had been addressed. The professor gasped softly. Utterly dumbfounded, his eyes fixated on the answers Chen Yun had written. Yes, 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 all correct. How on earth had he managed that? As he compared his own answers, which required reference to the textbook, with the effortlessly pinned responses before him, the professor felt his understanding of reality slipping away. His gaze wandered around the room, bewildered by the thought. Was this truly the mid-city high school in Queens? Had he taken a wrong turn? Was he, in fact, at MIT? Yet, reality disappointed the astonished professor as he surveyed his surroundings, ultimately confirming that he remained within the confines of the high school where he taught. Clearing his throat a few times to mask his astonishment, he stated, Chen, there was a mix-up with the papers. This one is yours. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun, who had been anxiously on edge, finally felt a sense of relief. He had discerned that his extraordinary perceptive ability was limited to multiple choice and true or false questions, leaving him at a loss for fill-in-the-blank and essay questions. After feigning nonchalance during the exchange of papers, Chen Yun resumed his work with renewed speed, bolstered by his previous experience. Under the astonished gaze of the professor, Chen Yun completed the entire examination paper in less than 3 minutes. The professor, who had not left, witnessed the entire process. The fluidity and speed at which Chen solved the problems left the professor utterly speechless. My goodness, he could select the correct answers with merely a glance at the questions. Chen is no cheater, he is a genius. In this moment, a flicker of guilt passed through the professor's mind, who had previously harbored biases against Chen Yun's Chinese heritage. Fortunately, this paper lacked fill-in-the-blank and essay questions. After finishing, Chen Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He discreetly glanced at the professor beside him, only to find the professor staring blankly at him. Surely, there wouldn't be any issues? Chen Yun thought cautiously. After all, he was compelled to do this for the scholarship. The tuition fees in this beautiful country are exorbitantly high. Seeing that the professor remained silent, Chen Yun finally relaxed, leaning back comfortably in his seat. He took an interest in observing his classmates who were still fervently writing. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to someone, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. He said nothing but fixated his eyes intently on that individual. The professor, whose attention had been entirely on Chen Yun, instinctively glanced in the direction Chen was staring. Norton, what are you doing? Just a single glance was enough to ignite the professor's fury. The boy named Norton, seizing the professor's focus on Chen Yun, was brazenly copying from the exam paper of the student next to him. As the professor shouted, Norton was still suspended in midair, twisting his body to continue his act of plagiarism. Your score is nullified. Furthermore, have your parents come tomorrow. Watching his exam paper torn to shreds by the professor and the impending consequences of involving his parents, Norton felt an icy chill settle in his heart. Raising his head to survey his surroundings, he caught sight of Chen Yun, who was smiling at him. Damn it, it must be that rascal Chen Yun who snitched. In an instant, Norton understood the unfolding events. He glared at Chen Yun with a menacing expression, slowly drawing his finger across his throat in a threatening gesture. Chapter 3. Chen Yun paid no heed to the threat from his nemesis, Norton. He continued to attend classes diligently, while secretly honing the extraordinary perceptive abilities he had acquired through the system. Time passed swiftly, and just after the lunch break, the frostbitten professor entered the classroom, holding a stack of examination papers. You are all a bunch of useless individuals. Damn it. I should really crack open your skulls to see if there's anything inside. As Chen Yun gazed at the professor, who bellowed like a hairdryer from the podium, he couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Those who claim that America is indifferent to education should witness the current scene. Jordan scored 73 points. LeBron James. Damn. You only managed 29 points. In a fit of rage, the professor slammed the exam paper onto the embarrassed James's head, causing his expression to shift to one of normalcy. Peter Parker, 96 points. Chen Yun, full marks. With a warm demeanor, the professor handed the papers to Peter Parker and Chen Yun before erupting once more. Do not aspire to emulate these two. They are true geniuses, while you are merely a bunch of rubbish. After hurling a few parting words, the professor stormed off, leaving behind a group of lamenting students staring at their test papers. Chen, you actually achieved full marks. How did you manage that? Well, is this your true potential? Once the professor departed, the ever-loquacious and chatty Spider-Man, Peter Parker, approached. To others, Chen Yun had always been regarded as an academic prodigy, and achieving full marks was hardly surprising. However, for Peter, who frequently aided Chen Yun in his endeavors, the perfect score nearly dropped his jaw. It must be noted that even he, a genius in the eyes of the average person, only scored 96 points. After a lengthy monologue, Peter reluctantly returned to his seat as the next class began. Before long, the school day came to an end. As Chen Yun stepped out of the classroom, he was stopped by Peter, who had approached from behind. Chen, trouble is brewing. I've heard that Norton is looking to confront you after school. Peter's face was etched with concern, and he continued to speak rapidly. He has enlisted the help of several others. You should escape through the back door of the school. Hearing Peter's worried words, Chen Yun flashed a confident smile and replied, Norton? Am I supposed to fear him? As he spoke, Chen Yun opened his locker, causing a large stack of letters to tumble to the ground. Goodness, I completely forgot. You were once a powerhouse at Midtown High? Peter began to speak again, but upon seeing the sizable pile of pink letters, he grew tense. Please, let there be none, let there be none. Silently praying, Peter's gaze fixated on the sender's name. After a moment, he exhaled deeply. There are no letters from Jane, thank goodness. Nothing? As usual, Chen Yun tossed all the love letters into the trash. And he heard Peter mumble, No, nothing. Casting a glance at the desperately denying Peter, Chen Yun chuckled and shook his head. The two exchanged words as they walked outside. And just as they turned a corner, they encountered two lovely young ladies. Hi, Chen. Upon encountering Chen Yun, the originally frosty countenance of the beautiful woman transformed instantaneously, blossoming into a sweet smile capable of melting glaciers. Hi, Gwen. Hi, MJ. Chen Yun responded with courtesy. These two enchanting ladies were indeed noteworthy. Both significant female leads from Spider-Man, Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane Watson. Chen, there's an academic seminar this Saturday. Will you be attending? Gwen warmly invited Chen Yun. It will be held at the Osborne Group headquarters, where I am currently interning. After a brief pause, her cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. Perhaps after the seminar, we could find a place to have a drink. You're not yet 20 and already thinking about drinking? Have you forgotten your father's position as the police chief? Chen Yun shook his head, but then, as if struck by a thought, spoke up. I want to be going, but Peter is quite interested in such events. He could attend instead. What? Me? Since the arrival of the two ladies, Peter had been rendered speechless, his face ablaze with embarrassment. Suddenly hearing his name, the once talkative Peter found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yun's refusal left Gwen feeling a tinge of disappointment. However, she quickly regained her composure and enthusiastically turned to Peter. Peter, will you be going? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that MJ will also be there. Upon hearing that Mary Jane would attend, Peter perked up immediately. I'll go. I absolutely will. After finalizing the time with Peter, Gwen turned her gaze back to Chen Yun, smiling as she bid farewell. Chen, shall we meet again next time? Definitely next time. After parting with Gwen and MJ, Chen Yun exasperatedly tugged at Peter, who was still lost in his reverie. What are you still staring at? They've already left. Chen, you don't understand. You truly don't, because you're so handsome and radiant. Stop. Just cease talking. I do not wish to engage in this discussion. Quickly covering Peter's increasingly outrageous remarks, Chen Yun mischievously inquired, which one do you prefer, Gwen or MJ? I like MJ. His voice was barely audible. I didn't catch that. Damn it, you're teasing me. Ha. As Chen Yun and Peter were playfully bantering, a malicious voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Chen Yun, you're finished this time. Turning around, they saw Norton, his face brimming with smug satisfaction, flanked by 5 or 6 brawny boys. How dare you speak to Gwen just now? Haven't I warned you before? Norton's expression darkened, his demeanor menacing as he bellowed. I don't need to seek permission to speak to anyone I choose. Regarding Norton, a man who is overly self-satisfied, Chen Yun felt no inclination to utter a single word. You are courting disaster. The fury stemming from Chen Yun's report of Norton's exam cheating, compounded by the present moment of being disregarded, pushed Norton to the brink of his patience. Enough is enough. As a bitter rival, and out of respect for Chen Yun's past accomplishments, Norton enlisted the aid of 5 formidable members from the school basketball team. These 5 imposing figures accepted Norton's payment, regarding their opponent merely as a weakling in their eyes, a mere Asian. Upon receiving the command, they charged forward with sinister grins. Damn it, Chen, run. The sight of the 5 behemoths charging was indeed terrifying. Peter, who had yet to transform into Spider-Man, was evidently shaken, his complexion pale. Yet, for the sake of his friend Chen Yun, he stood trembling beside him. Rest assured, watch me. Despite his fear, Peter's resolute stance beside Chen Yun touched him deeply. However, Chen Yun did not wish to involve his friend in the trouble he had instigated. With a smile, he stepped away from Peter and advanced directly toward the oncoming giants. Activating his extraordinary perception, Chen Yun glided through the midst of the 5 hulks, as if strolling leisurely in a garden. Each punch thrown by them was effortlessly evaded. At every moment of sidestepping, he delivered precise strikes to each adversary, accompanied by grunts and cries of agony. It wasn't long before all of them lay sprawled on the ground. The only ones still standing were the astonished Peter and Norton. My heavens, Chen, how powerful you are! Is this what martial arts is like? This is incredibly cool. Peter immediately rushed to Chen Yun's side, launching into an excited barrage of words. Meanwhile, Norton gazed at Chen Yun with disbelief etched across his face. As he observed Chen Yun approach with a smile, Norton, in utter despair, covered his face with his hands. He had an inkling that his reign of terror within the school had finally met its match. Chapter 4. What do you intend to do? Chen Yun's terrifying prowess shattered Norton's defenses, the fierce demeanor he had arrived with evaporating into thin air. His face was a mask of terror as he retreated, exclaiming, I apologize. I am so sorry. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Yun raised his foot, sending him crashing to the ground. Having barely let out a cry, Norton's throat was firmly grasped by Chen Yun's hand. With narrowed eyes, Chen Yun coldly fixed his gaze on the agonized Norton and stated, I do not wish to see your face in my line of sight ever again. Norton, his neck constricted and tears streaming down his face, found himself utterly unable to articulate a single word. Yet, under the ominous threat emanating from Chen Yun, he could only endure the pain and nod fervently. Be gone. Chen Yun, having lost interest in such pathetic individuals who only thrived in the schoolyard, released his grip and rose to his feet. Norton, as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate, scrambled to his feet and hurried away, scarcely glancing at the few still sprawled on the ground. He fled as if his life depended on it. The others, still groaning in agony on the floor, dared not linger and quickly supported one another in their hasty retreat from the menace that was Chen Yun. Observing their departing figures, a sly smile crept onto Chen Yun's lips. Reflecting on the recent confrontation in his mind, he reveled in his godlike perception. Every move of his adversary had been effortlessly discerned, revealing no weaknesses whatsoever. His already commendable skills, augmented by an extraordinary ability to anticipate, rendered him almost omniscient in the face of ordinary opposition. At last, he had developed a modicum of self-defense in this perilous world. This tangible enhancement of his prowess left Chen Yun immensely satisfied. After casually brushing off the incessant queries of Peter, who resembled an incessantly curious child, Chen Yun returned home as per usual. Upon entering, he was greeted by a note affixed to the refrigerator. Reading the message beneath the drawing of A, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shaking his head, he retrieved the marinated pork ribs he had prepared earlier. This was to fulfill his promise to his enchanting neighbor. A delectable Chinese dish of braised ribs he had pledged to make the day before. With practiced ease, he ignited the stove, pouring oil into the pan before adding the marinated ribs. Once they were seared to a golden brown on both sides, he poured in water to braise them. As the time passed, he sprinkled some chopped scallions for seasoning and added a splash of cooking wine. After laboring for over half an hour, Chen Yun inhaled the rich aroma wafting through the kitchen. His spirits lifted, and he found himself humming a tune. As he approached his neighbor's door, he twisted the doorknob, which had been left ajar. However, the moment he opened the door, he was taken aback. His beautiful neighbor was within, leisurely drying her damp hair. Yet, what quickened Chen Yun's heartbeat was the shocking realization that she was clad in nothing at all. Her flawless, alabaster form was boldly displayed before him. Although she promptly shut the door, Chen Yun's heart raced uncontrollably. After sitting awkwardly on the sofa for a spell, S.H.I.E.L.D emerged from her room, donning only a loose-fitting shirt. With a relaxed expression, she settled beside Chen Yun. There was no trace of embarrassment on Chen Yun's face. For in their shared living situation with but a single bathroom, the earlier incident had occurred far too frequently. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Yun, S.H.I.E.L.D's delicate ears had already turned a vivid shade of crimson. Hi, Chen Yun. The moment I stepped outside, I caught a whiff of something delightful. As she settled onto the sofa, S.H.I.E.L.D was irresistibly drawn by the enticing aroma enveloping the room. Following the scent, she merrily approached the dining table. With a graceful hand, she picked up a succulent rib, glistening with a rich red hue, and brought it to her lips, adorned with a soft pink lipstick. The instant the rib touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. How delectable! I am so grateful to my homeland for creating such exquisite cuisine. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D had devoured nearly half of the braised ribs. Observing her ravenous appetite for his culinary creation, Chen Yun cast aside his previous awkwardness and eagerly joined in the feast. As a financially constrained student, The mere fact of securing accommodation in the affluent United States overshadowed any concerns about sharing a space. Chen Yun, are you free this evening? During dinner, S.H.I.E.L.D, with a hint of anticipation on her face, broached a subject that had evidently occupied her thoughts. You must be aware that I've been searching for news of my parents. Have you found any leads? Chen Yun paused, his chopsticks hovering midair, as he inquired. Having shared a home with the enchanting S.H.I.E.L.D for some time, he had come to learn of her poignant past. Like him, she was of Chinese descent, yet she had been born an orphan in America, tirelessly striving to uncover the whereabouts of her parents. I have contacted the Rising Tide organization, S.H.I.E.L.D sighed before continuing. I have discovered their contact location and intend to visit in hopes of fortuitous encounters. It is said that this organization possesses vast resources and is comprised of skilled hackers. Perhaps they might have a way to locate my parents. Rising Tide? The name resonated with Chen Yun, prompting him to delve into his memories. He quickly recalled it as a shadowy organization featured in the television series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, a group that purported to expose wrongdoing and combat crime through hacking. These individuals, who operated clandestinely, were either aspiring rebels or harbored ulterior motives. The thought of soon engaging with such enigmatic figures caused Chen Yun to furrow his brow in concern. That seems rather perilous, he remarked with a hint of apprehension. That's why I asked if you could accompany me, S.H.I.E.L.D replied, her expression turning sweet as she nestled against Chen Yun's shoulder, playfully adding, after all, I'm not even wearing a bra. Feeling the softness of the embrace and gazing at the unsuspecting beauty of his neighbor, Chen Yun found himself at a loss for words. Yet, considering the hardships that S.H.I.E.L.D, as a fellow Chinese, had endured in this land rife with discrimination while searching for her biological parents, he resolved to assist his lovely neighbor. After all, what else could he do, being neighbors? With Chen Yun's agreement, S.H.I.E.L.D joyfully leaped in delight. Seizing the moment when Chen Yun was momentarily distracted, she impulsively kissed his cheek. As he touched the warm imprint of her lips on his face, Chen Yun felt a surge of pressure within him. With pressing matters ahead, neither of them continued their playful banter. Once they were ready, S.H.I.E.L.D drove her second-hand beetle, carrying Chen Yun away from their home. It was during their journey that Chen Yun learned from S.H.I.E.L.D the location of the Rising Tide organization, Old Dad's Bar. Merely mentioning the name might lead one to believe it was just an ordinary, inconspicuous tavern. However, when combined with its location, it would undoubtedly instill fear in the hearts of every New Yorker. Even in New York, the most developed economic hub in the world, certain places remain untouched by the average citizen. Such was the destination Chen Yun and S.H.I.E.L.D were heading to, Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 5, Hell's Kitchen. On the map, it appeared to be just another ordinary street in New York City, though it spanned only 8 blocks. It was the sacred ground of organized crime in the entire beautiful country. Indeed, it was the epitome of danger and malevolence. The gangsters brazenly peddling their wares at the corner and the ruthless pimps accosting passers-by were merely the lowest rung of criminal activity in Hell's Kitchen. The deeper layers of depravity here surpassed even the darkest of demons. As they drew closer to Hell's Kitchen, S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been humming along to the music in the car, gradually fell silent. Her eyes, filled with anxiety, scanned each intersection the vehicle passed, as if fearing an armed assailant might suddenly emerge from the shadows. No need to be so tense. We are merely passing through. Chen Yun chuckled softly at her apprehension. Possessing an extraordinary sense of perception in this dark realm devoid of superhuman presences, Chen Yun maintained a relaxed demeanor, even taking pleasure in observing the sights that were seldom seen. However, the decision of the Rising Tide organization to establish a stronghold in such a notorious area caught Chen Yun off guard, instilling a hint of wariness within him. Phew. That was nerve-wracking. S.H.I.E.L.D breathed a sigh of relief as she parked the car in front of Old Dad's Bar, with a confident pat on his chest. The well-capitalized bear, S.H.I.E.L.D, smiled and reassured. You can rest easy. I have checked online. The bar in Hell's Kitchen is relatively safe. Is there truly a safe place in Hell's Kitchen? Chen Yun suppressed a retort and followed S.H.I.E.L.D into the bar. Upon their entrance, the tall and handsome Chen Yun and the gracefully curvaceous and sweet-faced S.H.I.E.L.D captured the attention of nearly everyone present. Chen, why do I feel like so many people are staring at us? Noticing the scrutiny, S.H.I.E.L.D hurriedly hid behind Chen Yun, clutching the hem of his shirt. Her delicate face filled with anxiety. There's no need to be afraid. Perhaps it's just that we seem out of place, Chen Yun suggested, glancing at his ordinary attire and contrasting it with the flamboyantly dressed revelers around them. It became clear to him that in such a perilous bar, they indeed stood out. Indeed, you both resemble huskies amidst a pack of wolves. Any regular would know that this is your first visit. A voice emerged from the corner, belonging to a man leaning against a stone pillar in the bar, wearing a smirk as he observed them. Welcome to the Tide. I'm Kevin. After a moment of appraisal, Kevin extended his hand towards Chen Yun. You must be the ones looking to contact us. Apologies, but I'm not the one seeking you. Chen Yun shrugged, stepping aside and revealing S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been hiding behind him since their entrance. Oh, So it's this lovely lady who wishes to find us. Kevin's gaze, once filled with excitement, suddenly dulled as he took in S.H.I.E.L.D's heritage. It was only after leading them to a secluded corner that Kevin's smile returned. Welcome, the beautiful Ms. S.H.I.E.L.D, to our esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D organization. The S.H.I.E.L.D organization is capable of anything. After a brief exchange and learning their names, Kevin, like a fervent preacher, began to extol the virtues of his organization. However, both Chen Yun and S.H.I.E.L.D had already sensed the subtle discrimination against their Chinese heritage and remained unmoved by Kevin's grandiose claims. Kevin's gaze shifted from Chen Yun to focus intently on S.H.I.E.L.D, though clad in simple jeans and a t-shirt. S.H.I.E.L.D's exquisite beauty and alluring figure were undeniable. With a greedy glance, Kevin mysteriously inquired, "Beautiful Zhao, are you aware of Area 51, which the government and military have kept under wraps? Join us, and you will easily gain access to that information within the confines of the organization. This is merely the most rudimentary knowledge we have acquired. I apologize, but I harbor no interest in such matters." Having navigated the initial anxiety of entering the bar, S.H.I.E.L.D finally regained her composure. Kevin's unabashed greed and the subtle disdain in his gaze immediately extinguished any favorable impression she had previously held regarding the S.H.I.E.L.D organization. "All I wish to know is whether I can locate my biological parents." Hey, this is information that the authorities have concealed from us. Do you not possess even a modicum of curiosity? And what are the extraordinary beings? Those who can activate their bloodline powers under specific conditions. As these topics were broached, Kevin's tone grew increasingly fervent. "This is all a truth that the government has kept from us. They do not wish for us to know. And we, the S.H.I.E.L.D organization, exist to unveil these secrets. We fight for the protection of all humanity." Suddenly, a laugh erupted from a quiet corner, drawing a glance from Kevin, who remained in a state of exhilaration. Chen Yun raised his phone, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, "I just conducted a brief online search. While I could not ascertain the exact date of your organization's establishment, it has certainly been several years." Opening his phone, he displayed several photographs of beautiful women. "Apart from a few celebrity scandals, do you have any more sensational revelations?" 20 years. Our sacred organization has been established for 2 decades. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Kevin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yun and stubbornly retorted, "This information is merely what the organization has chosen to disclose in order to secure funding. The true goal of the organization is to uncover the information hidden by the government and military to save the world." Chen Yun thought to himself, how can this person's audacity rival that of venom? Yet, maintaining a calm demeanor, he continued to inquire, "What information?" The extraordinary beings in Area 51. As Kevin spoke, his face gradually flushed with indignation. Realizing that Chen Yun was mocking him, he disregarded him and fixed his gaze on S.H.I.E.L.D. His expression sour as he declared, "If you join the S.H.I.E.L.D organization, with just a click of the mouse, you can uncover information about your parents." S.H.I.E.L.D was about to respond when a series of loud noises erupted from the entrance. Upon hearing the commotion, the expressions of the three shifted immediately. "Gunshots! Everyone! Halt!" Chen Yun quickly turned his attention to the bar's entrance, where a dozen burly men with weapons stormed in. They appeared menacing, shouting while aiming their guns at all those dancing in the club. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the entire bar fell into an eerie silence. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the shattered ceiling above. "The daredevil has attacked our harbor." As silence enveloped the bar, a burly man emerged from the gangsters, the muzzle of his gun still emitting thick smoke. With a fierce expression and a pallid visage, he bellowed, "The daredevil has taken refuge in this bar. Everyone must submit to a search." Chapter 6. No sooner had the words left the burly man's lips than chaos erupted throughout the bar, displaying an air of arrogance. He fired several shots into the ceiling. Once the smoke cleared, he snarled, "Silence. Everyone, stand in line." Satisfied with the terror etched on the faces around him, he gestured for his subordinates to aim their weapons at the patrons, preparing to commence a search. "Wait, this is Old Man's bar." Just as panic swept through the crowd, an elderly figure stepped out from the corner, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Have I grown so old? How dare anyone cause a ruckus in my bar?" Upon seeing the elder, the burly man's expression shifted to one of apprehension. However, considering the losses his gang had incurred, he ultimately gritted his teeth and replied, "Old man, your name holds great respect in Hell's Kitchen. I honor you, but our losses this time are simply too great." With a sudden shift in demeanor, the burly man's menacing expression softened. "Old man, we respect you, but every single person here must be searched." He grinned sinisterly, pointing towards the door, and continued, "Now, step outside for our inspection." Realizing the search would take place right outside Old Man's bar, the elder wished to say more, but ultimately fell silent. With a heavy sigh, he resignedly returned to his chair, preparing to settle matters with the gang behind the burly man once the turmoil subsided. With the bar's owner acquiescing, the remaining patrons dared not challenge the armed gangsters. They complied with the gang's commands, dejectedly filing out of the bar. However, soon the sound of curses from those who had their valuables snatched and the shrieks of women made the resigned crowd hesitate, their steps unwittingly slowing. In the corner, the uproar in the bar weighed heavily on the hearts of Chen Yun and his companions. Mr. Kevin, is this not the time to save the world? The gangsters are already so brazen, and people are suffering. Why haven't any members of your tied organization appeared? Chen Yun had been silently observing this farce unfold. Casting a glance at Kevin, whose forehead glistened with sweat, Chen Yun, maintaining an unperturbed expression, mockingly inquired, "They are indeed a gang, and provoking them could lead to murder. Moreover, the organization would not expend energy on such trivial matters." After a stubborn attempt at justification, Kevin, with a look of panic, dashed out from the corner, evidently anxious to avoid any further suffering from a potential search. Observing his demeanor, Chen Yun felt a stir of concern. As one of the strongholds of the Rising Tide organization, this place undoubtedly housed numerous members, yet they could not even withstand a gang's presence. The credibility of this organization was beginning to raise doubts in his mind. Chen Yun, should we follow him outside? Kevin, the local tyrant, fleeing in terror, only heightened Zhao Shiran's existing anxiety. This is a gang, and you appear as you do. Scanning Zhao Shiran from top to bottom, Chen Yun teased. Isn't it just about delivering vegetables? Furthermore, these individuals typically scorn us, the yellow-skinned. If we go out now, it could spell disaster. Before Chen Yun could finish his sentence, he noticed Kevin, who had just rushed out, returning with a frantic expression, a shotgun aimed at his head. 3 individuals concealed in the shadows. The burly leader of the gang, who had spoken earlier, brandished a gun at Kevin, a sinister grin spreading across his dark face. Their intentions differ somewhat from yours, Kevin. Terrified under the threat of the shotgun, Kevin desperately exclaimed, I don't know them. This is our first encounter. In a frantic bid for mercy, he hastily removed his gold watch and offered it to the burly man, attempting to appease him. However, upon receiving the watch, the burly man ruthlessly kicked Kevin in the stomach, disdainfully observing the groaning figure sprawled on the ground. Useless. Having dealt with Kevin, the burly man turned his attention to Chen Yun and Zhao Shiran. After briefly surveying Chen Yun, he was immediately captivated by Zhao Shiran, standing at 168 meters tall. Her figure, accentuated by tight jeans, combined with the delicate expression of alarm on her face, drew his lustful gaze. Yellow girl, come here quickly, the burly man leered. And as he leered, one of his subordinates hurriedly approached. Boss, we have someone uncooperative. Upon hearing this report, the burly man's expression darkened immediately. He scanned the surroundings with a menacing glare. Suddenly, he raised his gun and, without any warning, fired at a nearby black man. Struck by the shotgun, the man was launched backward, blood gushing from his mouth, and before he could even hit the ground, he was lifeless. Addressing the chaos that ensued, the burly man bellowed with a fierce countenance, Night Demon, I know you are here. If you do not come out, I will continue to take lives. You promised you wouldn't resort to violence in the bar. The burly man, disregarding all caution, took action, prompting the elder bystander to rise and intervene urgently. You cannot harm anyone in this establishment. My apologies, old man. The burly man cast a dismissive glance at the elderly figure, declaring, I have changed my mind. Now, I want these 2 individuals. He aimed his gun at Chen Yun and Zhao Shiran, his expression filled with greed as he proclaimed, I desire these 2 yellow-skinned individuals. If I were you, I would lower the weapon. Faced with the threat of the armed brute, Chen Yun could no longer endure the situation and stepped forward. Positioning himself protectively behind Zhao Shiran, he gravely warned, perhaps this way, you might meet your demise more peacefully. Seeking death, Chen Yun's words ignited the burly man's fury. Just as he prepared to fire, a cacophony of gasps erupted from behind. Bray, lower your weapon, or we shall all perish together. Amidst the commotion, a man clad in a mask and tight leather attire staggered into the center of the bar, brandishing a dagger while holding a blonde woman hostage. This attire allowed Chen Yun to instantly recognize the intruder, Daredevil Matt Murdock. Damn it! Casting a wary glance at the woman held captive by Daredevil, Bray's expression turned grim as he dropped his firearm. Then he commanded, lower your weapons. Bray's subordinates exchanged glances, compelled to follow suit and relinquish their guns. The gang's firearms discarded, Daredevil, who had been struggling to maintain his injured body, exhaled a sigh of relief. However, just as he was about to speak, one of the gang members suddenly sprang into action, forcefully knocking the dagger from Daredevil's grasp. Capture him alive. Bray, with a sinister grin, bellowed as he prepared to lunge at Daredevil. Yet, as he moved, a powerful hand abruptly seized his advancing body. I promised I would ensure your death is peaceful. In this life, what I despise most are scoundrels like you, and those wretched individuals who harbor racial prejudice. As Chen Yun's words fell, a fist loomed larger in Bray's vision. With a resounding thud, Bray's robust body was sent hurtling through the air. Chapter 7 Bray's formidable form soared through the air, eventually skidding across the ground for several meters before colliding with a stone pillar in the bar. Make sure to finish him off, spitting a mouthful of blood. Bray roared in fury. As the command was issued, several gang members charged towards Chen Yun. Angered by the gang's aggression, Chen Yun had no intention of holding back. S.H.I.E.L.D was thrust into a corner as Chen Yun surged into the heart of the bar. Empowered by his extraordinary perception, he effortlessly captured the movements of everyone around him. Skillfully evading each attack, Chen Yun unleashed a flurry of punches upon the gang members. With every strike, another member crumpled to the ground, howling in agony. Before long, the floor was strewn with individuals writhing in pain. Be careful, the previously silent night demon suddenly warned. Drawing a dagger, he swung his hand, shattering the overhead light. Instantly, the bar was engulfed in darkness. Amidst the cacophony of screams and cries, chaos erupted. Yet, within the sudden gloom, Chen Yun found a peculiar calm. His heightened senses kicked in, alerting him to an imminent threat. He swiftly pivoted to the side. Just as a bullet whizzed past his cheek with a resounding bang, the flash from the gunfire momentarily illuminated the bar, becoming its sole beacon of light. Seeking death, the reckless bullet ignited Chen Yun's murderous intent. He deftly maneuvered, evading each bullet that sought to strike him, while simultaneously showing no mercy. Grabbing Night Demon's dagger from the ground, he charged forward. A piercing scream erupted, accompanied by the sound of blood splattering. In that fleeting moment of gunfire, a head soared into the air, vividly visible against the backdrop of chaos. Following that, several more gang members fell lifelessly at Chen Yun's feet amid a chorus of anguished cries. Fire! Shoot! The deaths of his subordinates provoked a furious roar from S.H.I.E.L.D, whose voice stood out ominously in the darkness. Casting a cold glance towards S.H.I.E.L.D's direction, Chen Yun smirked. Seizing the moment of turmoil, he swiftly approached S.H.I.E.L.D. Plunging the dagger deep into his chest, the blade penetrated with ferocity, releasing a cloud of crimson mist. With a powerful kick, Chen Yun sent S.H.I.E.L.D. flying 3 to 4 meters away. S.H.I.E.L.D's cries gradually faded into a haunting wail, but this was merely the beginning. Like a phantom, Chen Yun melded into the crowd, swiftly dispatching S.H.I.E.L.D. before retreating to the periphery of the bar, shrouded in shadows, ready to eliminate the disoriented gang members. The bar remained in a state of utter disarray, with panicked screams and cries for help echoing throughout, yet Chen Yun paid them no heed. When the lights of the bar flickered back to life, the floor was littered with the corpses of gang members. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Chen Yun, are you all right? S.H.I.E.L.D, her face etched with concern, hurried to Chen Yun's side. Are they dead? Gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a wave of nausea wash over her. I'm fine, Chen Yun stated firmly, standing in the center of the bar and taking a deep breath. To his astonishment, despite it being his first act of killing, he felt no trace of anxiety or fear. Rather, he found himself strangely captivated by the experience. You are quite remarkable, young man, remarked the elder, having cleared the bar of patrons and now standing beside Chen Yun. His murky eyes bore into Chen Yun as if peering into his very soul. There was an instinctual feeling within him that this unfamiliar youth would inevitably become a figure that would instill terror in the hearts of all those within the underworld. Where do you hail from? The elder, despite his years spent in the hellish kitchen of the underworld, could not help but express his admiration for Chen Yun's ruthless efficiency. I am from Huaxia, and I am grateful for your earlier protection, Chen Yun replied, feeling a sense of gratitude towards the old man who had the audacity to speak up even while brandishing a firearm in the presence of gangsters. My protection is of little worth. Ultimately, it is your prowess that secured this victory, the elder remarked in awe, surveying the ravaged bar before shaking his head with a wry smile. Come now, young man, I sense you have many questions. Why not join this old man for a drink? Chen Yun, seeing no reason to decline the invitation, took S.H.I.E.L.D, still dazed, by the hand and followed the elder and the night demon into a private room. Night demon, do you need your wounds treated? Chen Yun inquired, noticing the pain etched on the night demon's face as he pressed a hand against his injury after taking a sip of the elder's custom brew. You may call me Matt, the night demon replied with a self-deprecating smile. In my line of work, seeking treatment at a hospital is simply not an option. My injuries were previously tended to by the elder's daughter. Very well, young man, my daughter is already on her way, the elder interjected. These minor wounds may be troublesome, but they are not fatal. You must have many questions, feel free to ask us directly. Matt, did you truly infiltrate the territory of those gangs? And did you kill someone? Chen Yun, having had his thoughts laid bare by the elder, felt no embarrassment, boldly voicing the queries that lingered in his mind. After all, this was not a television drama, but the stark reality. While the night demon was known for never killing in the shows, he did not novelly believe that it was reflective of the truth. I most certainly did visit their turf, Matt chuckled. Otherwise, how could so many of them be searching for me? I incinerated a staggering 20 tons of narcotics. However, after a brief pause, Daredevil spoke solemnly, stating, unlike you, I will not take a life. Why not? Daredevil, much like his portrayal in the television series, remained steadfast in his aversion to killing. This rigid ideology was utterly incomprehensible to Chen Yun. In his eyes, for certain scoundrels, hell would be their most fitting abode. Youth, I share your sentiment, old man interjected, advising Daredevil, Matt, do you not realize? If you refrain from killing, others will never truly fear you. Old man, this is my conviction. Daredevil shook his head, resolutely choosing to tread his own path. Observing Daredevil's firm stance, Chen Yun refrained from pressing further. After all, each individual has their own journey. Who is the most perilous individual in Hell's Kitchen? Is it Wilson Fisk? Embracing the attitude of seeking to uncover the truth, Chen Yun posed another question. Wilson Fisk? The old man closed his eyes, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After a moment, he began to elucidate. He may be a businessman, or perhaps a politician. In his words, the mafia can now operate just as commerce and politics do. With a wistful sigh, the old man continued, perhaps I am simply aging, but I sense that Wilson Fisk is destined to be the future leader of the New York underworld, perhaps even the world. World? Chen Yun was taken aback by the old man's high regard for Fisk, regarding this individual he had yet to meet, who seemed more a businessman and politician than a mobster. Chen Yun could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Was he truly a gangster or a merchant? I'm not entirely certain, but Matt should know, the old man shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty. Wilson Fisk is a ruthless mobster. Daredevil, feeling faint from blood loss, suddenly spoke from the couch. He is an old acquaintance of mine. Despite his well-crafted facade of being a businessman and that nauseating guise of a politician, he spat. Then continued with a sardonic expression, if you encounter Fisk, harbor no doubts, he is a complete lunatic. As he spoke, Daredevil's demeanor grew animated, as if he had inadvertently touched upon a wound, eliciting a low groan of pain. The trio conversed for quite some time, although they were newly acquainted. Chen Yun's fierce prowess and astute intellect left a lasting impression on both Daredevil and the old man. Not to mention, in truth, Chen Yun had effectively saved Daredevil's life. When the last drop of wine was consumed, Chen Yun glanced at S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been lost in thought. Noticing that she had emerged from her fearful state, Chen Yun seized the opportune moment to take his leave. Although both Old Father and Daredevil felt a sense of reluctance, it was evident that Chen Yun had just endured a harrowing battle for survival, and it was not appropriate for him to linger. Chen, my young friend, I hope you will visit the bar often in the future, Old Father said with a smile, producing a few bottles of his cherished fine liquor. Daredevil, please take my dagger, he continued. After a moment of contemplation, Daredevil produced a dagger, its blade adorned with a gilded edge, while a black gemstone was embedded in the hilt. In a solemn manner, he handed the dagger to Chen Yun and whispered, should the need arise, it can be used to take possession of items. Chen Yun chuckled awkwardly, as he had not prepared anything suitable for such an exchange. Surely, he could not produce a Franklin bill in this situation. After a brief consideration, Chen Yun tore off a piece of paper and inscribed his phone number upon it. This is my number. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to call. After bidding farewell to the reluctant duo, Chen Yun climbed into S.H.I.E.L.D's second-hand beetle. My goodness, you were incredibly cool today. S.H.I.E.L.D, who had been quietly driving, finally spoke once they had left the confines of Hell's Kitchen. She removed her hands from the steering wheel and playfully waved her fist in the air, imitating Chen Yun's earlier actions with exaggerated enthusiasm. So impressive. You even killed someone. At this, she stuck out her tongue, her expression shifting to one of concern. The police won't be looking for us, will they? Rest assured, Old Father has taken care of everything. Chen Yun replied with a smile, glancing at the gold watch in his hand, feeling a stir of excitement. The hour hand was nearing the 12 o'clock mark. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving today's special ability, the Door of the Living. As expected, when the hour hand crossed the 12, Chen Yun's system became available for use once more. Silently reciting the sign-in, he promptly received his reward, the Door of the Living. Intrigued by this unfamiliar ability, Chen Yun's curiosity was piqued. However, with Zhao Shiran present, he decided to suppress his eagerness and save his experimentation for when he returned home. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was 2 in the morning. Goodbye, Chen Yun. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, he replied to Zhao Shiran, who was already yawning from her late-night driving. Upon returning to his room, Chen Yun eagerly activated the system, the Door of the Living. It allows the host to summon any size, type, or style of modern door within a 1-meter radius. Upon contemplating the explanation of the portal, Chen Yun felt a surge of inspiration. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the door to his current room and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a door identical to his own materialized before him. He touched the unexpectedly appeared door with a sense of bewilderment. This peculiar ability seemed more suited for opening a door furniture store, did it not? He opened the door and tested it by locking it with a key. Everything appeared exactly as it did with his room's door. With a mere thought, the door vanished in a wisp of smoke, leaving Chen Yun astounded. To avoid alarming others with any noise, he quietly exited and descended the stairs to the rooftop. Standing atop the windswept roof, an idea struck him. Since there were no limitations on size or type, with a resounding bang, a heavy glass door materialized before him. He examined the thick bulletproof glass with astonishment. Surely, this could withstand a bullet, he mused. After searching the rooftop for some time, he finally found a fire axe at the stairwell. Grasping the axe, he took a deep breath and, summoning all his strength, struck the bulletproof door with all his might. A tremendous crash echoed through the air. A powerful force reverberated through the axe in his hands, leaving Chen Yun with tingling hands. He dropped the axe and gazed at the glass, only to discover a shallow imprint on its surface, while the door remained virtually unscathed. Impressive. This must be glass made in China. After a moment of admiration, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He circled the bulletproof door several times before slapping his forehead in realization. Standing next to the door, he pushed it with all his might. Despite using every ounce of strength, he couldn't budge the heavy glass door even slightly. After making the bulletproof door disappear, he summoned a simple wooden door. Yet, even this door, which could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, proved immovable. Ultimately, he grasped the limitation of this extraordinary ability. Once summoned, these doors could only be opened and locked. Regrettably, no matter the door, Chen Yun found himself unable to shift them. What purpose could a door that cannot be moved serve? He fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that a furniture store was not in his future. With a sigh, Chen Yun began conducting other experiments, summoning and dismissing doors, finding great amusement in the process. Among his trials, he indeed stumbled upon a unique aspect of his power. Although he could only summon one door at a time, he had the remarkable ability to conjure another door in the very moment he leapt, serving as his landing spot. Could this be considered the legendary lightness of foot that enables one to ascend to the heavens by merely stepping from one foot to the other? Suspended in the air, standing atop a building 10 meters high, Chen Yun whispered in admiration. Chapter 9. After frolicking on the rooftop until 4 in the morning, Chen Yun reluctantly returned to his room. Upon entering, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Within the span of a single night, he had encountered a myriad of experiences: the Hell's Kitchen, the old man's bar, his first act of taking a life, and the night devil. Despite being a vigorous young man, the toll of these events weighed heavily upon him. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he slipped into a deep slumber. However, when he next opened his eyes, a tingling sensation spread across his scalp. Glancing at the time, he was struck with dismay. He had slept until 1 in the afternoon. In a flurry, he hastily rose to wash up, disregarding any thoughts of saving money. As he stepped outside, he hailed a taxi that he would typically never have deemed worthy of his fare. After a mad dash, when Chen Yun finally arrived at school, he was just in time for the second class of the afternoon. To his misfortune, it was the class taught by the professor who had always seemed to target him. Peering through the glass at the lecturing professor, he steeled himself to enter the classroom, determined not to be marked absent. Yet, after preparing himself for a reprimand, Chen Yun stood at the back for quite some time, but the anticipated storm of admonishment never materialized. Stealing a glance at the podium, he was met with the sight of a professor wearing a warm smile. "Chen, why don't you return to your seat?" the professor said cheerfully before turning back to continue his lecture, leaving the embarrassed Chen Yun in a state of confusion. The sudden shift in the professor's demeanor genuinely baffled him. However, since he was not being reprimanded for his tardiness, he felt a sense of relief. Finally enduring until the conclusion of the class, Chen Yun was abruptly approached by Peter. "Chen, you were definitely using martial arts yesterday, weren't you? Do all Easterners practice martial arts? I must tell you, I watched Eastern films all night long. The martial arts of your people are incredibly impressive." Before Peter could continue his enthusiastic chatter, Chen Yun swiftly interjected, "Not only that, did you know? In our region of Shu, every household raises a giant panda." A subtle smile graced Chen Yun's face as he skillfully diverted Peter's attention, a maneuver he had perfected. Upon noticing that Peter was captivated by his words, Chen Yun continued. "In the border regions, everyone possesses a horse. Even children commute to school on horseback. In Yunnan, it is even more remarkable. They ride elephants to school." Observing Peter's gaze begin to blur, Chen Yun stifled a laugh and continued to share audacious tales. "And in the southernmost part of our country, what do the people of Guangdong cherish most in their cuisine? Do you know? It is the Hunanese. You actually eat people." Peter's eyes widened to the size of saucers, his face flushed crimson. "How can you dare to consume human flesh? How can you bear it? This is utterly immoral." Peter's reaction left Chen Yun in fits of laughter, yet he refrained from teasing him further and explained with a smile. "All right, in truth, I've never been there. Since childhood, I have always resided in Chinatown. All of this is merely what I've encountered online." "Goodness, you nearly terrified me." Chen Yun's clarification allowed Peter to exhale in relief. After a moment of joviality, Peter finally recalled the purpose of his visit and eagerly spoke. "Chen, teach me martial arts. I too wish to discipline those bullies. In the future, not only will you be able to confront bullies, but even those with superpowers will pale in comparison to you." Chen Yun thought to himself with a hint of sarcasm, then smiled wryly as he explained, This is not martial arts. It is a matter of talent. Honestly, I do not possess any martial arts skills. Then how come your skills are so formidable? Peter questioned, shaking his head in confusion as he trusted his friend's words. Yet, the ease with which Chen Yun subdued the bullies at school was something Peter could only dream of. Is it because of that activity you often engage in? Parkour, yes. Parkour. Suddenly, Peter's expression brightened as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. That's it. I want to practice parkour too. I want to become as strong as you. Observing Peter's slender arms and legs, Chen Yun shook his head with a rueful smile. For Peter, who had not yet transformed into Spider-Man, embarking on parkour training seemed akin to courting disaster. Let us start with the basics, such as. Chen Yun pondered and decided to have Peter train at 1/3 of his own regimen. 100 push-ups a day? Peter's face registered shock. I can only manage 10 at most, and I feel utterly exhausted. Then it is all the more essential to start from the beginning. With perseverance, your body will gradually strengthen. Chen Yun encouraged the future little Spider-Man while secretly contemplating. Having acquired the system, should one not take action accordingly? Contemplating this, Chen Yun spent the subsequent class in deep introspection regarding his forthcoming path. The memory of meeting Daredevil the previous day sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Chen Yun's eyes. Blindness did not hinder Daredevil, who, relying solely on his extraordinary hearing, commanded respect in the treacherous Hell's Kitchen. With his own godlike perception, could he not emulate the prowess of Daredevil? Furthermore, he possessed a system that granted him new abilities each day, rather than merely aspiring to be like Daredevil. He could engage in acts of righteousness with even greater finesse than the future Spider-Man, while it may not be entirely about upholding justice. Engaging in a little vigilante justice was undoubtedly one of the quickest means to wealth in this superpowered world. As Chen Yun's excitement grew, he suppressed his impulses and made it through the school day. Upon returning to his rented apartment, and with Zhao Shiran yet to arrive, he stealthily slipped into the bathroom and pilfered a pair of stockings from his beautiful neighbor's laundry, struggling to fit the stockings over his head. He turned his gaze to the mirror. Gazing at his distorted reflection, he nearly burst into laughter. What was this, stocking man? After a moment of jest, he scrutinized his appearance from various angles before reluctantly removing the stockings. No matter how he contemplated it, he simply could not bear the thought of being known as the pervert hero, dejectedly returning the stockings to their original place. Chen Yun let out a sigh and trudged back to his room. Lying on his bed, his earlier lethargy began to dissipate as his attention was gradually drawn to a poster. The poster depicted a figure striking a pose against adversaries, clad in a vibrant orange jumpsuit. The martial arts master, Bruce Lee. As he gazed at the poster, Chen Yun's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. He retrieved several garments from his wardrobe and began to prepare himself in front of the mirror. Half an hour later, having transformed his appearance, Chen Yun stepped out of the apartment, his tall silhouette quickly vanishing into the night. Chapter 10. Dressed impeccably and donning a hat that obscured much of his face, Chen Yun stepped out with high spirits. However, to his surprise, he found himself wandering from the affluent upper district all the way to the crime-ridden Queens. Not a single criminal could be found, not even the faintest trace of a petty thief. It was not that they did not exist, but rather that he had not encountered any. As he navigated through the dimly lit alleys, the distant wail of police sirens often reached his ears. Yet, upon arriving at the scene, all he found was chaos, devoid of any culprits. At this juncture, Chen Yun came to a realization. Relying solely on his own two legs to stumble upon a crime scene was akin to relying on sheer luck. Why was it so exceedingly difficult to encounter a criminal? Where was the promised freedom? Where were the scenic vistas? After wandering aimlessly for an entire night without any leads, he resolved to alter his approach. He ventured into the dimly lit alleys in search of the homeless. Although these individuals inhabited the lower echelons of society, their extensive street experience undoubtedly surpassed that of a mere student like himself. Are you out of your mind? You seek a criminal? A middle-aged man, sprawled on the ground with an unnatural flush on his face, became Chen Yun's initial target. What is wrong with your head? The man mockingly laughed at Chen Yun, even going so far as to remove his pants. If you satisfy me, I shall divulge information. With a lascivious grin, the middle-aged man gazed at Chen Yun. All that awaited him was a fist that seemed to grow larger in his line of sight. After a brief struggle, Chen Yun extracted a name from the battered man, the unfortunate little Wugong, a peculiar individual whose presence was often accompanied by robbery or casualties. The media had even dubbed him a once-in-a-century misfortune. If only I possessed such luck, Chen Yun mused, for he found himself envious of what others labeled as bad fortune. With such luck on his side, would he even need to scour the world for criminals? Unfortunately, New York was vast, and without a single criminal in sight. How could he possibly locate this person? After consulting several more homeless individuals, he garnered only the names of well-known gang affiliations, yielding no useful information. Faced with this predicament, Chen Yun was compelled to revise his strategy once more. He spent $3 on a golden necklace and donned the gold watch he had acquired from Brena. When Chen Yun re-emerged onto the streets, he had successfully disguised himself as a wealthy nouveau riche, adorned in gold and silver. Lowering his hat brim, he strolled along the bustling thoroughfare. As anticipated, his heightened senses soon detected that someone was tailing him. Realizing he was being followed, Chen Yun swiftly turned and entered a narrow alley, patiently awaiting the unsuspecting prey he had lured in. Unless you wish to meet your demise, surrender your valuables, Oriental. The thief who had entered the alley brandished a knife, only to look up and find Chen Yun's face, causing him to drop to his knees. Mercy, spare me. Two awkward phrases in Chinese were repeated incessantly by the petty thief, who even emptied his pockets. With a look of incredulity, Chen Yun accepted a few banknotes from the thief, suddenly feeling as though he himself were the robber. Driven by curiosity, Chen Yun attempted several more times, only to be astonished to discover that as soon as the thief caught sight of his Asian features, he would flee in terror rather than continue his criminal endeavors. It was then that Chen Yun had an epiphany. It was not that he could not encounter criminals, but rather that his Oriental visage seemingly evoked a sense of trepidation in others. Such was the power of stereotypes. After wandering for a while longer, Chen Yun remained empty-handed. Having encountered only a particularly audacious small-time thief, he found this unacceptable. However, after this night, he reached a conclusion. It was not that New York, the city notorious for its crime, lacked vigor. Rather, it could not be the case that every street was plagued with incidents at all hours. If that were the case, there would be no need for superheroes. The military would have long since taken control, with tanks rolling through the streets. Moreover, it was crucial to note that superheroes also require logistical support and a team to assist them. Alone, no matter how formidable one might be, without collaboration or even basic information about criminals, how could one expect to stumble upon a crime scene in such a vast city? Furthermore, aspiring to be a superhero necessitates having adversaries worthy of contrast. Capturing 1,000 petty thieves like the one he had just encountered would yield no sense of accomplishment. Sighing deeply, Chen Yun purchased a hot dog as a late-night snack, preparing to return home, realizing that being a superhero was hardly as appealing as a good night's sleep. However, as he enjoyed his hot dog on the way home, he became aware of a woman who had mysteriously appeared behind him, fixated on him. Before he could react, she tossed a pamphlet his way. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics. Chen Yun, the chief wishes to see you. Come with me. The sudden invitation left Chen Yun bewildered. Glancing at the woman, who identified herself as part of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, he smiled and replied, "What if I choose not to go? We do not engage in unprepared ventures," she responded, her expression unchanging. She placed the pamphlet back into her pocket before continuing. "If you refuse, I will subdue you and take you by force." As soon as the words left her lips, the woman charged forward. Witnessing her swift approach, Chen Yun felt a tightening in his chest. The divine instinct instantaneously provided a warning. To the right, when she was less than 2 meters away, the woman leapt into the air. Her long legs shot out sharply, aiming a downward kick at Chen Yun. He instinctively attempted to evade her attack, but to his surprise, despite his efforts, her strike still connected with his shoulder. Clutching his shoulder, a grave expression crossed Chen Yun's face. Though his body instinctively reacted to the divine instinct's guidance, his physical responses lagged behind. No, it wasn't merely a matter of lagging. Her speed was simply too formidable. Realizing this, Chen Yun felt a jolt of shock. Since acquiring his divine instinct, this was the first time he had sustained an injury. After landing her blow, the woman refrained from launching another attack, instead regarding Chen Yun with keen interest. Simultaneously, she was taken aback. She had expected to subdue him with a single strike, yet he had managed to evade it. With this thought, she shed her initial contempt and reassessed her opponent, a level 7 operative, Melinda. Chapter 11. Melinda. Upon hearing this name and gazing at the woman's somewhat familiar Asian features, Chen Yun finally recognized who stood before him. Lacking any supernatural abilities, she had risen to become a level 7 operative in the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau solely through sheer strength, known as Iron Fist. She was also the strongest partner of Phil Coulson, the operative template who could rise from the dead. Upon learning her identity, Chen Yun surprisingly felt a sense of calm. This was no mere kitten or puppy. Compared to someone like Bray from the underworld, Melinda's skills existed in an entirely different realm. Yet, paradoxically, this realization ignited a spark of excitement within him. He yearned to discover whether his own abilities could withstand the prowess of such elite operatives. "Shall we engage in a friendly contest?" Chen Yun grinned with delight. After feeling constrained for an entire evening, he finally had the opportunity to stretch his limbs. Just as a look of confusion appeared on Melinda's face, she suddenly found herself facing Chen Yun's approaching fist. Damn it! In a moment of haste, Melinda braced herself and met his punch head-on. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from her hand, her expression changed dramatically. She attempted to speak, but faced with Chen Yun's relentless assault, she was compelled to fight back. Upon their initial encounter, Melinda was taken aback to discover that although Chen Yun's strength and speed were not on par with her own, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Despite not exerting her full power, this seasoned level 7 agent found herself unable to swiftly defeat Chen Yun. This revelation stirred discontent within Melinda, prompting her actions to noticeably accelerate. Faced with Melinda's full frontal assault, Chen Yun was naturally overwhelmed. "Stop. I concede. I will accompany you." Recognizing the peril of his situation, Chen Yun, already battered and bruised, hastily surrendered. Upon hearing this, Melinda cast a displeased glance at Chen Yun before retrieving a communicator. After pressing a few buttons, a fighter jet soon came into view, much to Chen Yun's astonishment. It was a stealth aircraft. How extravagant. Curiosity piqued. He approached and ran his hand along the jet's wing, marveling at its advanced technology that rendered it completely undetectable to his senses. Once aboard the aircraft, Chen Yun, nursing his injuries, gazed around with intrigue. Initially, he had envisioned traveling the world after earning some money. Yet he never anticipated that his first flight would be aboard a fighter jet. The aircraft flew at an astonishing speed, reaching a towering skyscraper in less than half an hour. Following Melinda through a maze of corridors, Chen Yun encountered a second familiar face from earlier that day, Phil Coulson. Upon Chen Yun's arrival, Coulson was engrossed in paperwork at his desk. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and immediately furrowed his brow. "What happened to your face? You look injured." "That would be a question for Ms. Melinda," Chen Yun shrugged, gesturing toward her. He appeared somewhat uncooperative. Melinda, sensing Coulson's confusion, interjected with irritation. "I'm injured too." Coulson's eyes widened in surprise as he glanced at Chen Yun, but ultimately, he suppressed his curiosity. "Well, even so, I owe you an apology." After addressing Chen Yun, Coulson instructed Melinda to attend to Chen Yun's injuries. Melinda shot Coulson a reluctant glare, her face a canvas of displeasure. After a moment of tense silence, she stormed out, leaving the two men in a state of bewilderment. "All right, let me introduce myself," Coulson began. "Phil Coulson, level 8 agent." He then produced a tablet, and with a wave of his hand, a dossier materialized on the screen. With a furrowed brow, Chen Yun gazed at the tablet, and there, prominently displayed, was his photograph. Name, Chen Yun. Identity, orphan, high school student. Gender, male. Age, to Chen Yun's astonishment, the information was remarkably detailed. Every event from his childhood had been meticulously documented. Even his daily habits and school life had been thoroughly scrutinized. As he reached the end, he noticed a video on the tablet. Upon clicking it, he was shocked to find footage of himself committing murder in his father's bar, maintaining a stoic expression while watching the video. Chen Yun felt a chill descend upon his demeanor. "What do you intend to do?" "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a misunderstanding," Coulson quickly interjected. Sensing Chen Yun's apprehension, "Our actual target is your roommate, Zhao Shiran." Chen Yun's confusion deepened at Coulson's words. "Indeed, it is Zhao Shiran. She is a prodigious hacker. It is because of her that we took notice of you." As he elaborated, Coulson switched on a projection television. The enormous screen displayed the video of Chen Yun in his father's bar. When the footage reached the moment Chen Yun dodged a bullet, it abruptly froze. "It is here that we discerned your uniqueness." Perhaps sensing Chen Yun's trepidation, Coulson added with a reassuring smile, "Rest assured, we are indifferent to the fates of these scoundrels." Upon hearing the explanation, Chen Yun finally exhaled, his expression returning to a state of calm. Noticing his tranquility, Coulson smiled and began to elucidate further. "We are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, not affiliated with the government of the United States, but rather under the auspices of the United Nations. Our purpose is to preemptively address anomalous incidents occurring worldwide." As he spoke, Coulson changed the video on the screen. Before Chen Yun's eyes, a series of extraordinary individuals appeared, some spewing flames from their mouths, others transforming their hair into weapons. Witnessing these formidable beings wreaking havoc on the screen, Chen Yun could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The exhilaration he had felt upon acquiring his powers was abruptly doused by the realization of the perilous world he inhabited. He recalled how, with his newfound abilities, he had previously vanquished a few gang members, foolishly aspiring to be a superhero. It was only now that Chen Yun understood the extent of his hubris. "It is because of these individuals that our organization exists. We must register and monitor those with such extraordinary capabilities, particularly in severe situations." Once the explanation was complete, Coulson looked at Chen Yun with eager anticipation, ready to seize the opportunity to recruit the newly emerged superhuman. However, before Chen Yun could utter a word, Melinda abruptly interrupted Coulson's carefully crafted plan. "It's just an external injury. Apply it yourself." With a brusque motion, she thrust an ice pack into Chen Yun's arms and firmly shut the door behind her, leaving Coulson in an awkward silence. Chapter 12. In truth, Chen Yun was indifferent to Coulson's uncomfortable expression. His primary concern lay with the purpose of Coulson bringing him to this place. After all, he had begun to grasp the reason for his presence here. They intended to test my abilities. With this thought in mind, Chen Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at Coulson and inquired with composure, "What do you require of me?" Just a brief registration, Coulson explained, pausing momentarily before continuing with a hopeful glimmer in his eyes, of course. It would be even better if you could allow us to test your powers. Very well, I consent. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yun ultimately chose to agree. After all, he had long harbored aspirations of becoming a superhero. Establishing a good rapport with the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, also known as the illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D, would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. At the very least, he would no longer have to scour the world for criminals. In the agent combat training room, the scientific duo, Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons, stood solemnly in the corner. In the center of the training room lay Chen Yun, reclined on a bed, stripped to the waist. No need to be anxious. We are merely conducting a small test, Gemma Simmons reassured him, sensing his unease. Rest assured. It will not harm your body. Do I even have the option to refuse? Chen Yun thought, observing the two as they fumbled with the instructions and activated the equipment. He was left utterly speechless at their peculiar antics. Witnessing the excitement on the faces of these self-proclaimed seasoned trainers only heightened his sense of their unreliability. Surely, I am not the first individual to undergo testing here? He probed skeptically. Why do you seem a bit inexperienced? Impossible to be inexperienced. Gemma Simmons insisted. We have been conducting tests continuously. Although she offered a slightly awkward smile, she added, well, they have all been on corpses. Professional in what regard? Professional morticians? This explanation left Chen Yun's mind swirling with a myriad of questions. However, given the circumstances, Chen Yun had no choice but to proceed with the testing, steeling himself for the task ahead. Before long, thanks to the efforts of Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz, the instruments within the room were activated. The training room was soon filled with the resonant hum of various devices. Under their meticulous operation, Chen Yun found himself ensconced in a web of monitoring lines. Nodding towards Chen Yun, the two departed the training room. What is his physical condition? As soon as they entered the monitoring room, Coulson, who had been waiting eagerly, posed the question. Well, it appears that Mr. Chen possesses exceptional physical attributes, but there are no extraordinary circumstances, Leo Fitz remarked, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the monitor. Once the test results were ejected from the printer, he swiftly seized the report. There were no anomalies to be found. How can this be? Coulson's expression grew grave. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Chen Yun through the microphone. Chen, could you demonstrate your abilities? Of course, no problem, Chen Yun replied promptly. Having already risen from the bed, since he had opted for the testing, he was equally eager to ascertain the extent of his powers. But I will need your cooperation. Absolutely. Coulson swiftly arranged for the necessary accommodations. Before long, a new trainer appeared before Chen Yun, a familiar face donning combat attire instead of a lab coat, Leo Fitz. Let us go, Chen Yun exclaimed, energized by the prospect of sparring with Fitz. This was a chance for him to release the frustrations he had bottled up that evening. With excitement coursing through him, he charged at Fitz. Though Fitz was a logistical personnel, he believed he possessed considerable skill. Thus, he approached the youthful Chen Yun's onslaught with a sense of nonchalance. However, underestimating his opponent proved to be a grave mistake, as Fitz soon faced a staggering blow. Eyes! Chen Yun shouted, and before Fitz could comprehend the situation, Chen Yun deftly evaded the attack, landing a powerful punch squarely on Fitz's eye. Ah! Fitz cried out in pain, only to hear Chen Yun's voice again. Abdomen. Upon hearing this, Fitz grimaced and quickly lifted his leg to kick Chen Yun away. Yet, like a fish gliding through water, Chen Yun nimbly dodged Fitz's determined strike. A sharp pain pierced through Leo Fez's abdomen, leaving him in a state of distress. His body contorted like a lobster being boiled, succumbing to the agony that engulfed him. At this moment, Leo Fez was utterly disheartened, no longer wishing to continue the test. Every attack had been evaded by his opponent, while he himself had become a mere target for relentless assaults. How could he possibly proceed? However, to his astonishment, before he could concede, Chen Yun shouted once more, Chin. In the depths of Leo Fez's despairing gaze, his chin seemed to present itself willingly. As he bent down, Chen Yun's knee surged upward. Could the test finally come to an end? Just as Leo Fez shut his eyes in anticipation of the impending pain, he was met with an unexpected relief. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Chen Yun's knee had halted mere inches from him. Past, Leo Fez exclaimed, as if liberated from a great burden. At that moment, Coulson entered the training room, applauding and praising. Your skills are indeed remarkable. I wonder if you possess any greater surprises in terms of abilities. Abilities? Chen Yun pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal his recently acquired Rushing Anywhere door. Unlike the divine perception he had exhibited earlier, this ability was one that was immediately visible. With this thought, Chen Yun calmly snapped his fingers. To the astonishment of all present, a security door materialized abruptly within the training room. Oh my goodness! Is this magic? Gazing at the door that had appeared out of thin air, Leo Fez disregarded his lingering pain and rushed to touch it. Truly miraculous. Coulson stood in shock. As a seasoned agent, he had encountered many abilities. Yet Chen Yun's was a first for him. The expressions of astonishment on the faces of those around him brought a smile to Chen Yun's heart, manipulating with his mind. The training room was illuminated by a cascade of unique lights. Doors of distinct designs were summoned and vanished continuously within the testing space. Chapter 13. This is simply astonishing. Grimacing in pain, Leo Fez, despite his injuries, was in awe as he touched the summoned door. The exquisite engravings and cryptic inscriptions adorned upon it clearly indicated that this was an ancient wooden door. After a lengthy search on his tablet, Leo Fez finally discovered its origins. It was a wooden door from the era of ancient Egypt, crafted entirely from cedar wood. It was of the same type used by Sneferu, the builder of the 4th dynasty. Does this skill have any limitations? Wondered the observant Gemma Simmons. Her thoughts far more intricate. Although she was equally astonished by Chen Yun's extraordinary abilities, her keen insight led her to pose her own inquiries. There were no restrictions. Chen Yun smiled. While he perceived this skill as somewhat trivial, its efficacy at this moment proved unexpectedly remarkable. Taking the tablet from Leo Fizz, Chen Yun began to search for various types of doors online. Upon glimpsing one particular door among the images he scrolled through, his eyes narrowed slightly. A smile gracing his lips as he snapped his fingers. Leo Fizz, still astonished by the exquisite cedarwood door, found that the original door had vanished in an instant. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he was confronted by a colossal structure that had abruptly materialized in the training room. Towering before him was a door forged of solid steel. It was no mere door. It resembled a vault door from a bank, far exceeding the conventional definition of a door. In the spacious training room, the imposing steel door, a full meter thick, occupied a significant area. Was this magic? Or an illusion? Leo Fizz instinctively rapped his knuckles against the door, only to be astonished to find it was indeed genuine steel. Chen, can we conduct a test? Unlike the researchers Leo Fizz and Gemma Simmons, the field operative Coulson swiftly discerned something amiss. In an instant, he recognized the true value of this extraordinary ability. To the weapons testing ground. As soon as Chen Yun nodded, Coulson urgently spoke, his expression grave as he exited the training room. You'll get used to it. Coulson can be a bit hasty at times, Leo Fizz remarked playfully, prompting Chen Yun to hastily follow him, still perplexed. Soon, they arrived at a vast open space. Can they really excavate such a large area within the building? Chen Yun wondered, and at Coulson's gesture, he summoned the enormous vault door once more onto the vacant ground. Tactical team, prepare. Leading everyone into the command room, Coulson issued orders through the communicator. Ready. Upon receiving confirmation from the other end, Coulson immediately commanded the attack to commence. With a resounding boom, a rocket soared into the air, arcing gracefully before crashing down heavily onto the vault door not far away. The explosion's shockwave instantly shattered the sturdy concrete surrounding the vault door, sending countless dust particles and smoke swirling into the air. Immediately following, another rocket was launched without hesitation. Chen Yun was left astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was the purpose of this? Were they aiming to blow up a fortification? However, in the next moment, he could not afford to ponder this any longer, for as the explosions echoed in succession, a multitude of dazzling red beams suddenly illuminated the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. Numerous laser-like rays commenced a relentless barrage aimed directly at the vault door. After the onslaught of rockets and laser beams ceased, a full 10 minutes passed before the smoke began to dissipate. When the vault door re-emerged into view, it was utterly ravaged, with only a cumbersome base remaining in place. Report. The enemy target has been destroyed. Chen Yun exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth? Ha! Upon hearing the news relayed through the communicator and surveying the scene at the weapons testing ground, Coulson burst into laughter. All right, let us hear the details. Target destroyed. 27 multi-purpose rockets deployed, laser cannon fired for 75 seconds. Astonishing. Though he had mentally prepared himself, Coulson was still taken aback by the report. I can summon even thicker doors, as long as my imagination can sustain it. As Coulson stood in speechless wonder, Chen Yun revealed another bombshell. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Coulson's demeanor shifted entirely. He envisioned a future scenario where, in the face of danger during a mission, Chen Yun conjured a massive door while he leisurely sheltered behind it seeking refuge. The more he contemplated, the brighter his eyes shone. However, the instincts of a seasoned agent soon compelled Coulson to silence himself. He gazed at Chen Yun with a grave expression. No, this extraordinary ability has its limits. You must remember, this vault door represents your threshold. Having delivered this solemn admonition, Coulson exited the testing ground, his demeanor brimming with excitement. All right, young man. Your ability is indeed formidable. Once Coulson departed, a distinctly displeased voice resonated from behind Chen Yun. Turning around, he found Melinda had reappeared without him noticing. At that moment, her face bore unmistakable signs of jealousy. Damn it, why don't I have any special abilities? She huffed, yet unlike the last time, Melinda did not walk away. Instead, she remained steadfastly at Chen Yun's side, as if acting as his bodyguard. If I were you, just as Gemma Simmons brought out a late-night snack specifically prepared to express her gratitude for Chen Yun's cooperation during the tests, the scene unfolded. Melinda suddenly interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm, reminding me that I would undoubtedly never choose to eat such a thing. Chen Yun felt somewhat bewildered. Yet under the expectant gaze of Gemma Simmons, he ultimately took a bite of the unidentifiable dish before him. Goodness! The moment the food touched his palate, Chen Yun was struck by the malice of the world. This was hardly food. How do you like it? This English dish is my signature offering. Gemma Simmons proclaimed with a beaming pride that created an illusion for Chen Yun. Could it be that my taste buds are deceiving me? With this thought lingering, he took another bite. Alas, the same familiar flavor persisted. Is there truly cuisine in England? At that moment, Chen Yun felt himself transformed into a new critic of English fare, just as he sat there, helplessly wielding his knife and fork against the dish. The timely arrival of Carlson came to his rescue. However, the first words out of Carlson's mouth left Chen Yun astonished. Chen, I extend to you a formal invitation. We would like you to join us. Chapter 14. As Chen Yun was escorted back by Carlson, within the headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. A bald man was observing Chen Yun's every move through surveillance. Under the illumination of the lights, his distinctive bald head gleamed brightly. As he watched, the man couldn't help but comment, "Oh, is this the Eastern martial arts? It seems even Melinda could best him. Haha, what a misfortune." With a hint of schadenfreude, the bald man mocked Leo Fitz, who had been sent flying by Chen Yun. After a while, the man's brow began to furrow in contemplation. To be honest, apart from the agile and handsome boy, he discerned no special abilities. Pondering to increase the intensity for Carlson after this, he continued to watch the monitor with casual indifference. However, when he witnessed Chen Yun summon various doors without incurring any cost, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He keenly realized the potential of this striking young man before him. In critical moments, this ability could be deemed invincible, coupled with superhuman reflexes. If he could match Melinda's prowess, who could possibly defeat him head-on? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, a glint of intrigue sparkled in the man's eyes, as he continuously assessed Chen Yun in his thoughts. For quite some time, the bald man had desired to employ a superhuman for his own purposes. Regrettably, these individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities either lack the requisite psychological fortitude or possess powers that are rather underwhelming. However, with the emergence of Chen Yun, this void has finally been filled. Upon realizing that Chen Yun exhibits no antisocial traits in his character, the bald man could hardly contain his excitement. Retrieving a thick project proposal from his drawer, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. At last, there was a candidate to initiate the plan. The proposal was tossed onto the desk, its lettering appearing exceptionally clear under the illumination. The word Avengers was inscribed prominently in the center of the cover. When Carlson contacted him via communicator, the bald man eagerly interjected before Carlson could speak, inviting him to join their ranks. He articulated his thoughts with fervor, asserting that the remuneration could be set at the highest standard. Carlson's face registered astonishment upon hearing the bald man's words. The highest salary in the agency was to be so easily bestowed upon a boy not yet 18? Such an absurdity left even the seasoned agent Carlson incredulous. What on earth was going on? It wasn't until he returned to Chen Yun's side and was prompted by him to address the matter that Carlson regained his composure. Casting a deep glance at Chen Yun, he ultimately resolved to adhere to the bald man's decision. After all, he held a strong affinity for this handsome young man with formidable abilities. An annual salary of $500,000. A status elevated to that of a level 6 agent. I agree. Faced with the allure of $500,000, Chen Yun, who had been financially strained to the point of needing loans for his education, did not hesitate to accept. Since you are still a student, daily attendance is not mandatory. As long as you can maintain communication, that suffices. With Chen Yun's agreement, Carlson continued, your uniform and ID badge are still in production. Once everything is ready tomorrow, I will take you to the headquarters, where the director will personally issue your directives. After a moment's thought, Carlson added, by the way, I forgot to mention, we just changed our name. The new name is S.H.I.E.L.D. The name had been altered today? Chen Yun nodded internally, teasingly remarking, that name certainly sounds much more pleasant. After chatting for a while longer, Carlson led Chen Yun to an empty bedroom. Informing him that he could rest there for the night, he then took his leave. As Chen Yun surveyed the room, he couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite being merely a small staff dormitory, it was remarkably well appointed. Although it is merely a single room, the space exceeds 100 square meters. The expansive living room and kitchen are capable of accommodating dozens of guests simultaneously. Upon entering the bathroom, the grandiose bathtub left Chen Yun in awe. How luxurious it is to have a private bath. As he reclined in the tub, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. After his bath, he entered the bedroom and comfortably laid down on the bed. A glance at the clock revealed that it was just past midnight. Sensing the notification from the system indicating that he could check in, Chen Yun smiled softly. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received today's special ability. Godly silence technique. Godly silence technique? How fortunate I am not a woman. Dressed in uniform. Chen Yun elicited repeated admiration from Coulson. The tailored uniform perfectly accentuated Chen Yun's sculpted physique. The smile on his face radiated confidence and vitality, making him appear strikingly heroic. With his fair skin, handsome features, and deep-set eyes, he resembled a beautiful youth straight out of a comic book. Has anyone ever told you? You could easily be a star. Coulson exclaimed in wonder, circling Chen Yun several times before recalling the purpose of his visit. Leading the way. They soon arrived before an oddly shaped aircraft. Each side of the plane boasted a massive turbofan engine, enabling the jet to take off and land vertically while maintaining control and balance. The array of weaponry displayed on the aircraft further revealed its menacing capabilities as a war machine. Chen Yun marveled at the technology-laden aircraft before him. Although he was aware that the technological advancements in this world were vastly uneven, with civilian technology resembling that of his previous world, the military and government wielded unprecedented technological prowess. Witnessing it firsthand, he realized he had underestimated this world. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the wealthy depend on technology. The Marvel universe does not deceive me. With a sigh of realization, Chen Yun followed Coulson onto the aircraft. In less than half an hour, they traversed several cities, arriving directly in Washington from New York. Upon disembarking, Chen Yun discovered their destination, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, the Triangular Wing Building. As a premier intelligence organization, S.H.I.E.L.D possesses secret bases around the globe. Yet only the Triangular Wing Building stands as their openly acknowledged headquarters. Placing their headquarters in a location known to all organizations signifies their fearless stance against any potential attacks. This also reflects the profound heritage of S.H.I.E.L.D. Greetings, Coulson. Ah, what a delight to see you, busy as ever. Along the way, Chen Yun encountered numerous individuals exchanging pleasantries, all directed towards Coulson, which indirectly highlighted the esteemed status of a senior agent. Witnessing Coulson, an agent of level 8, and his unique standing within S.H.I.E.L.D, Chen Yun felt a surge of envy. Responding to the greetings, the two entered the building's interior. While awaiting the elevator, a man with golden hair approached Chen Yun's side. Pierce, what brings you back? Unlike others, this man exuded an air of authority upon his arrival. He first assessed Chen Yun before shifting his gaze to Coulson. Is this the individual Fury sent you to find? Indeed, Director Pierce. Upon seeing the newcomer, Coulson's expression instantly turned grave, responding in an official tone, this is Chen Yun. Is that so? Pierce smiled faintly, refraining from further conversation, merely gazing straight ahead. Yet, Chen Yun acutely sensed that the murky depths of Pierce's eyes seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through one's soul. The elevator arrived swiftly, and upon reaching one of the floors, Pierce cast a half-smile at Chen Yun before stepping out. Phew, Coulson, who was that? Once Pierce departed, Chen Yun exhaled deeply. Alexander Pierce, the former director of the Bureau. Currently, he serves as the assistant to the head. Pierce? Chen Yun muttered the name, his expression becoming complex as he inquired. Does this former director have a history of stifling newcomers? Certainly not. Coulson chuckled in disbelief at Chen Yun's words and elaborated. He is a very busy man. The fact that he knows your name is thanks to the head's attention. Is that so? Chen Yun's face reflected a look of relieved perplexity. However, he remained inwardly vigilant. Although it was merely their first encounter, Pierce had managed to activate his extraordinary perception. It was worth noting that this skill only activated upon sensing imminent danger. As Chen Yun maintained his cautious stance, the elevator swiftly ascended to the 50th floor. Coulson guided Chen Yun out of the elevator. Upon exiting, they were greeted by a strikingly graceful woman, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit. Her alluring physique was accentuated to the point of seeming nearly ready to burst forth from the confines of her attire. Hello, Coulson, a beautiful woman greeted, her enchanting eyes scanning Chen Yun from head to toe. Where did you find this male model? Teasingly, she approached and playfully patted Chen Yun's face. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D, little one. Coulson, please refrain from teasing Chen Yun, he sighed, raising a hand to his forehead in exasperation. He is our new agent. Afterward, he introduced Chen Yun, saying, this is one of our most formidable agents at S.H.I.E.L.D, known as the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Oh, a lovely big sister. In response to Natasha's playful banter, Chen Yun could not remain indifferent. He smiled and remarked, ever since I joined S.H.I.E.L.D, I've heard tales of your beauty. Little brother, are you implying that aside from my looks, I possess nothing else that could capture your attention? Natasha. who was merely a decade younger than Captain America, was not just a pretty face. With a raised eyebrow, she discerned the undertone in Chen Yun's words. I did not imply that at all. I hold you in high regard. Faced with the renowned Black Widow's playful challenge, Chen Yun chose to remain silent. Humph. Natasha huffed in mild discontent before narrowing her eyes and advising, you certainly made quite the entrance, becoming a level 6 agent right off the bat. Many will be displeased. So prepare yourself. I will silence them, Chen Yun replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence. In both a mental and physical sense. They have but one choice, to obediently close their mouths. Seeing Chen Yun's confidence, Natasha's eyes sparkled, and she regarded him intently. Little brother, should anyone trouble you, feel free to invoke my name. I will protect you. After saying this, Natasha mentioned her intention to grab a bite to eat and turn to leave. She always behaves this way, Coulson shrugged, explaining to Chen Yun. After all, she is a top-tier agent. One tends to have certain quirks. While speaking, Coulson led Chen Yun to the entrance of an office. Chapter 15. Our little agent has arrived. Upon Chen Yun's arrival, Nick Fury displayed remarkable warmth. He elaborated on various protocols that agents must adhere to and personally guided Chen Yun through the onboarding process. After inputting his identity information into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, they collected his fingerprints and iris patterns. With the director's assistance, Chen Yun's identity verification was swiftly completed. Once all procedures were finalized, Chen Yun officially became a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Haha. Let us welcome the youngest level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. With a smile, Nick Fury handed the agent's credentials directly to Chen Yun, remarking that he had prepared a few surprises. You can confirm them in person shortly. After saying this, Nick Fury produced a tablet, pointed at an image displayed on its screen, and inquired, Chen, can you replicate this? After glancing at the image, Chen Yun smiled slightly and did not decline. With a snap of his fingers, a door exuding an ancient aura abruptly manifested within the office. The door was enigmatic and distant, emanating an undeniable pressure that slowly seeped through the cracks, its suffocating terror suggesting that mere proximity could result in instant annihilation. My goodness. He can truly accomplish it, Nick Fury thought, his heart trembling as he gazed at the door conjured by Chen Yun, instinctively touching the eye patch on his face. He suppressed his fear. He approached the door swiftly, examined it, and quickly exclaimed, this is it. Close the door immediately. Upon hearing Fury's command, Chen Yun promptly dismissed the door. Though it had only been present for a few seconds, the pressure it exuded left Chen Yun's heart racing. His extraordinary senses continuously alerted him to the immense danger it contained. Chen Yun resolved that unless his strength significantly increased, he would not summon that door again until he could withstand its might. Phew, what an extraordinary young man. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Nick Fury sighed in relief. He had never anticipated that Chen Yun could effortlessly summon such a terrifying door merely from a picture. This incident elevated Chen Yun's status and Nick Fury's eyes yet another notch. A slight display of his abilities had nearly frightened the S.H.I.E.L.D. director to death. Fury dared not allow Chen Yun to continue showcasing his powers. He guided Chen Yun to the sofa and began explaining the layout of the headquarters, ensuring that this new star of S.H.I.E.L.D. would not find himself lost. The training room is located on the 48th floor. If you wish to train, you may go there. At this point, Nick Fury hastily added, and please, do not experiment with anything like that again. Seeing Chen Yun nod, Fury continued, you are now a level 6 agent. As a level 6 agent, you have the authority to customize a combat suit in the weapons room located on the 9th underground floor. Additionally, you may select some handy weapons. Patting Chen Yun on the shoulder, Nick Fury smiled and said, you must understand, even the most skilled agents need weapons for protection. It is worth noting that when I first became an agent and was about to boast to Nick Fury about my past heroic deeds, the unassuming and quiet Coulson, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly spoke up, Boss, I have something to report. Casting an annoyed glance at Coulson, Nick Fury helplessly remarked to Chen Yun, I shall recount to you on another occasion how I ascended to the rank of a level 10 agent. If you have any matters to discuss, you may find Natasha on the 3rd floor. She will assist you. With that, Nick Fury directed a stern gaze towards Coulson. Damn it. Can't you see I'm explaining the agent's code to Chen? Hearing the roar in his vicinity, Chen Yun prudently chose not to linger, silently offering a prayer for Coulson. He promptly exited the office. Guided by memory, Chen Yun swiftly entered the elevator. Mimicking Coulson's actions, he placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. Welcome, Agent Chen Yun. Identity verification successful, the elevator announced, transforming the previously disabled red button into a vibrant green. However, upon observing the row of green buttons, Chen Yun furrowed his brow. The button for the 10th level beneath the ground remained red. With my clearance, I still cannot access it? Such mystery. I wonder what secrets lie hidden. With this perplexity in mind, the elevator descended further until it reached the 3rd floor. As the doors opened, Natasha, who had been waiting for quite some time, remarked with displeasure, "It seems Fury has high hopes for you." Upon Chen Yun's arrival at Nick Fury's office, Natasha had received the order to receive him. However, she did not anticipate that Chen Yun would take so long to descend from the upper floors. Patting Chen Yun on the shoulder, Natasha teased, "Little one, having made me wait so long, do you not owe me any form of compensation? How about a salted egg?" Chen Yun pondered for a moment before making a decision. "Black, then. It's settled." Natasha laughed at Chen Yun's implication. Her expression softened, replacing her previous displeasure with a smile as she waved her hand and led the way, taking Chen Yun, who was on the verge of starvation, to the S.H.I.E.L.D. cafeteria. Natasha helped him to gather some food before they sat down opposite each other at an empty table. "Little one, this atmosphere feels rather unfriendly, doesn't it?" After only a few bites, Natasha discreetly alerted Chen Yun while subtly gesturing towards their surroundings. Following the direction of Natasha's finger, Chen Yun's mood soured as he took in the scene around him. Ever since arriving at the cafeteria, he had sensed the pervasive air of hostility enveloping them. The colleagues dining beside him did not shy away from their comments about him. "Is this the sixth-level agent? A mere boy who hasn't even fully developed. Yet he has climbed to our heights. It's no wonder our director holds him in such high regard." Such idle chatter began to irritate Chen Yun, who initially tolerated it. However, these individuals not only voiced their disdain but also ceased their meals, turning their provocative gazes upon him. Even with his decent psychological fortitude, Chen Yun found it increasingly difficult to endure the weight of so many hostile stares. After surveying the room, he set down his knife and fork, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slammed it on the table. In an instant, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's mouths were forced shut. The crowd, speechless and bewildered, desperately tried to utter words. But it was as if a mute button had been pressed, rendering them voiceless. The restaurant was enveloped in profound stillness. Chapter 16. Inside the restaurant, a group of individuals stared at Chen Yun, wide-eyed and speechless. In that vast space, apart from the sound of Chen Yun calmly chewing, there was not a single other sound. Upon realizing that others shared the same fate, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Everyone instinctively covered their mouths. Monster. That word simultaneously flickered in their minds. An unknown fear loomed over them. They could hardly believe that the person they had just been disparaging possessed such power. Terrified, they gazed at Chen Yun, fearful that they might never speak again. Fortunately, Chen Yun's formidable silencing technique lasted only 10 seconds. As the time elapsed, Natasha, her expression one of disbelief, opened her mouth, only to discover she could speak once more. "This is one of my superpowers. Its function is to silence others." Just as Natasha was about to inquire further, she heard Chen Yun's explanation. With an astonished look, she curiously asked, "How did you know what I was going to ask? Do you possess other abilities? Can you read minds?" Casting a sidelong glance at Natasha, who was nervously clutching her chest, Chen Yun couldn't help but chuckle. "I can read faces," he replied, bemused. "You've practically written your questions on your face. Little rascal." Natasha shot him an irritated glare. She wanted to say more, but upon observing the still silent restaurant, she burst into laughter. "You frighten them. Goodness gracious. One can only wonder how many extraordinary abilities you possess," Natasha remarked with a hint of sarcasm before returning to her breakfast. Following this brief interlude, an eerie silence enveloped the dining area, with no one daring to discuss Chen Yun any further. Some even left the restaurant with grim faces, having barely touched their meals. After leisurely finishing his breakfast, Chen Yun finally disclosed his request to Natasha. "I seek a place with internet access to check if my salary has been deposited. Agent, today marks merely your first day on the job." Natasha responded, rendered speechless by Chen Yun's words. Initially, she had pondered what kind of treasure of a man Chen Yun might be, possessing a multitude of unique abilities. However, she was taken aback by his unconventional thought process. Just as she was about to continue her teasing, Chen Yun interjected, "If you wish, I can demonstrate my abilities once more." Natasha promptly closed her mouth, unwilling to endure that uncomfortable sensation of wanting to speak yet being unable to. Leading Chen Yun to an office, Natasha begrudgingly stated, "This is where you can access the internet." Chen Yun chose to disregard her attitude. After all, no one could impede his journey away from poverty. Oh, how soothing it is to behold the sight of money. Settling into a chair, Chen Yun immediately logged onto the website to check his account balance. Observing the numbers on the screen, he murmured joyfully to himself, realizing what Nick Fury's so-called surprise entailed. He had actually sent his salary in advance. The sight of his balance brought a broad smile to Chen Yun's face. "Goodness, I could just open your head," Natasha scoffed, remarking on his evident fondness for money. As she spoke, she continued to guide Chen Yun to the equipment development room. Upon reaching the entrance, a mischievous glint sparked in her eyes as she devised a plan to retaliate against Chen Yun for his earlier ambush with his abilities. She teased, "This is the fitting room. You'll need to strip down for measurements." If necessary, I can assist you. Natasha, the seasoned veteran, unleashed her playful banter, leaving Chen Yun flustered and shaking his head in embarrassment. Amidst her triumphant laughter, he stepped into the equipment room. However, as soon as he entered, Chen Yun was taken aback. What on earth? Is this an equipment development room or a leather jacket workshop? The walls were lined with leather jackets and pants, making him feel as though he had stumbled into a wholesale market for leather goods. Is this truly your aesthetic? He remarked, turning to the awkwardly silent equipment designer. Do you accept custom orders? I desire a unique set of gear. Subsequently, Chen Yun articulated his needs. I require a coat with a hood. Have you ever played Assassin's Creed? Yes, something akin to that. Additionally, I need trousers and combat boots. He meticulously noted Chen Yun's request in his notebook. The equipment specialist, with a peculiar expression, cautioned that donning such attire would hinder combat effectiveness. That is of no consequence, Chen Yun retorted dismissively, glancing disdainfully at the leather garments adorning the wall. Style is of utmost importance. He then added, once completed, please ship it to this address. Rest assured, you may opt for cash on delivery. I shall cover the shipping costs. After jotting down the address of his rental accommodation, Chen Yun promptly exited, leaving the equipment specialist in a state of bewilderment. Good heavens, such expensive gear, and it must be delivered by courier? He sighed, deciding to hasten the crafting process and have the liaison team deliver it. It took a while for the equipment specialist to regain his composure, all the while internally lamenting. Style is of utmost importance. As soon as Chen Yun stepped outside, Natasha's ethereal voice reached his ears. She gently ruffled Chen Yun's hair, silently guiding him to the final destination, the armory. Upon entering, before Chen Yun could fully absorb the array of splendid weapons surrounding him, Natasha removed a bracelet from her wrist, disengaging its mechanism, transforming it instantaneously into a spherical object. Placing the sphere in her palm, Natasha explained, this is my weapon. It can fire bullets and miniature explosives. It can also be equipped with tear gas canisters. Most importantly, it can unleash a high-voltage current of 30,000 volts, along with a widow's hook. With a gentle touch, a steel cable shot forth from the sphere, utilizing the steel nail at the end of the cable. It anchored firmly to the ceiling of the armory. This weapon, designed for climbing and infiltration, was nothing short of a miraculous tool. Retracting the cable, Natasha smiled and added, not to mention, it possesses an inconspicuous yet formidable offensive capability. The moniker Black Widow owes much of its reputation to this weapon. Hence, it is aptly named Widow's Sting. Impressive. I wonder how much it would cost to acquire such a remarkable weapon? The extraordinary nature of the weapon certainly captured Chen Yun's attention. However, Natasha was taken aback when Chen Yun vulgarized his unique weapon by associating it with monetary value. Humph, Natasha huffed, displaying an expression that suggested she had no desire to engage further with Chen Yun. Chapter 17. This is my custom-made weapon. Rolling her eyes, Natasha exclaimed, if you truly desire one, I could gift you a replica. Perhaps not. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yun ultimately declined Natasha's proposal. As a dashing young man and a distinguished level 6 agent, it felt rather incongruous to him to embark on missions wielding a widow's stiletto. He preferred the elegance of cold weapons. Cold weapons? Natasha exclaimed, her brows furrowing in astonishment. She had not anticipated that, even in the 21st century, there were still individuals who favored such armaments. With a hint of surprise, she inquired, what type of weapon do you desire? A dagger or perhaps a sword? Something that is both handy and cost-effective, Chen Yun replied without hesitation. You penny-pinching rascal, Natasha retorted, her expression turning stern. For us agents, a good weapon can, on numerous occasions, save our lives. After a brief pause, she asked with a peculiar expression, in your opinion, which holds more significance, a weapon or life? Life, of course. Chen Yun quickly clarified, raising his hands in exasperation to express his discontent with Natasha's implication that he valued money over his own existence. However, curiosity soon got the better of him, and he asked, by the way, how much is the death benefit at the agency? Damn it, Natasha muttered, utterly at a loss for words. To her, Chen Yun was not merely extraordinarily gifted, he was distinctly peculiar. Who in their right mind inquired about the benefits on their first day of work? Despite her bewilderment, Natasha remained dutiful. She eagerly approached him to assist in selecting a weapon. This sword is the latest technological marvel developed by the agency, she said, retrieving a blade that radiated a soft blue glow from the wall. The blade measured approximately 7 to 8 centimeters in length, its entirety exhibiting a translucent azure hue that refracted a dazzling sheen under the light. Its potency was formidable, and it was remarkably sharp. She placed the flying blade on the edge of the table, applying a slight force to it, effortlessly slicing through the corner. With just a gentle stroke, it can sever reinforced concrete, she explained, casting a glance at Chen Yun and shaking her head. However, since you lack experience with flying weapons, you'll have to use it as a dagger for now. Its weight is merely 20 grams. For your first use, you may select up to 10 of them. Receiving the flying blade, Chen Yun examined it closely. Crafted from metal and elongated in form, it resembled the beak of a bird of prey. At the gripping end, there was a button. Upon pressing it, the formerly azure blade instantaneously transformed into a silvery blue. A faint laser emanated from the blade, illuminating the air around it. Although faint, Chen Yun instantly sensed its formidable power, capable of slicing through gold and jade and cutting iron like mud. Conveniently, his custom combat suit featured a multifunctional belt. Nodding in satisfaction, Chen Yun accepted the 10 throwing blades handed to him by Natasha. After stowing away the blades, his gaze was drawn to a long sword. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a rare concealed sword. This concealed sword was a gift from the agency, presented in gratitude for the assistance provided by agents in capturing an escaped felon last year for the Assassin Brotherhood. Noticing Chen Yun's fascination with the concealed sword, Natasha glanced at him and explained that regrettably, few in the agency were skilled in the use of concealed swords, which was why it had remained unused until now. The times have changed. We now live in an era dominated by firearms. Chen Yun responded softly, reaching out to touch the concealed sword. Unlike the sleek, technologically aesthetic throwing blades, the surface of the concealed sword was adorned with a layer of metal as thin as a cicada's wing, and the hilt was engraved with an intricate, ancient pattern. This design, distinct from that of the staves wielded by sorcerers, exuded a lavish beauty reminiscent of a blooming rose. For some reason, Chen Yun felt an inexplicable familiarity with this concealed sword. Murmuring softly, he withdrew the sword from its sheath. As it emerged from the sheath, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing an involuntary shiver. Gripping the blade tightly, he focused on the patterns etched upon its surface. There, coiled in darkness, was a colossal dragon, its horns sharp and seemingly divine. Just a glance at it instilled a sense of dread. What a splendid sword! He flicked the blade, producing a clear, melodious sound, and smiled in admiration. Having acquired 2 weapons that caught his fancy, Chen Yun felt elated. Encouraged by Natasha's suggestions, he selected additional weapons. These would suffice. Satisfied with his haul, Chen Yun was about to leave when he paused. Under Natasha's puzzled gaze, he retrieved a lipstick from the corner. All set now, let us go. A lipstick gun? You still need that? Oh, this is a gift for my neighbor, Chen Yun casually replied, prompting Natasha's curiosity. Oh? I didn't expect you to have a girlfriend at such a young age. Not a girlfriend, just a roommate. As they exchanged banter, the two arrived at the weapons checkout point. Unlike the complimentary combat suits, the weapons from S.H.I.E.L.D. required payment. Of course, there were exceptions. Agents who made significant contributions could receive weaponry support at no cost. However, for Chen Yun, who had only been on the job for a mere day, this matter felt rather distant. A total of $1 million. After Natasha's persistent negotiations and subtle threats, the weapons Chen Yun ultimately selected cost him precisely $1 million. You stingy fellow, why are you not paying by spending $1 million? Natasha inquired, perplexed by Chen Yun's willingness to swipe his card without hesitation. Some expenses are simply necessary. He replied, Young man, my impression of you has certainly changed. What? Did everyone in the restaurant fall silent in an instant? In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters on the 50th floor, Nick Fury was taken aback upon hearing his subordinate's report. Pull up the restaurant's surveillance footage. Fury remained remarkably composed as he calmly accessed the footage on his computer. Once the video was displayed, he and Coulson leaned in closely, their eyes fixed on the small screen. As Chen Yun struck the table, the previously raucous sounds in the video abruptly ceased. Everyone's mouth seemed to be paused as if a button had been pressed, all closing in unison, not missing a second. Motherf. The 2 men in front of the tablet exchanged bewildered glances, utterly stunned. Chapter 18, including the time spent selecting weapons and equipment. Chen Yun had already been at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters for an entire morning. During this time, he discovered something rather peculiar. He seemed to have gained notoriety. Just like Coulson, every passerby unmistakably recognized him. However, unlike Coulson, not a single person greeted him. Instead, they quickened their pace with strange expressions, as if they had encountered some fearsome beast. Rushing past Chen Yun in a flurry. After causing such a commotion in the restaurant, how could they not fear you? Understanding Chen Yun's confusion, Coulson chuckled as he explained. I hear you've acquired a new nickname, the Silencer. The Silencer? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Chen Yun grumbled as he followed Coulson into the Quinjet. After a brief flight, he returned to Midtown. Your current status is essentially a position of a level 6 agent, albeit a rather idle one. Unless there are special circumstances, you can focus on your studies. If your assistance is required, I will notify you. With that, Coulson activated the aircraft, soaring away above Chen Yun's head. As a level 8 agent, he was indeed quite busy. If not for Chen Yun's extraordinary nature, he would never have been able to spare an entire day to accompany him. Gazing at the departing airplane, Chen Yun exhaled deeply. In a remarkably brief span, he had transformed from an ordinary student into a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even encountering several prominent figures he had only seen on television prior to his extraordinary journey, Such an experience felt nothing short of a dream. However, upon regaining his senses, Chen Yun realized that reality was, after all, harsh. That fool, Carlson. Looking around, Chen Yun was speechless to discover that Carlson had left him several kilometers away from his rented apartment, reluctant to allow a taxi to siphon off his hard-earned money. Chen Yun had no choice but to carry his 2 backpacks and walk back along the bustling street, dressed in his S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. The strikingly handsome Chen Yun attracted countless glances as he made his way. Hello, I'm an agent from Disha Corporation. Are you interested in signing with our company? I guarantee that with your signature, you will become the next Tom Cruise. After rebuffing yet another overzealous talent scout, Chen Yun sighed. Being handsome is such a hassle. If only I looked like an ordinary person. While lamenting his predicament, he hastened back and finally returned to his rented apartment before dinner. As he opened the door, he was greeted by S.H.I.E.L.D, who was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Hi, Chen. Upon seeing Chen Yun, S.H.I.E.L.D's face lit up, her previously dazed expression blossoming into a sweet smile. Following the incident at her father's bar, S.H.I.E.L.D had elevated Chen Yun's already esteemed status in her mind. His absence throughout the evening had left her feeling as though her soul had been lost, devoid of motivation to engage in any activity, simply waiting for his return. Chen, you haven't come back since last night. Where have you been? Faced with S.H.I.E.L.D's concerned inquiry, Chen Yun chose not to conceal much. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D had taken notice of him precisely because they had first discovered the genius hacker girl, S.H.I.E.L.D, and traced their interest back to him. According to Carlson, S.H.I.E.L.D would soon be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D as well. Since they were bound to be colleagues eventually, Chen Yun felt no burden in sharing. I joined an organization. Sitting beside S.H.I.E.L.D, Chen Yun recounted everything that had transpired after he had left the previous night, omitting only the detail of acquiring a system that granted him extraordinary abilities. You actually became an agent, S.H.I.E.L.D exclaimed, her face reflecting disbelief as she listened to Chen Yun's account. Her mouth slightly agape, she marveled. That's incredibly cool. The focus should not be here, right? Chen Yun, bewildered, inquired, don't you want to know what my special ability is? What superpower do you possess? S.H.I.E.L.D asked nonchalantly, then eagerly began to explore the agent's uniform that Chen Yun was wearing. Is this the agent's attire? It looks quite stylish. Chen Yun, exasperated, brushed off S.H.I.E.L.D's inappropriate touch and replied stiffly, my ability is, you should figure it out for yourself. With that, he rose from the sofa and rummaged through the bag he had brought back, producing a lipstick gun. This is a gift for you. A gift for me? S.H.I.E.L.D's cheeks flushed as she gazed at the lipstick in Chen Yun's hand. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of shyness as she glanced down at her own ample figure. Why are you suddenly giving me a present? Of course. If I see something suitable, I must gift it to you, Chen Yun responded, puzzled. Oh. Hearing Chen Yun's explanation, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a slight easing of her mood. However, she soon noticed Chen Yun twisting open the lipstick cap, revealing her favorite light pink shade. This is how you should use it. Before Chen Yun could finish explaining the lipstick gun's usage, it was snatched away by S.H.I.E.L.D, her face flushed, watching her hurriedly retreat to her room. Chen Yun was left utterly perplexed. Was this an expression of affection or disdain? I haven't even explained how to use it yet. Meanwhile, in her room, S.H.I.E.L.D's cheeks were still crimson. Her heart raced as she pressed her lovely face against the door, quietly listening to Chen Yun's footsteps approaching. Yet, after waiting for some time, she heard no knock at her door. Damn that oblivious man. Disappointed, she grumbled to herself when suddenly Chen Yun's voice reached her ears. However, upon hearing his words, S.H.I.E.L.D was left speechless. Regardless of whether you like it or not, since you accepted it, you must do me a favor tonight. Humph. After waiting at the door for what felt like an eternity, all Chen Yun received was a soft huff. What did that even mean, agreement or disagreement? Confused about S.H.I.E.L.D's true feelings, Chen Yun shook his head with a wry smile and returned to his own room, his backpack in tow. What a fool. Listening to the sound of Chen Yun's departure, S.H.I.E.L.D felt a mix of anger and urgency. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her reflection, still as radiant as ever. Yet, Chen Yun had shown no reaction at all. The thought of it made her teeth clench in frustration. Am I not pretty enough? Grasping the lipstick Chen Yun had gifted her, S.H.I.E.L.D murmured, what strategy should I employ to deal with such a dense man? Chapter 19. Sigh. Upon returning to his room, Chen Yun let out a sigh. He was, of course, not an unyielding man. Yet, at the age of 17. Whether before or after his journey, he was filled with youthful fervor. Having finally acquired the system, his mind was solely occupied with passion and the earnest desire to become a hero. It was precisely this spirit that imbued Chen Yun with such vitality, drawing the attention of those around him. After tidying up the items he had brought back, Chen Yun made his way to the kitchen. Observing the sparse ingredients in the cupboard, he frowned and retrieved a block of tofu. He meticulously cut the tofu into uniformly sized pieces and began to prepare the meal. By 8 o'clock in the evening, a sumptuous dinner had graced the dining table. She ran. Dinner is ready, Chen Yun called out while standing before Zhao Shiran's door. However, after waiting for quite some time, there was no response from within. Alas, am I to dine alone? How can I possibly finish both the mapo tofu and the stir-fried pork with green peppers? He smiled to himself, speaking aloud to the unresponsive door. Leave me some tofu. As anticipated, the door swung open immediately. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Shiran emerging, her face flushed. Serve me a bowl of rice. She huffed, casting a glance at Chen Yun. Without hesitation, Chen Yun hurriedly brought the rice over and placed it before her. How is it? Is it acceptable for you to indulge tonight? Seemingly treating the rice as a stand-in for Chen Yun himself, Zhao Shiran took a fierce bite. Her cheeks slightly reddened as she shot him a glare of feigned anger. Seeing her acquiescence, Chen Yun could not help but feel elated. Ever since his solitary venture into the Queen's district, which yielded no rewards, he had resolved to assemble a small team of his own. This way, he could indulge in his superhero fantasies while having a support crew behind him. Thus, upon learning that Zhao Shiran was a brilliant hacker, he had been incessantly eager to recruit her into his team. Now that his wish had come to fruition, Chen Yun could not suppress a grin. Damn that oblivious man. Zhao Shiran silently derided him in her heart. Follow me. After finishing their meal, Zhao Shiran led Chen Yun into her room. Under Chen Yun's astonished gaze, she pushed aside the sofa, revealing a concealed door. As they entered the small room, Chen Yun was taken aback. Inside, there were 4 or 5 computers, and astonishingly, screens were mounted everywhere within the cramped space. Didn't he expect this, did you? Zhao Shiran said, taking a seat and merely clicking the mouse a few times. In an instant, all the monitors transformed into live footage of the streets of New York City. This was half of New York's surveillance imagery. A confident smile blossomed on Zhao Shiran's face as she declared, if I wished, I could control the entire New York. Casting a glance at the prideful Zhao Shiran, Chen Yun couldn't help but silently marvel. Truly, she was a prodigious hacker, favored by S.H.I.E.L.D. With this skill alone, she had surpassed the vast majority of hackers worldwide. As the combat suit from S.H.I.E.L.D. was not yet ready, Chen Yun simply donned an oversized trench coat, topped with a hat that obscured all but his chin. Here, take this. It can help me pinpoint your location using the surveillance. Chen Yun remarked with a smile as he accepted the headset Zhao Shiran handed him. I had no idea you were this capable. Let us set forth. Of course. Before Zhao Shiran could finish her sentence, Chen Yun leaped from her window. Heavens! We're on the top floor. Zhao Shiran gasped, startled, and hurried to the window. Peering down, she spotted Chen Yun standing on a transparent glass door just below the window ledge. Since we formed a team, shouldn't we come up with a striking name? With a mischievous grin, Chen Yun inquired of the now pale Zhao Shiran. Go to hell. Startled by the sudden outburst, Zhao Shiran angrily slammed the window shut. With a chuckle, Chen Yun remained suspended midair, stretching his limbs. As he warmed up, a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Let us begin. With that, he took off running. Under the control of his mind, with each step he took, a new glass door appeared beneath his feet. In that moment, it felt as though he were soaring through the sky. Are you out of your mind? Although Zhao Shiran was well aware of Chen Yun's penchant for parkour, witnessing this scene on the surveillance still sent chills down her spine, prompting her to gasp in astonishment. Was extreme parkour no longer sufficient to satisfy him? As she watched Chen Yun's perilous aerial antics, Zhao Shiran pondered silently. By the way, there's a popular game lately. I could create a cheat for him. If I could ensure he played every day, wouldn't that allow him to release some of his pent-up energy? Resolutely, Zhao Shiran decided that she could not let him remain idle. This is far too dangerous. Watching Chen Yun dash through the darkened sky with bated breath, Zhao Shiran suddenly spotted a red signal source on the monitor. By infiltrating the signal near its source, she overheard a voice exclaiming, "Help! Someone has stolen my handbag. Please relax, madam. Could you provide a detailed description of the criminal's appearance? He is a Caucasian male, approximately in his 20s, brandishing a knife. Furthermore, he is wearing a mask." Upon hearing the conversation, Zhao Shiran's eyes brightened as she pressed the communicator, reporting, Chen Yun, I have identified a robber. A Caucasian male, around 20 years old, wearing a mask, armed with a knife. While speaking, Zhao Shiran's fingers flew across the keyboard. The information from the caller immediately appeared on her computer screen. The informant was an African-American woman, likely just off work given her profession. As she conveyed this information, Zhao Shiran unleashed her hacking prowess. After locating the informant, she swiftly accessed the surveillance footage from the crime scene. She had pinpointed the location of the crime. It was on the street to your left, high above, standing calmly several stories in the air. Chen Yun shifted his gaze to the street as Zhao Shiran provided him with the crime location. Soon enough, he spotted the fleeing criminal. Please check the agent's positions. I do not wish to be captured alongside the criminal. After relaying this to Zhao Shiran, Chen Yun leaped from his lofty perch, plunging down from the height of the building. With a mere thought, a series of glass doors materialized smoothly beneath his feet, forming a transparent glass slide. With no obstructions in sight, Chen Yun descended swiftly from the heavens. After a graceful glide, he hurtled towards the criminal. Damn, what is happening? The fleeing criminal, initially in flight, was suddenly captivated by the rapidly approaching figure from above. Before he could react, a foot appeared before him in an instant. With a resounding thud, the bewildered criminal was knocked unconscious by Chen Yun's descending kick, securing the incapacitated criminal with ropes against a fire hydrant. Chen Yun retrieved the red handbag that had fallen to the ground. Hurry up, the agents will arrive in a minute. Hearing this through his earpiece, Chen Yun draped the handbag around the criminal's neck. Having completed his tasks, he nonchalantly slipped into a nearby alley, vanishing from the scene before the agents arrived. Chapter 20. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Throughout the entire evening, all those committing crimes in Queens found themselves unfortunate. Unlike his previous solitary venture, Chen Yun now had the brilliant hacker S.H.I.E.L.D, who could monitor the streets at any moment and infiltrate the agent's communication network, assisting him. Chen Yun's efficiency soared, causing chaos throughout the entire Queens area. In just a single night, Chen Yun single-handedly filled the detention center in Queens to capacity. Moreover, due to Chen Yun's remarkable activity, some even captured footage of him dashing through the sky. Although the image quality was not crystal clear, it nonetheless evoked awe and wonder. During the apprehension of criminals, Chen Yun further honed his extraordinary abilities, mastering them with increasing finesse and ease. As the clock struck midnight, after a night of relentless toil, Chen Yun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Leaning against the wall in an alley, he heard a notification sound in his mind. Chen Yun chose to access his system once more. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received today's extraordinary ability, 7th Hokage's Sharingan. The Sharingan. Upon seeing this newly acquired power, Chen Yun's heart leaped with joy. After all, the anime Naruto, affectionately dubbed I-Technique Ninja, featured the legendary Sharingan, whose formidable prowess was deeply etched in Chen Yun's memory. However, his joy was short-lived. The preceding words, 7th Hokage, caused his expression to darken instantaneously. The 7th Hokage? How could Naruto possess the Sharingan? Staring at the acquired ability, Chen Yun's face turned as dark as charred. Never mind, let's give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yun activated the extraordinary ability. The moment it was unleashed, he felt a slight warmth in his eyes. Then, there was nothing. This outcome left Chen Yun in stunned silence. This was his first failure to activate an extraordinary ability. He hurriedly attempted several more times, but to no avail. Ultimately, Chen Yun had no choice but to abandon his efforts. Assessing his physical state, he acknowledged his fatigue and recognized that he could no longer continue his righteous endeavors. With that, Chen Yun decided to cease his activities for the time being and headed back to his rented apartment. After greeting Zhao Shiran upon his return, he quickly entered the bathroom to shower, washing away the sweat that clung to him from vigorous exertion. Emerging with a towel around his head, he found Zhao Shiran engrossed in the television in the living room. Aren't you fond of watching television? He inquired. Of course not, Zhao Shiran replied casually, then, with a hint of mystery, added, but there's someone familiar on TV. Familiar? Who? As Chen Yun settled onto the sofa, his gaze flicked to the television. To his astonishment, the familiar person Zhao Shiran spoke of was none other than himself. The screen displayed footage of Chen Yun soaring through the sky, racing against time. Although the image quality was exceedingly blurry, one could distinctly discern that it depicted a human being. When the scene shifted back, a reporter holding a microphone appeared on screen. This is New York television. What on earth is happening with humans running through the sky? We have interviewed several witnesses on site. Cool. Absolutely amazing. The camera captured a bespectacled man, who, with exuberance, shouted into the microphone. He just descended from the sky and apprehended a criminal. Wow. He is truly my idol. Indeed. The detention center in Queens is overflowing tonight, all thanks to him. He is a hero. The frame then included a portly African-American woman. He helped me retrieve my handbag. The woman beamed as she raised her red handbag high. Thank you all for participating in the interview. Now let us move on. Groaning in frustration, Chen Yun turned off the television and lay back on the sofa, feeling disheartened. He only wished to combat crime and uphold justice. Unlike Chen Yun, Zhao Shiran was bubbling with excitement. As a hacker who could only remain in the shadows, her naturally lively personality forced her to act discreetly. However, witnessing Chen Yun team up with her and appear on television in just one night made her heart race with exhilaration. Not only that, they even gave you a nickname. Zhao Shiran exclaimed dramatically. Nickname? Chen Yun tilted his head in confusion, glancing at the tablet in Zhao Shiran's hand. Batman is on the prowl. No more criminals in Queens. At a glance, Chen Yun noticed the eye-catching headline, accompanied by an image of him soaring through the skies. In that fleeting moment, as his trench coat billowed in the wind, he resembled a bat in flight. See? Doesn't it look like Batman? Zhao Shiran retrieved a comic book image of Batman and placed it beside Chen Yun's photograph, excitedly declaring, "If you're Batman, then I, as the logistics personnel, must be Catwoman, right?" "Such nonsense," Chen Yun remarked, exasperatedly observing the overly enthusiastic Xiao "Batman? The silencer sounds far better." "The silencer? When did you acquire that nickname?" Xiao huffed, playfully rolling her eyes, her expression slightly displeased. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden force interrupted her words. "MMM. MMM." Xiao, perplexed, watched her long, graceful legs bounce in frustration. "This is the silencer." Upon uttering these words, Chen Yun hurriedly retreated to his bedroom. In the instant the door closed, a pillow soared directly toward him. "Damn, how many abilities does this guy possess?" Xiao muttered in astonishment as she hurled the pillow at Chen Yun. Simultaneously, on the other side of the Queen's district, Peter was at home, engrossed in the television news. When he beheld the footage of Chen Yun soaring through the sky, his eyes widened in awe. "So incredibly cool," he exclaimed enviously. "I wish I could be as powerful as him." "Peter, it's time for bed," came Aunt May's urging voice from outside. Peter quickly turned off the television and prepared to go to sleep. However, just as he stood up, he recalled Chen Yun's words, 100 push-ups every day. If you persist, your body will gradually strengthen. Glancing at his frail physique, a spark of determination ignited in Peter's eyes. With renewed resolve, he dropped to the floor and began his push-ups. Chapter 21. Ugh. This is incredibly difficult, Peter Parker gasped, barely managing to complete 30 push-ups. Nevertheless, maintaining a positive mindset, he endeavored to keep a steady rhythm. After dividing his efforts into 3 sets, he was drenched in sweat. His face flushed, and his body felt as heavy as lead. Yet, driven by his trust in Chen Yun, Peter resolved to press on. If I can keep this up for a few more days, I should soon become stronger. By the time he finished his push-ups, it was already midnight. Peter quickly climbed into bed, knowing he had to attend a seminar at Oscorp the following day. The next morning, as soon as he awoke, Chen Yun sensed that things had spiraled out of control. Reports about Batman were flooding in from every direction, both on his phone and television. The most captivating of all was undoubtedly the footage of him running through the air. So impressive. So cool. Is this what a superhero looks like? Silently, he turned off the comments on his phone, hoping to change his mood by exercising downstairs. However, as he exited his rental and passed the landlord's booth, he realized the extent of his newfound fame. Even the newspapers had placed his Batman escapade on the front page, accompanied by a striking image of him in a billowing trench coat, paired with an eye-catching headline. It is as if one were to stamp a definitive conclusion on Chen Yun, the Batman of the real world. These past few days, he must refrain from taking any action. At the very least, he ought to wait until the fervor subsides. While exercising, Chen Yun contemplated this in silence. Fortunately, the weekend had arrived, sparing him from the rigors of school. He had long anticipated that upon returning to school, the discussions among his classmates would undoubtedly revolve around the Batman incident. However, it seems that this week, Chen Yun had scarcely attended school at all. Tardiness had become a commonplace occurrence, compounded by yesterday's escapade. Yesterday he had visited the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D, resulting in a blatant absence from class. Moreover, the professor who had consistently made his life difficult had, inexplicably, not sent a single text message regarding his tardiness or absence. Another silver lining to avoiding school was the condition of his eyes. Ever since he acquired the so-called 7th Hokage Sharingan, a skill Chen Yun deemed rather useless, he had begun to notice a gradual transformation over time. His eyes had turned crimson, and everything he observed seemed to slow down simultaneously. Anything that entered his line of sight would immediately decelerate, as if time itself were being stretched. Furthermore, his visual acuity and perception had significantly enhanced compared to before. Alas, there was no option to disable this power. After a morning of diligent exploration, Chen Yun had yet to discover a method to control the activation of his abilities. To make matters worse, his eyes had taken on a strikingly red hue, reminiscent of conjunctivitis, compelling him to don sunglasses early in the day. Just as he was grappling with this predicament, Chen Yun's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw that the caller was none other than his current superior, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Should I address you as Chun or Batman now? You certainly stirred quite a commotion. Nick Fury's teasing voice resonated through the line as soon as he answered. I had no choice. Who could have anticipated that I would be captured on camera? And to be dubbed Batman, no less. Chen Yun found himself both amused and exasperated by Nick Fury's words. It was somewhat disheartening to realize that such a trivial matter had reached the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. Had he known this would transpire, he would have dressed more discreetly and avoided the throngs of people to prevent being photographed. No worries, the military and government are envious of our S.H.I.E.L.D. for having such an agent. Nick Fury's spirits were high. The thought of the inquiries he had received from the military and government brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. For within the trench coat, Chen Yun had not even removed his S. S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Although his true identity remained concealed, the activities of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could hardly escape the watchful eyes of the military and government, who had eyes everywhere. The fact that one of his agents had garnered significant attention, even earning the moniker of the comic book hero Batman, was surely a source of delight for Nick Fury. I almost forgot the important matter at hand. There is a mission tonight, and if you are available, you may participate. After a brief jest, Nick Fury cleared his throat and spoke with a grave tone. What mission could possibly require my involvement as a new agent? Chen Yun inquired, perplexed, as he had barely been on duty for a day. Fear not. This mission is primarily under Hawkeye's command. You simply need to assist him from the sidelines, Nick Fury reassured, sensing Chen Yun's apprehension. The objective is rather straightforward. The mob boss, Kingpin, has secretly smuggled a shipment of arms through a channel unknown to us. He has been somewhat restless, and we need to teach him a lesson. It seems your true target is that shipment of arms, Chen Yun remarked, incredulous. Isn't teaching a gangster a lesson outside the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Haha. Nick Fury chuckled, caught off guard by Chen Yun's astute observation. However, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would not allow himself to be perturbed by such trivialities. Instead, he responded with composure, of course, the weapons must be retrieved. As for Kingpin, a smile graced Nick Fury's face as he recalled Black Widow Natasha's observations regarding Chen Yun. He has been profiting from money that does not rightfully belong to him. After all, money? The mere mention of the word brightened Chen Yun's spirits, prompting him to eagerly inquire, is there a bonus for successfully completing this mission? Indeed, $100,000. Nick Fury replied with a sly smile, having anticipated Chen Yun's question. Moreover, to celebrate your new moniker, I shall provide you with a complimentary set of combat gear. $100,000? Chen Yun's mood soared at the figure Nick Fury had disclosed. I never expected such a sum. If the agency is facing budget constraints, I could offer you a discount. I'll make sure to personally give you a discount next time. Nick Fury retorted playfully. However, beyond the meager bonus, the allure of Kingpin's arsenal was far more enticing. If the mission is executed exceptionally, an additional $100,000 may be awarded. Chapter 22. After ending the call, Chen Yun felt elated. This was $100,000. And if the mission went well, it could amount to $200,000. Upon contemplating a task that promised such substantial rewards, he even hummed a tune with delightful enthusiasm while performing pull-ups. It was at this moment that Chen Yun suddenly perceived a notable alleviation of his supernatural side effects. What could this mean? Confounded, he surveyed his surroundings and indeed observed a mitigation of his discomfort. Realizing this, he hastily returned to his rented apartment. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection and was elated to discover that the once vibrant crimson hue in his eyes had significantly faded. But I have done nothing, he thought. His brow furrowed, his emotions tangled. Then, to his astonishment, his eyes reverted to their previous red state. Could this transformation be the catalyst? Chen Yun's heart stirred with curiosity. He promptly dashed to the living room and retrieved a tape of a comedic film, inserting it into the antiquated VCR, which emitted a cacophony of unpleasant sounds. The television flickered to life, showcasing the movie. Haha. As the plot unfolded, Chen Yun found himself laughing along. His previous despondency stemming from the Batman incident dissolving into lightness. Gradually, the film, which had been playing in slow motion, began to revert to normal speed. Indeed, it was the state of his emotions. The activation of his Sharingan was governed by his feelings. Upon discovering the means to control this ability, Chen Yun felt a surge of vitality. After several attempts, he successfully discerned how to toggle his Sharingan. When feeling downcast or enraged, the Sharingan would activate conversely. When calm or joyful, it would deactivate. With this newfound capacity to control the switch, Chen Yun had thoroughly mastered his supernatural prowess. When his Sharingan was engaged, both his static and dynamic vision experienced tremendous enhancement. It was not an exaggeration to say it increased exponentially. Whatever transformations he wished to observe were laid bare before his eyes. Even the most minuscule of insects could not escape his gaze, allowing him to react with remarkable speed. Stepping onto the balcony, Chen Yun activated his powers, directing his focus towards distant pedestrians. As he concentrated, he could discern every subtle detail of their movements. To employ a metaphor, it was akin to watching a film in slow motion. This sensation was extraordinary. At that moment, he stood at the edge of the balcony. Surrounded by emptiness, the wind howling past his ears. Everything within his line of sight was under his command. A small cat teetering on the brink of falling from the rooftop, and a bus that had just passed, now preparing to halt. A vigilant mouse on the brink of being ensnared by a trap was acutely aware of its surroundings. Every subtle shift did not escape its keen perception. Although these minor changes posed no real threat to him, Chen Yun maintained a precise understanding of their trajectories. What did this signify? As long as he so desired, he could effortlessly discern any movements from his adversaries. Simultaneously, he was capable of making accurate predictions and formulating defenses. After a series of experiments, a slight dizziness overcame Chen Yun. Upon regaining his focus, he realized that it was merely his body lagging behind his eyes, resulting in a natural reaction. Indeed, this imitation of the Sharingan had its side effects. What a farce the Sharingan was, lacking even a single tomo. It should be dubbed the Red Eye Affliction. After a brief moment of exasperation, Chen Yun ceased his supernatural training. Just as he settled onto the sofa, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered that his combat uniform had arrived. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his apartment with 2 packages, one large and one small, containing his customized combat attire and weaponry. Inside were a voluminous hooded trench coat, trousers, and a neatly arranged pair of boots. To his surprise, he also found a Batman-style mask nestled within the packaging. Was this the complimentary gift Nick Fury had mentioned? Clad in the complete uniform, with the free Batman mask adorning his face, Chen Yun could not shake the feeling that he was embodying the very essence of the Dark Knight. With a sigh, he opened the other package, revealing the weaponry he had previously selected. As anticipated, Nick Fury, that benevolent soul, had added some extra items. The small box was filled to the brim with bat-shaped shurikens, taking up more than half of the space. Thank you. Since it was complimentary, Chen Yun had no qualms about accepting it. He retrieved a bat shuriken, placing it in his palm for a closer examination. It appeared lighter and slimmer than an ordinary dagger, and its surface bore a metallic sheen that felt quite pleasant to the touch. However, how was one supposed to use it? Chen Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation. Should he throw the bat shuriken like in the movies? Casually, he hurled the shuriken at a cushion on the sofa. In an instant, a shadow flitted by, and the sofa was left with a sizable hole. Staring at the fallen bat shuriken on the floor, Chen Yun was left dumbfounded. I truly do not wish to become Batman. Yet, it was undeniably exhilarating. Contentedly setting the bat shuriken aside, Chen Yun retrieved his hidden blade. As he swung his arm, the surroundings seemed to be enveloped in a dazzling silver light. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, even if Chen Yun is not particularly adept with a sword, he can accurately strike at weaknesses, those critical vulnerabilities, such as the heart or skull. In such circumstances, even unparalleled martial prowess cannot evade the blow, unless one possesses an exceptionally robust physique capable of withstanding or even being immune to Chen Yun's onslaught. The cloak is rather lengthy. After some experimentation, Chen Yun found himself quite satisfied with the ensemble, aside from the length of the trench coat. It seems necessary to establish a stylish spin to prevent the cloak from awkwardly slapping against his face. Furthermore, it appears to have caused considerable damage to the furniture. Gazing at the scattered remnants of his belongings, Chen Yun lamented softly, wondering if S.H.I.E.L.D might cover the expenses incurred from this training mishap. Wow, this place is truly remarkable. At Oscorp Tower, Peter Parker gazed around with envy. Not only was there advanced technology, but also a myriad of animals available for experimentation. It was undoubtedly the perfect internship for a studious individual like him. Moreover, he had heard that Gwen also intended to intern here. With this thought, Peter felt his cheeks flush as he discreetly glanced at the goddess beside him. How wonderful it would be if the two of them could work together here. Just as Peter indulged in this daydream, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, as if something had stung him. He quickly rubbed his neck, but found nothing amiss. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he discovered a deceased spider at his feet. What on earth? Is that a spider? Chapter 23. Are you planning to demolish the house? Zhao Shiran stared at the living room, which appeared to have been ravaged by a tornado, her expression darkening. Seeing the awkward Chen Yun before her, she could no longer contain her frustration and shouted, Chen Yun, you are truly a scoundrel. I will take responsibility for purchasing new furniture. Her furious demeanor instantly subdued Chen Yun, who had intended to continue his weapon trials. He dared not linger, leaving a hasty remark before swiftly vacating the scene. Carrying a bag filled with combat gear and weaponry, Chen Yun boarded the bus heading to his father's bar. Can't you just buy a car? You're an agent now, a superhero with the moniker of Batman. Why are you still taking the bus? The incessant chatter of Zhao Shiran echoed from his phone. Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and silently ended the call, reflecting on the predicament. It wasn't that he was unwilling to upgrade. Rather, he had spent all his funds on weaponry. Despite having a significant amount of cash, his financial resources were quite limited. He needed to focus on completing his mission. The prize could amount to $1 or $2 million. With such a sum, one could contemplate upgrading their residence and vehicle. Lost in thought, the bus arrived at Hell's Kitchen. At the Old Man S bar, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, was meticulously polishing his cane, tending to his daily weapon maintenance. Suddenly, his ears perked up, catching the faint sound of footsteps. He lifted his head, straining to listen to the subtle noises emanating from the rooftop, and his expression shifted. Grasping his cane, he cautiously exited the bar through the back door. No sooner had he stepped outside than he heard a swift whoosh. His ears attuned, he discerned an object hurtling towards him. Quickly sweeping his cane, Matt deflected the incoming projectile to the ground. Having thwarted this attack, he positioned his cane defensively across his chest, bracing for another assault from above. It seemed his injuries had nearly healed. Dressed in combat attire, Chen Yun leaped down from the rooftop, landing directly beside Matt. "Matt, hello. It's you." Recognizing Chen Yun's voice, Matt felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lowering his cane, he chuckled. "I had no idea you were of Eastern descent. That is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we are allies." Seeing the genuine smile on Matt's face, Chen Yun reciprocated with a faint grin. "Moreover, I have acquired my own moniker. When out in the field, you may refer to me as Batman. Tonight, I have an important mission. Would you care to join?" Pausing for a moment, Chen divulged the objective of their endeavor. "Our target this time is Wilson Fisk." At the mention of that name, shock washed over Matt's features. Capturing the notorious kingpin, infamous in Hell's Kitchen, had long been his aspiration. Faced with Chen Yun's invitation, Matt swiftly made his decision. "Wait for me." With that, he hurried back into the bar. Before long, clad in a form-fitting red suit, the vigilante daredevil reappeared before Chen Yun, accompanied by a blue Ford vehicle. "What?" Caught off guard, Chen Yun was beckoned by Matt to get into the car, staring vacantly as Matt ignited the engine. Under Matt's deft control, the car roared to life. "Your eyes?" Astonished, Chen Yun watched as Matt maneuvered the vehicle down the street. A blind man driving? He had a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet he dared not voice them, fearing the potential fallout of a headline proclaiming the tragic demise of two superheroes in a car accident. Due to chemical agents? "My eyes have been this way since childhood." Sensing Chen Yun's concern, Matt smiled and explained that this was precisely the reason. Although he had lost his sight, his other senses had become remarkably acute. Perhaps this could be considered a form of compensation. With a self-deprecating smile, Matt turned his face toward Chen Yun and continued. "You remind me of a friend I have, the Punisher, Frank. He lost his wife and children at the hands of the mafia. Like you, he never leaves any enemies alive." Chen Yun nodded but refrained from speaking, wary of distracting the driver, who was both blind and driving without looking at the road. Fortunately, Chen Yun's apprehension proved unnecessary. Matt drove steadily, and they safely arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the dock that was their target, Matt stopped the car from a considerable distance. "There are many people ahead," he said, his expression grave, "and they are all armed." Chen Yun immediately exited the vehicle, standing by the roadside as he gazed in the direction indicated by Matt. Indeed, a group of heavily armed individuals patrolled around the dock. "Stay hidden, and do not let the enemy spot you." As Chen Yun scanned the surroundings, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Startled, he turned towards the source yet saw no one. It was not until a shadow slowly emerged from the darkness that he recognized the identity of the newcomer. The massive bough slung across the shadow's back confirmed his identity. Clint Francis Barton, famously known as Hawkeye, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's elite agents. "Are you Chen Yun?" he asked, scrutinizing Chen Yun with a lowered voice. "It seems your skills as an agent need further honing. Hurry and take cover before those weapons arrive. Do not expose yourself to the enemy's gaze." Casting a glance at the blind Matt, Barton added, "Your senses are sharp, but this is a S.H.I.E.L.D. mission. If detected, you must leave immediately." He tossed earpieces to both men before swiftly retreating to conceal himself against a rocky outcrop. Matt quietly crouched in the shadows. With his super senses, he could effortlessly detect where the enemy's gaze fell, making it child's play to remain hidden. Observing the two in action, Chen Yun did not remain idle. He summoned a transparent glass door and began to climb upward. In no time, he ascended to a height of several dozen meters. Under the cover of the dark night, Chen Yun, concealed in the skies above, was the least likely to be discovered among the three. Concealed in the skies, Chen Yun quickly discerned the commotion at the dock. A luxury yacht had arrived while they were engaged in conversation. The individuals disembarking from the yacht soon made contact with the armed personnel at the dock. Observing the clandestine dealings of the underworld that he had only previously witnessed on television, Chen Yun felt an exhilarating thrill. However, regarding this mission, he had no intention of intervening. With seasoned superheroes like Hawkeye and Daredevil present, his role was merely to follow and shout encouragement from the sidelines. Chapter 24. After the yacht's occupants met with those at the dock, a cacophony erupted from a distance. From his aerial vantage point, Chen Yun could see a convoy of luxury vehicles racing towards the dock, eventually coming to a halt beside the yacht. Among them, the most striking was an armored, enhanced presidential limousine, its massive frame gleaming with a layer of resplendent gold. As the golden vehicle came to a gradual stop, dozens of suited bodyguards, donning sunglasses, emerged from the other luxury cars, effectively surrounding the dock in conjunction with the existing armed personnel. A procession of men dressed in black suits and white gloves descended in an orderly manner, taking their positions near the deck. Once everyone was in place, the door of the dazzling Cadillac slowly swung open. A tall, imposing figure clad in a white suit stepped out. Jean Bing. To Chen Yun's astonishment, He had come in person. It seemed the shipment held significant importance for him. Upon the side of the man, Hawkeye Barton's voice crackled through Chen Yun's earpiece. Jean Bing, the shadowy emperor of New York's underworld. According to intelligence, he had maintained a rigorous training regimen since ascending to power, engaging daily with elite martial artists from around the globe, often facing 10 opponents at once. After a brief pause, Barton continued in a gravelly tone, stating that none of these sparring sessions ever lasted more than 20 seconds, with his opponents either dead or grievously injured. The government had previously dispatched several undercover agents, yet only one had survived to this day. Finally, Barton gravely advised Chen Yun against attempting a one-on-one confrontation. If it came to that, even he would not stand a chance. Listening intently to Barton's account, Chen Yun felt a heaviness settle in his heart. This mission appeared to be quite formidable. Darn it, he couldn't discern what they were transporting. Watching from afar as Jean Bing's subordinates transferred box after box into the convoy, Barton lamented that, without the arms shipment, there would be no justification for S.H.I.E.L.D. to intervene. My vision is quite keen. Just give me a moment. As he spoke, Chen Yun activated his Sharingan. A streak of crimson gradually filled his eyes. The world, once functioning normally, began to slow in a haze. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Yun shifted his gaze to the dock. The initially blurry image became increasingly clear. What the hell? S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries. Upon seeing the emblem on the crate, Chen Yun couldn't help but exclaim. This revelation left Barton and Matt utterly speechless. Damn it, how could Stark Industries be involved? Barton cursed under his breath and quickly explained to Chen Yun that the current head of Stark was Tony Stark. Although known as a notorious playboy, he had also engaged in significant charitable endeavors. More troubling was the fact that the arms produced by the company were supplied to the military. Thus, Stark Industries maintained a robust relationship with both the military and the government. In concluding his thoughts, Barton couldn't help but exclaim, fuck, how could they possibly be here? Moreover, they had become suppliers to Jean Bing, the emperor of the underworld. There was undoubtedly something amiss. As he spoke, Barton retrieved his communicator, intending to swiftly report this information to Nick Fury. In the current situation, only Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, could make a decisive call. However, a sense of unease crept over Barton when he discovered that the satellite-linked communicator had inexplicably lost signal at this critical moment. Something was amiss. Boom. Just as Barton's words left his lips, a missile suddenly shot up from the direction of the dock, with a tail of searing flames. It accurately struck the rock where Barton had taken cover. Accompanied by a violent explosion, a massive fireball instantly illuminated the entire dock. Damn it, we've been discovered. Just as Chen Yun worried about Barton's condition, a frantic voice crackled through the earpiece. Then, Chen Yun saw Barton leap out from the smoke generated by the explosion. While still in mid-air, Barton drew his bow and arrow. His fluid motion of stringing and releasing the arrow was so swift that it appeared as merely a shadow. An arrow soared through the night sky like a shooting star, heading straight for Jean Bing. Your opponent is me. As the arrow flew, a sinister voice suddenly emerged from the shadows. With the crack of a gunshot, the arrow was abruptly severed mid-flight. A man clad entirely in a black bodysuit appeared on the path to the dock. His gaze was malevolent, one hand brandishing a gun while the other wielded a dagger. More strikingly, a target mark adorned his forehead. Blowing the smoke away from the muzzle, the man sneered. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye Barton? How thrilling. Allow me to teach you a lesson. He's the target. Be cautious. Barton immediately recognized the identity of the man who had destroyed his arrow. Upon recalling the earlier loss of signal from the communicator, the truth of the situation dawned upon him. They must have discovered their presence long ago. Barton's expression shifted as he rushed towards the target, urgently shouting that they had jammed the signal. We must escape and contact headquarters. There's no way out. From his vantage point in the sky, Chen Yun sensed that something was amiss. Jean Bing's subordinates had completely surrounded them, blocking any chance of retreat. Even from above, he suddenly found himself marked by numerous red dots. Glancing at Barton, who was exchanging fire with the target, Chen Yun made a sudden leap from several dozen meters in the air. The gunmen aiming at him instantly lost sight of their target. This seemingly suicidal act immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Yet, within Chen Yun's heart, there was not the slightest ripple, activating his Sharingan. Everything around him appeared to slow to an agonizing crawl. Every 5 meters, he summoned a portal, grasping the door at the moment of contact to decelerate his descent. Above the vast dock, Chen Yun plummeted rapidly. The wind from his fall billowed his trench coat, and at that moment, he resembled a dark hawk swooping down upon its prey. As he descended with the speed of lightning, he found himself face to face with the grinning Jean Bing. Your abilities are impressive, Jean Bing exclaimed, tearing off his white suit to reveal his muscular physique. But alas, you have provoked the most formidable opponent here. The descending Chen Yun ignited a thrill within Jean Bing, who reveled in the prospect of combat. In that moment, The sheer mass of Jean Bing's muscles seemed to tremble with excitement. Kid, you're doomed. Chapter 25 Boom. Faced with Jean Bing's powerful assault, Chen Yun dared not confront him directly, relying instead on his extraordinary perception to evade. As he sprinted, he scattered smoke bombs across the ground, taking refuge within the haze. Chen Yun swiftly hurled several bat darts towards Jean Bing. Such an attack proved disappointing. Jean Bing easily dodged the flying projectiles. His face contorted with rage as he bellowed for Chen Yun to engage him in a proper fight. Though Chen Yun lacked the brute force and speed of his opponent, he consistently evaded Jean Bing's onslaught. The elusive Chen Yun gradually incited Jean Bing's fury. With a roar, Jean Bing's muscles swelled, transforming his already imposing figure into an even more formidable presence. Faced with the transformation of Jean Bing, Chen Yun's extraordinary perception blared alarms in a frenzied manner. A profound sense of crisis enveloped Chen Yun's heart. Damn it! Before Chen Yun could react, the suddenly augmented power and speed of Jean Bing lunged at him with ferocity. A colossal fist, accompanied by a devastating gust of wind, hurtled towards Chen Yun's face. The speed was so swift that evasion was impossible, as though it could reduce Chen Yun's visage to a pulp in the blink of an eye. Confronted with this earth-shattering blow, Chen Yun inexplicably felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability rise from within. In the next moment, at this critical juncture of life and death, Chen Yun's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, his Sharingan activated to its utmost potential. A single tomo suddenly manifested in his gaze, spinning rapidly. Everything around him seemed to slow down dramatically, as if time itself had been stretched. In this state, Chen Yun's heart cooled in an instant. He beheld Jean Bing's grotesque visage. He witnessed the enormous fist relentlessly approaching him. He even had the presence of mind to observe the beads of sweat slowly trickling down Jean Bing's face. This was the true power of the Sharingan. Gazing at the seemingly insurmountable predicament before him, Chen Yun suddenly broke into a smile. Superpower, the door of life and death. In the next heartbeat, Jean Bing's fist collided with an iron door that had materialized in front of him. With a resounding crash, Jean Bing's colossal form was sent hurtling backward as though it were a ragged sack. Discarding the summoned iron door, Chen Yun surged forward, bending his thigh to gather strength. He unleashed a devastating knee strike upon Jean Bing's head, who was now off balance. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Crimson liquid gushed forth from Jean Bing's face in an instant. Struggling to rise, he awkwardly spat out the foreign object lodged in his mouth. In a fit of rage and disbelief, Jean Bing discovered that half of his teeth had been shattered by Chen Yun's blow. Bastard, are you toying with me? With blood still oozing from his gaping mouth, Jean Bing let out a furious roar, believing Chen Yun to be mocking him with his powers. Jean Bing completely lost his composure. His iron fist creaked ominously as he clenched them, his muscles quivering with fury. Enraged, Jean Bing charged towards Chen Yun with a menacing aura. You seek death. As Jean Bing bore down upon him, Chen Yun chose not to flee any longer. Instead, he calmly unsheathed his sword, facing the oncoming Jean Bing with unwavering composure. He awaited the very moment Jean Bing paused to speak and catch his breath. Superpower. Silencing technique. As the ability activated, it was as if an unseen force had gripped Jean Bing by the throat, rendering the breath lodged in his chest utterly trapped. The imposing fist unconsciously slowed down. Effortlessly evading Jean Bing's feeble blows, Chen Yun's sword tip abruptly thrust upward. With a soft thud, the blade pierced directly through the center of Jean Bing's palm, continuing forward, and, just as he tightened his grip to block, it viciously embedded itself in Jean Bing's shoulder. The sharp sword penetrated his shoulder without hindrance. With a flick of the blade, the entire massive arm soared into the air amidst Jean Bing's agonized gaze. Boss. Witnessing Jean Bing's shoulder being severed, the expressions of the onlooking subordinates morphed into a mix of shock and fury. They disregarded Jean Bing's command to refrain from intervening, raising their guns in unison and desperately pulling the triggers at Chen Yun. In the face of this onslaught, a tempered glass door materialized before Chen Yun. The bullet struck without leaving a trace. Not only that, but seizing the opportunity, Chen Yun relentlessly hurled bat darts in retaliation. One by one, the gunmen fell before him. Damn it! As the 10 seconds of silence concluded, Jean Bing, who had been lying on the ground, hurriedly scrambled to his feet. Seeing Chen Yun's icy smile directed at him, he swiftly retrieved his dark golden cane from the ground. Aiming it at Chen Yun, he pressed a button, unleashing a cloud of black smoke that surged towards him. Amidst the spreading fog, Jean Bing's figure vanished from Chen Yun's sight, just as Chen Yun intended to pursue. An overwhelming sense of danger emanated from his extraordinary perception. The black mist was poisonous. Realizing this, Chen Yun promptly distanced himself from the noxious cloud. However, he soon discovered that in such a brief moment, Jean Bing had already seized the opportunity to escape. Scanning the vicinity, Chen Yun noted that aside from the distant ongoing battle between Barton and Kate, all the surrounding gunmen had fled. He hastily made his way towards the fierce clash, only to encounter Matt, who was fighting while clutching his abdomen. From his appearance, it seemed he had been shot in the stomach. Chen Yun's expression hardened, and without hesitation, he dashed forward to support Matt. With the enhancement of his Sharingan and extraordinary perception, conventional firearms posed no threat to Chen Yun. Nimbly navigating through a hail of bullets, he evaded the gunfire while continuously launching bat darts. The vast disparity in power allowed Chen Yun to effortlessly eliminate all the gunmen. Once the last of the enemies was vanquished, Chen Yun quickly turned his attention to Kate, who was still clutching her abdomen. "How are you?" he inquired with concern as he approached her. "I'm fine, not dead yet." Taking a deep breath, Kate replied in a subdued tone, "Jean Bing's subordinates are indeed formidable." Feeling a sense of dejection as she reflected on her relentless pursuit of Wilson Fisk, only to have him elude her grasp and be easily injured by his henchmen, Kate found herself disheartened. Before long, Barton limped back, his left hand clutching a bloodied and battered bullseye. "Where is Fisk?" Upon seeing Chen Yun, Barton sighed in relief. In the earlier chaos, even this seasoned agent had been unable to tend to Chen Yun's safety. Now, witnessing Chen Yun unscathed, he felt fortunate, exclaiming that it was a stroke of luck that Fisk had not turned his wrath upon them, for otherwise, they might have met a grim fate that day. "No. He has been here all along, but I managed to drive him away." As soon as Chen Yun's words escaped his lips, he noticed the bewildered expressions on the faces of both Barton and Matt. Even Bullseye, struggling on the ground, lifted his head in disbelief. "I severed one of his arms. He should still be at the docks." Chapter 26, Chen Yun's statement left the others in utter shock. The formidable adversary they deemed unbeatable had been vanquished by this young boy. Not only that, he had even severed one of Fisk's arms. How could this be possible? Matt Murdock, the daredevil, murmured in astonishment. In Hell's Kitchen, Fisk's name carried an almost taboo weight. Although Matt had made capturing Fisk his primary objective, he had always possessed a clear understanding of Fisk's formidable strength. At present, he was no match for Fisk. Yet, now a mere youth claimed to have defeated him, shattering Matt's entire worldview. Had it not been for Chen Yun's own declaration, Matt would have found it utterly implausible. Overwhelmed with shock, he suddenly felt the pain from his wounds dissipate. "You must be joking. There's no way the boss could be defeated by you." Bullseye, still sprawled on the ground, glared intensely at Chen Yun, his face contorted with disbelief as he shouted that Fisk was invincible. "You are lying." Bullseye struggled mightily, unable to accept Chen Yun's assertion. To him, the omnipotent Fisk could not possibly be defeated. In contrast to the astonishment exhibited by the others, Hawkeye Barton remained the most composed among them. As a fellow S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, he was privy to certain truths unknown to the others, such as the peculiar nature of Chen Yun's abilities. He offered no rebuttal to Chen Yun's claims. As a battle-hardened operative, he often preferred to trust in reality. Silently, he walked towards the docks, and before long, he returned, dragging a bloodied and mangled arm behind him. "You truly defeated Fisk." Gazing at the ring that belonged exclusively to Kingpin on his arm, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Barton was still taken aback. It is worth noting that even he would not stand a chance against Kingpin in a one-on-one confrontation. "I employed a few subtle tactics. Kingpin remains formidable." Although he triumphed over Kingpin, Chen Yun did not indulge in self-satisfaction. He maintained his composure, for he understood that, in terms of sheer strength, he was not truly Kingpin's equal. Had it not been for the sudden awakening of the Sharingan, it was quite possible that the one fleeing now would not have been Kingpin. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. judge only the outcome, disregarding the process. Barton chuckled and remarked that cunning is indeed a form of strength. Afterward, he produced a communicator that had regained its signal. It was likely that Kingpin's vehicle had encountered some issues, possibly equipped with a jamming device. Once in contact with Nick Fury, Barton swiftly recounted the events that had transpired. Soon enough, S.H.I.E.L.D's convoy arrived in rapid succession at the scene. They first attended to the injured Daredevil and Hawkeye, subsequently sealing off the entire area and surrounding waters. With the support of the world's most advanced technology, S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly launched an operation akin to a thunderstorm. Aside from Kingpin, who had managed to escape through special channels, many of his subordinates were quickly apprehended. Even a delivery yacht that had taken advantage of the chaos to flee to the Atlantic was intercepted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, it is indeed worthy of Batman. Once everything had been tidied up, Nick Fury appeared at the scene, his face beaming with a smile. He patted Chen Yun on the shoulder, remarking that this mission had been executed exceptionally well. "Is that so? I find myself regretting it. Had I known, I would have demanded a double bonus." Chen Yun replied with a sense of discontent, for the unexpected emergence of Kingpin had proven to be his most troublesome adversary. Who would have thought Kingpin would appear here? With a few forced chuckles, Nick Fury was about to continue his explanation when he noticed Chen Yun walking away without a backward glance. "Where are you going?" "To take a shower." Watching Chen Yun's retreating figure, Nick Fury sighed. As he surveyed the surrounding bodies of gangsters, A twinge of concern crept into his heart. Was Chen Yun's bloodlust a bit excessive? When faced with the gangsters, his strikes were anything but gentle. Are you asking me? Casting a puzzled glance at Nick Fury, Martin sighed. These individuals sought our lives. If I possessed such formidable abilities, perhaps I would have killed even more. Truly, it is a wealthy organization, boasting such luxurious mobile homes. Drying his damp hair, Chen Yun emerged from the opulent vehicle, feeling invigorated. However, his gaze was soon captured by the target on the treatment vehicle. Why not eliminate such a person? Should we really allow him to linger until the new year? Chen Yun voiced his inner thoughts with a sense of bewilderment. To him, such scoundrels deserved nothing less than the depths of hell. Surely, we ought to assign some tasks to those within prison walls. Upon hearing Chen Yun's confusion, Nick Fury hastily clarified. Moreover, he is a trusted confidant of Kingpin. By keeping him alive, we can extract valuable information. Very well. Just remember to fulfill the bonus promptly. Chen Yun shrugged nonchalantly, casting aside his words as he proceeded to check on Daredevil Matt's condition. At that moment, a limited edition Lamborghini approached the dock, its engine roaring with thunderous might as the car executed a stylish drift before coming to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a man adorned with sunglasses, who stepped out while muttering, "Are there any beauties here? And what about the drinks?" Surveying the chaotic scene littered with corpses, the man expressed his dissatisfaction towards Nick Fury. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. throwing a damn party here? Nick, I demand an explanation. You found yourself in quite the predicament, Tony. Nick Fury replied, his demeanor stern as he confronted the man. Explanation? What the hell? Why are your company's products in the hands of Kingpin? Our products? Tony exclaimed, astonishment washing over him as he removed his sunglasses, furrowing his brow. Following Nick Fury to the crate intercepted by S.H.I.E.L.D., he was met with an astonishing sight, a stockpile of Viper missiles, the latest model no less. With a light pat on the crate, Nick Fury smirked ominously. I recall that this batch of equipment hasn't even been issued to the military yet. That is a question you should direct to our sales personnel. Faced with the unsettling reality of his company's latest weaponry appearing at this desolate dock, Tony opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of protest, but ultimately chose to remain silent, opting not to respond directly to Nick Fury's inquiry. Recognizing Tony's reluctance to cooperate, Nick Fury refrained from pressing further, regardless of his irritation. He stood before one of the most illustrious arms manufacturers and developers in America. Even as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was wary of provoking this renowned playboy, Tony Stark. Mr. Stark, your account has received a transfer of $2 million. Meanwhile, Chen Yun eagerly awaited a message. And at last, his phone chimed with the notification. Glancing at the sudden increase in his bank account, Chen Yun's heart swelled with joy. Although this mission was fraught with peril, the prospect of that $2 million made every risk worthwhile. With this wealth, owning houses and cars feels like a dream come true. No longer do I have to stretch every penny to its limits. I am Tony Stark. And I hear you are the one who discovered these weapons? Just as Chen Yun was delighting in his phone's balance, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Chapter 27. Indeed. It was I who made the discovery. Tony Stark. Gazing at the future Iron Man, Chen Yun had no intention of concealing the truth. It is not that I lack faith, it is merely that I have heard. The youthful visage of Chen Yun filled Tony with skepticism. Is Golden Monkey also here? Indeed, but he has escaped. Well, Tony chuckled, turning to Nick Fury with a teasing remark about whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was venturing into the realm of talk shows. However, before he could finish his sentence, a robust arm appeared on the ground before him with a thud. You can verify it. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, pointing at the severed arm with a sardonic grin, adding that if there were any doubt, they could even conduct a test. Staring at the gruesome flesh and blood, Tony was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression one of incredulity as he turned to Chen Yun, murmuring, what exactly is this kid's origin? Batman. Chen Yun. Witnessing Tony's sudden loss of bravado, Nick Fury felt a surge of satisfaction and couldn't help but boast. He is also our superpower consultant at S.H.I.E.L.D. Superpower? You possess superpowers. Tony nodded, though disbelief lingered on his face. What kind of superpower allows you to defeat Golden Monkey? I can silence people. Casting a sidelong glance at Tony Stark, who persistently questioned him, Chen Yun felt a surge of irritation. He cared not whether this individual was the future Iron Man. Having doubted him, he would let actions speak louder than words. With a cold glare at Tony, Chen Yun departed. Tony, perplexed and on the verge of calling Chen Yun back, was astonished to find himself rendered speechless. It was as though an invisible hand had firmly grasped his throat, leaving him unable to speak, and even his breath was hindered. Panic surged within Tony as he struggled desperately, yet his efforts proved futile. Don't go. How do I reverse this? The situation caused beads of cold sweat to form on Tony's brow. Fortunately, the silence spell lasted only 10 seconds. Soon, Tony regained his ability to speak. How did he achieve that? Gaze lingering with trepidation on Chen Yun's retreating figure, Tony murmured to himself. But quickly, he regained his composure. The formidable strength capable of defeating Jean Bing and the enigmatic abilities of Chen Yun immediately captured Tony's attention. If he could enlist Chen Yun as his bodyguard, his safety would be thoroughly assured. With narrowed eyes, Tony eagerly inquired if it were possible for Chen Yun to work at Stark Industries, offering a staggering annual salary of $100 million. Dream on. Chen Yun is our ace at S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury replied, glancing around nervously. Moreover, he possesses a sense of justice. He is not the type to be swayed by money. You think you can buy him off? Humph. After uttering this, Fury shot a disdainful glance at Tony, adding, since you are already aware of the situation, you should promptly return to investigate. Frowning in contemplation, Tony ultimately decided to head back to the company to address the recent leak of weaponry. As for Chen Yun, he would deal with that matter when the time came. Watching Tony drive away in his Lamborghini, Nick Fury wiped the sweat from his brow. $100 million. By Zephical, such an immense sum. Chen Yun would undoubtedly depart from S.H.I.E.L.D. Rubbing his chin, Fury's thoughts raced. These damn nouveau riches. After cursing under his breath, he reluctantly activated his communicator, deciding to send Chen Yun an additional $2 million. Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice to add, charge it to this batch of weapons. Barely had the funds been transferred when Nick Fury received a call from Chen Yun. Why have I received another $2 million? Is there a mistake? The cunning Nick Fury hesitated for a few seconds before responding with a smile. This is an additional reward for you. At S.H.I.E.L.D., we take talent seriously. Money is merely one aspect. Well, Chen Yun replied, somewhat perplexed. What else is there? Isn't money the most important thing? How should I know what else there is? Nick Fury pondered, bewildered. Shouldn't a normal person express gratitude first? Chen Yun's straightforwardness left even the S.H.I.E.L.D. director momentarily at a loss for words. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Fury continued. Aside from the monetary reward, there is also a special promotion. You have been elevated to a registered level 7 agent. Noticing Chen Yun's lack of reaction, Fury felt compelled to press on. You must remain vigilant of Tony Stark. His corporation is involved in Jean Bing's arms dealings. If you encounter him again, be cautious about placing your trust in him. All right, Chen Yun replied, after hearing there were no further rewards. Since the additional $2 million is a reward, I shall accept it. Once he finished speaking, Chen Yun abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Nick Fury bewildered and alone in the wind. What the hell? Nick Fury thought, his mind racing. After discussing so much with Chen Yun, it was astonishing that $2 million were of no use. Yet, he found himself powerless. Chen Yun's exceptional abilities would inevitably come to the attention of others. Incidents like Tony Stark poaching talent would undoubtedly occur again in the future. The mere thought sent a shiver down Nick Fury's spine as he adjusted his eye patch. He retrieved his communicator and withdrew $5 million from the funds allocated for weaponry. Let us deposit it into my personal account for now, he instructed. Boss, that will leave us with only $10 million, came a hesitant voice from the other end of the line. That's already $9 million spent. Damn it. Although the phone displayed a balance of $4 million, Chen Yun adhered to his principle of frugality. He managed to hitch a ride on S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle back to his apartment. What about your incredible gear? As soon as he stepped through the door, Zhao Shiran rushed over, circling around Chen Yun. She exclaimed, was it destroyed by the Kree? How did you know? Chen Yun looked at Zhao Shiran in astonishment. It's merely dirty. My colleagues from S.H.I.E.L.D. took it back for cleaning. From what Nick Fury hinted, it seems I might even receive a complimentary upgrade. Nonsense. Zhao Shiran pouted, visibly displeased. I heard it all from the surveillance. You encountered the Kree. If you ask me, you should avoid taking risks in the future. With concern etched on her face and her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she added, it's far too dangerous. Chapter 28. Don't worry, I'm fine, Chen Yun reassured her, gently stroking her smooth, long hair. Besides, you know my capabilities, right? Even the Kree were my defeated foes. Zhao Shiran shook her head, her eyes filled with concern. That's not what I mean. I know you're formidable, but what if you encounter someone even stronger? Rest assured, I will only become stronger. Chen Yun felt warmth in his heart as he observed the girl's worried expression. Don't you love mapo tofu? Let us make it again today. And I want stir-fried pork. All right. After they finished their meal and glanced at the time, realizing there was still a long while until midnight, Chen Yun decided to indulge in a bit of gaming. Ever since he acquired the system, he had grown accustomed to receiving new abilities promptly at midnight every night. As for going to bed early, that was out of the question. Opening the game Disconnected City and Warriors, Chen Yun skillfully entered his character. A new gift pack has been released? As soon as he entered the game interface, an advertisement popped up on the screen. The sword with only a hilt on the page immediately captured Chen Yun's attention. A mere 15 coins? Let's go for it. Having been the most cherished game of his life prior to his transmigration, it remained his favorite even after. In the past, when he was financially constrained, he had steadfastly embraced the role of a freebie player. Now that he possessed wealth, it was only natural to show his support, accompanied by a burst of golden light. The gift package was unveiled. A weapon radiating a dazzling golden glow appeared before Chen Yun's eyes. Incredible, he had actually drawn it. Was this a miraculous single draw? Although difficult to believe, the shadowless sword, Eriner, resting in his inventory, filled Chen Yun with uncontainable joy. As the most formidable weapon from version 60, it had long been his aspiration. Ecstatic, he equipped the weapon, and his heart brimmed with delight. However, amidst his jubilation, the incessant chatter in the chat channel caught his attention. Curse developers, refund me. Only a 7-day trial period, refund me. Developer Sima, come out and face the consequences. Upon reading these messages, a sense of foreboding arose within Chen Yun. Trembling, he moved his mouse over to his weapon, and indeed, at the bottom of the description screen, the word 7-day trial period appeared. What an outrage. Curse developers, refund me. The thought of his first ever monetary contribution to the game going to waste caused Chen Yun considerable distress. Even worse, the chat channel was filled with others flaunting their fortune. Haha, you all are pathetic. I drew a permanent one. I got one too. Envy me, non-lucky ones. Gazing at these unsightly faces, Chen Yun felt a surge of envy and resentment. Alas, what per luck? With a sigh, he quietly clicked to report and ceased to pay attention to the chat channel. Nevertheless, despite his misfortune, he had still acquired the right to wield the shadowless sword. Upon arriving at the team gathering spot for dungeon runs, a myriad of group invitations flooded in. While he continued to reject them, he remained in place. Not for any other reason, but to show off. Having spent 15 coins, he wanted everyone to see who truly was the wealthy one here. After a tedious spell of declining invitations, boredom began to creep in. The sense of achievement from forming a party gradually faded. Unfortunately, my skills are too lacking. Otherwise, I would dive into the fray. Shaking his head, Chen Yun minimized the game. Skillfully, he navigated to the live stream of the streamer, Sunrise Baby, and began to watch. Perhaps due to his transmigration, the current Sunrise Baby was still a budding streamer. You're quite the trendsetter. Hee. Gotcha. Next. Upon entering the live stream, the unmistakable and captivating laughter of the Sun Baby echoed through the speakers. At this moment, the Sun Baby was engaging with the online audience, and fortuitously, he had achieved an impressive 8 consecutive victories. His demeanor on screen became increasingly arrogant. Who else? 8 victories in a row. My friends. And I haven't even exerted myself seriously yet. The Sun Baby's boastfulness incited a wave of mockery within the chat. However, despite the derision, one could not help but wonder what had fueled the Sun Baby's extraordinary prowess today. He played with remarkable intensity, leaving many capable players in the live stream thoroughly defeated. In an instant, the spectators found themselves at a loss against the audacious Sun Baby. What status do I hold, huh? Noticing the silence among the viewers, the Sun Baby grew even more emboldened, continuously taunting. Where are your skills now? Is there no one left? Seeing no challengers stepping forward, he derisively proclaimed. Masters are often lonely. How about this? 1 million coins per match. Who dares to come forth? Witnessing the Sun Baby's arrogance, Chen Yun felt a surge of irritation. Are we here to learn techniques? Or to watch a monkey perform tricks? Little did he expect to be outdone by a mere monkey today. Chen Yun felt a sense of indignation brewing within him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, his Sharingan. He had a hidden advantage. Remembering his unique ability, Chen Yun's eyes sparkled with determination. He promptly issued a duel request to the Sun Baby. Oh, someone actually dares to challenge me. With a casual click, the Sun Baby accepted the challenge, continuing his bravado. You don't believe in the impossible? Watch as I lay you low. Upon hearing the Sun Baby's taunts, Chen Yun merely smiled, unfazed. He activated his Sharingan, and the entire game seemed to slow to a crawl. The Sun Baby's bravado transformed from initial arrogance to ultimate despair. Curse you, monkey. Observing the screen of defeat, the Sun Baby's earlier mirth had vanished. This match doesn't count. Your weapon is too overpowered. Witnessing the Sun Baby's incredulity, Chen Yun remained impassive as he discarded his weapon, opting for a basic one purchased from the shop. Oh my, young man, you've chosen a narrow path. Today, allow me to demonstrate. As Chen Yun equipped the basic gear, the Sun Baby chuckled inwardly, yet his expression turned serious, fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Nevertheless, he stood no chance against Chen Yun's physical advantage. From the very beginning, the Sun Baby never stood a chance, swiftly falling victim to a decisive combination that led to his defeat. Victory is attainable, yet unnecessary. The internet connection falters today. Let us reconvene tomorrow if you possess the medal. With a defiant proclamation, the spirited player swiftly transferred 2 million game coins to Chen Yun. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the stream. As the screen abruptly darkened, the audience erupted in a frenzy. Incredible, my friend. The live stream has been abruptly terminated. This is utterly hilarious. Though I cannot prevail, I can certainly escape. Observing the jubilant laughter resonating within the blackened stream, Chen Yun couldn't help but chuckle. He leisurely stretched, shutting down his Sharingan. It was then that he realized it had already surpassed midnight. Time to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving today's special ability. Blessing of the Goddess of Fortune. Chapter 29, Blessing of the Goddess of Fortune? Contemplating the name of this newfound ability, Chen Yun fell into deep thought. The action of shutting down his computer was momentarily halted. After some reflection, he maneuvered his character, the Phantom Swordsman, into a foreign realm dungeon. Is my luck favorable? Let us test it out by exploring a map. With this thought in mind, Chen Yun casually entered a game map, only to be left astounded. A critical hit of 999? Have I mistakenly entered a different game? From the very outset, Chen Yun sensed a monumental shift. The character, previously with a modest critical hit rate, was now delivering consecutive critical strikes. The massive critical hit notifications floating above the minor monsters and the exhilarating gameplay experience were simply exhilarating for Chen Yun. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, an even more exhilarating scene unfolded. Is this truly equipment that minor monsters should drop? Before even reaching the boss, Chen Yun had already acquired 2 pieces of rare pink gear. The minor monsters dropping rare items, and consecutively at that, was no longer a mere statistical anomaly. It was nothing short of extraordinary luck. Am I perhaps gambling with my lifespan while playing this game? Sensing the absurdity of the situation, Chen Yun quietly entered the boss room, and once again, he unleashed a series of unreasonable critical hits. What previously took several minutes to defeat, without even unleashing a signature skill, succumbed to a mournful cry under Chen Yun's blade. A dazzling golden light flashed. 2 pieces of pink equipment lay quietly on the ground. The Blade of Slaughter, the demonic sword Apophis. My heavens! Staring in disbelief at the 2 weapons every phantom swordsman dreams of possessing, Chen Yun fell into contemplation. Goodness! Could it be? This extraordinary fortune plunged Chen Yun into a state of ecstatic rapture. Without hesitation, he continued his relentless quest for loot. In merely a few dozen minutes, his character's equipment inventory was already brimming. This is simply exhilarating. Gazing at the fully stocked pink equipment in his inventory, Chen Yun found himself at a loss for words. In just a matter of minutes, he had not only assembled the complete set of graduation gear for his profession, but had also acquired weapons sufficient for the graduation of all his classes. He hastily deposited the surplus weapons and gear into his storage, and, donning a radiant ensemble, approached Kelly. In the game Disconnected City and Warriors, if one wishes to enhance their equipment, one must seek out this alluring beauty by placing the gear into the enhancement machine along with materials and gold coins. Chen Yun took a deep breath and began to click his mouse in rapid succession. He had no qualms about the possibility of losing his equipment due to enhancement failure. After all, he had 5 or 6 identical items in his warehouse. At worst, he could grind for another 10 minutes. Enhancement Level 1, Slaughter Blade successful. Enhancement Level 2, Slaughter Blade successful. Enhancement Level 3, Slaughter Blade successful. Enhancement Level 15, Slaughter Blade successful. Once his coins were depleted, the originally dark purple weapon had transformed into a dazzling pink. Chen Yun gazed at the weapon radiating brilliant light, his spirits soaring. Invincible! Just as he was about to flaunt his achievement, the game screen abruptly froze. Network connection lost. What the heck? Why did I disconnect? With a frustrated murmur, Chen Yun attempted to log back into the game. To his astonishment, a message suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. Dear player, your account has been permanently banned due to the use of illegal software in-game. Staring at those words, Chen Yun felt utterly bewildered. Was the detection system really that sophisticated? How could it identify this? No, wait, I was using an ability. Realizing something was amiss, Chen Yun hurriedly opened a browser to appeal the ban. To his utter dismay, after completing the entire process, the result revealed a manual ban. This meant his account had no chance of being unbanned. Faced with this outcome, Chen Yun was on the verge of exploding with rage. He disregarded the fact that it was already 2 in the morning and dashed to Zhao Shiran's door, knocking furiously. If there is no explanation, I will report you. Yawning, Zhao Shiran opened the door, her bleary eyes settling on the figure of Chen Yun standing at her threshold. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, what is going on? It's the middle of the night. Can a person get some rest? Before Zhao Shiran could finish her sentence, Chen Yun urgently asked, can you help me take down a game's official website? What? Zhao Shiran paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Gazing at her own reflection in the dim light, clad in a delicate silk nightgown that did little to conceal her alluring figure, Zhao Shiran felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. The gentle breeze caressed her skin, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her flawless décolletage. Was this truly the reason? She was at a loss, expecting Chen Yun to knock on her door in the dead of night for a more profound purpose, only to discover it was due to such an absurdity. Get out, she exclaimed, mercilessly kicking Chen Yun out and slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud, leaving him outside, ruefully rubbing his backside. One step back, and the sea opens wide. To endure a moment is to gain the world. But she had reached her limit. The following morning, a sleep-deprived Chen Yun opened his bloodshot eyes, overwhelmed by anger at the thought of his top-tier equipment being unjustly restricted before he could even experience its full potential. I am Chen Yun, a level 7 operative. Good day, I require a Kuan-type fighter jet. After disconnecting from the S.H.I.E.L.D. communicator, Chen Yun donned his battle attire with an impassive expression. Within 10 minutes, a roaring Kuan-type jet arrived at his residence. Dragon Country, Tencent Building. After providing the pilot with the destination, Chen Yun closed his eyes. The jet traced a graceful arc through the sky as it sped toward its target. Thanks to the jet's formidable capabilities, they soon hovered over the Tencent headquarters. Wait for me, he declared, a cold smile gracing his lips as he leaped from the aircraft. Utilizing his extraordinary perception, he swiftly located the office of Ma Huateng. Hero, spare me. Ma Huateng, utterly defenseless, found himself suspended upside down from the ceiling, with no choice but to plead for mercy in the face of this menacing intruder. Why was my account suspended? If I do not receive an explanation, I shall dismantle your company. What account? I have no idea. Ma Huateng was on the verge of tears, lamenting his company's usual dealings in pirated games and petty profits. How had he managed to provoke such a calamity in the form of Chen Yun? Chapter 30. After causing a commotion at Tencent's headquarters, Ma Huateng was left in stunned disbelief as he learned the events that had transpired, discovering that the entire debacle stemmed from a mere gaming account. He gazed at the wreckage of his office and the gaping hole in the ceiling, feeling utterly desolate. Consequently, this incident escalated into a significant affair. Report. An unregistered fighter jet has appeared in our territory, conducting a series of illegal operations at the Tencent headquarters. The military district commander received a report. In this extraordinary world, as a great nation, its power is undeniably formidable. Alongside the United States, it is regarded as the stabilizing force of the East and West on Blue Star. A mere aircraft, and they are ready to dispatch forces to take control. Indeed, several aircraft swiftly ascended and arrived at the Tencent headquarters. Well-equipped agents made their appearance in Ma Huateng's office. After inquiring about Ma Huateng, the agents were left astounded. A gaming account was beyond their capacity to handle, and they could only hastily report upwards. As a superpower, they are naturally one of the benefactors behind the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. The authorities did not take the incursion into the airspace by Chen Yun too seriously, considering it merely a temporary emergency task that would be explained later. However, upon learning that such a significant incident arose merely from a gaming account, their anger was inevitable. Such behavior must be severely punished. They notified the responsible agents to immediately apprehend Chen Yun. Understood. The agents quickly received the directive, and one coldly regarded Chen Yun, a member of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, saying, "Please accompany us." Boom. Before the agents could act, a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Turning around, they noticed a steel door had mysteriously appeared beside them, emanating a choking fog. The agents swiftly surveyed their surroundings and discovered several individuals clad in black on the rooftops of 2 nearby skyscrapers. Armed with various weapons, they had subtly encircled the entire Tencent building. The previous explosion had originated from the weapons across the way. How could it be the 10 Commandments gang? The agents gazed in astonishment at their adversaries. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the 10 Commandments gang were equally bewildered, originally gathered for a meeting at their hidden base. They never anticipated such a covert location would be discovered. Observing the aircraft outside, the members of the gang had no intention of surrendering. Fire. With that command, massive flames erupted from their side. Missiles, trailing fiery tails, surged towards the Tencent building. Help. In response to Ma Huateng's cries for help, Chen Yun remained composed and activated his extraordinary ability. A colossal steel door suddenly materialized in the path of the oncoming missiles. Boom, boom. After a violent tremor, the steel door successfully deflected all attacks. One on each side, Chen Yun instructed the agents, summoning the portal to traverse between the rooftops. The eruption that transpired in a bustling area naturally drew the attention of passers-by, who raised their heads in astonishment. Goodness, is that a Batman soaring through the sky? Are your eyes deceiving you? No, it truly is. They beheld Chen Yun, akin to a tiger amidst a wolf pack, cutting through the ranks of the 10 Commandments gang, leaving the onlookers in sheer disbelief. Is this a film shoot? Is there really a Batman? It was utterly remarkable. Spectators retrieved their mobile phones, aiming them at Chen Yun to capture the spectacle. As the footage made its way online, Chen Yun found himself thrust into the public eye. Incredible. Which film set is this? Film set? This is the 10 Commandments gang. The ones he's battling are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon enough, both Chen Yun and the 10 Commandments gang's identities were uncovered, and the fact that Chen Yun was acting alone became apparent. That man is actually a celebrity. Goodness. Do we have our own superhero now? In no time, news of this superhero spread like wildfire across the internet. Within 10 minutes, Chen Yun had obliterated all these hapless terrorists, even capturing a figure who appeared to be the leader, a department head of the Ten Commandments gang. When the agents uncovered this individual's identity, they were rendered speechless. Suddenly faced with the scene, the agents conjured elaborate narratives in their minds. I was about to confront you, and I sincerely apologize. After expressing his genuine remorse, an agent retreated to a corner to contact his superior. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nick Fury, who was frazzled by the situation, finally managed to reach Chen Yun by phone. Chen Yun, Batman, what on earth are you up to? Just a game. Why venture into their territory? It's a sleeping dragon. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. dares not provoke them. After listening patiently to Nick Fury's barrage of questions, Chen Yun replied leisurely, I just dismantled the Ten Commandments hideout. No one is exempt. Huh. The Ten Commandments gang. Nick Fury was taken aback. Having already envisioned how to manage the chaos Chen Yun had instigated, he anticipated compensations and necessary repercussions. Chen Yun would not be easily criticized. The only recourse would be to finance the damages with the seized gold and weapons from the last operation, leaving the agents who piloted the aircraft to take the fall. However, what Nick Fury never expected was the sudden emergence of the Ten Commandments gang. Ahem. You handled this mission exceptionally well. Truly commendable, our distinguished S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. In a hushed tone, Nick Fury discreetly advised Chen Yun before letting out a sigh of relief and chuckling, You, my boy, are indeed fortunate. A member of the Ten Commandments gang appeared just in time to shield you. Indeed, my recent fortunes have been rather favorable. Chen Yun, who was aware of the turmoil he had caused, found himself surprisingly astonished. The scale of the incident was significant enough to rouse the authorities. He had braced himself to face the consequences, yet unexpectedly, fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to navigate through this predicament thanks to the ill-fated Ten Commandments gang. The favor of Lady Luck is indeed formidable. Hero, we are grateful for your efforts in eliminating such a substantial threat to our Tencent. Observing Chen Yun's impressive display of prowess through the glass, Ma Huateng was utterly mesmerized. In the presence of this formidable force, he understood all too well that he was not a match. I have already reinstated your account, and your permissions have been elevated to that of an administrator. You may now proceed to enjoy your gaming experience without concern. Ma Huateng beamed with a broad smile, his tone saturated with sycophancy. Tencent strives to create joy. We wholeheartedly welcome players like you. Chapter 31, Tencent Games, devoted to creating joy. At the press conference, Ma Huateng's demeanor had completely transformed from the subservient attitude he had displayed in front of Chen Yun. Instead, he confidently announced the launch of his company's new game. Heroes, especially superheroes. They are the staunchest support for ordinary people. Every player of Tencent can become a hero within the game. Having delivered his impassioned speech, Ma Huateng gleefully unveiled the game's title beneath a red satin cloth, League of Legends. As he gazed at the throng of journalists, Ma Huateng felt he had reached the pinnacle of his career. Though shaken, the keywords, Batman, the Ten Commandments gang, Tencent Tower, ensured that, even in Chen Yun's absence, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. Moreover, their game happened to be a hero-themed one. Mr. Mahua, what is your perspective on being suspended upside down in the office by Batman? Mr. Mahua, we heard you were so frightened that you cried? Just as Ma Huateng was relishing the opportunity to elevate his company's status thanks to Chen Yun's influence, a journalist unexpectedly posed these questions. This is slander. Pure slander. Batman is a very approachable superhero. I had a friendly and cordial discussion with him. He replied defensively. Mr. Chen, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you, so many members of the Ten Commandments gang hidden within the city would still be at large. This is merely my duty. I ventured alone to Dragon Country to address the Ten Commandments gang. Chen Yun would naturally not reveal his shortcomings. He accepted the apology of the Dragon Country agent with a smile. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I, for one, am convinced. The mere thought that his account had been upgraded to an administrator status, ensuring that he would never face bans again and could even impose them on others, filled Chen Yun with an insatiable eagerness to return immediately. However, shortly after boarding the Kun-style aircraft, he received an unexpected phone call from Zhao Shiran. Chen Yun, where are you? Peter's uncle has passed away. What? Upon hearing this shocking news, Chen Yun hastily made his way to Peter Parker's residence. Yet, as soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback by Peter's despondent demeanor. At that moment, Peter appeared utterly defeated, his eyes swollen and red, as if he had been weeping for an extended period. Aunt May sat on the sofa, gazing vacantly at a photograph of Uncle Ben, her expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Aunt May, my condolences. I'm fine, dear. We are aging, and eventually we all must meet our maker. Upon seeing Chen Yun, Aunt May softly sighed. I'm only worried about Peter. He has been like this since last night. You are his closest friend. I hope you can help him." Seeing Aunt May's forced composure, Chen Yun felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. He nodded and approached Peter's side. "Don't be too sorrowful. You must be strong. I believe Uncle Ben would not want to see you like this." When Peter remained unresponsive, Chen Yun pointed to Aunt May and continued. "She is the one truly heartbroken, having to host guests while worrying about you. You must understand that, at this moment, you are the pillar of this family. Moreover, the perpetrator will undoubtedly face justice. Even if the police do not intervene, superheroes will not stand idly by." Superheroes? At the mention of superheroes, Peter finally reacted. Will superheroes take action against the villains? Indeed. With great power comes great responsibility. Chen Yun paused, recalling the famous line from Spider-Man. "Did you hear that?" Peter gazed at Chen Yun in astonishment, suddenly reminded of Uncle Ben's last words. The best friend and the most respected elder uttered the same sentiment. At that moment, Peter experienced a profound awakening. He staggered to his feet and approached Aunt May, embracing her tightly. "I'm sorry for worrying you." Observing Peter's epiphany, Chen Yun chose not to linger. He quietly exited, leaving space for Peter and Aunt May. However, the coldness etched on his face was formidable and intimidating. The usually frugal Chen Yun now harbored no intentions of saving money. Hailing a taxi with urgency, Chen Yun paid double the fare to return to his lodging at the swiftest pace possible. "I need all the surveillance footage from the site of Uncle Ben's incident." Upon arriving home, he sought out S.H.I.E.L.D, whose expression was one of alarm at the sight of Chen Yun's fury. She had never witnessed him so enraged before. "Found him!" she exclaimed, though the figure was obscured by a mask. Skillfully reviewing the surveillance footage, S.H.I.E.L.D soon identified the individual responsible for Uncle Ben's demise. Regrettably, the assailant was masked and exceedingly cautious, quickly vanishing from the camera's view after a series of evasive maneuvers. "If only I had a few more days. I could devise a program to identify him based on physical characteristics and movement patterns," she offered. "That won't be necessary. Just help me locate his approximate whereabouts." Fixated on the masked figure in the footage, Chen Yun's lips curled into a cruel smile. He was unconcerned with the fugitive's whereabouts, as long as he was a criminal. Chen Yun was determined to pursue him relentlessly. "I will find you, sooner or later," he murmured to himself before heading off for a shower, quietly awaiting the nightfall. As darkness enveloped the sky, Chen Yun donned his combat attire, ready for action. The all-black ensemble rendered him nearly invisible against the night. The last known location of the suspect was in Queens. "Queens, you say?" With S.H.I.E.L.D's revelation, it seemed as though the criminals in the area were facing their doom. One by one, they fell into Chen Yun's grasp, often before they even realized what had happened, succumbing to his swift and stealthy strikes. Indeed, one robber was apprehended while he was still on the phone with the police. And under S.H.I.E.L.D's guidance, Chen Yun hurried to another location. As he soared through the night sky, he felt an exhilarating rush from capturing criminals. "Am I becoming another Spider-Man?" A thought crossed Chen Yun's mind. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D's puzzled voice crackled through his earpiece. "The police are in pursuit of a young man clad in a red spandex suit. Strangely, he isn't considered a criminal, and his speed resembles that of a highly skilled superhero." The description of a red-suited, agile young man instantly conjured a name in Chen Yun's mind: Spider-Man. Chapter 32: The Young Man in Red and Blue Spandex. Upon hearing this description, Chen Yun could almost confirm that this individual was none other than the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. However, to exercise caution, he instructed S.H.I.E.L.D to locate the whereabouts of this enigmatic figure. Just 2 blocks away. He is about to enter the alley. After receiving the information relayed by S.H.I.E.L.D through the earpiece, Chen Yun calmly surveyed the street below from his elevated position. Soon, a figure clad in a red and blue costume came into view. Observing the slender yet agile individual, a faint smile crept across Chen Yun's lips. His own form vanished into the night. "Damn it, I'm a superhero too. Why are the police chasing me?" Peter Parker muttered as he hurriedly escaped into an alley. Ever since being bitten by that spider at Oscorp, he had begun to transform. His strength had surged, his body became more agile, his senses sharpened, and his vision astonishingly keen, accompanied by an uncanny intuition. In every aspect, he no longer resembled a mere human. According to Chen Yun and Uncle Ben, tonight marked Peter's inaugural venture in donning the red and blue suit. Having long admired Batman, Peter now wished to embody the same spirit of justice. Empowered as he was, yet, the dilemma lay in his utter lack of experience. While confronting a criminal, he unwittingly caught the attention of the police, leading to a relentless chase. Ultimately, he evaded capture through sheer agility. Damn it! Just as Peter began to relax, an instinctual shiver coursed through him, and his spider sense blared a warning of imminent danger. Reacting instinctively, he rolled aside, only to be seized by the shoulder, lifting him off the ground. In a state of panic, Peter struggled, yet he found himself unable to break free from his captor, whose reflexes were astonishingly swift, effortlessly countering each of Peter's attempts to escape. "Hey, why are you running?" "I mean you no harm," the newcomer spoke with a casual tone, releasing his grip on Peter. "Who are you?" Peter gasped, regaining his breath but hesitating to turn around. "Do you know me?" "Well, you may call me Spider-Man," the figure replied. Noticing the silence behind him, Peter continued to chatter incessantly. "Ever since I first saw Batman, I have admired him greatly. You know, that superhero who fights crime in Queens. Oh, I apologize if you don't watch television, but I have always looked up to him. I aspire to uphold justice just like him." Listening to Peter's incessant ramblings, Chen Yun found himself at a loss for words. Although it was long suspected that the individual clad in the same attire as Spider-Man was likely Peter. Upon hearing the familiar voice and witnessing the loquacious demeanor, Chen Yun had already confirmed his suspicions in his heart. There was no need to remove the mask. This was undoubtedly Peter. "Enough chatter, just take a glance back," Chen Yun instructed, reverting to his natural voice after disabling the voice changer. "Oh, you are Batman. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I am meeting my idol. This is simply astonishing. My heavens, to be honest. Your voice bears a striking resemblance to that of a friend of mine." Upon turning around and seeing Chen Yun adorned in the complete Batman ensemble, Peter was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling with exhilaration. After a moment of awe, he finally realized that this person's voice sounded remarkably familiar. "You probably don't know who my friend is. His name is Chen Yun. He is also a remarkably cool individual." Peter intended to elaborate further, but he was rendered speechless when Chen Yun removed his mask. "My goodness, you're Chen Yun." Peter stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback. He could not fathom that the Batman before him had transformed into his good friend in the blink of an eye. Peter was about to inquire whether Chen Yun was present, but the formidable prowess demonstrated by Chen Yun earlier quickly crossed his mind. "Chen, you are actually Batman. This is simply unbelievable." "All right, enough of that," Chen Yun interjected, unable to endure the incessant chatter, and covered Peter's mouth, clarifying, "As you can see, I am indeed Batman. What brings you here?" Peter, still engulfed in excitement, struggled to articulate his thoughts coherently. After a moment of hesitation, he finally stammered. "Ever since you mentioned that day, with great power comes great responsibility. I have been pondering. Now, I too am a superhero." As he spoke, Peter suddenly shot forth a silken thread from the center of his right hand. The delicate line adhered to the balcony above, and with a gentle wave of his hand, Peter soared down beneath the balcony, suspended upside down. Though his body swayed from side to side, his expression radiated pure exhilaration. "Look, I have acquired superhero abilities too," he exclaimed to Chen Yun. "You can shoot webs by yourself?" Chen Yun inquired, a note of confusion in his voice as he observed Peter's webbing. "No. This is a device I crafted myself." Peter revealed a contraption resembling a launcher from his wrist, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "You will never guess. I have a hidden identity as well. I know, Peter Parker. You actually know who I am." Startled, Peter nearly toppled from the balcony. He swiftly regained his balance, removed his mask, and in a state of astonishment, inquired, "How did you know it was me?" "You had already informed me." Upon noticing the web shooter, Chen Yun had already deduced which iteration of Spider-Man stood before him. The ability to fabricate webs with such a device belonged to the amazing Spider-Man. Observing the loquacious Peter, Chen Yun inwardly lamented the similarities between this chatterbox and the third-generation Iron Spider. Could it be a fusion of the second and third generations of Spider-Man? After much contemplation, Chen Yun ultimately relinquished his thoughts. After all, in the Marvel Universe, rife with countless parallel realities, anything could transpire. Moreover, Peter, having emerged from his grief and returned to his former self, presented a semblance of normalcy, which offered Chen Yun a modicum of comfort. However, as a friend. Since Peter aspired to become a superhero, Chen Yun stated, "I have located the murderer of Uncle Ben. He's just down the street." Chapter 33. You found the person who killed Uncle Ben. Peter Parker gazed at Chen Yun with disbelief etched across his face. "Is that true?" Chen Yun affirmed, "Indeed. It is him." After a brief pause, he continued, "From the criminal I apprehended earlier, I received some intel. A few unfamiliar faces have taken refuge in the nearby repair shop, and one of them bears an exact resemblance to the individual who murdered Uncle Ben. Can you take me there?" Without hesitation, Peter leaped from the balcony, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Let us go now." Meanwhile, inside an abandoned repair shop, a heated argument ensued among several individuals. "Why did you shoot?" "It's because you killed that old man that the police have been searching for us." "I didn't want to." In response to his companion's accusations, Cook clutched his head in despair. "Damn it, that old man was just too much of a nuisance. The police were already on their way, and he wouldn't let go of my shirt. I merely intended to frighten him. Who would have thought the gun would misfire?" Memories of Ben lying in a pool of blood clouded Cook's emotions. "Enough of the quarrel. We should leave this place. Otherwise, when the police find us, we may not escape." One of the group finally declared, "Where do you intend to go?" Just as they debated, Chen Yun emerged from the shadows. "Batman." The robbers' faces reflected sheer terror upon seeing Chen Yun's attire. They had never anticipated encountering Batman at such a moment, and it seemed he must have overheard their conversation. After all, any criminal nowadays harbors a profound fear of this vigilante who roams the night, dispensing justice. Instantly, the robbers were paralyzed with shock, staring dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of Batman, unable to move their stiffened bodies for a while. "Damn it, I'm not afraid of you." With a furious shout, Cook fired his weapon. A bullet sliced through the air, hurtling towards Chen Yun. With a slight movement, Chen Yun deftly evaded the projectile, which whizzed past him without leaving a scratch. "Die! Die!" Cook screamed frantically, pulling the trigger repeatedly at Chen Yun. However, before any further shots could be discharged, his gun's muzzle was abruptly obstructed by a massive webbing. With a resounding explosion, Cook's handgun malfunctioned. Ignoring the searing pain in his hand, he turned to flee. Yet, after only a couple of steps, he was intercepted by Spider-Man. "Peter, please let me go." He gazed at Spider-Man in terror, his legs trembling violently. "Don't kill me. I beg you. I will turn myself in." The pitiable expression on Cook's face momentarily stunned the inherently kind-hearted Peter, leaving him at a loss for what to do. "Hey, buddy, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Chen Yun smiled as he stood behind Cook, raising his right foot to stomp down hard on Cook's back, forcing him back into position. "Hey." Chen Yun's nonchalant tone instilled a sense of despair in Cook. After struggling in vain, he finally knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please, spare me." His face contorted in a mournful expression belied any trace of the murderous intent he had earlier displayed. "It's up to you." With a swift kick to Cook's abdomen, sending him crumpling against the wall like a discarded rag, Chen Yun addressed Peter in a grave tone. "To capture or to kill, it's your decision." After uttering these words, Chen Yun turned his gaze to the other individuals present. "He is a monster. Run." The cold, piercing gaze of Chen Yun sent the remaining individuals into a panic, fleeing towards the exit. Yet, how could Chen Yun allow them to escape? In an instant, a glass door materialized before the frantic group. With a series of thuds, one person collapsed to the ground, while the remaining three sustained injuries. Chen Yun incapacitated the wounded trio and bound them securely. The police would arrive in 10 minutes. "Cook's fate rests in your hands." With that parting statement, Chen Yun departed the scene. To be honest, he had no intention of influencing Peter's judgment. If one aspires to become a true superhero, this is a journey that Peter must undertake alone. Has the matter been resolved? Upon returning to the rented apartment, the inquisitive S.H.I.E.L.D approached eagerly. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued by the situation. "Perhaps." Chen Yun nodded, deciding to allow Peter to handle this matter on his own. Gazing at the charming young girl before him, Chen Yun found himself deep in contemplation. If he were to find himself in Peter's predicament, his temperament would undoubtedly incite a furious response. He would not hesitate as Peter did. Instead, he would create a tumultuous uproar, blood would flow like a river. "I will protect you," Chen Yun stated solemnly, looking at Zhao Shiran. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiran's expression shifted slightly. "All right, I understand." However, before she could speak further, an unexpected burnt odor filled the air. "Oh no, my dish." The moment she caught the scent, Zhao Shiran exclaimed and darted toward the kitchen like a whirlwind. After a brief interval, she emerged with an awkward expression, presenting a plate of charred scrambled eggs. "What do you think?" she asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a piece of the egg and placed it in his mouth. The moment he bit down, a pungent flavor surged through him. "Are you trying to poison me?" After spitting out the egg, Chen Yun could no longer contain himself, criticizing the dish mercilessly. "This was culinary darkness. But I wanted to cook for you." Zhao Shiran's earnest plea instantly quelled Chen Yun's anger. With an exasperated shake of his head, he patiently took another piece of the egg, only to find the taste utterly repugnant. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his efforts to consume the dish and turn to Zhao Shiran, saying, "Let me teach you instead. First, cut it this way." Moving to the kitchen, Chen Yun began instructing Zhao Shiran on how to prepare mapo tofu. It was then that he finally understood why her cooking was so unpalatable. "Chop, not smash. This is all mushy. My heavens, this amount of chili peppers is lethal." With a playful swat on her rounded backside, Chen Yun couldn't help but voice his exasperation at Zhao Shiran's clumsiness. "You naughty boy, why did you hit me?" Zhao Shiran pouted, feigning indignation. "I'll let Batman teach you a lesson. Batman is off today. Your cries are of no use." Chen Yun replied, grinning as he playfully tapped her resilient rear once more. "You're insufferable." As Chen Yun's warm hand playfully smacked Zhao Shiran's rear, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled with a shy yet teasing demeanor. That alluring blend of coyness and invitation was simply irresistible. Chapter 34. What a delightful meal. Why does this seem even more delectable than the last? Holding a serving of mapo tofu, Zhao Shiran savored every bite with immense pleasure. Observing her focused and blissful expression, it appeared that this particular dish was hitting all the right notes for him. However, Chen Yun knew that while this mapo tofu was indeed delightful, its preparation was rather ordinary, lacking any extraordinary merit. ever since the goddess of fortune had smiled upon him. Chen Yun felt as if his life had entered a simplified mode. The idea of having one's wishes come true? It was merely a commonplace occurrence. Take the cooking. For instance, the tofu was cut to the perfect size, the spiciness of the chilies was just right, and the seasonings were the crowning touch. Everything seemed to fall within the optimal range. When the clock struck 12, the system's rewards filled Chen Yun with quiet joy. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received today's special ability. Fortunate one. Double the luck, perhaps? With this thought, a weary Chen Yun drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found the world had become even simpler. As he stepped outside, luck was in abundance. The bus, which he usually waited ages for, appeared right before him. Boarding the vehicle, he encountered an uninterrupted stretch of green lights, the bus racing along at a speed surpassing that of a taxi. This fortunate turn of events lifted Chen Yun's spirits, especially as he feared being tardy due to his late rising. Heavens, what is this? Just as the bus was nearing Chen Yun's school, a sudden gasp echoed through the vehicle. Turning his head, he beheld an extraordinary sight. Dozens of $100 bills were fluttering down from above. Money was raining from the sky. Taken aback by this spectacle, Chen Yun opened the window to discern what was transpiring. Yet before he could grasp the situation, a backpack descended from the heavens, landing precisely in his embrace. What is this? Clutching the backpack, Chen Yun was utterly bewildered. Peering through the partially opened zipper, he was nearly struck dumb by what lay inside. Neatly stacked bundles of cash were quietly nestled within. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the backpack was filled to the brim with money, amounting to several million. Good heavens, a windfall from the sky? Clutching a substantial bag of money, Chen Yun gazed out the window in perplexity, inadvertently spotting several heads adorned with masks. Where had the money gone? Observing the ceaseless flow of vehicles beneath the bridge, the leader of the robbers wore a bewildered expression. After meticulously surveying the location for 3 months and devising plans for 4, they had finally succeeded in stealing $5 million from the bank. Yet, due to a punctured tire from glass on the roadside during their escape, their fortunes were rapidly dissipating. As he opened the car door, a sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying away the painstakingly acquired funds. The thought of this made the robber chief wish to leap from the bridge, desperate to reclaim his hard-earned money. Though filled with indignation, just as he contemplated jumping, his subordinates restrained him. Run. The police are coming. Upon spotting the distant police cars drawing near, the robber chief found himself at a loss. With a reluctant expression, he commanded his men to gather the few $1,000s remaining on the ground, then led them away without a backward glance. So they were indeed robbers. Watching the armed men flee in panic and the police cars racing toward them, Chen Yun pieced together the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, he marveled at what seemed to be the favor of Lady Luck. She was practically resting in his embrace. Should he intervene? As he touched the Batman mask, he heard the crackling voice of the police radio nearby. Attention, the robbers have been apprehended. A figure clad in a red suit has captured the criminals. Repeat. The robbers have been apprehended. Oh my goodness. Is that a web? He realized with astonishment that the robbers had been ensnared by a web. Relieved by the radio announcement, Chen Yun knew without a doubt that it was Peter, the Spider-Man, who had intervened. With a bag full of money, Chen Yun seized the moment of chaos to disembark from the halted bus, intending to walk to school. However, upon stepping off, he was immediately confronted by several officers. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Some stolen funds are missing, and we must inspect everyone's bags. The lead officer wore a stern expression, while others dispersed, subtly encircling the crowd. One officer approached Chen Yun directly. Sir, please open your backpack. If it contains any stolen money, you will need to surrender it. The officer's expression was tense as he scrutinized the bag behind Chen Yun, extending his hand to indicate a search gesture. Seeing the officer's movement, Chen Yun furrowed his brow. His bag contained the Batman mask, and should it be revealed the loss of money would be trivial, but his identity as Batman would be exposed. No, the money was not trivial either. The thought of the immense wealth in his backpack made Chen Yun's heart ache. Just as his hand grazed the backpack, a sudden gust of wind swept through, obscuring the eyes of the nearby officer with several banknotes. What on earth? By the time the officer clumsily removed the bills, he was astonished to discover that Chen Yun had vanished without a trace. Curse this wind. After glancing around in confusion, the officer discreetly pocketed the money and proceeded to seek out his next inquiry, disregarding Chen Yun altogether. How delightful! With a bag brimming with unexpectedly acquired cash, Chen Yun strolled merrily toward the school. Along the way, his phone incessantly chimed with notification alerts. A gentle reminder, your mobile payment of 30 is due. Another reminder, your mobile payment of 100 is due. Observing the continuous barrage of top-up messages, Chen Yun felt a surge of satisfaction. Given the capricious nature of this fortunate system, it was evident that someone had mistakenly charged his phone number. Oh dear. Just as he was engrossed in his phone, Chen Yun suddenly tripped. Looking down, he spotted a ring buried in the ground, gleaming brilliantly before him. Goodness, this is rather excessive. He pried the ring from the earth. Gazing at the sizable diamond, Chen Yun murmured. To his astonishment, he soon encountered an even greater surprise. A finely crafted men's wristwatch was quietly hanging from a branch before him. Well, this is quite a windfall. Without needing to stretch, Chen Yun reached up, retrieved the watch from the tree, and stuffed it into his already bulging backpack. In the short span of just a few hundred meters, such unexpected fortunes were simply innumerable. Ultimately, Chen Yun could only helplessly regard his overstuffed backpack, opting to ignore the various delights that could no longer fit. Yet, to his surprise, despite his leisurely pace, he still arrived on time. With nearly 10 seconds to spare before the class bell rang, Chen Yun reached the classroom. Chapter 35. Chen, you actually weren't late today. Upon entering the classroom, Peter approached with a curious expression. After sizing Chen Yun up, he excitedly whispered, "Today has been truly exhilarating. I encountered a few bank robbers. How unfortunate for them to cross paths with me." As he spoke, Peter animatedly gestured, recounting how he had swiftly subdued them. By the way, noticing Chen Yun's calm demeanor, Peter eagerly continued, "Look at this." With an air of mystery, he produced 2 bottles of drinks from his pocket. "See, the officer, in gratitude, even gifted me these 2 bottles. Is that all?" Casting a disdainful glance at the 2 bottles of beverage in Peter's hands, Chen Yun discreetly patted his backpack, filled to the brim with crisp banknotes. While Peter, through his efforts and courage, had managed to procure merely 2 bottles after encountering robbers, Chen Yun, merely a bystander, had effortlessly obtained millions of dollars. This was indeed a beverage that could yield rewards. As Peter extracted the drink, he resembled a discoverer unveiling a new continent, jubilantly twisting open one of the bottles. "Damn it, no luck. I'll give this one to you." With a dismissive toss of the bottle cap, Peter handed the other bottle to Chen Yun. With an air of indifference, Chen Yun opened the drink, yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, Peter swiftly snatched the cap away. "Let me see your luck. Could it be? My heavens, it's the grand prize. Chen, you've hit the jackpot." Upon confirming the win, Peter was nearly propelled into the air with joy. "We've won 1,000 bottles of beverage. How incredible. That's enough to last for several years." Observing the exuberant Peter, Chen Yun shook his head. In contrast to the fortune in his backpack, these trivial prizes failed to excite him. Nonetheless, this also stirred a sense of unease within him. He was beginning to recognize the drawbacks of his extraordinary ability. This overwhelming stroke of luck was unerringly potent, influencing reality itself. If given the choice, Chen Yun would prefer this ability to be controllable, allowing him to activate or deactivate it at will, rather than the current lack of control. After chatting with Peter for quite some time, Chen Yun realized something rather peculiar. The class bell had been ringing for quite a while, yet the lesson had yet to commence. The first class was chemistry, and due to a teacher prone to explosive demonstrations, it was Chen Yun's least favorite subject, making it difficult for him to even find rest. Just as he anticipated, an unforeseen event, one truly occurred. The chemistry teacher was absent, replaced by a stern professor who entered the room. "Your chemistry teacher is currently undergoing an investigation due to an incident involving a bank robbery. This class will now be self-study." As he spoke, the professor's gaze briefly lingered on Chen Yun. To his surprise, the chronically tardy Chen Yun had arrived on time today. This revelation touched the professor, who kindly gestured for Chen to step outside. Confused, Chen Yun stood up, but before he could exit the classroom, a piercing scream echoed behind him. "Ah!" Turning around, Chen Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Provoked by the incident, Norton was now sprawled on the ground, wailing incessantly, with several sharp nails embedded in his posterior. His pitiful rolling and cries of anguish drew the professor's attention. The professor halted, his expression one of concern, inquiring about the unfolding situation. "Oh, it hurts so much." Norton attempted to articulate, yet the excruciating pain in his backside rendered him speechless. He could never have imagined that the professor would reprimand him for merely celebrating by tapping the desk, which had unexpectedly shattered beneath him. A pale-faced girl behind Norton recounted the events, her eyes lingering nervously on his grievous injury. "What on earth? Take him to the hospital." The professor, casting a brief glance, turned away in disgust at the sight of Norton's unfortunate predicament. Could this possibly be related to me? Chen Yun mused as he watched Norton being carried out of the classroom like a lifeless pig. However, he soon lost interest in Norton. Ever since their last encounter, Norton had lacked even the courage to meet his gaze. Even if he harbored thoughts, he would have to keep them to himself. "Professor Marlin, what brings you to me?" Chen Yun inquired anxiously as he followed the professor outside. He had always harbored a certain trepidation towards Professor Marlin, a notoriously irascible academic who subjected every course to the most stringent standards. Furthermore, Marlin was an ardent proponent of white supremacy. Although Chen Yun was indifferent to such matters, Marlin wielded considerable authority over the students, holding the keys to their scholarships and graduation prospects. "Ah, look at our class's prodigious student." Contrary to Chen Yun's expectations, Professor Marlin did not chastise him as usual. Instead, he unexpectedly praised Chen Yun, exclaiming, "Your recent examination results are outstanding. This is quite unexpected." With a benevolent smile, Professor Marlin continued, "From now on, you need not attend classes at the school." "What? Am I being expelled?" Upon hearing Professor Marlin's words, Chen Yun was rendered utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom that the very professor who had just commended him would suddenly shift gears and expel him, just as he was about to explain. Professor Marlin chuckled and said, "Chen, why the long face? You may attend classes as you wish. If you prefer not to come, that is your choice. However, I have one stipulation regarding this matter." Pausing, Professor Marlin earnestly conveyed to Chen Yun, "I would like you to appear during examinations. As long as you can maintain your previous performance, I shall provide you with the finest letter of recommendation from the university." With that, Professor Marlin left the classroom, leaving Chen Yun in a state of bewilderment. "It seems I have not been expelled?" Still in a daze, Chen Yun's phone suddenly rang. "Chen, has the school arranged your academic schedule?" As soon as he answered, Carlson's voice came through. "There is a new mission that requires your assistance." "School? Mission?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yun finally comprehended the situation. It turns out that S.H.I.E.L.D. had intervened, wielding their unparalleled global influence, which no mere school could withstand. Realizing this, Chen Yun finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, it is advantageous to be supported by powerful allies. Chapter 36. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. is involved, Chen Yun naturally had no cause for concern. After informing Peter, he vanished from the classroom. Arriving at the school's rooftop, he found a lounge chair and reclined in it. Comfortable. This is indeed the most delightful way to rest. After taking a brief nap, Chen Yun was awakened by the sound of a Quinjet flying overhead. Checking the time, it was precisely noon, the appointed hour. "Hey, Chen, Batman." As he disembarked from the Quinjet at S.H.I.E.L.D., Leo Fitz rushed over, greeting Chen Yun with an enthusiastic bear hug. When did their relationship become so amicable? Gemma Simmons followed closely behind, gazing at her boyfriend and Chen Yun embracing one another with a hint of jealousy since the moment she discovered that Chen Yun was indeed Batman. Carlson, at a loss for words, explained to Gemma, "You know how Fitz is always fascinated by these things." "Chen, welcome back." Shaking her head, Gemma joined Chen Yun's side. "Thank you." Pushing Fitz away playfully, Chen Yun reciprocated Gemma's warmth with a hug. "Your actions have been truly remarkable, dear Batman. May I accompany you on this mission?" Naturally, Gemma held Chen Yun in high esteem for his noble deeds, eagerly expressing her desire to join him. "And me. I wish to go as well," Fitz chimed in, desperately wanting to partake in the mission while eyeing Chen Yun's Batman gear. "Having observed your actions, I have some new ideas for your equipment. I could enhance it with additional features." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun promptly removed the gear and handed it over to Fitz. With free labor available to upgrade his equipment, he had no reason to decline. The task at hand is rather intricate. Once everyone has exchanged pleasantries, Carlson begins to elucidate the mission to Chen Yun. "We are to apprehend an inhuman." "Inhuman?" Upon hearing this term again, Chen Yun, puzzled, inquires about the nature of these inhumans. Inhumans, as it turns out, are individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. In response to Chen Yun's query, Carlson patiently elaborates that we are not the sole bearers of life in the cosmos. Long ago, an extraterrestrial race visited Earth. We refer to these beings as the Kree. As he speaks, Carlson activates a projector, and a human-like silhouette materializes on the screen. The Kree conducted numerous experiments on our ancestors. Although the Kree eventually ceased their experiments, those who were subjected to them survived. They, like other humans, can procreate. As Carlson narrates, the figure on the screen undergoes various transformations. Some figures are encased in ice, while others are engulfed by flames. However, their descendants differ from us, possessing unique genetic fragments. These individuals are known as Inhumans. They may never awaken their powers, appearing just like ordinary people. Yet, upon awakening, they can manifest an array of peculiar abilities. Pointing to the figure consumed by flames, Carlson continues, stating that the individual we aim to capture possesses pyrotechnic abilities. As for the reason we require your participation, Carlson's expression becomes peculiar. "It's because we need your silencing ability." "Silencing ability?" Chen Yun queries, perplexed. "Why silencing?" "Because this person breathes fire." Carlson explains with a smile. "I believe your silencing ability would be his nemesis." The operation has been aptly codified as the fire breather mission. Breathing fire, silencing. Chen Yun nods thoughtfully, his mind beginning to grasp the concept. These Inhumans bear some resemblance to him, each endowed with diverse powers. The sole distinction lies in the origin of their abilities, derived from Inhuman genes, while his own stem from the system. For this operation, we have devised two plans. The primary plan is to utilize your silencing technique to interrupt the Inhuman's abilities and subsequently capture him. At this juncture, Coulson casts a serious glance at Chen Yun and asserts that it is imperative to capture this inhuman alive, enabling us to study his genetic fragments. As for the contingency plan, should the silencing technique prove ineffective, you would be tasked with diverting the target's attention, allowing others to activate the containment unit and apprehend this fire breather. After issuing his orders, Coulson turned his gaze towards Chen Yun. I have no objections. Given the meticulous arrangements for the mission, Chen Yun naturally concurred. He nodded in agreement. With Chen Yun's acquiescence, the group donned their gear and boarded the Quinjet, marking the official commencement of their mission under Coulson's leadership. Soon, the aircraft's formidable reconnaissance capabilities traced the whereabouts of the firestarter. As they prepared for action, Coulson, with a grave expression, cautioned that this individual possessed extraordinary abilities. The flames he emitted reached temperatures of several thousand degrees. I implore you to regard this mission with the seriousness it deserves, to avoid any unnecessary casualties. With that, Coulson turned his attention to Chen Yun, emphasizing that this operation primarily relied on him, urging him to prioritize safety. No problem. Chen Yun responded with a slight nod. Coulson's warning weighed heavily on him. After all, as a novice freshly inducted into S.H.I.E.L.D, any misfortune would be profoundly detrimental. Let us prepare for descent. Chen Fitz maneuvered the Quinjet to hover at an altitude of 10,000 meters, then instructed Chen Yun to press the button on the left, where the parachute and his gear awaited. The left? Chen Yun shifted his focus to his left hand, and indeed, he spotted a blue button on the aircraft's fuselage. Boom. Upon pressing the button, the parachute he envisioned did not materialize. Instead, the plane jolted violently. My goodness, our isolation pod has fallen. Fitz's anguished cry echoed within the cabin. Coulson and Gemma stared in bewilderment at the flustered Chen Yun. Your parachute is right here. After a moment, it was Gemma who retrieved Chen Yun's parachute. With the plan prematurely aborted, the group exchanged glances in silence. Just as they prepared to leap, Fitz's voice rang out again. Look at what I've spotted. The firestarter has been ensnared by the isolation pod. Huh? Has the mission succeeded? Chen Yun was at a loss for words. A blunder in execution turned out to be the very condition for success. Such luck was indeed exhilarating. Chapter 37. They actually captured him. Gazing at the footage on the monitor, Coulson felt despondent. He had devised numerous plans prior to their arrival, yet not a single one had been utilized. To avert any unforeseen complications, he had specifically deployed the formidable Melinda May and the rising star Chen Yun. Ultimately, he, a seasoned agent, was also present to provide support, meticulous planning, and ample manpower. However, since we have apprehended him, let us hasten down. Patting Chen Yun on the shoulder, Coulson remarked that as long as the task could be satisfactorily completed, that was sufficient. Soon, the aircraft descended beside the containment chamber housing the firestarter. Although they were already aware of its existence, the sight of the firestarter ensconced within the containment chamber left them exchanging glances in disbelief. Gemma Simmons murmured in astonishment. This is simply unbelievable. As a scientific researcher for S.H.I.E.L.D, it was the first time Gemma felt that the knowledge she had acquired since childhood was inadequate. This was an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters. The probability of being killed outright by the containment chamber was far greater than that of capturing him alive. Alas, this was Chen Yun's inaugural engagement with S.H.I.E.L.D mission, and it appeared to conclude before it had even begun. The enthusiasm he had just mustered promptly deflated, and he shrugged in resignation. It was certainly not his fault. All he had done was press the wrong button. TSK. One wonders whether it was his misfortune or their good luck. Curiously touching the containment chamber, Fitz exchanged glances with the firestarter, who wore an expression of indignation. At such a height of over 10,000 meters, not being reduced to mere pulp was indeed a stroke of luck for the firestarter. The group engaged in animated conversation, nearly provoking the firestarter to unleash his flames. You scoundrels! You lack honor, resorting to a sneak attack. The firestarter seethed with anger within the confines of the chamber. Anyone would be discontented to suddenly lose their freedom while merely stepping out for lunch, and the absurdity of the situation only compounded his ire. Let us settle this one-on-one. The firestarter's multitude of grievances coalesced into this singular declaration. Regrettably, no one paid him any heed, despite his attempts to shatter the glass and escape. He found himself utterly incapable after prolonged effort. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as Chen Yun and the others secured the containment chamber aboard the Quinjet. With the firestarter subdued, the now idle group exchanged bewildered glances. They had envisioned numerous scenarios, including a protracted battle with the firestarter culminating in his capture, or perhaps a desperate resistance leading to his demise. Yet, who could have anticipated such a swift resolution? Given that there was still ample time remaining, might we indulge in a barbecue instead? Casting a curious glance at the firestarter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary human, Chen Yun expressed his waning interest and proposed the suggestion. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, the others turned their attention to Coulson, the one capable of making decisions. Now, they simply awaited the arrival of headquarters personnel for the handover. Speaking of which, since Chen Yun joined S.H.I.E.L.D, they had yet to hold a welcome ceremony in his honor. Coulson chuckled softly, then addressed the group, suggesting that this barbecue could serve as Chen Yun's welcome party. Haha. Long live barbecues. I crave grilled meat. The tense and exhilarating mission concluded unexpectedly, albeit rather bizarrely. Nonetheless, the prospect of indulging in a barbecue lifted everyone's spirits. Observing their joy, Coulson shook his head and stepped aside to activate the communicator. What is going on? Is there a problem? As soon as the connection was established, Nick Fury's anxious voice crackled through. Instinctively touching his eye patch, a shadow of unease crept into Nick's heart. Such sudden communications during a mission typically signified dire circumstances. No. Our mission has concluded. Concluded? You have only just arrived at the mission site, haven't you? Nick's surprise was palpable as he instinctively glanced at the time. What on earth are you doing? We truly completed it. The details are. As Nick expressed his astonishment, Coulson offered a wry smile and recounted the events. What the hell? Nick was at a loss for words. How could such a serious apprehension mission end so frivolously? I will dispatch other agents to take over from you. Faced with this extraordinary stroke of luck, Nick found himself speechless. Be sure to draft an operation report. A report? Coulson was taken aback. How could one articulate such an extraordinary occurrence in words? Once Coulson finished his report, the group boarded the aircraft once more, and moments later, the jet soared towards a coastal area. Upon arriving at the seaside, Melinda May spread her arms wide, reveling in the refreshing warmth of the shore. She closed her eyes in bliss, exclaiming, "It has been ages since I felt this content." Chen Yun, taken aback by Melinda's contrasting demeanor to her usual stoicism, inquired, what is wrong with her? Since a certain mission, she had become rather taciturn. Letting out a wistful sigh, Coulson elaborated. Although that mission earned her the title of Iron Rider, she has not smiled since. Pausing, he continued with a complex expression, on that occasion. Melinda took the life of an inhuman girl. Surprised by this revelation of Melinda's past, Chen Yun reflected on her previous silence, akin to that of an invisible person, and shook his head internally. Chen, let us go fishing. After enjoying a moment of tranquility by the sea, Melinda's gaze turned towards Chen Yun. Once a mere subordinate who had suffered defeat, the individual now known as Batman had grown to attain a formidable reputation, eliciting a complex array of emotions within Melinda. On one hand, she grappled with her past misjudgment. On the other, she was astounded by Chen Yun's astonishingly rapid ascent in strength. With great alacrity, Chen Yun accepted Melinda's invitation. Upon hearing about the fishing expedition, Fitz and Gemma eagerly clamored to join. Undeterred by the challenge, the group quickly crafted their fishing rods, each displaying their unique ingenuity. This time, I shall secure first place, Fitz declared, leading the charge with his fishing rod held aloft. Yet, before he could reach the shoreline, a sudden gust of wind knocked him to the ground. My heavens! As Fitz scrambled to his feet, he was met with a breathtaking spectacle above. Countless fish, swept up by the tempest, cascaded from the sky like rain upon the beach. In order to capture the fire breather, we deliberately chose the day of Melinda's typhoon landfall. She explained with a wry smile, attempting to evade the fish plummeting from above. I certainly did not anticipate the typhoon's swift arrival. Is that so? Chen Yun, exasperated and at a loss, discarded his fishing rod. His extraordinary misfortune was truly unparalleled. Chapter 38. What a waste of time. Chen Yun, with a disgruntled expression, tossed aside his fishing rod. Gazing at the beach strewn with fish, making it difficult even to find footing, he lost all interest in fishing. Gathered in a circle, the group enjoyed beers and relished the grilled fish feast prepared by Gemma. Their modest welcome party concluded swiftly, overshadowed by Fitz's off-key serenade. After their bellies were full, the personnel from S.H.I.E.L.D arrived to assist in the operation, as they transported the containment unit housing the fire breather into a transport aircraft. This mission reached its inevitable conclusion. What exactly was I here to accomplish? At that moment, Chen Yun's mind brimmed with questions. Aside from boarding a few planes and indulging in food and drink, he had arrived yet accomplished nothing. Curse this wretched luck. Clutching several plump fish, Chen Yun returned to Midtown. Upon arriving at his rental, he hurriedly switched on the television. Clutching a lottery ticket purchased earlier, he anxiously watched the live drawing. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15. At the moment the winning numbers were revealed, an expression of sheer astonishment washed over Chen Yun's face. I truly won 5 million, he exclaimed, excitement bubbling forth as he tucked the ticket into his pocket. This was indeed the proper manifestation of good fortune. Upon contemplating the serendipitous windfall of 5 million, Chen Yun promptly resolved to claim his winnings. Wow, your fortune is truly remarkable. Upon his arrival at the lottery station, even the clerk could not help but commend Chen Yun's extraordinary luck, further suggesting that, Given his auspicious streak, he might consider trying the newly launched scratch-off tickets. Why not give it a go? Chen Yun, who was already at the threshold, turned back upon hearing the clerk's words. At this moment, he found himself surprisingly unfazed by this uncontrollable stroke of good fortune. With a grand gesture, he purchased several $1,000s worth of scratch-off tickets. Seated opposite the clerk, Chen Yun commenced his scratching endeavor. As the tickets gradually revealed their prizes, the clerk's expression turned increasingly pallid. Oh my goodness! Another win! The clerk stared at the unveiled tickets, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Not only did every ticket yield a prize, but they were all substantial wins. In the blink of an eye, the value of Chen Yun's tickets had surpassed $5 million. Let us have another stack. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen Yun was eager to continue his scratching spree. However, the clerk, now devoid of any mirth, replied, I'm afraid we have sold out of tickets. Such an uncanny occurrence left the clerk both astonished and apprehensive. Regardless of Chen Yun's entreaties, the clerk resolutely refused to sell him any more tickets. After a lengthy wait, witnessing the clerk's staunch refusal to sell, Chen Yun could only depart, regretfully clutching his substantial winnings on the way home. As he walked, Chen Yun mused to himself. With his fortune, he had indeed become a millionaire. Perhaps it was time to contemplate purchasing a house? Inspired by the thought, Chen Yun swiftly took action, reaching out to a prominent real estate agency online. Regrettably, the agency did not possess any properties that piqued his interest, thus postponing his plans for a home. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Chen Yun began to analyze his newfound luck. As was his custom, he chose to conduct experiments through gaming. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a headshot kill flashed across his computer screen. This was utterly absurd. The ease with which he achieved headshot kills swiftly drained Chen Yun of any enjoyment in the game. He then opened a card-drawing online game and, with a mere 10 draws, was inundated with a cascade of golden rewards, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief. With just one 10 draw, I'm already at the pinnacle. How can I continue to play? Gazing at his character, he envisioned effortlessly dominating the novice village with his eyes closed. In utter exasperation, Chen Yun closed his computer, feeling as though life had lost its significance. With a tranquil mind, Chen Yun shifted his gaze to the skill description. The favor of the goddess of fortune revealed that the description merely pertained to an ordinary passive skill. However, the designation of Fortunate One was far more audacious. This skill could directly double his luck. Alas, there was no manual. Sighing, Chen Yun resolved to give it a try. He held his breath and began to mentally control the deactivation of these two skills. Perhaps due to the high luck value augmenting his efforts, after several attempts, he astonishingly discovered a shutdown button that should not have existed. After disabling his extraordinary luck, Chen Yun reopened the card-drawing game. This time, after drawing 10 cards. The experience was far more mundane, devoid of any special effects. Is this truly my original fortune? Accustomed to good luck, Chen Yun felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing the outcome. Yet, he soon chuckled. He decided that he would reserve his luck aura for significant decisions or events. For such an approach would render life more challenging. Having been engrossed in experiments, the evening patrol was solely undertaken by Spider-Man, Peter. Once Chen Yun's luck aura was deactivated, his phone buzzed incessantly. Chen, I apprehended a robber. Is that so? Excellent. Chen, I've discovered a hideout with 3 or 4 individuals. Can you offer me some advice? Do not hesitate. Go in directly. I've dismantled the hideout, but I found over 10 kilograms of drugs. What should I do? Burn them. Faced with Peter's relentless inquiries, Chen Yun's patience wore thin. When the next call came in, seizing the moment before Peter could speak, Chen Yun shouted, "Shut up." Feeling a sense of relief, he promptly blocked Peter's number. Were it not for the inability to use a silencing spell over the phone line, he would have considered rendering this chatterbox mute. Chen Yun, try today, S.H.I.E.L.D. Just as he hung up, the door swung open, revealing S.H.I.E.L.D, who entered with a plate in hand. Striding in with a touch of pride, she declared, I've been diligently researching how to prepare delicious dishes these past few days. Hurry, taste it. Under S.H.I.E.L.D's eager gaze, Chen Yun took a bite. To his astonishment, this time the food was actually palatable. Finally something edible. I suppose those ingredients that could fill several garbage bins were not wasted after all. The previous attempts had been utterly unappetizing. It's perfectly delicious. S.H.I.E.L.D retorted, pouting. How dare you suggest I was making poison? Is your skin itching for a reprimand? Casting a fleeting glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, Chen Yun scoffed. Are you contemplating another round of spankings? You dare. S.H.I.E.L.D clasped her hands over her backside, her face adorned with an awkward blush. You mustn't strike my behind again. Observing S.H.I.E.L.D's bashful demeanor, Chen Yun involuntarily raised his hand. Soon, rhythmic slaps resonated within the room, heralding the reactivation of the tutoring mode. Chapter 39 Time swiftly advanced to midnight. Reinvigorating the aura of fortune, Chen Yun commenced today's lottery. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired today's special ability. The pocket watch of the time traveler. What is this? Just as Chen Yun contemplated the newly acquired power, the system chimed in his mind once more. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired today's special ability. Professor Du's instantaneous teleportation. Yet another double blessing? Staring wide-eyed at the consecutive abilities he had received, Chen Yun was taken aback as the system continued to announce. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired today's special ability. The two-tomo Sharingan of the 7th Hokage's best friend. Has the system malfunctioned? Realizing the situation, Chen Yun was overwhelmed with delight. Merely activating a single aura of luck had granted him 3 extraordinary abilities. How exhilarating! Gazing contentedly at his trio of new powers, Chen Yun couldn't help but squint with glee. Upon closer inspection, these abilities, unlike the previous 2 lucky skills, each came with their own detailed descriptions. The pocket watch of the time traveler allows the user to reset time within a 5-minute window, whether in the past or the future. This watch grants Chen Yun the power to traverse through time. Professor Du's instantaneous teleportation enables him to traverse any space by merely opening a door. As long as Chen Yun can envision it, he can materialize at any location across the globe. As for the two-tomo Sharingan of the 7th Hokage's best friend, it represents an upgraded version of the previous skill. Originally, the 7th Hokage's I had been transformed into a 1-tomo Sharingan through Chen Yun's trials in battle. Coupled with this newly acquired ability, it has now ascended to a 2-tomo Sharingan, greatly enhancing both his dynamic and static visual acuity. In simpler terms, these newfound powers can be summarized as the abilities of time, space, and the advancement of the Sharingan. The favor of Lady Luck is truly extraordinary. Chen Yun couldn't help but marvel at the serendipity bestowed upon him. However, before he could fully revel in his joy, a sudden roar erupted from outside the window. The rumbling sound grew louder, accompanied by tremendous vibrations. Chen Yun, bewildered, had just pushed open the window when he was astounded by the scene before him. What is this? The apocalypse? The sky was filled with countless fragments, descending like meteors, resembling celestial maidens scattering flowers. These meteoric shards fell thickly like rain, engulfing the entire world. It seemed as though the entire realm had plunged into catastrophe. Instantly, the street appeared to be engulfed by disaster. Numerous buildings collapsed, explosions erupted, and flames soared into the heavens. In that fleeting moment, Chen Yun's ears were filled with the cacophony of countless wails and cries of despair. What on earth is happening? Just as Chen Yun stood in shock, S.H.I.E.L.D rushed into his bedroom, her face etched with panic. She wore a floral nightgown, marred by a burn mark on the hem. S.H.I.E.L.D's disheveled appearance tightened Chen Yun's heart. Suddenly, he connected all the dots: the unfortunate bank robber, the fallen diamond ring and watch, the fire breather ensnared by a containment pod, and now this meteor shower. My fortune has come at the cost of another's misfortune. This realization dawned upon Chen Yun. Oh no, the halo of luck is still active. As he looked up to see a meteor that was originally hurtling towards him veering off to strike a nearby building, Chen Yun felt a weight settle in his heart. Gazing at the nightmarish scene beside him, he could no longer remain seated. He pulled out the time traveler's pocket watch, his expression grave. Activate the ability. I choose to return to the past. Under S.H.I.E.L.D's astonished gaze, Chen Yun transformed into a sphere of white light and vanished before her eyes in an instant. With a rush of dizziness from traversing time, Chen Yun swiftly deactivated the halo of luck. He then opened the window, revealing a street that remained tranquil and serene. Has it been resolved? Chen Yun sighed in relief within. As he observed the sky, at the same moment, S.H.I.E.L.D was the first to detect the meteor. Boss, a massive meteor is heading towards New York. It weighs a staggering 50 tons. Nick Fury, roused from his slumber by a phone call, was startled awake. Get it intercepted. Without a moment to spare for clothing, Nick Fury, aware of the urgency, issued the order with his eyes still closed. By the time he hastily arrived at the command center, S.H.I.E.L.D personnel were already prepared. The satellite feed displayed a colossal meteor hurtling towards Earth at breakneck speed. The extraterrestrial nuclear device is ready. In the tense atmosphere of anxious anticipation, the nuclear bomb concealed by S.H.I.E.L.D in outer space was finally ready. Detonate. Nick Fury immediately issued the command, and the entire meteor was enveloped in a tremendous explosion, accompanied by a blinding radiance, transforming the spot where the meteor once resided into an abyss. Just as the members of S.H.I.E.L.D exhaled in relief at the meteor's disappearance, a monitoring officer, with a face of horror, shouted, "We have failed. The meteor has shattered into countless fragments, heading straight for New York." What? Upon hearing this disheartening news, Nick Fury's heart sank. Was there no favor from fortune? Even for me? Chen Yun, who thought the crisis had passed, was astonished to discover the meteor reappearing. Unlike before, this time the meteor did not evade him, but instead plummeted directly onto the street where he stood. Dodging the meteor's onslaught with utmost urgency, Chen Yun could only retrieve his pocket watch, the time traveler's device. Activate my abilities. I choose to return to the past. With a flash of white light. Time rewound to 5 minutes earlier. Gritting his teeth, this time Chen Yun opted not to disable his lucky aura. With a determined gaze, he calmly approached the door to his bedroom. Activate my powers. Professor X's teleportation. Twisting the doorknob, the living room that should have been there vanished. And before Chen Yun unfolded a vast desert landscape, through Professor X's teleportation, he arrived at the other side of the Earth, the Sahara Desert. Simultaneously, S.H.I.E.L.D. received a message. The meteor's trajectory had deviated. Calculations indicated that its landing point would be at the heart of the Sahara Desert. There was no need for interception. Observing the meteor's altered path, Nick Fury sighed in relief, choosing to disregard the small meteor. In the satellite's surveillance footage, the meteor transformed into a streak of light, plunging forcefully into the very center of the Sahara. Phew, that was terrifying. Watching the meteor descend into the desert, Chen Yun finally relaxed his racing heart. If it weren't for his heightened perception failing to indicate any imminent danger, he would have fled long ago. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chen Yun promptly deactivated his lucky aura. Such fortune came at an exorbitant cost. Chapter 40. The meteor's colossal impact created a crater over 100 meters in diameter on the ground. Once it was confirmed that there was no danger, Chen Yun cautiously approached the edge of the meteorite crater. The crystal-clear meteorite radiated a dazzling light at the bottom of the pit, resembling a flawless diamond. Could this possibly be a diamond? As Chen Yun marveled at the resplendent meteorite, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He recalled a method for distinguishing diamonds he had previously encountered and leaned down to exhale onto the meteorite, watching the vapor dissipate rapidly. His heartbeat seemed to pause in astonishment. Indeed, it was a diamond. How much could such a sizable gem be worth? Although synthetic diamonds have emerged, natural diamonds remain coveted luxury items. Moreover, this was a colossal diamond weighing several tons. The market price for a 1-carat diamond reaches thousands of dollars. And diamonds, as is well known, appreciate in value with size. He had struck gold. However, after joyfully circling the meteorite several times, Chen Yun found himself dumbfounded. The meteorite was far too heavy. Despite exhausting every effort, he could not budge it even slightly. The commotion caused by such a massive object would surely attract attention, and the thought of potentially losing his fortune filled him with anxiety. Even burying it on the spot posed a challenge. A pit of such magnitude could not be filled single-handedly in a short time. Stuck between the impossibility of moving it and the reluctance to damage it, Chen Yun felt utterly at a loss. Just as despair began to set in, a revelation struck him about the true cause of the meteorite's descent. He activated his aura of luck. Standing atop the meteorite, he unleashed the power of the aura. As he anticipated, the aura proved to be remarkably fortuitous. In an instant, a fierce wind swept in. The howling gale stirred up countless grains of desert sand, ravaging the landscape in a sweeping maelstrom. Before long, apart from the spot where Chen Yun stood, the surrounding area was completely engulfed by the yellow dust. Mission accomplished. When the storm subsided, Chen Yun leaped down from the meteorite. He carefully buried the meteorite, effortlessly concealing what would require hundreds of people working tirelessly to cover. To prevent losing track of the location, he buried a door made of weathered wood alongside it. Even if he forgot where the meteorite lay, he could easily locate the door using his powers. Having completed this task, Chen Yun summoned a portal and instantly returned to his rental apartment. The ability to traverse thousands of kilometers in an instant left him in awe of the sheer power of his abilities. It was remarkably convenient. Furthermore, this power could be utilized infinitely without any constraints. The sole limitation was the inability to achieve interstellar travel. Otherwise, with a mere portal, he could even dash off to other planets. More astonishingly, as long as he remained on Earth, whether above land, beneath the sea, or underground, he could arrive at his destination in the blink of an eye. For Chen Yun, the Earth has become entirely akin to his private garden. Whenever he desires, he can effortlessly indulge in a cup of coffee in Paris and then savor dim sum in Guangzhou. By noon, he could relish Peking duck in the capital, followed by a sumptuous steak atop the Empire State Building for dinner. After the exhilarating meteorite incident, Chen Yun returned home feeling somewhat fatigued. He decided to set aside his research on the newly acquired Sharingan and replenish his energy instead. Diving into bed, the weary Chen Yun swiftly succumbed to slumber. 3 hours later, several Kun-style fighter jets arrived at the Sahara Desert. "Chief, we have found nothing here. We have conducted a thorough search, yet no clues have emerged," reported the pilot dispatched to investigate the meteorite incident to Nick Fury, who was still awaiting results at headquarters. These individuals were elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, holding significant positions within the organization. Yet, after 3 hours of searching, they had uncovered absolutely nothing. Upon hearing the report, a look of disappointment crossed Nick Fury's face. He had not anticipated such a complete lack of findings. "Damn it, that was a meteorite weighing several tons," Nick Fury muttered under his breath. Designate this matter as a classified incident. Elevate the secrecy level to the highest. The thought of such a colossal meteorite vanishing into thin air caused Nick Fury a throbbing headache. Despite deploying so many personnel, there remained no leads. The only plausible explanation was that someone had taken the meteorite away. Damn it. The realization that there were individuals on Earth acting more swiftly than S.H.I.E.L.D. only served to heighten Nick Fury's agitation. Early the next morning, Chen Yun rose early and activated his abilities to return to the desert. Arriving once more at the site where the meteorite lay buried, sensing the underground door still intact, Chen Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared to have gone unnoticed. However, when he attempted to excavate the meteorite, he encountered a dilemma. The mere meteorite was already a formidable challenge, and with the added sand covering it, it was far beyond his solitary capacity to remove. I cannot manage this alone. I need to find assistance. After pondering for a while, a name suddenly sparked in Chen Yun's mind: Tony Stark. As one of the world's foremost billionaires, Tony Stark not only possessed the capability to extract the meteorite but also had the financial means to purchase it outright. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yun resolved to consult him. Retrieving the phone number that Tony Stark had sent, he dialed it. "Hi, Chen. What can I do for you?" As soon as the call connected, Tony Stark's voice came through. He expressed great enthusiasm, having always wanted Chen Yun to serve as his bodyguard. "Are you free lately? I have a magnificent treasure I wish to show you." "Oh, how I hope that treasure is not something nefarious." Tony jested, then regretfully added, "I'm currently in the Middle East for a weapons symposium. I will contact you as soon as I return to New York." Upon hearing Tony's words, Chen Yun nodded in agreement. "All right, I wish you safe travels. We shall reconnect upon your return." With a hint of regret, he ended the call and intended to return to his rental. Just as he summoned the portal, the S.H.I.E.L.D. communicator suddenly rang. "Chen, are you home? A Quinjet will arrive at your residence in 20 minutes. The hurried voice of Coulson resonated through the communicator. "We've located Captain America in the Pacific. He is still alive." Chapter 41. Motherfur. Staring in astonishment at Chen Yun, who had unexpectedly appeared behind him, Nick Fury exclaimed, "What brings you here? Didn't you summon me? Your aircraft hasn't even taken off." Nick Fury rubbed his bald head, seemingly trying to comprehend how Chen Yun had managed to arrive. But he soon redirected the conversation toward S.H.I.E.L.'s new discovery. "You arrived just in time. Hurry, follow me." Nick Fury hurriedly led Chen Yun into a room. As soon as they entered, a bone-chilling cold rushed toward Chen Yun. He focused his gaze and saw a massive block of ice towering within the room, shrouded in dense, white frost. The most remarkable sight was the figure encased within the ice. Clad in a red, white, and blue costume, the figure held an oval shield. Indeed, it was Captain America. As Chen Yun moved around to the back and glimpsed the iconic American physique, he nodded thoughtfully. "When will he awaken?" "I don't know. It's a miracle he is alive at all." Nick Fury sighed as he glanced at the frozen Captain America. He then inquired of Chen Yun, "Do you possess any abilities that could resolve this icy predicament? Do you think I'm Doryman?" Chen Yun replied, exasperatedly gazing at Nick Fury. "I am not omnipotent. You were just in Midtown, and you arrived here in less than half a minute." Nick Fury, with a knowing expression, remarked, "You certainly have other abilities that you haven't disclosed. Also, the lottery incident was suppressed by the agency." Motherfucker. With envy, Chen Yun gazed at Nick Fury, who earnestly advised him, "That is a sum of $1 million. You must never misuse your extraordinary abilities." "I merely had good fortune," Chen Yun retorted, but was interrupted by Nick Fury, who insisted, "It is precisely your luck that we need." Following this, Nick Fury elucidated the current predicament of Captain America. Although the hero remained encased in ice, he still exhibited vital signs. The concern arose: if he were to perish upon thawing, would the S.H.I.E.L.D. not be culpable for his demise? "We are about to initiate the thawing process for Captain America, so you shall remain here as a mere mascot." Chen Yun, rendered speechless by Nick Fury's remarks, promptly found a chair to sit upon. Observing his colleagues diligently working around the ice block, he proposed, "Why not try a microwave?" Son of a gun. Sitting in his chair, savoring the meal he had brought from the cafeteria, Chen Yun felt as though he had truly become a mascot. Yet, knowing the unfolding narrative, he harbored no apprehensions. After all, this was Captain America, the emblem of the Avengers. With an air of composure, Chen Yun indulged in donuts and occasionally sipped his coffee, watching the thawing process unfold as though it were a theatrical performance. S.H.I.E.L.D., renowned for its cutting-edge technology, swiftly reduced the ice to merely a small block encasing Captain America. Once the larger chunks were removed, he was carefully transferred to a bed. To combat the frigid air, the staff donned heavy winter attire. They commenced the delicate task of melting the ice from his head and feet using a thermal pen. In no time, Captain America's head was revealed. He was still breathing. A miracle. As his head emerged, the staff was astonished to discover that he was indeed alive. Albeit faintly, and perhaps in a few days, he would awaken. Upon receiving this report, Nick Fury excitedly patted Chen Yun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. Inviting you here was undoubtedly the right decision. You are S.H.I.E.L.D's lucky charm." Glancing at the unflustered Chen Yun, Nick Fury added with a smile, "I shall award you a bonus." "However, I have done nothing," Chen Yun replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in at the mention of a bonus. Yet, adhering to the philosophy that even a mosquito's leg is meat, he graciously accepted the reward. With Captain America revived, Chen Yun decided to vacate the room. As he meandered through S.H.I.E.L.D, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever he attempted to greet others, they seemed to shy away from him. Not only that, but he even caught glimpses of people whispering among themselves in hushed tones. What could possibly be the reason for this? Chen Yun continued to wander through S.H.I.E.L.D, bewildered and filled with questions, until he encountered Gemma, who offered him clarity. "They're all saying that you were the silencer," Gemma hesitantly revealed the truth. To be frank, had it not been for the commotion Chen Yun caused in the restaurant previously, he would have already gained notoriety within S.H.I.E.L.D for his burgeoning reputation akin to that of Batman. Is it really that significant? Chen Yun shrugged in disbelief and turned toward the training room. Since his last display of extraordinary abilities, he had not returned to that space. Upon entering the training room, Chen Yun spotted Hawkeye, Barton, diligently practicing his archery. Clad in a fitted outfit, Barton wielded his iconic bow with finesse. "Hey, buddy. It's great to see you." Chen Yun waved at Barton, smiling. "How have you been lately?" Hearing his voice, Barton paused his training, wiping the sweat from his brow. With a swift motion, he released his final arrow, which struck the bullseye of the distant target with precision. "Chen, when did you return?" Barton grinned, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if he was greeting an old friend. It was because of the Captain America situation," Chen Yun replied with a chuckle, moving closer to Barton. Gazing at the multitude of arrows clustered in the target center, Chen Yun gasped in astonishment at the accuracy. "Care to give it a try?" Barton, noticing Chen Yun's interest in archery, offered him his bow. "Let me see Batman's skills." Taking the bow, Chen Yun hesitated, saying, "I am utterly clueless about archery." "No worries. I will teach you," Barton exclaimed, guiding Chen Yun to stand outside a white line, instructing him to keep his shoulders level and feet apart. Raising the bow to his chest, once Chen Yun assumed the proper stance, Barton retrieved an arrow from his quiver, gripping its tail and drawing the bowstring back. After a brief pause, Barton earnestly advised, "Focus your gaze on the target and release the arrow." Following Barton's archery lesson, Chen Yun shot an arrow based on instinct. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared forth, hitting the target with remarkable accuracy, striking the bullseye. Was that just beginner's luck? Chen Yun pondered, momentarily stunned by the outcome. However, without hesitation, he continued to draw and release arrows. Under Barton's astonished gaze, every single arrow found its mark in the bullseye. After completing the entire quiver of arrows, Chen Yun reluctantly set down the bow, feeling unsated. "You said you knew nothing about archery?" Turning around, he was met with the astonished visage of Hawkeye Barton. "Perhaps," he mused, shrugging his shoulders, as he retrieved another quiver filled with arrows. During the previous archery session, he had sensed an unusual feeling. Once again, he drew the bowstring. Slowly closing his eyes, observing the tightly shut eyes of Chen Yun, Barton found himself at a loss for words, unsure if he should speak. But then, to his utter astonishment, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded once more. Whether with his eyes closed or turned away, as long as Chen Yun could release an arrow, it would invariably strike the bullseye. Astonishing. Even with Barton's composed demeanor and elegant nature, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Witnessing Chen Yun's impeccable aim, Barton felt as though his years of archery practice had been rendered utterly futile. Immersed in his shooting, Chen Yun remained oblivious to Barton's inner turmoil. He only perceived that each time he loosed an arrow, a peculiar surge in accuracy accompanied it. This sensation extended beyond archery. Even when he set down the bow to wield a dart, the feeling lingered within him. Was it the influence of a lucky halo? Or perhaps the effect of the Sharingan? Puzzled, he cast a dart, watching it hit the mark once more, leaving him speechless. The abundance of extraordinary abilities could sometimes be a burden. He sighed deeply, feeling as though he had lost the joy of shooting. Observing Chen Yun, who was hitting targets while sighing, Barton could only feel a bitter pang in his mouth, a belly full of sourness. This display of nonchalance made Barton feel as if his daily hard work was being mocked. Should he try with a gun? Noticing Chen Yun's waning enthusiasm as he tossed aside the dart, Barton eagerly approached him, a look of excitement gracing his face. Having partnered with Chen Yun on missions and having been saved by him, Barton had been curious enough to check Chen Yun's profile upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Given that Chen Yun was still under 18, he could not legally obtain a firearms license in the United States. Thus, Although Chen Yun exhibited remarkable talent with a bow, he certainly had never handled a gun. With the prospect of regaining his pride through firearms, Barton's spirits lifted considerably. He smiled as he produced a handgun, placing it before Chen Yun. A handgun? Chen Yun's face lit up at the sight. Ever since crossing into this world, the allure of firearms had stirred within him. In this land of freedom and beauty, where gunfights were a daily occurrence, never having fired a weapon would be tantamount to a wasted existence. May I use it? Curious, he picked up the handgun, his face alight with eagerness. Certainly. From the moment you don the S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, remarked Barton with a smile, exuding confidence. In this world, you may wield any weapon with assurance. With that, the self-assured Barton commenced instructing Chen Yun on the usage of a handgun. Observing Chen Yun's clumsy attempt at disengaging the safety, Barton's smile radiated even brighter. However, it did not take long for Barton to be utterly astonished. Just 3 minutes prior, Chen Yun had struggled with the safety mechanism, yet now, moments later, bang, bang, bang. With all the bullets discharged from the magazine, Chen Yun, brimming with exhilaration, turned to Barton and requested, "Could you please replace the target?" "Just a moment." Barton, in a daze, walked over to replace the target with a fresh one, retreating to a corner in a state of despondency as he gazed at the utterly perforated target, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. This is madness. By the time Chen Yun had satisfied his thrill, Barton was left feeling utterly defeated. It was exhilarating. Indeed. The romance of man lies in firearms. From handguns to rifles, Chen Yun reveled in his experience, fulfilling his long-held desire to wield weapons. However, just as he was gathering his belongings to depart, Barton suddenly called out to him. Unwilling to concede defeat, Barton proposed, "How about we spar?" Reflecting on the combat skills he had honed through countless brushes with death, Barton clenched his jaw. This was his sole opportunity to regain some dignity. Although Chen Yun possessed the ability to sever limbs with his powers, in terms of skill, the still-developing Chen Yun could not possibly match his experience. With confidence, Barton calmly asserted, "Come on, let me test your skills." "Are you sure?" Chen Yun inquired cautiously, and upon seeing Barton's affirmative nod, he reluctantly stepped into the center of the arena. It was not that he hesitated to spar with Barton, but rather that his myriad abilities were overwhelming. Not only could he confidently hold his own against Barton, but even against the formidable Captain America, he felt he could stand toe-to-toe. Very well then. Shedding his cumbersome trench coat, Chen Yun gestured for Barton to commence. With narrowed eyes, Barton focused intently on Chen Yun. As Chen Yun's words fell, Barton charged forward without hesitation, raising his left hand to strike. The sequence of actions was executed with remarkable speed, yet to Chen Yun, it appeared almost leisurely. In his eyes, Barton's movements were riddled with openings. The instant Barton closed in, Chen Yun's right leg swept out decisively, landing a kick to his lower abdomen, sending Barton hurtling through the air. Again, upon landing, Barton rolled and swiftly regained his feet. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but admire the formidable combat prowess of the one who had severed the golden arm. However, as this was merely a contest, there would inevitably be victories and defeats. Even though he was confident that his experience far surpassed that of Chen Yun, he would never forfeit any opportunity. Barton launched another wave of attacks, and this time, his movements displayed an even greater ferocity. Then I concede. He was once again sent flying. But rather than rising to his feet, Barton gazed despondently at the ceiling of the training room. The moment he was struck down again, he realized he could not possibly best his opponent. What kind of martial arts is this? Can you teach me? Listening to Barton's earnest request, Chen Yun fell into silence. He possessed no knowledge of any martial arts. His actions were purely instinctive responses driven by divine perception. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, the communicator lying nearby suddenly buzzed to life. "Chen, Barton, there's an urgent mission." The voice of Nick Fury crackled through, filled with urgency and authority. "The military has issued a request. They need our immediate assistance. Tony Stark is in trouble." Chapter 43. In a desolate plain somewhere in the Middle East, a well-equipped contingent of American armed forces was regrouping on the ground. Over a day had passed since Tony Stark's disappearance, and the renowned businessman had yet to be found, creating an oppressive atmosphere of tension within the camp. Initially, the military had presumed that Stark had fallen victim to a terrorist attack, simply without a body to confirm his fate. However, a recent discovery had changed everything. On a patch of blood-stained earth, they had extracted evidence confirming that Tony Stark was indeed alive. Yet, it was clear that he had sustained severe injuries and had been captured by terrorists. Damn it! Where are those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Colonel Rhodey spat, casting aside his firearm in frustration. As one of Stark's few friends, Rhodey had been a bundle of nerves during Stark's absence, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Damn it, we notified S.H.I.E.L.D. last night. Rubbing his temples in agitation, Rhodey picked up a pair of binoculars and scanned the distant horizon. All that met his eyes was barren wasteland. But the pressing question lingered. When would the S. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrive. As Rhodey cursed inwardly, a fighter jet approached the camp from above. Before it even landed, he felt a flash before him, and a figure suddenly materialized in his line of sight. A figure clad in a black combat uniform, adorned with sunglasses, stood before him. "My God, you have finally arrived," Rhodey exclaimed, visibly relieved as he approached the silhouette. "We have searched for an entire day and night." After greeting the figure, Rhodey glanced upward at the aircraft overhead. "How many agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. have come?" "Just me," came the nonchalant reply from Chen Yun, who had only just arrived in the Middle East due to Nick Fury's deliberate delays. Casting a casual glance at Rhodey, Chen Yun settled into a chair. "Just you." Rhodey was taken aback, quickly recovering to inquire about the aircraft above. "What will they do? Fly back, I suppose." "What else can they do?" Chen Yun smirked. "Such a large machine, aside from alerting terrorists to our presence and posing a threat to Tony's safety, serves little purpose. But it can't just be you." Rhodey's lips twitched in frustration. This brash young man seemed to consider himself a deity. This was the Middle East. The expanse of grass alone stretched for thousands of kilometers. How could Chen Yun dare to boast so audaciously? As this thought crossed his mind, Colonel Rhodey felt a surge of anger rise within him. Observing Chen Yun's relaxed demeanor only fueled his ire. "Your identity." Rhodey stepped closer, his face darkening as he demanded. "What is your agent level?" "Level 7 agent, Batman," Chen Yun replied casually. "Batman?" Rhodey pondered the name, suddenly recalling the individual who had recently garnered significant notoriety in New York. Damn it. Realizing that Chen Yun was merely an agent tasked with apprehending ordinary criminals, rather than the imagined elite of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rhodey couldn't suppress a silent curse. However, since S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched Chen Yun, he had no choice but to assess his capabilities. Casting a sidelong glance at the discontented Rhodey, Chen Yun continued to sit in his chair, contemplating his newly acquired abilities with an air of ease. Last night, he had obtained a new power, Dream Prophecy. This ability allowed him to resolve any queries through his dreams. Immediately upon acquiring this power, Chen Yun had utilized the prophecy to locate Tony Stark. Currently, Tony was busy forging in a secluded cave, albeit under somewhat harsh conditions. But his safety was assured. "Are we ready to depart?" Rhodey, unable to contain himself any longer, approached with a frown. "Not yet. It is not necessary at this time." Chen Yun responded. "What are these? Tank munitions?" "Indeed," came the answer. Rhodey, already discontent with S.H.I.E.L.D. sending only Chen Yun, felt particularly vexed at this moment. Watching Chen Yun leisurely meander about as though on a holiday only intensified his frustration. Just then, a nearby water carrier inadvertently toppled his bucket, causing the crystalline liquid to spill onto the parched earth, which eagerly absorbed it. "Damn it. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to transport a barrel of water to this place?" Rhodey exclaimed, delivering a harsh kick to the soldier's leg, his voice laced with fury. "Your entire unit has no water to drink today." After dismissing the soldier, who bore an expression of shame, Rhodey turned his gaze toward Chen Yun. With each passing minute, Tony's life grew increasingly perilous. Rhodey, his eyes glistening with intensity, impatiently remarked, "I hope you can expedite your involvement in the mission. Don't be upset. I will act swiftly." Chen Yun replied with a shrug, discreetly activating his Sharingan. "I'll spring into action after my nap." "Are you actually planning to take a nap?" Rhodey's forehead throbbed with veins ready to burst at Chen Yun's words. After standing there for a considerable time, he managed to suppress his rage and walked away with a sullen expression. "Time for a meal." At that moment, a disdainful soldier approached Chen Yun, tossing down a portion of food and a communication device. "Wait, where's my water?" Glancing at the food while analyzing with his Sharingan, Chen Yun inquired with discontent, "Why is there no water in my lunch?" "None," the soldier replied with a smirk, then proceeded to take a long swig from his personal water flask. "Kid, face the reality. Here, I'm the boss." Casting a contemptuous glance at Chen Yun, the soldier turned to leave. Yet, before he could depart, startled cries erupted around them, and his gaze suddenly sank lower. As he attempted to assess the situation, he found his vision fading to darkness. With a thud, the soldier's head fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" An enraged Rhodey charged at Chen Yun, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Why did you kill him?" The surrounding soldiers, sensing danger, aimed their weapons at Chen Yun, who still held his concealed blade. Gazing down at the soldier's severed head, Chen Yun shook his head, his eyes crimson. The side effects of the Sharingan were truly overwhelming. Sheathing his blade, he activated his temporal abilities, the pocket watch of a time traveler. In an instant, Chen Yun found himself back 5 minutes in the past. At the moment the water carrier was about to lose his balance, Chen Yun swiftly steadied the bucket. Amidst the soldier's expressions of gratitude, Chen Yun approached the soldier delivering food. Without a word, he snatched the meal and communication device from the soldier and walked into the tent with an impassive demeanor. This individual is undeniably impressive. Chen Yun's fluid maneuver left the soldier, who had initially intended to assert his dominance, utterly dumbfounded. Even Rhodey, who witnessed everything, couldn't help but praise. No wonder they're from S.H.I.E.L.D. Such character, truly manly. Chapter 44. The Depressed Basin in 3 Caves. Upon entering the tent, 2 spinning tomo appeared in Chen Yun's eyes. Utilizing the inherent copying ability of his Sharingan, Chen Yun meticulously illustrated the scenes he had dreamt of the previous night onto paper. Soon, a detailed topographical map materialized before him. By comparing it with the map, Chen Yun effortlessly located the place where Tony Stark was imprisoned. Activating his abilities, Chen Yun vanished from the tent in an instant. Do you need water? As soon as Chen Yun departed, Colonel Rhodey's voice echoed from outside the tent. Using the pretext of delivering water, Rhodey intended to prompt Chen Yun to hasten his actions. However, after waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response, Rhodey curiously lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. To his astonishment, there was no sign of Chen Yun in the cramped space of the tent. Where is he? Having watched Chen Yun enter, Rhodey was bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Where could that kid have gone? After turning the tent upside down in search, Rhodey found no trace of Chen Yun. He rushed out to search the camp, but despite scouring the entire area, he could not find him. Could he have driven away? Furrowing his brow, Rhodey made his way to the vehicle area of the camp. However, upon seeing that the number of cars remained unchanged, disbelief filled his eyes. In this desolate place, Chen Yun had vanished on foot? Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Rhodey retrieved his communicator. By the time the call connected to Nick Fury, Rhodey's patience had worn thin. One of your people has gone missing in the camp. For heaven's sake, this is a perilous no man's land. Tony Stark has already drained all our resources. After venting his frustration, Colonel Rhodey growled, I cannot dispatch anyone else to look for him. What the hell? Just as he picked up the phone, Nick Fury, caught off guard by Rhodey's monologue, inquired, who is missing? Is it Chen Yun? Indeed, that damn Batman. Rubbing his bald head, Nick Fury exhaled in relief. Don't worry about him. He will be fine. Considering Chen Yun's seemingly endless array of abilities, Nick Fury chuckled. Perhaps he has already located Tony? Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, Colonel Rhodey heard the call disconnect with a beep. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D. Frustrated, Colonel Rhodey cast aside his phone, feeling utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, harnessing his teleportation ability, had already arrived at a cavern. With his exceptional perception, he deftly evaded the patrolling terrorists. Inside a modest hut, he discovered the camp's surveillance room. Seizing the opportunity while the occupants were momentarily absent, Chen Yun smoothly entered the room. Among the myriad of surveillance feeds, he swiftly located Tony Stark. This billionaire mogul, renowned for his extravagant lifestyle, was currently hammering away at a piece of iron with a grim expression, his demeanor starkly contrasting his usual flamboyant self. Clad in tattered garments, his face was obscured by blood-stained bandages. The bandage on his left arm and a rudimentary device strapped to his chest hinted at his struggles. Was this the nascent version of Iron Man? Observing Tony's relentless efforts at the forge, Chen Yun marveled at the brilliance of the mind behind the Avengers, capable of crafting such formidable equipment from such meager resources. His gaze shifted to the rudimentary device on Tony's chest, which would later evolve into the renowned miniature arc reactor. Although its appearance was still crude, this energy core, crafted by the brilliant minds of Tony and Dr. Ethan, had the capacity to sustain life for 50 lifetimes and enable flight for over 50 minutes. It seemed that intervention was unnecessary. They would find their own means of escape. After a few glances, Chen Yun felt a sense of relief. To be honest, he harbored some concerns about this mission, fearing that his presence might thwart the emergence of Iron Man. Without this trial, Tony Stark might remain the same reckless playboy, and Iron Man, as destined, would never come into being. To prevent altering history, Chen Yun resolved to refrain from disturbing Tony for the time being, choosing instead to intervene only when absolutely necessary. With his mind at ease, he settled comfortably in the surveillance room. After a short while, several terrorists entered, carrying food and surrounding a burly man adorned with tattoos. Upon spotting Chen Yun seated nonchalantly in the surveillance room, the burly man's expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to demand answers. Sharingan. Before the burly man could utter a word, Chen Yun activated his Sharingan. As the two tomos spun within his eyes, the expressions of the terrorists began to grow hazy. When they regained their senses, it was as if they had not seen Chen Yun at all, and they entered the surveillance room with an air of nonchalance. The only difference from the past is that these hypnotized terrorists did not indulge in alcohol or meat. Instead, they merely sat aside gnawing on dry, hard flatbreads. Hypnotizing ordinary individuals with the Sharingan was indeed a trivial task. Chen Yun sighed with satisfaction as he savored the succulent lamb chops, occasionally sipping on some sheep's milk liquor, finding his life even more enjoyable than that of Rhodey. After relishing the lamb chops, he commanded a few terrorists to stand guard outside. and Chen Yun promptly settled down for a nap in the surveillance room. Perhaps due to the excessive energy expended from frequently using the Sharingan, he soon drifted into slumber. Where am I? In a daze, Chen Yun felt as if he had entered a void, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed a figure wielding a hammer, crackling with electricity. Gazing at the descending thunder hammer, Chen Yun instinctively attempted to evade, only to be startled by the realization that he possessed no physical form. As a mere mass of consciousness, he was entirely unable to escape. Helplessly watching as the hammer pierced through him. Am I unharmed? It was only after the thunder hammer passed through his being that Chen Yun abruptly recognized he was once again ensnared within the prophetic dream technique. Everything unfolding before him was, of course, merely a vision within the dream. After a tedious wait, a colossal robot materialized in the void. Thor, where are you? Loki, where are you? The robot aimlessly darted around the emptiness, mechanically calling out the names of the two figures. As the repetitive sound echoed, Chen Yun awoke. Thor, Loki. Chapter 45. The God of Thunder, Thor, and the God of Mischief, Loki. Reflecting upon the names that surfaced in his dream, Chen Yun felt a throbbing headache. In the prophetic technique, every event that transpires can be deemed reality. For instance, he had located Tony Stark through this technique. However, the inconvenience of this prophetic ability lay in its inherent vagueness. Was Thor brandishing his weapon to attack me, or to fight alongside me? After pondering for quite some time, Chen Yun could only sigh. The information provided by the prophetic technique, aside from clarifying people and objects, relied entirely on conjecture. Never mind. Since it was certain that he would encounter these two individuals, perhaps the answers would reveal themselves upon their meeting. Dismissing the peculiar dream, Chen Yun redirected his attention to the surveillance footage. In the video, Tony Stark was diligently working at the forge. As he observed Tony and Dr. Ethan stealthily removing the finished ironware from the surveillance view, Chen Yun discerned their current undertaking. They were in the process of crafting the prototype of the Iron Man suit, Mark I. These terrorists are remarkably foolish, completely oblivious to such conspicuous actions. After an afternoon engrossed in the riveting series starring Tony Stark, Chen Yun could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. Perhaps it was due to a lack of ventilation. Or maybe these terrorists were simply too lethargic. The air in the room was saturated with a suffocating stench. Unable to bear it any longer, Chen Yun turned and departed from the surveillance room, making his way towards Tony's quarters. Tony, someone is coming. In the confines of his room, Tony was fervently assembling his Iron Man suit. Just as he was halfway through, he heard Ethan's anxious warning to avoid alerting the terrorists to his plans. Tony had no choice but to disassemble the components. Just as he finished disguising himself, the door swung open. As before, Tony cast an irritated glance at the newcomer. My God, it's you. Upon recognizing Chen Yun's face, Tony erupted with excitement, rushing towards him like a child weighing 800 pounds. Chen, are you here to rescue me? Hurry, take me away. I cannot bear to remain in this wretched place for another minute. Gazing down at Tony, who clung to his leg and seemed eager for an embrace, Chen Yun expressed his disdain with a warning, you had better not do that. He pushed Tony's blood and sweat-stained face away, adding, if you persist, I will vanish immediately. Ah, I suppose I was a bit too enthusiastic, Tony chuckled awkwardly, though his eyes shimmered with hope. Chen, it is truly wonderful to see you again. Are you genuinely here to save us? In contrast to Tony's exuberance, Dr. Ethan maintained a composed demeanor, cautiously inquiring, what about the 10 rings? The 10 rings? Upon hearing this name, Chen Yun's brow furrowed in realization. He now understood that these terrorists were, in fact, old acquaintances from the 10 Rings organization. I am Chen Yun, a superpower consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. He explained to Dr. Ethan. In a hushed voice, Tony asked Chen Yun, did you infiltrate? He had deduced that Chen Yun was likely unaware of whose territory this was, and since he had not heard any sounds of combat, it was improbable that Chen Yun had forced his way in. Of course, I infiltrated, Chen Yun replied, causing Tony's anxiety to resurface, his earlier excitement waning. What should we do? Where are the others from S.H.I.E.L.D? Just me, Chen Yun said, glancing at Tony before leisurely seating himself in a chair. I arrived long ago and watched you work on your iron projects all day. What? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, does that mean you've known I was here all along? Indeed. And I also witnessed you engaging in some rather peculiar activities. With a gentle rap on the components strewn across the table, Chen Yun cast a half-smiling gaze at Tony. You scoundrel. You spent the entire day in the monitoring room, and you didn't think to come find me sooner? The thought of toiling away, forging for survival while Chen Yun leisurely observed the situation, ignited a flame of frustration within Tony. He indignantly questioned, are you merely going to watch me grapple with threats from terrorists? Isn't it evident that I'm still alive? Chen Yun paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he inquired, do you even wish to leave? It seems like you might want to linger here a bit longer. You fool. Of course, I want to escape. Tony cursed before promptly dragging Dr. Ethan to a secluded corner. The two commenced packing, preparing to take essential items for their escape. Yet, after an extensive search, they discovered that apart from a heap of scrap metal, there was nothing remotely useful. Damn it. Are we really going to charge out empty-handed? There are at least 100 terrorists outside. After a prolonged search, Tony awkwardly emerged before Chen Yun, wielding a hammer for forging. Meanwhile, the frail doctor. Ethan silently clutched a wrench. What weapons do you have? The two, each holding their meager implements, exchanged a bewildered look before realizing the gravity of their situation. Alone. They were no match for the armed terrorists. In haste, Tony inquired of Chen Yun, do you possess any advanced weaponry from S.H.I.E.L.D? Weapons? Chen Yun regarded the duo with curiosity, then, upon witnessing their eager expressions, produced a weapon. A bat-shaped shuriken, razor-sharp. A hidden blade, exceedingly lethal. Technological throwing blades, equally formidable. Oh my goodness. As Tony beheld the collection, the sparkle of hope faded from his eyes. Even with Chen Yun's prowess, the three of them, armed with such meager tools, stood little chance against the hundreds of terrorists wielding an array of weaponry. A sudden thought crossed Tony's mind. Perhaps remaining here was the safer option. Let us hold off a bit. Our gear is nearly complete. After contemplating the balance of power between them and their adversaries, Tony ultimately resolved to flee this place. However, his gaze fell upon the scattered components on the table. With this equipment, our chances of escape would surely improve. What is this? Although he recognized it as part of the miraculous Mark I, Chen Yun refrained from revealing its significance. Looks like a leg. This is a high-tech medical prosthetic. Hope rekindled in Tony's eyes, prompting him to jest. Well, this doesn't seem like something intended for a hospital. Casting a glance at the unsightly iron contraption, Chen Yun jested, remarking that it resembled equipment capable of sending someone to the hospital. To the hospital? Tony scoffed coldly, then replied in a chilling tone. This device will send them straight to hell. Chapter 46. With Chen Yun overseeing the surveillance of terrorists, Tony felt no need for subterfuge. Without concerns weighing him down, one was a flamboyant genius scientist, and the other, an experienced and ingenious doctor and scientist. Thus, Tony Stark and Dr. Ethan commenced their respective tasks with fervor. Despite their brief acquaintance, the mutual admiration between two geniuses fostered an impressive synergy. Whenever Tony encountered a design quandary, Dr. Ethan would promptly offer inspiration, significantly accelerating their progress. The harmonious collaboration between the two rendered any attempts by Chen Yun to assist utterly futile. Within the span of less than an hour, the leg armor, which Tony referred to as a high-tech medical prosthesis, was expertly crafted. Let us assemble our precious creation, Tony exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he eagerly addressed Dr. Ethan. Shortly thereafter, with Dr. Ethan's assistance, they retrieved pre-assembled components from discarded materials beneath the bed. In no time, the steel battle armor, comprised of bulletproof iron, copper, magnesium alloy, and various leathers, was fully assembled. This armor, fashioned from Jericho missile components, was capable of withstanding the fire of light weaponry at close range. The left arm was equipped with a flamethrower, while a small missile was concealed within the right arm. Pleased with the crafted armor, Tony nodded in satisfaction. Ethan, lend me a hand. Dr. Ethan promptly stepped forward to help don the armor, which bore a striking resemblance to medieval knights' armor. Wow. Once all the components were donned, Tony, brimming with excitement, pressed the activation switch. As the lights of the energy source on his chest flickered to life, the entire suit powered up. Upon pressing another button, a powerful gust of air erupted from the suit's feet, and in an instant, the armor lifted Tony to a height of 1 meter above the ground. Quite impressive, Chen Yun remarked, nodding as he observed Tony soaring. Turning to the equally exhilarated Dr. Ethan, he inquired, how long can this contraption fly? Well, theoretically, it can fly until the fuel is exhausted, Dr. Ethan cautiously added, adjusting his glasses, if it doesn't crash first. Hey, let us give our technological marvel some credit, Tony replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he awkwardly maneuvered the suit to descend, expressing his dissatisfaction towards Ethan. Come on, this is our invincible armor. Afterward, Tony looked at Chen Yun and asked, what do you think? Was my recent display impressive? Indeed, Chen Yun nodded, then cast his gaze towards the profound cave, stating, let us address some troubles. Yoo-hoo, Tony exclaimed with exuberance, fiercely propelling himself forward in his armor. Upon reaching the entrance, the armored arms seized the heavy iron door with great force. Subsequently, Tony let out a fierce roar, violently tearing the door apart. Ha! Ladies and gentlemen, let us break free. Observing Tony, who had become somewhat arrogant after donning the armor, Chen Yun wore a look of exasperation. The door is not closed. With a sigh, Chen Yun followed in Tony's footsteps alongside Dr. Ethan as they ventured outside the cave. Midway through their exit, they were besieged by terrorists drawn by Tony's explosive entrance. Tony, piloting the armor, swung his iron arms while retaliating with a flamethrower, hastily advancing towards the cave's mouth. However, his arrogance soon led to a lesson in humility. In a spacious area of the cave, dozens of terrorists were already waiting, armed to the teeth. A flurry of bullets rained down, forcing Tony to retreat repeatedly, wincing from the impact of the gunfire. Can he handle this? Chen Yun wondered, watching Tony, who had recently been so spirited, now cowering in the cave, too afraid to show his face. Their firepower is overwhelming. Tony cautiously peered out, only to be knocked down by a bullet. Well then, let me take action. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yun vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind the terrorists. Gripping his bat-shaped shuriken, he struck with lethal precision, sending forth a spray of crimson. His hidden blades swiftly pierced the throats of several terrorists. Damn, who is this bastard? The surviving terrorists were momentarily stunned by Chen Yun's sudden appearance. One of them, the quickest to react, raised his submachine gun and opened fire at Chen Yun. Yet, he could only hit a mere afterimage, as the true Chen Yun had already positioned himself behind him. Looking for me? With a flick of his wrist, the hidden blade transformed into a silver dagger, driving forcefully into the neck of the terrorist, pinning him against the wall. In an instant, all the terrorists lay defeated at Chen Yun's feet. This outcome left Tony and Dr. Ethan, who had been hiding nearby, utterly astonished. Wow, that was incredibly cool, Tony exclaimed, his eyes wide in admiration as he witnessed Chen Yun dispatch the terrorist with ease. Chen, you are truly formidable. Thanks to the might of Chen Yun, the terrorists dared not enter the cave again, and they encountered no further obstacles on their path. However, due to Tony's cumbersome armor, Chen Yun and his companions took a good 5 or 6 minutes to reach the cave entrance. Just as they were about to exit the cavern, Chen Yun sensed something amiss. The incline was at a sharp 42 degrees, and there stood a Gatling gun, with his Sharingan activated. Chen Yun swiftly identified the enemy's weapon and pointed in its direction, commanding, "Utilize your missile to obliterate it." "At your command, my Batman," Tony replied, saluting in an unorthodox military manner, chuckling as he raised the right arm of his armor. Under Chen Yun's watchful gaze, a miniature missile, glowing red, launched from the suit and spiraled through the air for a few seconds before crashing down upon a tent marked as an ammunition depot. My God. Tony's face turned pale as he beheld the missile's impact on the ammunition storage. If it were to explode, they would assuredly meet their doom. Quick, grab me. We must flee. Tony immediately seized Dr. Ethan beside him, attempting to lift both himself and Ethan into the skies. However, in his search for Chen Yun, he suddenly realized that Chen Yun was already watching him from above. Without time for banter, Tony grasped Dr. Ethan, activating the jets beneath their feet, and the Iron Man suit soared rapidly into the sky. Despite Tony's quick reflexes, he was a moment too late. Just as they ascended, a thunderous explosion resonated from below, causing the very sky to tremble. The entire suit seemed to lose control, plummeting down and creating a massive crater upon impact. At the bottom of the pit, both Tony and Dr. Ethan were left dazed and disoriented, their heads ringing and stars dancing before their eyes. Had it not been for the armor absorbing the shock, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. In his hazy vision, Tony saw Chen Yun sliding down a transparent slide from the heavens. Why didn't you take us with you? Does your conscience not ache? Chapter 47. Ethan, quickly help me dismantle this cursed contraption. Gazing up at the star-studded night sky, Tony Stark felt for the first time in his life the profound significance of freedom. With Dr. Ethan's assistance, Tony finally removed the heavy armor. This suit, which had facilitated their escape from peril, had only been in action for a brief span of minutes but had already been rendered utterly inoperable after enduring gunfire and the fall. Casting a glance at the jubilant Tony, Chen Yun activated his communicator. Tony Stark has been rescued. Here are the coordinates. Please send someone to retrieve us. What? Colonel Rhodes on the other end of the communicator was evidently taken aback by this news. Chen Yun, without a vehicle, had managed to extricate Tony so swiftly and single-handedly from the clutches of terrorists? Is Tony all right? Just as Rhodey was about to inquire further, the communicator emitted a series of beeps. Damn S.H.I.E.L.D. Cursing under his breath, Rhodey wasted no time and hastily instructed his subordinates to prepare a helicopter for the rescue. Colonel, the coordinates are exceedingly distant. Our helicopter will need to fly for several continuous hours. What? I have already informed Rhodey. He will come to retrieve you. After disconnecting the communicator, Chen Yun pointed towards a sand dune and said to Tony, "It's right there. I've provided them with the coordinates." "Very well, let us proceed together." Tony replied with a smile, warmly inviting Chen Yun to join him. "No, I must return home for dinner and perhaps take a shower." Chen Yun yawned and, to the incredulous gazes of Tony and Dr. Ethan, summoned a door. Turning the doorknob, the other side transformed from a sea of yellow sand into Chen Yun's apartment. "Goodbye." Standing in the doorway, Chen Yun waved farewell to the astonished Tony and Dr. Ethan, then stepped inside. Damn it, wait for me. Realizing what had transpired, Tony's expression shifted dramatically as he scrambled towards the door. Take me and Ethan with you. Yet, when Tony reached the door, his hand grasped only a wisp of smoke. What a turn of events. This left Tony utterly frustrated. He lamented to Dr. Ethan, if Chen possesses such extraordinary abilities, why didn't he simply take us with him from the cave? I recall it was you leading the charge. Dr. Ethan adjusted his glasses, adding with precision. Tony was momentarily taken aback. That rascal. After all, Chen Yun was an extraordinary consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. With a sigh, Tony explained to Dr. Ethan. The people at S.H.I.E.L.D. are mostly ordinary. He is the only one who stands out. I had thought of making him my bodyguard. But now, considering his type, how could he possibly be short on funds? As they chatted, Tony and Dr. Ethan ascended the sand dune. By the time they reached the summit, both were drenched in sweat. Without any provisions or water, they could only exchange weary glances. If we return, the first thing I want to eat is lamb chops. All day, I've been smelling the roasted lamb on those terrorists, while we had to nibble on bread. Reflecting on the 2 days of confinement, Tony felt as if he had been transported to another realm. I feel much the same. After a brief conversation, exhaustion overtook them, and they both collapsed onto the ground. They lay quietly on the sand, too fatigued to utter a word. However, the desert soon imparted its harsh lessons. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is extreme, especially at night, when the wind is dry and cold. After enduring for 5 or 6 hours without food or water, the two individuals could hardly bear it any longer. Touching his cracked lips, Tony felt utterly drained of strength. The nearby Dr. Ethan was similarly affected, shivering in his thin clothing. This scene prompted Tony to exclaim, "It's unbearably cold. I'm dying for a drink." Just as despair began to set in, a voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Both men sprang to their feet, turning toward the source of the sound. "Hello, gentlemen." A wooden door silently appeared behind them, and Chen Yun, with a broad smile, leaned against the doorframe, holding a bag. "How delightful it is to see you both again." Chen Yun beamed at their disheveled appearance, his joy only intensifying. He showcased the bag containing a 15 hamburger and watermelon juice combo he had just purchased from Kinda Chicken. The watermelon juice is worth $5 million, and the hamburger $30 million, he proclaimed. Just imagine, in this desolate desert, sipping sweet watermelon juice while savoring a juicy hamburger. Enough of that. I'll pay $100 million. Tony, with a gluttonous gaze fixed on the hamburger and watermelon juice, weakly declared, "I want it all." Upon hearing Tony's willingness to spend such a fortune on junk food, Chen Yun chuckled. "Well then, as a token of gratitude for your generosity, I shall generously provide you with a stack of napkins." He waved the bag in front of the feeble Tony before extending his hand, inquiring, "How will you pay?" Tony glanced at Chen Yun's hand and then at his own tattered clothes, speechless. "Do I look like someone with money? When I return to New York, I will promptly arrange for a check to be sent to you. Enjoy your meal," Chen Yun said, handing the bag to Tony before conjuring another wooden door and vanishing once more into the desert. "Is this what you meant by not lacking money, Doctor?" Ethan adjusted his glasses, staring incredulously in the direction Chen Yun had disappeared. His superpower truly makes earning money swift. Tony was left at a loss for words. Feeling like a fool, he had spent $100 million on what should have cost mere dozens. Silently, he divided half of the food with Dr. Ethan, and the two sat cross-legged on the desert floor. Lamb chops? He chuckled bitterly, recalling his earlier craving for lamb chops. However, just as the two were about to unwrap their hamburgers and satisfy their hunger, a helicopter sped toward them from the distance. The massive rotors stirred up countless grains of sand. Ugh, ugh. The two, with mouths agape, were instantly coated in sand. Who on earth could be so inconsiderate? Ugh, ugh. Tony's curse was abruptly cut off. The helicopter drew ever closer, and Tony and Dr. Ethan finally discerned the pilot, Colonel Roddy. The helicopter came to a halt before them, and Roddy swung open the cabin door. "Why are only the two of you here? Where's Chen Yun?" As he spoke, Roddy's gaze fell upon Tony and the doctor. Observing the hamburgers and watermelon juice in their hands, confusion etched itself upon Roddy's face. Chapter 48. Well, what do we have here? Examining Tony and Dr. Ethan, Colonel Roddy felt his mind somewhat overwhelmed. Although he was unfamiliar with Dr. Ethan, he recognized the food they held. Chicken nuggets. In this desolate desert, you manage to have such delicacies? If there is no food on the plane, you owe me a fortune. Rolling his eyes, Tony helplessly discarded the sand-covered food. With a cold glance at Roddy, he ignored him and boarded the helicopter. A fortune. What? Just for this junk food? Staring incredulously at Tony, Roddy could hardly believe his ears. Have you lost your mind? Tony paid him no heed and simply shut the cabin door. Well, that is an internal rate. Dr. Ethan adjusted his glasses and said with utmost seriousness, "You should pray that there is food on the plane. You all have gone mad." Shaking his head, Roddy stood there, utterly bewildered. "You owe me an apology." "What?" Chen Yun, lounging on the sofa, looked perplexedly at the fuming Zhao Shiran. You cannot deny it. Zhao Shiran's cheeks flushed as she glared fiercely at Chen Yun. You can't deny the incident where you hit my backside. Chen Yun's lips twitched as he suddenly recalled last night's events. It seemed he had pinned her down on the dining table, and the sensation was rather delightful. Particularly that springy feeling. What are you thinking about? Observing Chen Yun lost in thought, Zhao Shiran, hands on her hips, puffed up in indignation. Do you dare deny it? I absolutely do not. Chen Yun hastily shook his head. Even if there were grievances between us, that is all in the past. As he spoke, he mischievously appraised Zhao Shiran's curvaceous figure. Now that you bring it up, do you wish to be reprimanded again? Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Zhao Shiran immediately covered herself and blushed profusely, thinking to herself, what a rogue. How does he know what I'm thinking? Humph. Zhao Shiran huffed, turning to leave while muttering, I can't be bothered with you, you big pervert. Chen Yun shrugged and followed her. Hey, I haven't eaten yet. Zhao Shiran turned back to glare at Chen Yun, exclaiming, you only think about eating. Just as he was about to speak again, he noticed Chen Yun rubbing his belly, and Zhao Shiran's heart softened. The words she was about to utter transformed into a pause. Watching Zhao Shiran enter the kitchen, Chen Yun chuckled and returned to the sofa, reclining comfortably. In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Shiran emerged with a plate of stir-fried pork and steaming rice. After setting down the dishes, she shot Chen Yun a glance, urging him to eat. Observing the spread before him, Chen Yun couldn't help but smile. The fact that she had prepared such a meal in such a short time indicated that Zhao Shiran had been well prepared in advance. The presentation was commendable. Indeed, a sign of her progress. After tasting a piece of the stir-fried pork, he acknowledged the significant improvement in flavor. Seeing Zhao Shiran preparing to serve rice, he playfully remarked, are you planning to feed me personally? Upon hearing his teasing, Zhao Shiran's face flushed slightly as she shot him an incredulous glare. She scooped some rice with a spoon and placed it into Chen Yun's bowl. This scene made him chuckle. Just as he was about to tease her further, he suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of weakness wash over him. His body turned crimson, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. His grip on the table loosened, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Chen Yun, what's wrong? Zhao Shiran rushed to his side, supporting him as he struggled to maintain his balance, her voice filled with concern. Where do you feel unwell? Chen Yun could only feel a surge of heat coursing through him, sweat pooling on his forehead, his lips trembling slightly. Am I poisoned? Poisoned. Zhao Shiran was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, how is that possible? I ate it too. At that moment, Chen Yun found himself unable to explain. He felt as if he had entered a surreal state. This state was enigmatic, as if he were immersed in an ethereal realm. Strangely, he was indeed cradled in Zhao Shiran's embrace. Instantaneous movement. Realizing his predicament, Chen Yun decisively attempted to employ his teleportation ability. However, to his astonishment, his spatial powers had inexplicably vanished. Moreover, from this failure, he discerned the recovery time for his abilities, 2 hours. What was happening? Perplexed, Chen Yun surveyed his surroundings, the illusory space intertwining with Zhao Shiran's visage. When his gaze shifted to her rosy lips, a vivid image flashed through his mind. The dream prophecy. In the dream from the previous night, alongside Tony Stark, he had also envisioned a scenario where he lost his spatial abilities. The cause was a kiss shared with an inhuman woman. Suddenly, Chen Yun understood. He exerted all his strength and utilized the time traveler's pocket watch. As the scene shifted, Chen Yun found himself transported back to 5 minutes prior. You owe me an apology. Gazing at the fuming Zhao Shiran, Chen Yun decisively chose to admit his fault and offer his sincere apologies. Subsequently, disregarding Zhao Shiran's astonished expression, he hurriedly began to assess his own physical condition. It was then that he realized not only had his body completely recovered, but his spatial abilities had also been restored. Phew, I apologize. I promise I won't do it again. With a sense of relief, Chen Yun turned his attention back to Zhao Shiran, teasingly inquiring, you don't have a tail. Do you? A tail? Zhao Shiran initially felt confused as she instinctively touched her back, but soon realized the absurdity of his comment. Are you out of your mind? She retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glare. I don't believe you. Chen Yun, with a mischievous grin, edged closer, rubbing his hands together. Unless you let me check. Ah, you rogue. Zhao Shiran shrieked, yet she made no effort to resist, instead surrendering by closing her eyes. You wouldn't happen to be an alien, would you? Contrary to Zhao Shiran's expectations, the anticipated touch never materialized. She cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Chen Yun wearing an expression of curious amusement, seemingly fascinated by her. Seeing her bewildered demeanor, Chen Yun couldn't help but burst into laughter. You must be half an alien. In other words, you're an inhuman. With arms crossed, he regarded Zhao Shiran with a scrutinizing gaze, affirmatively stating, however, you have yet to awaken your superpower. Is that so? Zhao Shiran, eyeing the imposing figure before her, scoffed lightly before suddenly stepping down forcefully on Chen Yun's foot. Gritting her teeth, she glared at him. My superpower is to flatten you. Chapter 49. Am I really an inhuman? Suddenly confronted with this revelation from Chen Yun, Zhao Shiran found herself momentarily dazed. A look of astonishment adorned her delicate features as she vacantly sank into the sofa. Meanwhile, Chen Yun stood nearby, pondering with a slight furrow in his brow. He had nearly confirmed Zhao Shiran's status as an inhuman, but to ascertain the truth, a blood test at S.H.I.E.L.D. was necessary. I've heard about inhumans from the Tide organization before, but I've never felt anything special, Zhao Shiran questioned, her expression tinged with curiosity. Could my computer skills be considered a superpower? That's merely your talent, not a superpower. Chen Yun shook his head, smiling as he clarified. You haven't awakened yet. Only upon awakening will you become a true inhuman. Pausing briefly, he added, S.H.I.E.L.D. has your file, but even there, they couldn't find any information about your parents. That is quite unusual. What do you mean by unusual? Zhao Shiran blinked her large eyes a few times and curiously exclaimed, You don't have parents either. I never claimed to be normal. Chen Yun shrugged and replied. The S.H.I.E.L.D. database contains nearly all information on Earth. If it lacks this, it can only mean it has been obscured. All right. Let us rest well. I shall take you to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a checkup tomorrow. After saying this, Chen Yun yawned and pretended to be sleepy as he returned to his room, until he resolved the weakness of falling ill from kissing an inhuman. He could not let Zhao Shiran discover this matter. How annoying. That foolish person, gazing at the dishes that had long been prepared in the kitchen. Zhao Shiran furrowed her brows and muttered, The ingredients are all ready, yet that fool isn't hungry. It's too late to eat now, and if I don't, they will spoil. After hesitating for a moment, she finally sighed and placed the cut ingredients into the refrigerator. Back in his room, Chen Yun glanced at the time. It was still not yet midnight. He opened his computer, intending to play a game for a while, launching Disconnected City and Brave Warriors. He logged into the realm of heroes. However, within 10 minutes of playing, he found himself losing interest. Clad in level 15 godly gear, Chen Yun had lost the challenge he once relished while clearing dungeons. Regardless of the difficulty of the quests, his equipment overwhelmed him effortlessly. After breezing through several maps as if using a cheat, Chen Yun sighed and closed the game. Being too powerful had its drawbacks as well. Grumbling to himself, he opened a web browser, preparing to browse the latest news. However, as soon as he clicked on a familiar site, an advertisement popped up. Do you want to be a hero? Do you wish to become a superhero? Come and be the next Batman. What is this? Chen Yun stared at the headline, utterly perplexed. Though not an unfamiliar term, this advertisement seemed rather kitsch. Moreover, was this so-called Batman referring to him? Chen Yun rubbed his nose and continued to peruse the webpage out of curiosity. When he stumbled upon a photo of himself at the Tencent headquarters, realization dawned upon him. So it was you. With a scoff, Chen Yun scrolled to the bottom of the page, where he indeed found a small line, produced by Tencent, dedicated to creating joy. Whereas the advertising fee. Ma Huadeng, you haven't paid for this ad. Chen Yun rolled his eyes and then downloaded the game that had emerged early due to his influence. League of Legends. Once the game was installed, Chen Yun finally felt invigorated. This game, which he had played before his journey to another world, had accompanied him for a long time. Once again, as he delved into the game, Chen Yun felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering, he promptly selected his favorite hero, Master Yi, the Wuju Bladesman. The classic version is truly delightful, filled with numerous heroes adept at dominating the competition. With his profound understanding of the game mechanics and years of experience, Chen Yun skillfully maneuvered Master Yi from the jungle to the lane, then back to the jungle once more. By the conclusion of the match, his gaming experience was thoroughly satisfying, boasting an impressive double-digit score of 21,211. Exhilarating. After effortlessly dispatching a few novice players, Chen Yun was poised to embark on his next match. However, just as he was about to click the button to initiate matchmaking, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Chen, you will never guess what I've discovered. The moment he answered, Peter's enthusiastic voice filled the line. I encountered a peculiar creature, covered in scales. Wow. It's astonishingly unique, resembling a lizard. I've dubbed him the Lizard Man. Wait, you say you encountered a lizard man? After listening to Peter's description, Chen Yun responded, somewhat unimpressed. Well, I wish you good luck. Chen, aren't you coming with me? Aren't you curious about what the lizard man looks like? Apologies, but I'm genuinely not curious. With a chuckle, Chen Yun promptly ended the call and picked up his mouse, ready to commence his next game. As for the so-called lizard man, he considered it merely a trivial matter, best left for his arch-nemesis, Spider-Man, to handle. Yet, to Chen Yun's surprise, as he entered the game, the phone rang once more. It was Peter again. Come with me, Chen. We are partners, after all. Batman and Spider-Man. Just listen to that name. We are the underground heroes of New York. No, I remain a special consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Yun internally scoffed, though a faint smile crept onto his lips as he replied, his tone serious. I currently have other missions to undertake. Codename, Alliance. The Alliance? As expected, Chen Yun's cryptic remark piqued Peter's curiosity. Even over the phone, Chen Yun could discern the astonishment in Peter's voice. How cool. Is this an impressive organization? Oh, I understand. Is this classified? I will definitely keep this secret. Chen, you are my idol. This is simply too cool. Shall I hang up now? I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Seeing that Peter had been successfully distracted, Chen Yun nodded in satisfaction and resumed his journey in the Alliance. What a thrill. The screen filled with successive kills, providing Chen Yun with an exhilarating sensation unlike any other. Time swiftly passed amidst the joyous hours of gaming. Is it already 1 o'clock? Only after another round concluded did Chen Yun belatedly realize the night had enveloped the surroundings. Shutting down his computer, he rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation as he prepared to draw today's new ability. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired today's ability. Pristine Celestial Body. Chapter 50. Pristine Celestial Body? Upon reading the name, Chen Yun could not help but furrow his brow. What on earth is this? However, as he perused the description of the ability, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This was a power originating from another universe. The Pristine Celestial Body, embodying the essence of purity. With such a physique, one could remain untouched by all things, rendering all methods impotent. This body transcends all phenomena, devoid of self, agelessness, and the essence of sentient beings. It could be likened to the notion that the Bodhi tree is not a tree. Where, then, can dust settle? Wow. After absorbing the description of the ability, Chen Yun could not refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. This ability was truly formidable. It implied that any spell tainted by this aura of purity would essentially be nullified. The most remarkable aspect was that the pristine celestial body could immunize its wielder against the majority of negative statuses, such as curses and poisons. Such an extraordinary skill was simply astonishing. Nevertheless, amid his exhilaration, Chen Yun faced a pressing question. How exactly should one utilize this pristine celestial body? Activate Pristine Celestial Body. As he tentatively attempted to activate the ability, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Struggling to maintain his composure, he collapsed onto his bed, instantly succumbing to sleep. The following morning, upon awakening, Chen Yun immediately felt invigorated. The exhaustion from the previous night seemed to have vanished completely, and he experienced none of the discomfort typically associated with a night spent lying down. As he stepped onto the floor, he sensed an extraordinary lightness in his body. His feet barely made a sound upon touching the ground. After performing a few movements, he discovered that he had become increasingly agile, with astonishing speed. Experiencing this newfound swiftness, Chen Yun effortlessly leapt from the window onto the balcony. He bounded out and then back again, executing a series of graceful movements as if he were in a cinematic masterpiece. After several rounds, he could not contain himself and jumped high into the air. Whoosh! When Chen Yun leapt with all his might, he soared like an arrow released from its bow, propelling himself from the third-floor balcony to the rooftop of the 7th floor. The impact created a significant hole in the balcony, astonishingly breaking through 4 levels. Once he regained his composure, Chen Yun swiftly touched his head, only to discover with astonishment that he was completely unscathed. How remarkable! Truly a testament to the purity of his celestial body. After praising himself, he cautiously peered downwards. Gone was the exquisite elegance of the balcony, now reduced to a scene of ruin and debris. Fortunately, it was still morning. Had it been later, the repercussions would have been dire. Was this the effect of his untainted celestial physique? With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Chen Yun unleashed a powerful punch, producing a sharp whistle through the air as he smashed a garbage bin into a crumpled heap. Gazing at the den he had left, he was momentarily stunned. His previous skills had been commendable, yet now he felt as though his abilities could rival those of legendary martial arts masters. Thrilled, Chen Yun began to throw punches and kicks on the rooftop, wreaking havoc upon everything in sight. Whether it was the steel-constructed central air conditioning system, the water tank, or the fire safety box and garbage bin, all lay in ruin under his onslaught. With the air conditioning rendered useless and the damaged balcony likely to attract attention, he could already hear the angry curses of the users. Perhaps I have gone a bit too far. Envisioning the furious landlord and tenants, Chen Yun quickly activated his pocket watch of time travel. In a fleeting moment, time rewound itself back to 5 minutes prior. Chen Yun found himself back in his bed. Rising from his slumber, a smile graced his face. Now calm, he meticulously examined his transformation. Aside from enhanced physical attributes and strength, the most striking change was his skin. To his delight, he discovered his complexion was immaculate, as if he had been cleansed of all impurities. Was it possible he no longer needed to bathe? Elated by his pristine skin, Chen Yun then assessed his physique, which now boasted chiseled abs and a well-defined V-line. His previously slender frame had transformed into a more sculpted silhouette. When he finally located a mirror, he was utterly astonished. What had once been an ordinary visage now radiated a flawless, porcelain-like beauty, as though sculpted from exquisite jade. Chen Yun was momentarily speechless. He had always considered himself fairly handsome, but he had never anticipated reaching such extraordinary levels of attractiveness. If he stood on the street now, he would surely attract considerable attention. I wonder if this celestial body can withstand any side effects. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Chen Yun's mind, and without hesitation, he dashed to Zhao Shiran's door. "Shiran, are you awake? Hurry, let me steal a kiss. Hurry up." Listening to Chen Yun's voice, Zhao Shiran, just roused from slumber, felt her lips twitch slightly, leaving her utterly bewildered. A kiss? Wasn't Chen Yun a steadfast, unyielding man? How had he suddenly transformed? What a rogue! Zhao Shiran shouted through the door, her delicate face instantly flushed, and she huffed, "Get lost." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chen Yun contemplated knocking on the door again. Given his understanding of Zhao Shiran, he knew that if he persisted, she would undoubtedly open it. However, just as he was about to rap on the door, a thought struck him. Ah, the dishes. He recalled the spicy stir-fried meat that had provoked such a reaction from him the previous night. It was because Zhao Shiran had indulged in cold dishes beforehand that he had. With that thought, Chen Yun withdrew his hand. "Never mind. I'll go eat first," he declared, promptly dashing to the refrigerator. Upon opening it, he found not only the chopped chili and meat but also several portions of cold dishes wrapped in plastic film. Which dish could it be? Staring at the array of food, Chen Yun furrowed his brow, momentarily lost in confusion. Regardless, they were all in the fridge, so why not sample them all? He retrieved the dishes and began to taste each cold dish with his chopsticks. No problem, still no problem. After sampling everything, Chen Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover that his body exhibited no unusual reactions. He had apparently developed an immunity. This revelation filled him with unbridled joy. The pure immortal body was truly formidable. "Chen Yun, have you taken the wrong medicine today?" Hiding shyly under her blanket, Zhao Shiran waited in vain for Chen Yun to speak again. Puzzled, she ventured out of her room and was greeted by the sight of Chen Yun sitting in the living room like a madman, prompting her to shoot him a glare. "You fool." Yet, when Zhao Shiran beheld Chen Yun in that moment, her words faltered. With a thud, the pillow in her hand fell to the floor. Chapter 51. Chen Yun's transformation left Zhao Shiran stunned. His even more handsome visage and well-defined physique nearly made her drool. She had never anticipated that merely a night apart could render Chen Yun so strikingly attractive. Zhao Shiran was spellbound. Upon witnessing Chen Yun's current appearance, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively pouted. "Hurry up. Didn't you say you had an experiment to conduct? Come on. I can sacrifice myself for science." Zhao Shiran's delicate visage was adorned with an expression of unwavering determination, as if she were truly prepared to sacrifice her life for the advancement of science. "I shall no longer hesitate," she declared. "What on earth?" Zhao Shiran's demeanor left Chen Yun momentarily speechless. He could not suppress a chuckle as he remarked, "Thank you for your dedication, but the experiment has already concluded. Moreover, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance." Ah, Zhao Shiran's eyes widened in astonishment, her surprise palpable. "It's over? How could that be? Were you not going to?" Her voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible. "Kiss me?" Chen Yun, bemused, regarded Zhao Shiran with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I think it would be wise for you to take a shower and calm down first. It's getting late, and we still need to head to S.H.I.E.L.D. for your examination. Shall we shower together?" Zhao Shiran blurted out, only to hastily lower her gaze, her cheeks now a vivid crimson. "Are you certain?" Chen Yun replied with a mischievous grin. "I fear I might lose control." "Bah, perverse rogue," Zhao Shiran retorted playfully. "I was merely jesting." She turned her head, fixing Chen Yun with an intense gaze, and suddenly leaned in close to his ear, exclaiming, "Big oaf." "Humph." Zhao Shiran huffed, though her demeanor was devoid of her usual nonchalance. After pivoting away, she dashed into the bathroom, glancing back momentarily as she closed the door. This time, Zhao Shiran indulged in her bath for over an hour, even exhausting the hot water supply. Ultimately, it was only after Chen Yun's persistent urging that she emerged from the bathroom, her face still flushed. Chen Yun, observing the bashful Zhao Shiran as she hurried back to her room, decided to take a shower himself. Although the hot water was depleted, he, possessing the purity of an untainted body, was impervious to temperature extremes. Even submerging in the frigid waters of Siberia would present no challenge for him. While bathing, Chen Yun activated his communicator. "Gemma, are you at S.H.I.E.L.D? I require your assistance." Naturally, he was reaching out to his old acquaintance, the researcher Gemma Simmons. With her extensive knowledge of inhumans, she would undoubtedly discern whether Zhao Shiran possessed any inhuman genes. "Chen, what can I do for you?" "I'm in the lab with Fitz at headquarters." Gemma's voice soon resonated through the communicator. "I need your help with an experiment. We can discuss the specifics when I arrive." Relieved to learn that Gemma was not away on assignment, Chen Yun finished his shower. After idly waiting for half an hour on the sofa, the still-flushed S.H.I.E.L.D finally emerged from her room, taking her time. Upon seeing Chen Yun seated in the living room, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened apple. Lo Shang, the portal. As S.H.I.E.L.D finally emerged, Chen Yun swiftly activated his extraordinary ability. Ever since acquiring the power of instantaneous movement, he had forsaken the need for costly transportation, not merely for the sake of saving money, but primarily for energy conservation and environmental protection. Chen Yun promptly grasped S.H.I.E.L.D's delicate hand, still in a state of daze, and together they traversed through the portal directly into the S.H.I.E.L.D laboratory. Wow, this ability is simply marvelous. The moment they beheld the doorway, Gemma and Fitz recognized Chen Yun's arrival. Hi, Chen. However, as Chen Yun stepped through the portal, Fitz and Gemma were about to greet him when the test tubes in their hands clattered to the floor with a sharp crack, their faces registering utter astonishment. My God, how have you become so handsome? Fitz's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape, almost biting his own tongue in disbelief. Gemma, on the other hand, exhibited an even more exaggerated reaction, involuntarily stepping closer to Chen Yun and suddenly reaching out to caress his face. Wow, it's really so smooth. Witnessing Gemma's outrageous behavior, a wave of discomfort surged within Chen Yun. Such actions could only be deemed the antics of a brazen woman, could they not? Yet, to his greater astonishment, Gemma's hand gradually descended lower. Ahem. We are here to conduct an experiment. Chen Yun hastily cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Aren't you here to conduct an experiment? Gemma shot him an incredulous glance, even pinching his arm playfully. Feeling unfairly taken advantage of, Chen Yun was momentarily engulfed in confusion. I'm not here to conduct an experiment. It's her who needs it. As he spoke, Chen Yun quickly retreated a few steps, escaping Gemma's grasp while inadvertently revealing S.H.I.E.L.D behind him. Who is she? Gemma and Fitz finally noticed another presence in the laboratory, both momentarily taken aback. After a full half-minute, as the trio regained their composure, Chen Yun finally spoke. The purpose of our visit is... Are you suggesting that you suspect her to be an inhuman? Upon hearing Chen Yun's explanation, Gemma cast one last reluctant glance at him before crossing her arms, regaining her demeanor as a S.H.I.E.L.D agent. She scrutinized S.H.I.E.L.D from head to toe, then suddenly, with curiosity, inquired of Chen Yun, our instruments cannot detect inhumans from the outside. How did you come to this conclusion? Chen Yun began to respond, but suddenly faltered. He realized he could not possibly admit that it was due to having tasted S.H.I.E.L.D's saliva that led him to this discovery, could he? Perhaps it's just intuition? After much contemplation, Chen Yun finally managed to articulate this reasoning, regardless of whether Zhenma believes it or not. Chen Yun hastily inquired if there were any means to discern the truth. The simplest method, she asserted, was to draw blood. Producing a syringe, she approached S.H.I.E.L.D, explaining that if the girl were indeed an extraordinary being, her blood would unmistakably contain the genes of such entities. As she placed the extracted blood into a machine, Zhenma began to analyze it. Soon, a report emerged from the printer, confirming her status as an extraordinary being. Holding the report, Zhenma furrowed her brows. Noting the purity of the extraordinary genes present, under normal circumstances, she would not be able to awaken without special conditions. Chapter 52, The Inability to Awaken Normally? Chen Yun gazed at Zhenma, perplexed, and asked if awakening as an extraordinary being was truly so challenging. Perhaps, she replied, handing him a document and shrugging. The S.H.I.E.L.D has been studying extraordinary beings for decades. This is all the information we have acquired. Taking the file in hand, Chen Yun read it intently. After some time, he set it down with a sigh. Zhenma was correct. After years of covert research, S.H.I.E.L.D had thoroughly understood the methods of awakening extraordinary beings. Aside from those who awaken at birth, there are two primary methods for later awakening, classified by S.H.I.E.L.D as natural awakening and self-awakening. Self-awakening, he realized, resembled the process by which he obtained his Sharingan. Both were profoundly perilous methods of awakening that required either the death of a loved one or immense emotional upheaval, often teetering on the brink of life and death. This manner of awakening could not merely be termed risky, it was akin to walking a tightrope on a precipice. Any misstep could result in death, let alone awakening. Even in the rare instance of success, the likelihood of emerging as a lunatic was considerably high. Hence, aside from those who naturally awakened, most individuals who did so later were mentally unstable. Contemplating the plethora of experiments conducted on extraordinary beings within S.H.I.E.L.D, which predominantly involved corpses, Chen Yun began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Resolutely abandoning the notion of self-awakening, he turned his gaze towards Zhenma. The second method of awakening, natural awakening, required an item known as the Terrigen crystal, which was also the most orthodox method employed in Cree experiments. Don't look at me. I wish to study it as well, Jinma remarked with a shrug, expressing her exasperation. But S.H.I.E.L.D. does not possess it. Realizing that both methods of awakening were futile, Chen Yun glanced at Zhao Shiran. Is it of any concern? Zhao Shiran calmly replied, shaking her head with a smile. Being an ordinary person is quite fine, after all. Besides, I am not merely an ordinary person. Upon discovering her true identity, Zhao Shiran felt a sense of relief wash over her. With the presence of extraordinary genes within her, it was evident that her parents were far from ordinary themselves. Consequently, the pursuit of answers would be somewhat less arduous. I am the world's foremost hacker. This is my unique ability, she declared with fervent determination, clenching her fist in excitement. Tony Stark, what on earth are you planning? Why have you abruptly shut down the weapons division upon your return? In a luxurious villa perched precariously on a cliff in Malibu, a heated argument erupted. How was I to know? Do I still need to explain myself to you? Obadiah, who was in the midst of developing a new generation of miniature nuclear reactors, expressed his irritation while addressing the video screen before him. On the other end was a balding, older Caucasian man. Our stocks have plummeted. They've dropped by over half. Obadiah snarled, his expression twisted with rage. You must take full responsibility for this. It's all because of you. Wait. Growing impatient, Tony gestured for silence. Obadiah, I will send you an email regarding this matter shortly. What? You need to address this now. Furious, Obadiah glared at the screen as the video call was abruptly terminated, hurling his tablet across the room in frustration. That bastard. Obadiah's eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage akin to a cornered beast. Throughout Stark Industries, from Howard Stark to Tony Stark, it seemed that only these two were remembered. But what of the others? Did anyone recall the dedication and toil he had invested as the company's vice president, diligently assisting in the management of the weapons development sector for so many years? They could decide to shut it down without a second thought, entirely disregarding him. Bastards. In the eyes of the Stark family, am I merely a servant to clean up after them? Overwhelmed by feelings of neglect, Obadiah harbored a vengeful notion. You will regret this, Tony Stark. At long last, Pepper Potts managed to locate Tony at the Malibu villa after an extensive search. With her arms crossed and an expression of discontent, she admonished him. The company is in utter chaos, and you are still here at home. Hey, Pepper. Upon seeing his beautiful secretary, Tony's demeanor shifted instantly. He held a deep-seated apprehension towards her. However, as his current experiment had reached a critical juncture, he could only greet her with a pained smile. Due to his distraction, the miniature nuclear reactor in his hands suddenly began to emit a blinding radiance, filling the entire villa with a perilous aura. Pepper, come quickly to assist. Startled by this phenomenon, Tony gasped. If this device spiraled out of control, not only lives would be at risk, but the entire villa could be obliterated. Bewildered, Pepper hurried to help Tony secure the device, yet before she could inquire about this bizarre contraption, the villa's intelligent assistant, J.A.R.V.I.S., abruptly spoke in an electronic tone. Mr. Stark, you have an incoming call. The caller's name is the boss. Hearing this name, Tony, who had just begun to relax, quickly connected the call. Boss, I've missed you dearly. As soon as the call was established, a sycophantic smile spread across Tony's face. Pepper stood beside him, utterly taken aback. She had never seen Tony in such a demeanor. I saw the news. Your stocks have plummeted significantly. Do you still have money to spare for me? Came the voice of Chen Yun from the other end. No problem at all, Tony replied with a smile. But his expression quickly morphed into one of concern as he explained. However, there's another matter. The bank's transfer system cannot handle such a large sum. Would it be better if I delivered it to you directly? Or should I come over? Just give me an address. After hanging up, Tony was elated at the prospect of Chen Yun coming over. He felt immense gratitude towards Chen Yun, who had saved him from the clutches of terrorists. He cautiously glanced at Pepper. Happy, is he around? Immediately arrange for the cover girl for the group this month. No, wait. Also include the twins for March. Pepper. Her face frosty, spat. Happy is dead. Don't jest. Happy called me this morning. Pepper, why don't you go and set it up? Set up what? Chen Yun emerged unexpectedly from a door, looking perplexed. Of course, your trip to Han Country. Tony's eyes widened at the drastically transformed Chen Yun. It was too late to arrange for anyone else. Observing the handsome Chen Yun, Pepper suddenly smiled. Why don't you take the lead yourself? Huh? Chapter 53. No, absolutely not. Tony vehemently rejected the idea while scrutinizing Chen Yun. Noticing Chen Yun's enhanced attractiveness, Tony Stark promptly straightened his posture, attempting to project his own masculinity alongside Chen Yun. Pepper, please assist. After a moment of standing there, Tony ultimately relinquished this impractical notion and turned to Pepper for aid. Huh? Assist with what? Pepper cast a disdainful glance at Tony and exclaimed, You expect me to act as a pimp? Absolutely not. I am the boss. You must adhere to my directives. With some reluctance, Tony stubbornly retorted, this is an order. An order? While you may hold the title of boss, you cannot dictate my personal life. I require a break. I am taking leave. Rolling her eyes, Pepper was ready to storm off. Not so fast. I do not approve. Tony insisted. Then I shall resign. She shot back defiantly. Absolutely not. Hurry and find those models for me. Cornered, Tony slammed his chairman badge down in front of Pepper, exerting pressure upon her. Very well, Pepper shrugged, indicating she had done her best, and turned to leave. However, as she passed by the onlookers, she suddenly broke into a smile and grasped Chen Yun's arm. There's no need to trouble our esteemed chairman. Allow me to personally attend to the distinguished Mr. Chen, she declared, gently caressing his handsome cheek with a smile. Wait, what? Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by Pepper's advances. Was this a plot twist? But the fiery Pepper was not one to be easily resisted by the innocent Chen Yun, and she swiftly pulled him onto the sofa. As soon as they sat down, Pepper alluringly positioned herself on Chen Yun's lap, one arm wrapped around his waist while the other caressed his chest. This scene sent Tony's mind into a frenzy. He felt an urge to pull Pepper away from Chen Yun, but looking at the two before him, one his savior and the other his secretary, he found himself unable to move. Forced to approach them with a forced smile. Chen, you are still just a 17-year-old boy. Take my advice. A woman like this is beyond your grasp. Struggling to free himself from Pepper's embrace, Chen Yun was at a loss for words. He truly could not comprehend Tony's reasoning. This had nothing to do with age. Although he was curious about women, he would never so carelessly engage with someone he did not know. Upon hearing this, Tony, who had aspired to be a playboy since birth, immediately deflated. Nonetheless, the outcome was fortuitous, and he quickly addressed Pepper, since Chen has spoken. There is no need for further hospitality. Humph. Casting Tony a disdainful glance, Pepper did not linger and stormed out of the villa. As she departed, Tony let out a long sigh of relief. Glancing at Chen Yun, he hurriedly retrieved a bank card from a nearby drawer. This is a bank card from the Republic of Ruetu, containing $100 million. There is no password. Consider it my payment for the last endeavor. What is this? Nodding slightly, Chen Yun had just tucked his bank card into his pocket when his gaze was drawn to the device on the counter beside him. Curiously, he inquired, Are you working on a new weapon? This is my design, the Mark II. Tony sighed with a hint of regret, explaining with a wry smile. I am torn about whether to proceed with its construction. Unlike the Mark I, its core is composed of palladium. Observing Chen Yun's puzzled expression, Tony elaborated. Palladium is highly toxic to the human body. If I choose not to create this new core and rely solely on the old one, with a stroke of luck, I might extend my life by a few decades. But with misfortune, I could perish in an instant. Should I replace it with this new core, my remaining lifespan would dwindle to mere months. Why must I forge this suit of armor? Seeing Tony's despondent demeanor, Chen Yun questioned. Isn't there a surgical solution to your ailment? The mortality rate is excessively high. Tony sighed, lightly touching the rudimentary core that sustains his life. Unless I can find Dr. Strange to perform the surgery personally. Unfortunately, I've heard he recently had a car accident and has lost the use of his hands. Gazing at Tony, who was acutely aware of his impending mortality, Chen Yun compassionately asked, Does Pepper know about your situation? I haven't informed her, Tony replied with a sigh, shaking his head. In truth, even sharing this with her serves no purpose. Her worry could adversely affect her mood and life. Chen Yun nodded, refraining from revisiting the topic. Yet, in his heart, he felt a pang of sympathy for Tony. Living with boundless wealth while knowing one's days are numbered must be a profoundly distressing experience. Patting Tony on the shoulder, Chen Yun cheerfully proposed, Since you are still alive, would you be interested in discussing a business deal? 50 tons of diamonds. Are you intrigued? Extending his fingers, he made a gesture of 5, mysteriously stating to Tony, completely natural. Are you serious? Tony gazed at Chen Yun in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that Chen Yun truly possessed 50 tons of diamonds. Considering that the total diamond quantity on Earth barely amounts to that figure. What are we waiting for? Upon hearing this news, despite his inner turmoil, Tony's interest was piqued. 50 tons of diamonds. If true, it represented a fortune capable of rivaling nations. Jarvis, gather the detection equipment. We shall depart immediately. Excitedly, Tony brandished a shovel while instructing Jarvis to prepare the necessary tools. Before long, the two, fully equipped, traversed the portal to the Sahara Desert. Standing at the site where the diamonds were previously buried, Chen Yun stamped his foot. This is the spot. Start digging, he exclaimed before leaping away. You want me to dig? Tony looked at Chen Yun with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the situation. A renowned playboy who had dominated New York for decades, the chairman of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was now being asked to excavate in a desert? This was indeed absurd. Glancing at Chen Yun, whose expression remained impassive, Tony rolled up his sleeves, wielded the shovel in his hand, and resolutely immersed himself in the labor of digging. After 2 hours of toil, digging a depth of 1 to 3 meters, Tony's shovel struck something with a resounding clang, as if he had unearthed something significant. Wiping away the sand from the surface, a lustrous diamond revealed itself before Tony's eyes. However, to his astonishment, the testing results left him in a state of disbelief. It appears this is not a diamond? Chapter 54. Not a diamond? Upon hearing the testing results, Chen Yun felt as if an abundance of wealth was fleeting from his grasp. Is this for real? I thought this meteorite would be worth a fortune. A meteorite? Are you referring to a meteorite? Tony's eyes widened as he contemplated the crystalline structure before him. The existing testing equipment was far too rudimentary. He needed J.A.R.V.I.S. to assist. Quickly, Tony summoned J.A.R.V.I.S.'s scanning core through the portal. After a few operations, a green scanning beam emanated from the core, enveloping the entire crystal. Before long, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated. Strangely, the elements that comprise this object do not fall within our known categories. It appears to be composed of a new element. A new element? Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. attempt to analyze the structure of this element. Analysis in progress. 11090100. Analysis complete. This element bears similarities to the known element palladium, but its mass has increased several-fold. What? Upon receiving this revelation, Tony was astounded. He had never anticipated that the palladium he had just discovered would, in the blink of an eye, lead to the identification of a stronger new element. J.A.R.V.I.S. quickly analyzed the radioactivity of this element. Tony, realizing the implications, spoke with urgency. Analysis complete. This element is harmless to the human body. Harmless to the human body? Upon hearing J.A.R.V.I.S.'s words, Tony was momentarily stunned. Then, filled with exuberance, he grasped Chen Yun's arm and exclaimed, "Chen, I found a solution. My ailment has a remedy." In stark contrast to Tony's elation, Chen Yun remained rather indifferent. Without this new element, Iron Man would undoubtedly survive. The entire universe awaits his fateful snap. Yet, for Chen Yun, his diamond has vanished, replaced by this ghastly element. Congratulations! With drooping eyelids, Chen Yun lethargically offered his congratulations, expressing relief at being liberated from illness. Sighing, he lamented, "What a pity for my money." "What money?" Tony queried, gazing at Chen Yun in confusion, still enveloped in the joy of his newfound existence. "The diamond," Chen Yun replied, his distress palpable. "Diamond?" Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Tony comprehended the situation. Chuckling as he explained, "How could that be? This new element is worth far more than any diamond." "What?" Chen Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Tony, awaiting further clarification. "This is an element far superior to palladium. Do you have any idea how valuable palladium is?" With infectious enthusiasm, Tony danced around the crystal, exclaiming, "This new element is worth dozens of times more than palladium. It can be utilized in aviation and cutting-edge technology." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, passionately proclaiming that it signifies the future of Earth's advancement. "Is it truly that valuable?" Chen Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and although he felt a thrill of delight within, he feigned skepticism, asking, "Then who do we sell it to?" "Sell? We shall develop it ourselves," Tony exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "With it, we could even seize control of this planet's destiny." Taking a moment to calm his exhilaration, Tony adopted the demeanor of a seasoned tycoon. After a thoughtful pause, he solemnly stated, "I previously held 50 of Stark Industries. When the stock plummeted, I acquired additional shares, so I currently own about 60. My suggestion for this newfound element is to develop it through Stark Industries." Patting Chen Yun on the shoulder, Tony smiled and added, "To ensure you do not suffer a loss, I will transfer 40 of the shares to you. From this day forth, you shall be the largest shareholder of Stark Industries." As he spoke, Tony embraced Chen Yun, proclaiming, "Now, you are the new chairman of Stark Industries. The company's name will be changed to Chen Yun Stark." "Never mind. What a ridiculous name. It's best left unchanged." Rejecting Tony's proposal, Chen Yun felt somewhat bewildered at the prospect of becoming the chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate. Tony's decisiveness was remarkable. Upon returning to his villa, he immediately instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to draft the share transfer documents. As Chen Yun signed his name on the transfer papers, he finally regained his clarity. Reflecting on his past as a mere impoverished student, he marveled at how swiftly he had become the principal shareholder of a trillion-dollar enterprise. Such a process is nothing short of magical. Jarvis promptly announced this information on our official website. Watching Chen Yun sign the contract, Tony was eager to delve into the study of that new element. He entrusted the necessary procedures to Jarvis and plunged headfirst into the laboratory. Meanwhile, the news of 40% of Stark Industry shares being transferred to others immediately caused a tumultuous uproar in the outside world. The already declining stock prices plummeted even further. "Tony Stark, we shall converse another day. Farewell." When Obadiah's call came through again, Tony, engrossed in researching the new element, disregarded it entirely and hung up the phone. Damn it, bastard. Furious, Obadiah smashed another tablet into pieces, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, I will make you pay for this. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Yun remained at Tony's villa. There was no way around it. He was not going to study any elements. For the sake of Stark Industries, it was essential to keep an eye on Tony, the most formidable figure. This future Iron Man was, after all, his golden goose. Lost in thought, Chen Yun suddenly heard an explosion from next door. Frowning, he went to investigate and was met with a horrific scene. The golden goose? It had already been utterly destroyed. The time traveler's pocket watch. Time quickly rewound, and Chen Yun effortlessly averted the catastrophe. Chen, how did you know there would be an explosion? Tony, who had been pulled out just in time, looked at the wreckage of the laboratory in sheer terror. I merely foresaw your grim fate, Chen Yun replied, touching his nose as he produced his bat suit. Since the laboratory cannot be used today, why not help me upgrade my battle suit? Batman. So you were Batman? Tony exclaimed, realizing that the enigmatic figure causing a stir in New York was none other than Chen Yun standing before him. You are Batman. I, clad in iron armor, should be called Iron Man. Excitedly, Tony settled on his moniker and then curiously asked, what weapons does your suit require? None. I do not lack in defense. The key point of the modification is to look stylish. Stylish? Chen Yun's demand left Tony momentarily speechless. How stylish? As stylish as me. I shall do my utmost. Chapter 55. Chen Yun had long lost count of his wealth. Stark Industries, cultivated through the efforts of Howard Stark and Tony Stark across 2 generations, had become a colossal enterprise. The possession of a 40 stake signifies a level of wealth that, even solely through dividends and interest, would afford Chen Yun a life of indulgence that could never be exhausted. With such a vast fortune at his disposal, his considerations have transcended mere financial management or value appreciation, concerns better suited for Tony Stark. What remains for him is nothing less than unabashed consumption. Dear Mr. Chen, your estate has been successfully acquired. In just 1 hour, aided by his financial prowess, Chen Yun procured a magnificent manor, nestled along the Mabry coast. This estate lies a mere few kilometers from Tony's villa, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Most importantly, the land he purchased is a private domain, offering absolute personal space and a robust security system. Spanning over 100 acres, the manor presents itself as a white castle, yet it is, in truth, a modern villa complex. Where did you acquire such funds? Upon arriving at the opulent estate, Zhao Shiran's initial reaction was to suspect that Chen Yun had resorted to bank robbery. Yet, even banks do not possess such sums. As she regained her composure, her eyes widened in realization. Could it be that some enigmatic wealthy benefactor had gifted Chen Yun this fortune? Considering his newfound charm, it was not entirely implausible. Do I still need to rely on my looks? Chen Yun found himself both amused and exasperated by Zhao Shiran's musings. However, he refrained from elaborating. For the tale of how a mere meteorite had catapulted him into the ranks of the planet's wealthiest was simply too surreal to articulate. Ignoring Zhao Shiran's jealousy-laden expression, Chen Yun integrated the artificial intelligence, Friday, that he had acquired from Tony Stark into his estate system. Greetings, esteemed Mr. Chen Yun. Welcome back to your manor. As Friday's refined voice resonated, the entire estate transformed into a haven of comfort. The air conditioning adjusted to the most pleasant temperature, and the harsh glare of the crystal chandeliers softened instantaneously. The estate's security system, too, was under Friday's command, meticulously cataloging even the smallest intruders. Dear Mr. Chen Yun, the upgrade of the estate system requires the following items. Unlike Jarvis, Friday is a female artificial intelligence. Captivated by her courteous tone, Chen Yun consented to her procurement request without hesitation. After all, funds were no object. As night fell, reclining on the expansive sofa while sipping on a bottle of 82 Lafite, Chen Yun felt as though his previous life had been utterly squandered. In today's news, the new urban hero, Spider-Man, has gone missing after an encounter with the lizard in Queens, with his fate now uncertain. In other breaking news, in the Middle East, Dr. Ethan, a renowned scientist, was brutally murdered by terrorists. Investigations revealed that the weapon used by the terrorists was manufactured by Stark Industries. Spider-Man, Peter, should be fine. Merely dealing with a lizard creature, a trivial matter indeed. Yet, the shocking news of Dr. Ethan's demise left Chen Yun narrowing his eyes in disbelief. Almost simultaneously, his phone chimed. What? They have killed Ethan. I shall avenge him. With these terse words, Tony Stark abruptly ended the call. In every conceivable sense, Dr. Ethan was a savior to Tony. Fueled by rage, he piloted the still imperfect Mark II suit and soared towards the Middle East. Observing the Mark II ascend from a distance, Chen Yun silently donned his combat suit. Summoning a portal with a flick of his wrist, he instantaneously arrived in Queens. Although Peter was talkative and, as the protagonist, Should be safe, the harsh reality compelled Chen Yun to intervene. Oh my goodness! What is happening? Help! Is there anyone who can save me? The lizard virus, which infects anyone bitten, was spreading rampantly in the densely populated area of Queens, making it an optimal breeding ground for contagion. In mere moments, those infected would gain immense strength, losing all rationality and devolving into mindless beasts driven solely by the instinct to kill. As these infected individuals pursued and attacked passers-by, the virus spread with alarming speed. At this moment, Queens was in utter chaos due to the rapid transmission of the lizard virus. The military and government soon took notice, swiftly sealing off the entire area. Any would-be escapees were subjected to military inspections before being granted passage. This calamity even caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D, prompting an emergency meeting where all United Nations representatives were required to attend. Before the virus could engulf all of New York, it was imperative to eradicate it within Queens. I propose we use nuclear weapons to level Queens, proclaimed a silver-haired man at the meeting. I object. There are still numerous civilians trapped. You are playing with lives. Naturally, such a heinous suggestion faced opposition from several delegates. Inhumane? Perhaps. But if the virus spreads, it would spell catastrophe for the entire world. A serious-looking dark-haired man interjected. This unexpected bioweapon crisis, if not managed properly, could lead to the extinction of humanity itself. This catastrophe has transcended the confines of New York. It concerns all of humanity. The speech delivered by Chen, a representative from the Huaxiao region at the United Nations, abruptly halted the entire assembly. Faced with such a biochemical disaster, even these high-ranking individuals felt a tinge of difficulty. We can no longer withstand this. These reptilian beings are overwhelmingly powerful. They are robust and impervious to blades and bullets. Requesting retreat. Requesting retreat. The report from the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D on the front lines proved to be the last straw. I consent to the use of nuclear weapons. Agreed. Alas, agreed. With the vote of the representatives, the authority to deploy nuclear weapons was sanctioned. Just as everyone awaited the preparation of the nuclear arsenal in silence, communication from the front lines emerged. My God, he is too powerful. Amidst a cacophony of noise, it appeared that a turn of events was imminent. Soon, a holographic projection materialized in the S.H.I.E.L.D conference room. Beneath the full moon, a knight emerged in the frame, clad in black, blending seamlessly with the night. He found himself encircled by a throng of reptilian zombies, appearing strikingly solitary. Chapter 56. Having attained the pure celestial body, Chen Yun's abilities have predominantly evolved. The teleportation that once necessitated a gateway can now manifest spontaneously. Although limited to short distances, this skill proves sufficient in battles against the reptilian army, continuously flickering. Chen Yun's dark silhouette weaves through the dense ranks of reptilians. One hand wields a sword, while the other brandishes a technological blade. With each swing of his sword, a torrent of green blood erupts. His speed is so rapid that the reptilians are unable to detect his movements. For an ordinary human, such horrific slaughter would inevitably incite panic. Yet, among the reptilians, there is only indifference and madness. In their eyes, every human is their adversary. Due to the virus, ordinary people confronted by these frenzied reptilians face near certain demise. Those fortunate enough to survive risk becoming infected, transforming into reptilians themselves. And if they perish, their corpses rise again, becoming green monsters with tails, joining the ranks of the reptilian army. This trait renders these reptilians seemingly inexhaustible, swarming from all directions. Armed with the near-limitless stamina bestowed by the pure celestial body, Chen Yun relentlessly slaughters the ceaseless tide of reptilians. Peter, can you hear me? Amidst the carnage, Chen Yun continuously calls out to Peter through his communicator. What weighs heavily on his heart is Peter's utter silence. Unbeknownst to Chen Yun, Peter lies collapsed in a foul sewage ditch, his communicator shattered from the ferocity of battle. Cackle. The lizard people are the true rulers of this world. Dr. Connors, now completely consumed by primal instincts, laughs maniacally, reveling in the power of the lizard disease. This chief biologist of Oscorp has transformed into a monstrous lizard, shedding his former genteel demeanor for sheer madness and ferocity. Spider-Man has become his vanquished foe, and Connors' gaze grows increasingly savage. I will prevail. Seek death. The skin of the lizard people is impenetrably tough, rendering all of Chen Yun's weapons dull. Realizing this, he sheaths them and unleashes a flurry of explosive punches. His fists crash down upon the heads of two lizard men, obliterating them in an instant. He then hurls his weapons like deadly darts, piercing through the skulls of several more lizard creatures. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yun forcefully plants his feet on the ground, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap, arms raised high. With a thunderous crash, he descends rapidly, his fists slamming into the earth. An invisible shockwave radiates from his impact, annihilating dozens of nearby lizard zombies. Yet the onslaught does not cease. Chen Yun's eyes gradually fill with a crimson hue. two swirling orbs of power rotating within their sockets. Under the gaze of these eyes, the world slows to an astonishing crawl. Let us go. He gestures to the survivors hidden within the building to follow him, igniting a brutal massacre. My heavens, who is he? Behind Chen Yun. The survivors gaze in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The lizard men in his grasp seem as sluggish as elderly men. Could he be the legendary superhero? In this moment, Chen Yun displays immense destructive power and cunning. With his pure body, he remains impervious to the lizard people's assaults. His hands and face are splattered with their green blood. Yet it silently slips from his form. Under his relentless onslaught, all lizard beings that obstruct his path are shattered and obliterated. As he bursts forth from Queens with the survivors, he has already vanquished a staggering 10,000 lizard men. My God, who is he? He is 100 times more formidable than those green-skinned monsters. It is utterly terrifying. How has this individual accomplished such feats? As the multitude of red dots representing the lizard people vanished swiftly from the surveillance screens, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were left in a state of shock. In the midst of the profound silence, a voice suddenly broke through. With him, do we still need to launch nuclear weapons? This statement resonated like thunder in the ears of all present, awakening a realization among them. If anyone could utterly eradicate the lizard people, could it be anyone other than Chen Yun? Halt the preparations for nuclear weapon deployment. Assemble all elite agents near this Batman. Assist him in exterminating these accursed lizard beings. Senator Chen was the first to speak. As an individual who had ascended to the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. due to his ideals and aspirations, Chen's motives were remarkably pure. He sought to protect all of humanity and safeguard this planet. If it were not for the sheer terror of the lizard virus, who would dare to bear the infamy of deploying nuclear arms? With the command issued, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., initially preparing to evacuate, began to converge towards Chen Yun's position. Goodness, is this an overwhelming number? Handing the survivors over to the military, Chen Yun had just taken a breath when he discovered yet another group of lizard people had encircled him. In half an hour, he had dispatched over 10,000 lizard beings. Though fatigued, Chen Yun showed no inclination to cease his efforts. His thoughts were straightforward. Since the lizard people were once human, they must possess limitations. If he could eliminate all the lizard beings, this crisis would surely dissipate. Chen Yun. Amidst his blood-soaked battle, Black Widow Natasha finally located him. In contrast to Chen Yun, who was engaging in direct combat, Natasha, skilled in various assassination techniques, found herself at a disadvantage against these resilient, high-defensive lizard entities. Merely reaching this point was a testament to her evasion skills rather than brute force. A dagger. Upon hearing the call, Chen Yun looked up to see a disheveled Natasha. He shouted, suddenly appearing behind her, and with a powerful punch, he shattered the large lizard creature looming behind her. Chen Yun caught the dagger Natasha had thrown. Armed with a new weapon, he shielded Natasha and launched a frenzied assault on the surrounding lizard beings. In the midst of this intense slaughter, his Sharingan began to evolve. Yet the incessant influx of lizard creatures left him with no time to contemplate. Meanwhile, due to Connor's roars and the screams from outside, Peter gradually stirred from his unconscious state. Connors, quickly hand over the antidote. Do you hear? Because of you, the outside world has become a veritable hell. Spider-Man. I won't. Damn it. Get out of my head. Due to Peter's anguished cries, the malevolent lizard doctor and the benevolent spirit of Connors were locked in a tumultuous struggle. There is no antidote. Spider-Man, we have no cure. The two distinct voices intertwined in a cacophony of despair. Finally, after a resounding roar of agony, the lizard doctor, his face contorted and frenzied, charged towards Peter. Chapter 57. Open fire. With a thunderous rumble, tanks rolled into Queens. The rooftops were brimming with fully armed soldiers, each burdened with an array of weaponry. Billowing clouds of scalding smoke emanated from the tank's cannon. While dozens of lizard men were obliterated, their remains scattered in a gruesome display. Fueled by the hope ignited by Chen Yun, everyone sprang into action. Gazing at the crushed bodies of the lizard men, Chen Yun's expression remained as calm as still waters. With military support finally at hand, he relished the opportunity to catch his breath after a prolonged battle. Natasha, move. With his bare hands, he crushed the skulls of 2 lizard men, urging Black Widow Natasha to swiftly relocate. Upon hearing Chen Yun's call, Natasha unleashed a chain from her widow's bite, which latched onto the rooftop of a nearby building. Climbing rapidly along the slender rope, she ascended with agility, simultaneously using her handgun to accurately strike the eyes of the lizard men scaling the building's exterior. As Natasha reached the rooftop, Chen Yun also materialized beside her, taking a moment to inhale deeply and regain his strength. Hello, boy. While Chen Yun rested, a Quinjet appeared atop the building. A man clad in a star-spangled blue uniform, wielding a shield, leaped from the aircraft. With a hood concealing his identity, he greeted Chen Yun with admiration before plunging into the fray of lizard men without hesitation. Captain America. Steve Rogers? The imposing figure descending from the sky drew Chen Yun's focused gaze. Through the lens of his Sharingan, he observed the stiffness in Steve's arms and legs, a remnant of his recent thawing. This Captain America, indeed, was not one to shy away from peril, despite just being revived. He had rushed to the exceedingly dangerous Queens in record time. The title of America's Light was truly deserving of such valor. Chen, a voice echoed from the Quinjet above. Chen Yun looked up to see Jinma, the logistics officer. At the same time, two brand-new vibranium knives were hurled down from the aircraft, grasping the blades in his hands. Chen Yun intended to assist Captain Steve. However, the sudden appearance of Daredevil, Matthew, halted his advance. Matthew's agile form weaved through the colossal lizardmen, occasionally thrusting his short staff with precision to pierce their heads. Chen, you truly have arrived. Spider-Man Peter descended from the heavens, holding the ensnared lizard Dr. Connors in a web. I apologize for failing to thwart Dr. Connors' plans. Peter's demeanor was heavy with disappointment, a stark contrast to his usual loquacious self. Do not fret, Peter. Observing Peter's despondency, Chen Yun shook his head with a wry smile. He too had not anticipated that a mere lizard doctor could cause such an uproar in New York. Damn the news, why bother developing such alliances? The regret of having let his guard down while engrossed in gaming gnawed at Chen Yun. He patted Peter on the shoulder, offering comfort. You have done well enough. Just as Chen Yun contemplated further words of solace, a stirring melody erupted in the sky. Accompanied by a roaring sound, an armored figure descended. Hey, Chun. It seems your troubles have escalated. The mask lifted, revealing a grinning Tony Stark hovering above the rooftop. You certainly took your time. Gazing at the flamboyant Iron Man twisting through the air, Chen Yun remarked, have you resolved your matters? Oh, I merely made a trip to the Middle East. You dare suggest I am late? Tony pouted, his expression feigning displeasure, yet his hands moved swiftly, unleashing a laser that shattered a lizard man scaling the rooftop. What era are we living in, boy? After dispatching the remaining 4 lizard men on the rooftop, Steve placed his hands on his hips and inquired with Chen Yun. These lizard men are utterly insane. Are you any less so? Has your body thawed? Perfect for warming up against them. Sidestepping an attack from a newly arrived lizard man, Steve grinned. These brutes are far easier to handle than the foes of World War II. With everyone gathered, Chen Yun surveyed the rooftop and felt a sense of surrealism. Black Widow Natasha, Daredevil Matthew, Spider-Man Peter, Captain America Steve, Iron Man Tony, and himself as Batman. Unbeknownst to them, a team rivaling the Avengers had assembled atop the rooftop. Stretching his limbs, Chen Yun smiled. Let us commence this operation. With that, he leaped from the rooftop, his expression steely as he plunged into the throng of lizards below. Little ones, do not forget about me. Natasha chuckled lightly, swiftly traversing the ropes to another rooftop, firing her weapon to support Chen Yun. In an instant, all the superheroes showcased their unique abilities, descending from the rooftop to converge by Chen Yun's side. Hey, everyone, you may call me Spider-Man. Having regained his spirits, Peter gazed at the surrounding array of superheroes, his eyes sparkling with excitement and his loquacious nature re-emerging. Could I have your contact information? Perhaps we can reconnect when time permits? As he fired at the lizard, Tony smiled at Peter and suggested, we could go for barbecue together. Damn, don't mention barbecue. Chen Yun, who was relentlessly dispatching lizard men, roared with a shiver running down his spine. If you bring up barbecue again, I will give you a beating. Ha! So you do have fears? Noticing Chen Yun's expression, Tony burst into laughter, simultaneously launching missiles at a horde of zombies. Their numbers were simply overwhelming. Enduring the attack of a lizard man with a shield, Steve gasped, how many monsters are there? Exactly? Look what I've discovered. Before Steve could receive a response, he heard Tony's curse from above. Iron Man, please refrain from using foul language. Steve retorted, then turned his gaze in the direction Tony had indicated. Holy cow. Upon seeing it, Steve involuntarily exclaimed. In his line of sight, a writhing lizard man was incessantly merging with the surrounding green monsters, which were the very creatures they had just vanquished. This lizard man was devouring the corpses of the beasts, transforming them into its own sustenance. Hey, your swearing skills are rather outdated, Tony quipped, though his expression soon turned grave. Wow, my spider sense has detected a strong signal of danger. Peter, having nearly exhausted his web fluid and now grappling with the lizard man barehanded, sensed the unsettling atmosphere. We cannot allow it to continue merging. It must be dealt with swiftly. Observing the massive writhing figure, Chen Yun spoke with solemnity. He then exerted his strength, instantly sending the surrounding lizard men flying. Chen Yun charged towards the colossal lizard. Chapter 58. The gigantic lizard beast was continuously absorbing the bodies of the surrounding lizard men. In an instant, the creature's size burgeoned to several dozen meters. Faced with such an adversary, Chen Yun chose not to hold back. With the formidable explosive power bestowed by his pure celestial body, each step he took resonated with a thunderous roar. Accompanied by this tremendous sound, the entire area seemed to tremble. The lizard men who had intended to impede Chen Yun were all sent sprawling. The lizard behemoth, under the unwavering gaze of Chen Yun, sensed impending peril and let out a furious roar. Yet, its colossal form could not keep pace with Chen Yun's lightning speed. Before it could even react, Chen Yun's fist obliterated the creature's head. Curse be it! Still suspended in midair, Chen Yun turned to witness the lizard behemoth's head rapidly regenerating. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, the gaping wound had completely healed. Behold my power. Seeing his initial strike prove futile, Iron Man Tony concentrated energy in the palms of his hands, unleashing a devastating energy cannon that struck the lizard behemoth's chest. Contrary to his expectations, this formidable beam, which harnessed more than half of his suit's energy, seemed to vanish into the abyss upon impact, leaving nothing but a faint mark and utterly failing to inflict any significant damage. Roar. The relentless assault from Chen Yun and Tony thoroughly enraged the lizard behemoth. It bellowed fiercely, its massive hands sweeping through the air and shattering a nearby skyscraper. Do we possess any greater firepower? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow as he dodged the falling debris. This creature is far more resilient than the others. Requesting artillery support, Natasha, perched on the rooftop, noticed the unfolding chaos below and quickly activated her earpiece communicator. Soon, a battalion of military tanks arrived on the front line. Almost immediately, torrents of terrifying fire erupted from their cannons. With a thunderous roar, the shells struck the lizard behemoth's chest, creating a gaping wound several meters deep. Yet, astonishingly, the seemingly ghastly injury only produced a mere splash of blood, indicating that these powerful projectiles failed to genuinely harm the monster, though their effect is minimal. Please continue the assault. Observing the lizard behemoth stagger backward under the immense shockwave, Tony's tone lightened. Amidst the ruins of the skyscraper, Chen Yun knitted his brows in concern. His fists had little impact against the creature's vast physique. The tank shells, while explosively effective, evidently could not vanquish this beast. Is this lizard truly immortal? Gazing at the lizard behemoth, which shattered yet healed instantaneously, Steve wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, and why does it seem to be growing larger? The ordinary lizard men, perishing in the aftermath of the artillery fire, became the perfect sustenance for the lizard behemoth. By consuming its own kind, the behemoth's body expanded rapidly. Before long, it towered even higher than the surrounding skyscrapers. It is indeed colossal. Peter, clinging to the edifice, gazed despairingly at the colossal lizard beast towering over him. Unable to restrain a gulp as he exclaimed, it stands over 200 meters tall. What means do we possess to vanquish it? Upon hearing Peter's description, Chen Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation. The wounds capable of slaying an ordinary lizard man were utterly ineffective against this gigantic creature. Even utilizing a dimensional portal for spatial severance would yield negligible results due to its immense size. Furthermore, it appeared that the monster lacked vital organs such as a heart or brain. My heavens, what manner of beast is this? As the heroes found themselves at a loss against the lizard beast, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. observed the creature in shock via video feed. A monster of such proportions was simply inconceivable. Amid the chaos within S.H.I.E.L.D., various voices began to emerge. Should we resort to nuclear weapons? Given the monster's immense size and absorption capabilities, if it could withstand a nuclear strike and absorb the radiation, it could become as formidable as the Hulk. The mention of the Hulk cast a shadow over the faces of all present. The despondent lawmakers could only cast hopeful glances toward the superheroes battling on the front lines. Should I simply fly into its mouth? Observing the beast's languid movements, Tony proposed detonating a missile from within its stomach. Boom. Do you wish to be absorbed by it? Although this could be deemed a strategy, who could ascertain the true nature of the lizard beast's interior? The most likely outcome would be its absorption. Contemplating this, Chen Yun promptly dismissed Tony's suggestion. I never imagined that after 70 years of slumber, I would awaken to a world in such disarray. Steve sighed, furrowing his brow at the lizard beast. Alas, my body. Matthew gasped, clutching his injured form, struggling to slay a mere lizard man. Is there anyone who could transform into Ultraman? As the crowd found themselves in a quandary, Peter descended from the heavens, innocently inquiring, I think we need Ultraman. Who is Ultraman? Steve, bewildered by the times, asked. Is he a superhero as well? He is a cosmic hero clad in a form-fitting suit. Tony replied, casting a bemused glance at Peter before explaining, regrettably, that is merely a cartoon. This absurd exchange elicited smiles from those around, save for Chen Yun, who stood frozen in place upon hearing Peter's words. I can also transform. After a long period of contemplation, Chen Yun suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of everyone present. With the exception of Steve. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Chen Yun, with a smile, remarked, just a jest, I certainly won't enlarge myself. However, I have a general understanding of how to resolve this. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Chen Yun abruptly sensed the energy rapidly coalescing within his Sharingan. Absorbing the power bestowed by the Sharingan, he swiftly settled into a cross-legged position with his eyes shut. Well, cool. Seeing that Chen Yun had devised a solution, Peter was about to speak again, but, fearing he might disturb Chen Yun, quickly bit his tongue and covered his mouth. My left eye possesses the power to manipulate space, Chen Yun declared, gesturing towards his right eye. The power of my right eye is called Amaterasu. It can unleash black flames that incinerate the enemy. Until the enemy is utterly consumed, the flames of Amaterasu shall not extinguish. Upon opening his eyes, the original Tomo had unknowingly transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. This flame was potent enough to annihilate the colossal lizard beast. Before the onlookers, Chen Yun removed the Batman mask that had shrouded his eyes. Pointing towards the lizard beast ahead, he bellowed, Amaterasu. Chapter 59, Amaterasu. With his gaze fixed ahead, the Sharingan in his right eye spun wildly, sending ripples of black waves expanding outward. Everything in the surrounding space became strikingly clear to him. Even the ants hidden beneath the stone slab beneath his feet could not escape his scrutiny. As his gaze fell upon the lizard beast, a flash of black flame erupted from Chen Yun's eyes. In an instant, flames ignited upon the beast's body. The inferno raged fiercely. Initially confined to the waist of the lizard beast, but within moments, the flames spread across its entire form. Roar. The anguished cries of the lizard beast reverberated through Queens, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of all who heard its torment. The creature's vital signs were diminishing. Tony Stark, observing intently with his detector, exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, this is truly amazing." Gazing enviously at Chen Yun, Spider-Man Peter smacked his lips. "I initially thought you could only emit electricity with your eyes. Who would have imagined your eyes could also conjure fire? Only 70 years. And humanity has evolved to this extent?" Captain America Steve murmured, gazing at the formidable Chen Yun. The fierce flames relentlessly consumed the lizard beast's massive form. However, Chen Yun soon realized something was amiss. The flames of Amaterasu were gradually extinguishing. It is shedding its skin. Natasha, the Black Widow, who was stationed on the rooftop of the building, discerned the beast's transformation and shouted, "It is using shedding to evade the flames." Amaterasu. Chen Yun swiftly intensified the output of his Sharingan, simultaneously feeling a slight, stinging sensation in his right eye. Had his eyes already reached their limit in such a brief span of time? Silently attuning to his condition, Chen Yun fixed his gaze upon the lizard behemoth struggling beneath the black flames. Under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, the lizard behemoth, which should have been writhing in agony amidst the inferno, exhibited a frenzied quivering of its skin. Before long, an additional layer of skin emerged upon the creature. The black flames were predominantly thwarted by this new layer. Damn it! To avoid further harm to his eyes, Chen Yun had no choice but to cease the use of his Sharingan. However, just before shutting it down, he surveyed his surroundings. The ordinary lizard men lurking in the corners, their eyes fixated hungrily on the others, became Chen Yun's new target. "Die!" he bellowed, and immediately, a surge of black flames erupted from the bodies of all the lizard men. This fire enveloped them entirely, leaving no time for any cries of despair as they silently transformed into heaps of black ash. With a single strike, the entire lizard man contingent was obliterated. "Well done, Chun." As the black flames gradually extinguished, Tony hastily employed his energy cannon to continue harassing the lizard behemoth. "Why does it seem smaller to me? Is it really smaller? It still feels quite large." Peter looked up, perceiving that the lizard behemoth, having been scorched for quite some time, remained towering. Regardless of its size, Chen Yun, feeling the fluctuations of his Sharingan, declared, "Transform." He closed his eyes and exerted himself to the utmost with his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In conjunction with his formidable pure sage body, a skeletal frame composed of golden energy gradually manifested behind him. My God, this fellow is no small fry. Even the seasoned Tony could not help but marvel at the towering golden half-skeleton that stood over 10 meters tall. "Sisanu," Chen Yun shouted with fervor, then slowly drew his blade, the blade of steel. In tandem, the golden skeleton mirrored his movements. Steve gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that a skeleton could perform such a drawing motion. What shocked him even more was that, in synchrony with the skeleton's action, luminous points began to coalesce at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a colossal blade of steel, identical to the one in Chen Yun's grasp, materialized in the skeleton's hand. What on earth? Daredevil Matthew had never witnessed such a spectacle. He stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate a single word. Sharing Matthew's astonishment was Natasha, situated on the rooftop. Natasha, distanced from the crowd, sensed an overwhelming pressure ever since the emergence of the golden skeleton. Beneath the shroud of this terrifying aura, she felt as if death were encroaching upon her, as though she could lose her life at any moment. This little creature has grown to such an extent. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the brilliantly radiant Chen Yun. "Strike!" At Chen Yun's command, the golden skeleton tightened its grip on the blade and swung it toward the lizard beast. The manner in which the golden skeleton wielded the blade appeared remarkably clumsy, reminiscent of a toddler taking its first steps. Yet, with each swing, an immense sense of oppression suddenly descended upon the lizard beast. To the astonishment of the onlookers, one of the lizard beast's arms was severed cleanly. A howl of excruciating pain erupted from the creature, its wounds so grievous that its natural healing abilities faltered. Enraged, the lizard beast launched a furious punch toward Chen Yun. Unyielding, Chen Yun commanded the golden skeleton to engage in battle with the beast. A thunderous crash resounded as dust billowed into the air. In the blink of an eye, the two colossal monsters clashed countless times. Surprisingly, despite the golden skeleton being a mere fraction of the lizard beast's size, it adeptly parried every attack. With each clash, the golden skeleton managed to carve away at the lizard beast's flesh with its blade. This must come to an end. After exchanging numerous blows with the lizard beast, Chen Yun suddenly let out a roar, closing his eyes tightly. In an instant, the golden skeleton vanished from sight. While the lizard beast searched bewilderedly for its foe, the golden skeleton had already materialized behind it. Die! With Chen Yun's thunderous shout, the golden skeleton swung its blade with ferocity. Blood erupted from the lizard beast's midsection as it was cleaved in two. Amaterasu. Amid the lizard's mournful cries, Chen Yun, suppressing his discomfort, unleashed Amaterasu once more. The massive form of the lizard beast was instantly reduced to ashes amidst the black flames. My God, this is overwhelming. The fierce clash between Chen Yun and the lizard beast left the onlookers utterly astonished. Chen, you were truly. For a moment, Peter rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Meanwhile, the battle-hardened veteran Steve stood frozen, questioning his very existence. Wow, I can already envision the prototype for the anti-lizard armor. Tony let out a peculiar cry, lamenting his stillborn invention. Had I known, I would have allowed you to burn less completely. Is it over? Natasha soared down from the rooftop, nearly faltering from exhaustion, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Yun as she declared, I no longer wish to fight. It's finished. The Sharingan scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming that the gigantic lizard beast was truly vanquished, Chen Yun exhaled in relief and replied with a smile. We have triumphed. Boy, you are quite formidable. With his shield resting against his back, Steve breathed a sigh of relief. With no adversaries left, several superheroes found themselves awkwardly standing in place. They attempted to exchange pleasantries, but the tediousness of their earlier inaction rendered their dialogue stilted. Shall I leave a phone number? Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Peter produced paper and pen to write down his number for everyone. Chapter 60. Little one, you are quite adorable. Ruffling Peter's hair, Tony chuckled as he handed his own number to the young man. What is a phone number? Steve, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realized that as Captain America, still bearing memories from 70 years ago, he was unfamiliar not only with mobile phones, but even with basic communication devices. You can use this. Sensing Steve's discomfort, Tony promptly produced a communicator. Mr. Howard? Gazing at the familiar device, Steve's memory seemed to transport him back to World War II, and he trembled as he inquired. Who are you? That fellow you mentioned should be my father, Tony chuckled, explaining to Steve, however, he passed away long ago. By the way, I heard stories about you when I was a child. Mr. Tony Stark, I grew up listening to your tales. Upon recognizing the signature in his hand belonged to the renowned Tony Stark, Peter leaped in excitement. Peter's exuberant antics prompted Chen Yun to roll his eyes. Little one, your skills are commendable. I hope to witness your remarkable prowess in the future. Tony expressed his admiration for Spider-Man, who had steadfastly fought on the front lines, simultaneously extending his hand to Peter. I will remember your words. Elated, Peter removed his gloves stained with lizard blood and eagerly grasped Tony's hand, exclaiming, Your armor is simply incredible. Is it? Tony smiled, continuing to praise Peter. Your battle suit and web shooters are quite impressive as well. Really? Thank you for the compliment. Peter, blushing from Tony's continuous praise, scratched his head shyly. This kid, Chen Yun, exhausted and collapsed beside Natasha, remarked with a smirk. He wasn't even this excited when he discovered my identity. Can he be excited now? Natasha gently nudged Chen Yun with her elbow, playfully remarking, The little hero who saved New York? Would you like my autograph? Or shall we save that for a more private moment? With a light chuckle, she added, You can sign it in a most appropriate place. Ignoring Natasha's teasing, Chen Yun lay wearily among the ruins, too exhausted to even muster a finger's movement, yawning with fatigue. The colossal lizard had been vanquished, and the remaining ordinary lizard men posed no further threat. The peacekeeping forces flooded into Queens to restore order, swiftly dispatching the lizard men lurking in the corners. I must take my leave, said the daredevil, Matthew, hastily covering his wound as he anxiously avoided any encounters with officials and military personnel, disappearing into the night. Shouldn't he get bandaged up? Steve inquired worriedly, observing Matthew's unsteady gait. No need. That guy is quite accustomed to it. Chen Yun explained with a chuckle, having interacted with Matthew on several occasions. As long as he is not dead, he'll be bouncing back in no time. Reporters. As the peacekeeping troops approached, journalists hidden behind the soldiers emerged. Upon seeing the reporters clutching microphones, Peter immediately panicked. Come on, you're still wearing a mask. Chen Yun shook his head with a wry smile at Peter, who was nearly bouncing off the walls in his anxiety. And you're not a criminal. You're a hero who saved New York. With that, Chen Yun touched his face, now exposed after discarding his eye mask, and self-deprecatingly remarked, I should be the one to vanish. If we appear for an interview, perhaps we could lure the criminals out? Tony suggested eagerly, removing his Iron Man helmet. Why don't we just go for it? I sense you simply wish to bask in the limelight, Chen Yun retorted, rolling his eyes at Tony's reckless enthusiasm. My dear Chairman Stark of Stark Industries, if you desire a surge in stock prices. Tony grinned, leaning closer to Chen Yun, meaningfully suggesting, just strike a cool pose for those media folks. Well, I'll consider it, Chen Yun replied, his eyes brightening as he directed his gaze towards Steve, who was surveying the towering buildings around them. Steve, are you aware that you have your own dedicated museum? I can roughly guess, Steve replied with an awkward smile, but was quickly interrupted by an excited Peter. Peter clumsily mimicked Steve's accent, exclaiming, your epitaph is truly magnificent. Our school even organized a flower delivery for you. Steve stared at Peter in disbelief, rendered speechless. I think we should form an organization. After a brief respite, Chen Yun rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly to the surrounding superheroes that the name of the organization would be the Superboy Team. Hey, Natasha interjected, gripping Chen Yun's collar with a playful protest. You ought to show respect for the only lady present. My apologies, I completely overlooked you. Chen Yun raised his hands in a gesture of contrition. I shall think of another name. I want in. This is simply too exhilarating. Peter immediately raised his hand, enthusiastically endorsing Chen Yun's proposal. I'm afraid we have an age requirement, Chen Yun cheekily retorted to Peter. Your age is simply too young. Come on. You're the same age as I am. Peter exclaimed in dismay. Who may be the rulemaker? Chen Yun shrugged, unfazed by Peter's indignation. What shall our team name be? Tony inquired curiously, prompting the others to chime in simultaneously with their suggestions. The Veteran Roar Squad. The Iron Legion. The Women S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Yun remarked. Bemused by the clumsy suggestions, how about we call ourselves the Justice League? I've got it. Peter suddenly shouted, capturing everyone's attention. Let us name ourselves the Spider Family. Upon hearing the outlandish name spring from Peter's lips, Chen Yun nearly felt his hard-earned Sharingan regress into his simple white eye. Perhaps we should just forget it. Chen Yun said, the name ISNT truly significant. Indeed, we have plenty of time, Tony agreed, shaking his head in assent. We can take our time to ponder. I still believe the Veteran Roar Squad aligns best with our team. Steve sighed in disappointment over his unchosen name. Where are the veterans? Are you referring to these two minors? Natasha raised an eyebrow, sensitive to the topic of age. I feel you need a punch. As the naming endeavor floundered, the once vibrant conversation gradually dwindled into silence. Ultimately, Chen Yun stepped forward, exuding a sense of resignation, and declared, since we cannot reach a consensus, the superhero team shall have to be put on hold for the moment. The reporters are already closing in. Chapter 61. Please look this way. In pursuit of a sensational story, the reporters from Beautiful Country displayed remarkable audacity. With the battle now quelled, they converged from all directions in an instant. Faced with the barrage of cameras and microphones, Chen Yun felt a greater trepidation than when battling the Lizard Man. Hello, Batman. We are from the Herald Daily. What is your perspective on the events that transpired tonight? You saved New York. Do you have anything to say about that? As soon as the reporter from the Horn Daily rushed to the front, he thrust the microphone toward Chen Yun, showering him with flattering words. Damn it. Haven't they always been tarnishing the heroes and opposing us? Observing the Horn Daily's transformation into sycophants, Peter muttered in displeasure. Perhaps it was due to Tony's wry smile as he pointed at Chen Yun's face, remarking, if you could look that handsome without the mask, it's simply unfair. In response to the reporter's inquiries, Chen Yun merely nodded towards the camera and waved his hand. However, the reporters were not about to let the evening's star escape their grasp, especially considering Chen Yun's undeniable charm. You have become the first superhero of the beautiful nation in modern history, an extraordinary feat. Listening to the Horn Daily reporter's words, Peter felt a surge of bitterness rising within him. He had tirelessly fought for justice in New York, only to earn a mischievous title in the papers. Meanwhile, Chen Yun effortlessly basked in media adulation. This world, so fixated on appearances, was indeed heart-wrenching. What Peter did not anticipate was the fact that Captain America, Steve, represented the older generation of beloved superheroes. Iron Man, Tony Stark, epitomized the ultimate dream for teenagers as a charming playboy and billionaire. As for Black Widow, Natasha, with her fair complexion, beauty, and long legs, was the dream lover for many. And then there was Peter, the youthful Spider-Man, embodying the aspirations of children everywhere. Chen Yun, a powerful and handsome superhero, had the potential to resonate with all ages, making him a worthy bearer of the new generation of superheroes. It was entirely reasonable for him to capture the media's attention. Have you ever considered debuting? After all, you are so handsome. Just listen to that question. The reporter's words left everyone else in the room speechless. They glanced at the throng of reporters crowding around Chen Yun, and then at their own modest group of a few newspapers. With Captain America resurrected, Iron Man as the affluent Tony Stark, the stunning Natasha, and the righteous Spider-Man. These topics that should have ignited the crowd were completely eclipsed by Chen Yun alone. Thus, the press conference came to an abrupt end. Tony shook his head with a wry smile before leading the others away from the scene. What he had intended to be a grand moment now left him wanting nothing more than to drown his sorrows in a bar. Damn it, Chen. You've had quite the day. Once everything was tidied up and Chen Yun prepared to head home, a call from Nick Fury arrived. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury remained utterly perplexed about the events leading up to and concluding this affair. With a simple explanation, Chen Yun recounted everything he knew. I will entrust the events of this evening to Maria Hill. Furthermore, I have already dispatched Coulson and Hawkeye Barton to handle the aftermath. After hearing Chen Yun's words, Nick Fury stroked his bald head and inquired if there was anything else needed. I just want to lie down and sleep. Well, you should rest early then. By the way, due to the flawless resolution of this incident, with unanimous agreement from the senators, your agent rank has ascended to become the first level 10 agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. Rights and privileges will now be akin to mine. Is that an upgrade? Upon hearing this news, Chen Yun finally felt invigorated. He never anticipated that within such a short span, he would attain a status equivalent to that of the Black Egg. Indeed, strength is paramount. Realizing this, Chen Yun clenched his fist in quiet determination, a smile gracing his face. Without strength, no matter how much one does, gaining the recognition of others is impossible, let alone acquiring special privileges. Goodbye, young man. Farewell, Chen. With the sounds of farewell, the superheroes departed from Queens. Just as Chen Yun was about to return, Tony stopped him. Chen, let me catch a ride. Sensing Tony's suppressed emotions, Chen Yun took him back to Malibu via portal. On the shore in front of Tony's villa, the two sat down. Dr. Ethan is dead. As soon as they settled, Tony's expression darkened. His death was due to weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Fortunately, I avenged him. Tony's somber demeanor puzzled Chen Yun. He noticed that this once flamboyant playboy had become considerably more restrained after Dr. Ethan's demise. With a sigh, Tony returned home, retrieved a bottle of red wine and goblets, and silently filled them. Pepper and your girlfriend are inside. Do you wish to go in? Contemplating the two formidable women, Chen Yun quickly shook his head and accepted the wine glass from Tony. How did your weapons end up in the hands of terrorists? Because of Obadiah. Noticing Chen Yun's puzzled expression, Tony solemnly explained, Obadiah oversees the weapons division of the company. The arms circulating in the black market are undoubtedly linked to him. Moreover, pausing for a moment, Tony squinted and remarked, today in the Middle East, I discovered Jericho missiles that were produced only half a month ago. These missiles are in the hands of the Ten Rings. At this point, Tony let out a bitter laugh and raised his glass in a toast to Ethan. To Ethan. Recalling the scientist who had shared both trials and triumphs with Tony, Chen Yun raised his glass and drained its contents in one swift motion. Hey, that's not how red wine is meant to be savored. Observing Chen Yun consume the wine as if it were fodder, Tony shook his head. Yet, rather than offering his usual jibe, he imitated Chen Yun and downed his drink as well. Haha, now that's the spirit. After shaking his head, Tony teased Chen Yun. Did you know? You just gulped down a supercar. Gazing at his empty glass, Chen Yun's expression stiffened, and he cursed, damn it. I don't even have a pickup truck now. Casting a disgruntled glance at the laughing Tony, Chen Yun, infuriated, cautioned, you should be careful. You've already revealed your identity tonight. Don't end up like Ethan. Relax, I have a strong fate. Tony looked skyward, sighing, I still have many things to accomplish. How could that be possible? What is that? Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky. A meteor streaked overhead, emitting a sharp, piercing sound as it trailed along. White tail. What is that? As Tony shouted, Chen Yun could finally discern the full form of the meteor. It resembled a colossal fireball, its surface a deep azure, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the moonlight, as if forged from steel. Staring at the unexpected meteor, Chen Yun was taken aback. His Sharingan had evolved into its advanced form, and as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., he connected the dots regarding the meteor's appearance. Damn, it's going to crash down on us. Realizing the meteor was on a collision course with his villa, Tony rose in alarm. Donning his Iron Man suit and soaring into the sky towards the meteor. Have you always been this brave? Chen Yun remarked sarcastically, hastily activating his Susanoo. Accompanied by a shout, a massive golden skeleton materialized behind him. After summoning the golden skeleton, Chen Yun looked up. He saw Tony racing through the sky, quickly approaching the meteor's trajectory. Warning. Collision with the meteor in 2 seconds. Ignoring the System S alarm, a fierce determination flickered in Tony's eyes. J-A-R-V-I-S. Full power to the thrusters. Push that meteor back. With a thunderous roar, as soon as Tony's hand made contact with the meteor, a tremendous explosion erupted. The entire suit was instantly engulfed by the shockwave, shattering into fragments and plummeting toward the ground. As for Tony Stark beneath the steel armor, He had long been reduced to a mere pulp by a meteorite. How many times has it been now? Observing Tony's reckless and playful demeanor, Chen Yun could only shake his head. The pocket watch of a time traveler. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, Chen Yun rewound time by 5 minutes. Do you realize that you just consumed an entire supercar in one gulp? I am aware, and I also know that shortly thereafter, you shall meet your demise. Why not travel further back in time? Regretfully discarding his wine glass, Chen Yun seized Tony with determination. Summoning a portal, the two vanished in an instant. Where have those two gone? In Tony's villa, S.H.I.E.L.D gazed perplexed at the spot where the two had abruptly disappeared. I believe, she said with a disdainful pout. They have undoubtedly gone off to indulge in mischief. Chen Yun is not that kind of person. S.H.I.E.L.D shook her head. Her tone resolute as she declared he could not possibly be out frivolously. He is so young and incredibly handsome. Pepper sighed, casting a serious glance at S.H.I.E.L.D, warning. If you don't make your move soon, don't regret it later. Listening to Pepper's somewhat ambiguous words, S.H.I.E.L.D blushed and lowered her gaze. Why have we come here? Tony asked, perplexed, as he surveyed the desolate wilderness before him. And why did you summon this contraption as well? To save your life. Chen Yun swiftly deactivated the terrifying effect of the lucky halo and summoned a golden skeleton once more. When have you ever saved my life? Tony looked at Chen Yun, utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to speak again, a dull thud resonated from above. Looking up, a meteorite was hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. What on earth is that? In Tony's astonished gaze, Chen Yun propelled himself off the ground with a powerful leap, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The golden skeleton behind him also spread its arms wide, charging towards the meteorite. Bang! The collision between the golden skeleton and the meteorite resulted in a violent explosion, the forceful shockwave scattering branches and foliage within hundreds of meters around them. Caught off guard, Tony was swept away by the fierce winds, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Had it not been for the protective steel armor, he would have perished on the spot. As for the golden skeleton, it faced the meteorite head-on, and after enduring the impact, its golden sheen rapidly dulled. The skeletal frame, sturdier than 1,000 times the finest steel, was now marred with cracks. Yet, despite this, it still clutched the meteorite tightly, subsequently dragging it down to the ground. My God, this is astonishingly powerful. The golden skeleton's remarkable feat of catching a meteorite barehanded left Tony utterly astounded. With a sigh, Chen Yun casually made the golden skeleton vanish. What on earth is this? Circling the meteorite a couple of times, Chen Yun inquired with curiosity. Tony, equally intrigued, recalled their previous encounter with a meteorite that unveiled a new element. With a heart brimming with excitement, he activated an infrared scanning beam to examine the meteorite. My heavens! Moments later, Tony could hardly contain his exclamation. This is vibranium. Vibranium? Witnessing the intense shift in Tony's demeanor, Chen Yun's spirits soared as well. If there exists a metal in the Marvel Universe capable of driving one to madness, it is undoubtedly vibranium. This metal is exceedingly rare and remarkably resilient. Captain America's iconic shield is forged from a blend of vibranium and other metals. The value of this vibranium alone could purchase 3 Stark Industries. Tony exclaimed excitedly, his gaze fixed on the still steaming meteorite, eager to rush towards it. Incredible! It's worth so much. Upon hearing Tony's words, Chen Yun felt a surge of anticipation. Although vibranium is indeed precious, he had not anticipated its staggering worth. Regrettably, after staring at the meteorite for a while, Tony lamented that while crafting an iron suit from vibranium would greatly enhance its defensive capabilities, it would compromise its offensive potential. Furthermore, vibranium does not conduct energy, rendering the suit incapable of flight. It matters not. As long as it holds value, that is sufficient. Chen Yun's eyes sparkled at the thought of the meteorite worth 3 Stark Industries, wishing he could carry it back immediately. By the way, if we were to forge 2 swords from vibranium considering his frequently discarded weapons, Chen Yun queried whether they would be less prone to dulling. Absolutely. Tony nodded, though soon his expression soured with concern. However, cutting such a large piece of meteorite would be quite cumbersome. I would need to return and consult my father's notes for guidance. No need for all that hassle. Watch this. Hearing of a method to enhance weapon durability, Chen Yun promptly activated his powers. Under Tony's astonished gaze, he effortlessly sliced off a piece of vibranium approximately the size of a book using his spatial abilities. Wow! Are you some kind of magical cat? Tony exclaimed, utterly amazed. He had witnessed too many extraordinary abilities from Chen Yun. Should the day come when Chen Yun suddenly declared himself a deity, Tony felt he could accept it without question. I desire a beautiful woman. Can you conjure one for me? Tony gazed intently at Chen Yun, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Silencing spell. Chapter 63. Hey, why can't I speak? As the silence was lifted, Tony immediately sought out Chen Yun. His expression suggested that he would be ready to pounce if Chen Yun did not provide a satisfactory explanation. If you wish to keep your endeavors in pursuit of beautiful women from Pepper's knowledge, then it would be prudent to remain silent. Just moments ago, Tony had been showing his teeth in a snarl, but now he silently mimed zipping his lips. Without further ado, let us dig the pit. As before, Chen Yun and Tony chose to bury the massive vibranium meteorite deep underground. Utilizing the portal, the two returned to the Marbury coast. I shall conduct my research. You may proceed as you wish. To prevent Chen Yun from divulging matters to Pepper, Tony hastily concocted an excuse and dashed into the laboratory upon returning to the villa. Meanwhile, a perplexed Chen Yun summoned Zhao Shiran to accompany him back home. Upon their arrival, utterly exhausted from the fierce battles, Chen Yun collapsed onto his expansive bed and quickly succumbed to slumber. You big oaf. Observing Chen Yun, Zhao Shiran's cheeks flushed as she gently covered him with a blanket. In a drowsy haze, Chen Yun thought he heard the sound signaling a refresh of his abilities. Yet he did not awaken. Instead, he continued to battle in his dreams. In this bizarre dreamscape, a multitude of aliens suddenly invaded Earth. These extraterrestrials were fiercely aggressive and alarmingly brutal. Humanity found itself embroiled in a dire struggle. The entire society thrown into chaos, and Earth descended into darkness. Chen Yun, however, led the superheroes in defense of the planet. After a grueling effort, they managed to repel the invaders, but among the once comrades fighting side by side, one wielding a hammer and another a green giant, suddenly went berserk. To subdue these two, the superheroes had no choice but to muster their weary strength once more. Although both ultimately fell before Chen Yun's iron fists, they inflicted significant damage upon the other heroes. Why had he encountered Thor Odinson in 2 consecutive dreams? At 6 in the morning, Chen Yun pondered the prophetic nature of his dreams with confusion. Dissatisfied with the recurrence of the thunder god, why could he not dream of valuable treasures instead? On Friday, he accessed the S.H.I.E.L.D. management page. After freshening up, Chen Yun, feeling rejuvenated, prepared to exercise his authority as a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon logging into the global organization's backend, with his unique level 10 agent privileges, Chen Yun could access all the information that Director Nick Fury could. He discovered the 3 uses of the Tesseract: the Pegasus Project, a global energy strategy, and the inhuman experiments conducted by the Kree. Elated by the sight of these documents, which he had only glimpsed in films and television, Chen Yun eagerly clicked on the files, ready to delve into their contents. Upon entering, Chen Yun was astonished to discover that the majority of the highly classified files within S.H.I.E.L.D. were, apart from a mere name, entirely devoid of content. Take, for instance, the Pegasus Project, which had originally led to the Kree invasion due to scientists conducting experiments, marking Earth's inaugural encounter with extraterrestrial beings. Yet, within the files, aside from a single name, there existed no detailed account whatsoever. Furthermore, some files were so restricted that even his status as a level 10 agent could not grant him access. Was my designation as a level 10 agent merely a fade? Faced with the disheartening reality that he could only access trivial matters despite his esteemed rank, Chen Yun fell silent. Sighing, he decided to turn his attention to the abilities he had acquired the previous night. The obscured files had swiftly extinguished his interest, prompting him to focus on his system. Automatic sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving today's ability. Don't ask. Simply refer to yourself as Zhang San. After reading the notification regarding his newfound ability from the previous night, Chen Yun was thoroughly disheartened. Having neglected to sign in at midnight and failing to activate the luck aura, his system had automatically bestowed upon him an ability. Don't ask. Just call yourself Zhang San. Upon seeing this name, Chen Yun sensed impending misfortune. What truly devastated him was the absurd effect of this ability. It allowed him to change others' names to Zhang San, renaming the Eye of Zhang San. During training, on a whim, Chen Yun altered the name of his Sharingan. Before he could fully comprehend the implications, a peculiar sensation reverberated in his mind. He begrudgingly accepted this ludicrous name, as if he had indeed conjured it himself. Zhang San S. Amaterasu. I cannot abide by this. After merely 2 training sessions, Chen Yun reverted the name back to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, although he could rationalize that the name was his creation under the influence of the ability. His aesthetic sensibilities could not bear it. Having amended the name, Chen Yun proceeded to experiment further with his powers. Amaterasu. When he invoked Amaterasu once more, a swirling mass of black flames materialized before his eyes. Through rigorous training, he had honed his ability to control Amaterasu with finesse. In the process, he also discerned the underlying principles of this power. The capability of Amaterasu was intrinsically linked to spatial abilities. This black flame, capable of incinerating all, was drawn from a certain clandestine realm. While he could not yet pinpoint the exact coordinates of this space, if he were to find it, he could banish formidable foes into this realm, subjecting them to the relentless torment of Amaterasu. Just because it was not feasible at present did not imply that it would remain so in the future. Upon realizing he had acquired yet another goal to strive for, Chen Yun felt a surge of elation, prompting him to delve into the mysteries of his left eye. Unlike the right eye, which bore the radiance of the sun, the left eye housed a skill akin to a divine technique from the world of Naruto. Even amidst the narrative's decline in later arcs, this skill possessed the potential to shine brilliantly, possibly even altering the tides of battle. Kamui, Chen Yun murmured, and in an instant, a vase before him shattered into fragments, vanishing into thin air. Remarkable. The sheer power of Kamui elicited Chen Yun's silent admiration. After a morning of rigorous training, he had become adept at wielding the might of Kamui. He discerned that Kamui also belonged to the realm of spatial abilities. Wherever his gaze landed, Kamui could conjure a swirling black hole, capable of tearing foes apart or drawing them entirely into the Kamui dimension. This skill also boasted defensive capabilities, allowing Chen Yun to retreat into his own space in a split second, thus evading any harm from adversaries. However, among the various abilities of Kamui, the one Chen Yun cherished most was its inherent storage function. With ample space at his disposal, it surpassed the practicality of storage rings and bags by leaps and bounds. Upon discovering this feature, Chen Yun promptly set forth to the desert and uninhabited regions, ensnaring the new elemental meteorites and vibranium meteorites hidden beneath the earth into the Kamui dimension. Money, after all, only counts when it is in your pocket. Chapter 64. Kamui. In the desert, Chen Yun continuously employed his Sharingan. He intended to utilize Kamui's black hole to teleport directly into Tony's basement. Although the process was somewhat cumbersome, requiring Chen Yun to first enter the Kamui realm and subsequently locate his destination before reopening an exit, it was a small price to pay for the sake of grandeur. Kamui. As Chen Yun pinpointed Tony's location, he activated the skill, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. The next moment, enveloped by a dark vortex, Chen Yun materialized abruptly before Tony Stark. Chen, good morning. To Chen Yun's astonishment, the individual he had aimed to impress appeared to be the wrong choice. With dark circles under his eyes and a cup of coffee in hand, Tony regarded the sudden appearance of Chen Yun with an air of calm indifference. Unfazed by Chen Yun's grand entrance, Tony merely greeted him, as he had long grown accustomed to such surprises. Good morning, came Chen Yun's awkward response, his attempt at flair falling flat. He quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring of Tony. I have transported the 2 meteorites. Where do you intend to place them? Meanwhile, Chen Yun furrowed his brow as he observed Tony's weary countenance from his late-night endeavors, secretly admiring the extraordinary vitality of the Iron Man. Wow, where did you put it? Tony teased, glancing at the empty hands of Chen Yun. Your magical pocket, perhaps? Having said that, he instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. lower the entire living room. At your command, sir. In the next moment, Chen Yun witnessed the floor of the room being gradually lowered. Before long, they arrived at the villa's underground warehouse. Behold, my Mark III. Upon reaching the warehouse, Tony, who had appeared fatigued moments before, suddenly exuded a fervent energy, his face aglow with excitement. He led Chen Yun to a set of red and yellow armor, proudly declaring, in just one night, I successfully manufactured my Mark III. Look at its chest and head, both have been imbued with vibranium. Tapping the armor's chest, Tony beamed. Now, its defensive capabilities rival those of Captain America S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, pausing for effect, he said in a conspiratorial tone, I have equipped the Mark III with a secret weapon. What secret weapon? Chen Yun inquired, intrigued by the magnificent armor before him. A laser beam. Tony chuckled, explaining, this is not the toy-like laser from before. It is a truly formidable weapon. I prefer to call it by its full title, High-Intensity Electromagnetic Pulse Laser Beam. Having exhibited his new equipment with great pride, Tony guided Chen Yun to another section of the warehouse. With a mysterious smile, he pressed a button. With a click, the wall in the corner of the warehouse slowly parted, revealing its contents. Before Chen Yun stood a set of black and gold armor, a form he had never encountered before, yet it exuded an undeniable allure. While it appeared incredibly formidable, the armor also emanated an air of intrigue, especially with the diamond-shaped elements adorning its back, resembling a work of art. Behind the armor, there even lay a cape, one of Chen Yun's favorites. This armor is far more impressive than the one I wear, Tony remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he noticed Chen Yun's unwavering gaze upon the armor. The only unfortunate aspect is that it is still a work in progress and requires more vibranium for its completion. Speaking of which, where have you hidden the meteorite? After introducing the armor, Tony fixed his gaze on Chen Yun and inquired, You haven't truly stashed it away in your magical pocket, have you? You might want to find a suitable spot first. Just place it there. Tony dashed to the corner, pointing to the area where the helicopter had previously been parked. I mean, don't you think you should consider purchasing a helicopter as well? The lifestyle of the affluent is something I have yet to acclimate to. Chen Yun shrugged nonchalantly before directing his formidable power toward the helipad. A pitch-black vortex materialized out of thin air, from which 2 meteorites descended. Wow, your magic has truly reached new heights, Tony exclaimed, marveling at Chen Yun's ability to release the meteorites. Your methods always transcend the boundaries of science. Having long since moved past the initial phase of bewilderment regarding Chen Yun's seemingly limitless powers, Tony was now gradually becoming accustomed to them. Do you require any cutting? Chen Yun inquired, gesturing toward the massive vibranium meteorite. No need, Tony replied, waving his hand dismissively. I have already perused my father's notes. This vibranium can be processed using either super-frequency vibration damping or extreme heat. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Chen Yun nodded and promptly activated his power, departing from the villa. What an impressive maneuver. Although his face remained expressionless, Tony's inner self was undeniably envious of this display. His penchant for showmanship made it difficult for him to resist such flamboyant spectacles. When will science allow us to achieve such feats? He sighed, downing the remainder of his coffee and returning to his research. The prolonged nights of work had left Tony visibly fatigued. Were Pepper present, she would undoubtedly urge him to rest. However, entrusted with the task of uncovering the hidden files on Obadiah's computer, Pepper was not in attendance. By the time Pepper returned to the villa, Tony had completely exhausted himself. I have obtained the video of Obadiah's transaction with the 10 rings, she announced, raising her hand as she shot a disapproving glance at Tony, who lay sprawled on the sofa. By the way, how long has it been since you took a break? Upon seeing the disc in Pepper's hand, Tony instantly perked up. Damn it, Obadiah really did have dealings with the 10 rings. He inserted the disc into the computer, and the screen immediately displayed the video of Obadiah's transaction. Tony was shocked to discover that Obadiah had been secretly communicating with the 10 rings all along. What a scoundrel. Not only that, but Pepper continued to unveil shocking revelations. I also discovered a larger Iron Man suit. She performed a few operations on the computer, and a rudimentary Ironmonger armor appeared on the screen. Damn it, he has actually stolen my design. Where is he? I shall make him pay. Tony was nearly beside himself with rage. Aside from the clandestine dealings with the 10 rings, Obadiah, the vice president of the corporation, had been secretly constructing an Iron Man suit. As the discord between himself and Obadiah escalated, the purpose of the armor became abundantly clear. Are you certain you wish to execute him? Pepper remarked, her expression peculiar, hesitating to continue. He should currently be at the precinct, apprehended by the New York police on charges of collaborating with terrorists in a kidnapping scheme. Haha, I shall procure the finest attorney to secure his death sentence. Upon hearing Pepper's revelation, Tony leapt up, exuberantly exclaiming. Yet, after this outburst, his demeanor gradually shifted to one of tranquility. With a sigh, Tony spoke solemnly. Let us spare his life. Inform the lawyer to ensure Obadiah remains imprisoned indefinitely. Chapter 65 Breaking News. Vice President Obadiah Stane of Stark Industries has been arrested by the New York police for collaborating with terrorists in a kidnapping. According to police reports, Obadiah was also implicated in the attack on Tony Stark in the Middle East. In New Mexico, Chen Yun watched this news unfold on television. Obadiah was indeed unfortunate, having fallen from grace without even piloting the Ironmonger. Bored by the broadcast, Chen Yun pondered what Coulson had summoned him for. Surrounded only by a few exceedingly rudimentary construction site trailers amidst a desolate expanse of grassland. As he contemplated this, Coulson hurriedly entered. Thank goodness, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Chen Yun, Coulson's expression visibly relaxed. Come with me. I require your assistance with something. Confused, Chen Yun followed Coulson into a large room, where, aside from Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, the most striking feature was a hammer lying askew on the ground. There's hammer. Upon sighting this artifact, Chen Yun immediately grasped the situation. A more careful survey of his surroundings revealed that he stood within a colossal impact crater. At the center of the crater lay a seemingly simplistic iron hammer. The hammerhead was a gray square, accompanied by a circular short handle wrapped in brown leather, with a looped strap at the end of the handle. The shape of the crater suggested that the hammer had indeed created this substantial indentation in the earth. We have been studying it for 2 days. Coulson, weary, rubbed his brow and explained to Chen Yun. But despite our various attempts, we cannot budge it. Motherf, this is the heaviest hammer I have ever encountered. Nick Fury scoffed, frowning as he added, I suspect it originates from beyond our planet. Coulson and his team had already experimented with tow trucks and heavy machinery. Yet this infernal object remained immovable. Adjusting his eye mask, Nick Fury turned to Chen Yun and said, I called you here for a reason. Gazing at the Thunder God's hammer, which was precariously lodged in the ground, Chen Yun felt a stir of desire within him. Although, by the later stages of the narrative, anyone could wield the hammer at this juncture. Only those deemed worthy could lift it, which made him somewhat intrigued. Have you seen a golden-haired wandering minstrel nearby? Despite this, Chen Yun ultimately dismissed the notion and turned to Coulson, remarking, Isn't he a man? A man? There is not a soul around. Coulson had just shaken his head in denial when an agent entered, announcing, Report, we have apprehended a suspicious man. His attire resembles that of a wandering singer. The agent paused, then continued with an odd expression. He claims to be the thunder god from Norse mythology. A wandering minstrel? What the devil? Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged astonished glances towards Chen Yun. After a moment of bewilderment, Coulson inquired, "What do you know about this?" "I merely dreamt about it." Chen Yun shrugged. Noticing the perplexed expressions on their faces, he elaborated, "I possess a unique ability to foresee events through dreams," pointing at the hammer on the ground. He added, "This hammer and the wandering minstrel outside have both appeared in my visions." "Is it akin to being a medium?" Coulson murmured in confusion. Having grown accustomed to Chen Yun's myriad of extraordinary abilities. "Certainly not. We should first investigate that wandering minstrel," Chen Yun suggested. The two, still somewhat bemused, nodded in agreement. "You are late. He has already fainted." Upon reaching the camp's exterior, they found Hawkeye Barton polishing his arrows. Upon seeing them, Barton gestured to a corner, indicating, "Yes, over there." Following Barton's direction, Chen Yun spotted a man lying unconscious on the ground. "Indeed, that's him." Approaching the man, Chen Yun examined the flamboyantly dressed Thor Odinson, who, without the hammer, would struggle against Hawkeye. Chen Yun confidently declared, "He is indeed that fellow." "What the devil?" Nick Fury and Coulson stared blankly at Chen Yun, bewildered by this prediction ability that could even discern sexual orientation. "In my dreams, he's a passionate figure." Chen Yun quickly clarified, sensing their misunderstanding. To put it succinctly, he is a gay man. He wielded the hammer earlier, donned armor, and fought against a glowing-eyed robot. "Are you jesting?" Barton frowned at Chen Yun's words, stating, "He is quite weak. I didn't even use my bow against him." Indeed, before grasping that hammer, he was remarkably feeble. With a smile, Chen Yun explained to Barton, "Could he truly be the god of thunder?" Coulson inquired, bewildered, "The thunder god from the myths? A deity? That would mean he is just an extraterrestrial masquerading as a god." Nick Fury scoffed, his lips curling in disdain, a man of vast experience. He harbored no respect for these so-called deities. With that, Nick Fury discreetly shifted his gaze towards Chen Yun. "I am not an alien." Chen Yun gestured dismissively, exasperated. "Who can say for certain?" Nick Fury shrugged. "You possess such strength. If you are indeed an alien, I could have S.H.I.E.L.D. craft a mythical backstory for you." As he spoke, Nick Fury approached a nearby agent to fetch a basin of water. Splash. A basin of cold footbath water was unceremoniously thrown onto Thor's face. The effect was immediate and dramatic. "Cough. Cough. Ugh. You wretched natives, release me at once." Thor sputtered, rising from the ground. Furiously wiping the unpleasant droplets from his face, he bellowed, You dare treat me in such a manner. Cursed be you." "It seems the image of a wandering minstrel truly suits you." Nick Fury chuckled, observing the furious Thor. "You, who claim to be a god, have wandered in here all on your own. Wandering minstrel? What is that?" Thor gazed at Nick Fury, perplexed, but quickly regained his composure to shout, "I did not intrude. You stole my hammer first. The hammer fell from the heavens." Nick Fury, unimpressed, replied, "You claim it belongs to you? Do you have a patent? Registered brand? Patent? Brand?" Thor's expression turned blank upon hearing these terms. "Natives, I do not comprehend your words, but if you wish to seize my hammer, I, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, shall ensure you regret it." As Thor's fury reached its peak, Hawkeye Barton stepped forward, gesturing dismissively at him. "A god? You are quite weak." Chapter 66, Natives. "I, who claim to be the god of thunder, have been vanquished by mere mortals." Barton's words left Thor momentarily speechless. He wanted to retort but was reluctant to reveal that his powers were suppressed. Ultimately, Thor could only helplessly shout, "Cursed natives! You are provoking a deity. If you dare utter another word," observing the thunder god, now silenced and flailing in frustration, Chen Yun shook his head. "Such a god is truly feeble. You claim to be the god of thunder. Can you even summon a spark of electricity?" Observing the now subdued Thor, Chen Yun jestingly remarked that he had proven himself to be a true deity. "Electric sparks? You allowed the mighty god of thunder to produce mere sparks?" Upon hearing this, Thor, now free from his silence, was immediately consumed by rage. He yearned to summon a few bolts of lightning from the heavens to teach this mortal a lesson. Yet, the reality of his divine powers being sealed rendered him no different from these natives. Not only could he not summon thunder, but he was also unable to conjure even a single spark. "Ah, if only I could retrieve Mjolnir, my strength would be restored." In this moment of embarrassment, Thor recalled his hammer and, with a stoic expression, stated, "I require my hammer. I vowed not to wield any power of lightning until I find it." "You possess the strength of a hammer." Chen Yun internally scoffed, then glanced at Nick Fury. "Since he has appeared in your dreams, let him give it a try." With the foundation laid by Chen Yun's prophetic dream, Nick Fury exchanged glances with Coulson and agreed to Thor's request. "Haha, once I obtain my hammer, you shall witness a true god." With their agreement, Thor beamed with pride and boasted, "Though it is but a fraction of my power, it will surely astonish you mere mortals." "You'd better lift it first," Nick Fury replied, his face darkening at the audacity of such a deity. "Moreover, you must ensure that no harm comes to Earth." "Fear not. Once I reclaim my weapon, I shall depart immediately," Thor vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. I am a god of justice and shall never harm any natives. As they spoke, the group arrived at the chamber where S.H.I.E.L.D was kept. Chen Yun, leading the way, lifted the curtain and stepped inside. Eager, Thor dashed past Chen Yun as soon as they entered, racing towards the hammer at the center of the room. Seeing Thor's fervent demeanor, Nick Fury and Coulson exchanged glances before hastening to the hammer's side. "Ah, my friend, at last, I have found you," Thor exclaimed, his eyes misty as he addressed his hammer. "Come home with me, S.H.I.E.L.D." With excitement, Thor reached for the hammer's handle and lifted it slightly. Strange. After exerting considerable effort, Thor was taken aback. The hammer remained utterly unmoved in his grasp. "My apologies, my stance is somewhat incorrect," he chuckled awkwardly, then, with a serious expression, crossed his hands and gripped S.H.I.E.L.D tightly. "Rise, rise." Summoning all his strength, Thor bellowed. Yet, the hammer lay there, silent and unresponsive. Perhaps it was the recent fainting spell that hindered the circulation of blood in my arm. Thor, with a forced smile, continued to explain, and then exerted tremendous force with both hands. This time, Thor summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, his face flushed crimson, even turning a purplish hue. The veins in his arms bulged, seemingly on the verge of bursting. He appeared as if all the moisture had been drained from his body, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet, regrettably, the hammer remained utterly unmoved. "Blasted." Observing this scene, Nick Fury, who had maintained a scowl, remarked irritably, "Are you a wandering minstrel here to amuse us? Damn it. Father, why is this happening?" Thor was on the brink of despair, his divine powers sealed, and he could not lift S.H.I.E.L.D. How could the great god of thunder be condemned to live among mortals on earth for eternity? I refuse to accept this. In a state of utter disillusionment, Thor released his grip and collapsed onto the ground. Perhaps the impact had damaged it? Seeing Thor's dejected demeanor, Chen Yun offered consolation. "Maybe it failed to recognize your fingerprint?" "Impossible." Thor pounded the ground in frustration, as if he were the very earth that had been shattered. S.H.I.E.L.D cannot be broken. I simply lack the worthiness to wield it. Is it because you forgot the password? Chen Yun inquired with curiosity. "No, it is not the password. Only the righteous can lift it." Thor lay despondently on the ground, yet he raised his gaze to see Chen Yun attempting to reach for the hammer. "Huh. A mere mortal, an indigenous being, could never lift S.H.I.E.L.D. With a derisive snicker, Thor regarded Chen Yun as one would a simpleton, asserting that only the noble gods could wield it. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was struck with astonishment. Chen Yun had effortlessly lifted his hammer. "This hammer isn't heavy at all." Holding S.H.I.E.L.D, Chen Yun looked quizzically at Thor. He tilted the hammer side to side, discovering it bore no weight. Mimicking the usage from the films, Chen Yun experimentally swung the hammer a few times, spinning it like a windmill. Soon, ominous thunder rumbled across the sky. To his astonishment, the hammer truly could summon thunder. Hearing the thunderclaps, Chen Yun could not help but exclaim in awe. "How is this possible? How can you, a mere mortal, lift S.H.I.E.L.D?" Watching Chen Yun hoist the hammer above his head, Thor bellowed in disbelief, his words faltering. "Blasted." Nick Fury's gaze flitted between Chen Yun and Thor before he finally asked, "Are you two putting on a show?" "Chen, you never cease to amaze." Compared to Nick Fury, Agent Coulson, who had attempted various methods to move the hammer, was far more astonished. He shook his head in bewilderment and asked, "How on earth did you manage that?" "It must be that Mjolnir is broken. The indigenous people have actually lifted the weapon of the gods," which left Thor utterly incredulous. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a furious expression, exclaimed that it must have been damaged when it fell to the ground. "Just a moment ago, you stated it was impossible." With a dismissive curl of his lip, Chen Yun directly tossed the hammer before Thor. He spread his arms wide and innocently suggested, "Why not give it another try? Father, grant me strength." Thor fervently whispered in his heart, his face grave, as he grasped the hammer. Taking several deep breaths, he began to exert himself slowly yet resolutely. "Ah!" Accompanied by Thor's roar, the hammer remained utterly unmoved. How could this be possible? The series of failures, compounded by Chen Yun's ability to lift the hammer, led Thor to question his very existence, and he sank to the ground in a daze. "Oh, it is truly heavy." Coulson also stepped forward to attempt it, only to meet with the same failure. "I have encountered such a weapon before," Nick Fury interjected, stepping forward with a relaxed demeanor as he grasped the hammer's handle. "Perhaps the hammer does not require any qualifications. As long as there is love in one's heart, it can be lifted." In the next moment, amidst the crowd's gaze, Nick Fury's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to pull upwards, straining so hard that his eyes nearly bulged out. Yet, the hammer remained completely still. Damn it. Chapter 67. Why can you lift it? Faced with such a result, Thor's mindset shattered. He simply could not comprehend. "Are you not a Midgardian? Are you even one of the gods? Damn it." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression darkened, and he questioned with indignation. "Have you been using drugs?" "What Midgardian?" Nick Fury declared passionately, "This is Earth. We are Earthlings. The Earth you speak of lies at the center of the Nine Realms. Seeing Nick Fury's anger, and fearing the loss of the opportunity to continue engaging with the hammer, Thor sighed and explained, like us gods. We all reside upon the world tree, and our term for Earth is Midgard. Upon finishing, as if recalling something, Thor's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. During the time when the frost giants invaded Earth and plunged it into an ice age, my father Odin, lost in reminiscence. Thor grew increasingly animated as he recounted, at that time, I had once led an army to Earth. Back then. With this thought, Thor abruptly seized Chen Yun, excitedly proclaiming, I understand why you can lift Mjolnir. Chen Yun stumbled slightly as Thor gripped him, puzzled, and asked, what are you saying? Because the inhabitants of the Celestial Palace have visited Earth. Thor exclaimed urgently, suggesting that you might be a descendant of the Celestial Palace. Huh? Chen Yun was taken aback, genuinely curious about the workings of this thunder goddess mind. How could it be that he had suddenly become a descendant of the Celestial Palace? Nevertheless, while Thor's explanation was absurd, it did lead Chen Yun to deduce the reason he could wield the hammer. The pristine celestial body. A divine form capable of breaking all spells and bindings, naturally able to shatter the seal on the hammer. Once the seal was removed, the hammer was merely an object that could summon winds and call forth thunder. Kid, you truly waste your potential as the god of thunder, Nick Fury remarked, smacking his lips as he coldly teased the disheartened Thor. With such a wild imagination, you ought to consider writing novels. Just as Nick Fury finished speaking, an agent rushed in with urgency. Chief, there are 2 women and an old man outside looking for their foolish son. Upon hearing the agent's report, the gazes of the 3 turned toward Tony, filled with confusion. I'm not insane, Tony retorted vehemently in the face of 3 skeptical stares. I am the son of Odin, the god of thunder. Thor. I know, Nick Fury replied with a smile, looking at Thor. You can explain that to the doctor when he performs a biopsy. Biopsy? Thor was taken aback, realizing he might be subjected to examination. He sighed and despondently sat down on the ground. I am not the god of thunder, I am insane. Then you need to see a doctor even more. Nick Fury chuckled gleefully, immediately shouting to the outside, bring this son of Odin, Mr. God of Thunder, for treatment. I am truly insane, Thor exclaimed in terror, struggling desperately against the grip of several agents. Don't take me away. I really am ill. With a glove stuffed in Thor's mouth, Hawkeye Barton shot a disdainful glance at the shouting Thor. Grabbing the still-resisting Thor by the neck, Barton mercilessly dragged the god away. Is it really wise to scare him like this? Coulson frowned and asked once Thor disappeared from the room. I didn't intend to frighten him, Nick Fury replied, rubbing his temples in frustration, his tone displeased. But what this god of thunder claims may very well be true. Those damned aliens. Just one of them appearing is sure to attract a horde. To avoid complications, we need to mobilize agents to keep an eye on him. With a casual clap of his hands, Nick Fury remarked, compared to the trouble he brings, we merely seek a drop of his blood. He then added, could you kindly place that hammer down? After explaining, Nick Fury shot a disapproving glance at Chen Yun, who was tossing Thor's hammer playfully. Don't you think the thunder outside is a bit excessive? Hey, I'm starting to quite like this hammer, Chen Yun said, cradling the hammer in his palm. And then continued to share his dream. In addition to Thor and his mighty weapon, he envisioned a colossal robot. The robots from the movies paled in comparison to what Chen Yun had seen in his dream. They lacked the commanding presence of the strongest machines and were easily subdued by the playful Thor. The contrast was staggering. Recalling this, Chen Yun felt compelled to remind Nick Fury that the robot was far superior to Tony's Iron Man suits. Furthermore, they possessed technology that could instantaneously transport them to Earth. Likely the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. Nick Fury pondered for a moment before stating that such technology could be found in S.H.I.E.L.D archives, as those extraterrestrial beings had previously visited Earth. After explaining, Nick Fury warned Chen Yun, who was still toying with the hammer. Be careful not to drop it on your foot. Rubbing his bald head, he then inquired, isn't this thing safer in S.H.I.E.L.D's vault? The vault? Chen Yun chuckled mockingly, raising an eyebrow, and then vanished in an instant. Mere seconds later, he reappeared, holding a glowing cube. Shrugging, he quipped, this could serve as illumination in my estate. My god, what the hell? Upon seeing Chen Yun with the cube, both Nick Fury and Coulson felt their hearts nearly stop. Quick, put that cursed thing back in the vault. Nick Fury exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm as he warned Chen Yun that it possessed potent corrosive properties. What is it? I can sense immense energy within, Chen Yun asked, shaking the cube in his hand. This cosmic cube was said to open portals in space, allowing for instantaneous travel across the universe. It was akin to his own teleportation ability, and sensing the vast energy, Chen Yun grew curious about its origins. This object, known as the cosmic cube, was clearly not intended for illumination, Nick Fury thought, unable to suppress a sigh as he prepared to explain its true nature. Just then, his urgent phone rang. Boss. Level 10 major incident. The frantic voice on the other end declared, our cosmic cube has been stolen. The appearance of that individual as Nick Fury wiped the sweat from his forehead, left him speechless. Chapter 68. Such formidable energy, yet it was stored in a safe like a mere light bulb. Chuckling while weighing the cosmic cube in his hand, Chen Yun jested whether that was somewhat excessive. Rest assured, we certainly do not intend to use it as a light source. After a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury, with a look of resignation, explained that this was originally classified information. Yet since Chen Yun had ascended to the rank of a level 10 agent, he felt compelled to divulge it. The agency is currently developing an immensely powerful laser weapon. Pointing to the cosmic cube in Chen Yun's hand, Nick Fury continued, it constitutes the most vital research material. Was it the laser weapon created by Red Skull during World War II? Chen Yun queried, perplexed as he cradled the cube in his palm. Why must we undertake this endeavor as well? Because the number of anomalies is increasing, Nick Fury remarked, casting a furtive glance at Chen Yun. I originally intended to establish a team of heroic agents. This laser weapon initiative was proposed by Pierce through the council. Pierce, my impression of him is rather unfavorable. Chen Yun mused, recalling the man he had encountered during his first visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. He grimaced, noting, that fellow seems somewhat averse to newcomers. Are you mistaken? Nick Fury responded, puzzled. Pierce has always been known for his mature and reliable demeanor. Coulson, who had been awkwardly standing nearby, cleared his throat and interjected. I was present at the time. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. Pierce was quite courteous in the elevator. Faced with the revelation that Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had become a scoundrel in Chen Yun's eyes, Nick Fury could only look at him in silence, hoping this matter was merely a miscommunication. You should return the cosmic cube for now, he urged Chen Yun. If you keep it for too long, the legislators will take notice. Can I study it for just 2 days? Chen Yun retorted, somewhat disgruntled. After all, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a crucial moment in the second phase of laser weapon development. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Nick Fury gritted his teeth in exasperation. If you must have it, then return in half a month. Very well, how about an alternative? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yun nodded. I can temporarily focus on something else. With that, his figure vanished, only to reappear moments later without the cosmic cube. Instead, he wielded an extravagant weapon. Is this the laser weapon you spoke of? Good heavens! Nick Fury exclaimed, wiping his brow again, his frustration boiling over. Can you not be still for once? I assure you, I am not rummaging through anything, Chen Yun remarked innocently, waving his hand. I only took this one item, covering his face with one hand. Nick Fury struggled to muster a response, finally managing to utter, thank you. As for the unfortunate Coulson, he could only wish for the ability to teleport, thereby avoiding this embarrassing situation altogether. Since you can create laser weapons, could you perhaps fashion a lightsaber for me? Chen Yun inquired, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he toyed with the gun in his hand. That would be incredibly cool. Impossible, Nick Fury replied, resigned, spreading his hands in a gesture of defeat. Due to its instability, a lightsaber simply cannot be produced. Then why not enlist Tony Stark's assistance? He is far more adept than your researchers, Chen Yun suggested. I wish we could, Nick Fury sighed. He has no shortage of funds, and we are unable to reach him. By the way, how is his Iron Man suit created? Chen Yun asked, a playful smile gracing his lips as he leaned closer to Nick Fury and whispered, because he is brilliant. Casting a glance at the astonished Nick Fury, Chen Yun derided. Tony was able to create it even under the watchful eyes of terrorists. I wonder what your scientists are truly accomplishing in their lavish laboratories. With that, Chen Yun turned disdainfully and strode toward the exit. Wait, leave the hammer, Nick Fury called out, rushing to stop Chen Yun, who was attempting to make off with it. Shouldn't you take it back yourself? Chen Yun asked, holding the hammer in his palm with a bemused expression directed at Nick Fury. Perhaps you should hold onto it for now, Nick Fury conceded after a moment of silence, realizing it would ultimately end up in the hands of that madman Thor. Not necessarily. It is, after all, a divine artifact, Chen Yun quipped as he shook the hammer playfully. We'll have to see what price these celestial beings are willing to offer for its redemption. Watching Chen Yun's retreating figure, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words once more. After a brief pause, he turned to Coulson and remarked, this kid has become so avaricious that he is now contemplating schemes against aliens? Only 6 credits. Why am I confined here with you over such a trivial matter? Darcy Lewis lamented, surveying the imposing walls surrounding them. She cast an innocent glance at her companion, Jane Foster. I have no idea, Jane shrugged apologetically, glancing at her mentor, Dr. Eric Selvig. Ever since they had stumbled into this enigmatic organization, they had been imprisoned without any attention from their captors. This situation left the trio in a state of heightened anxiety and trepidation. After waiting for an eternity, Jane had received nothing but Louis's complaints. Anxiously, she approached the only door in the room and called out to the agent stationed there, demanding to see her lawyer. In response to Jane's protests, the agent remained unmoved, maintaining an impassive expression at the door. Why should we care about Thor? Luis grumbled. He is just a rambling fool. If he were truly a god, he would have come to save us by now. No sooner had he spoken than the door swung open, and a flustered Thor was unceremoniously thrust into the room. Thor, are you all right? Upon seeing him, Jane rushed forward with genuine concern. How could I possibly be in trouble? Thor replied, forcing a smile as he surveyed the group. At first, they talked about slicing me up. Those wretched natives. I am Thor, the god of thunder. They had no choice but to relent. Merely administering a shot and drawing a little blood. With a hearty laugh, Thor patted his chest, boasting, those natives even complimented my physique. The assembled doctors and scholars exchanged incredulous glances. After a moment, Dr. Eric Selvig, at a loss for words, finally corrected him. So, according to your account, you just underwent a physical examination? Does even a god require a checkup? Chapter 69. This mother-f***er. Gazing up at the soaring Chen Yun. Nick Fury rubbed his bald head and remarked with resignation, I knew he would eventually take to the skies. Coulson nodded enviously. Youth is truly wonderful. Is this about being young? Nick Fury muttered, his gaze inscrutable as he observed the confinement of Thor. The self-proclaimed god of thunder elicited a hint of unease within him. This is incredibly exhilarating. Soaring through the sky, Chen Yun felt a surge of joy, though it was the hammer of Thor propelling him. He still relished the thrill of flight. However, his elation was short-lived. Upon reaching the skies over New York, he realized he had no way to descend. With a thunderous crash, Chen Yun plummeted to the ground like a small meteor, landing with a resounding thud and creating a sizable crater. Ugh! Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Chen Yun rose to find himself surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. My God, it's Batman. Mom, he is incredibly handsome. Batman. Batman. As Chen Yun's striking features came into view, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Surrounded by a throng of excited onlookers, many began to whip out their smartphones to capture the moment. A few audacious young women even rushed towards Chen Yun, eager to embrace him. Is this the burden of fame? Faced with the surging crowd, Chen Yun shook his head and swiftly activated his teleportation ability. In an instant, he found himself at the notary office on the street. Hello, may I help you? The staff at the notary office were taken aback. Batman. Respected Mr. Batman. How may I assist you? Confronted by the superhero who had saved New York, the staff felt their hearts racing, nearly leaping from their chests. Hello? Chen Yun offered an awkward smile in response to the enthusiastic staff, silently resolving to don his complete ensemble of hat, mask, and sunglasses before venturing out in the future. I am here to apply for a patent. He produced Thor's hammer, displaying it in the palm of his hand for the staff to see. Of course, esteemed Mr. Batman. The staff replied respectfully. Please place the hammer on the table. Are you certain? Chen Yun frowned. It is exceedingly heavy. Please place it on the table. The staff insisted. Reluctantly, Chen Yun set the hammer down gently. Boom. The moment the hammer struck the surface, the table shattered into splinters, with the hammer crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the staff nearly fainted. Though he had heard countless rumors about Chen Yun, seeing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. I hope I won't have to compensate for that. Chen Yun asked, feeling rather embarrassed as he gazed at the ruined table. Not at all, not at all. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the staff retrieved a measuring tape and a camera. After a token record, he cautiously inquired. May I ask about the origin of this hammer? Acquired by force. It took the staff a moment to process this before exclaiming, Boss. 2 minutes later, the director of the notary office, smiling warmly, bid Chen Yun farewell, handing him a notarized certificate that had been promptly prepared. Your service is truly commendable, Chen Yun remarked, satisfied by the lightning-fast efficiency. With a flick of his wrist, he soared away amidst the astonished gazes of the notary staff. In the air, he turned the hammer around and returned to the small town where he had discovered Thor. Patiently, he awaited the formidable robot he had seen in his dreams. How desolate it appears, he mused, surveying the nearly desertified landscape. The warrior maiden Sif, perplexed, inquired, Isn't Midgard supposed to have a large population? Even with a multitude of inhabitants, it is implausible for every place to be bountiful. Vandal, one of the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, shook his head and gestured towards a distant town. There, I have heard the resounding call of Mjolnir. Thor must be there. Glancing at his companions, Vandal continued. We should hasten our journey. We need to locate Thor without delay. With that, he boldly advanced towards the town. His companions exchanged glances for a brief moment before promptly following suit. Upon arriving at the town, Vandal halted abruptly, his gaze fixed intently on a remarkably handsome young man before him. He cautiously inquired, Thor, what has become of your appearance? Frowning, Vandal scrutinized the youth, seemingly verifying whether he had mistaken the person. However, the hammer of the thunder god in the young man's grasp reassured him. Is this your attire in Midgard? The youth was none other than Chen Yun, who had returned to the town for a leisurely stroll. He regarded the oddly dressed group with curiosity, unsure of the purpose behind their peculiar appearance. The hammer of the thunder god. Only you can wield such a divine artifact. Vandal exclaimed, pointing at Chen Yun's hammer with an expression of displeasure. Stop the pretense. Thor, you must return to Asgard with us. The All-Father is in grave peril. A sudden sneeze interrupted them. Thor, still confined within the metallic confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, rolled his eyes as he listened to his half-brother Loki boast. First of all, I am not Thor. My name is Chen Yun, he said, glancing at the 3 men and 1 woman encircling him. He shrugged and added, furthermore, this hammer now belongs to me. Huh? The Celestial Warriors and the female warrior, Sif, were taken aback by Chen Yun's declaration. Impossible. How can you lift Mjolnir? Vandal asked, astonished. Where is Thor? Where is he? Thor? That wandering minstrel? Chen Yun pondered momentarily before explaining. He is likely busy courting a certain female doctor. As for why I can wield Mjolnir. He lifted the hammer playfully, grinning. Perhaps it is because I possess a certain charm? Our divine artifact. Is it truly so superficial? The Celestial Warriors were left utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Sif gazed at Chen Yun's striking visage, feeling a flicker of belief stir within her. Are you truly a denizen of Midgard, or are you of Asgard? Reluctantly, Vandal began to question Chen Yun's identity, for the sight of Mjolnir in his grasp was undeniable. Otherwise, what gives you the right to wield such a divine artifact? By virtue of my credentials. Having long been exasperated by the incessant skepticism of these extraterrestrials, Chen Yun, in a fit of irritation, brandished his newly acquired patent certificate. What is this? In our celestial palace, we only acknowledge divine artifacts. The true talent lies with Asgard. Listening to the 4 bicker among themselves, Chen Yun impatiently interjected, First, this is my hammer. Second, are you not in search of that foolish son? No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight. The warriors of the celestial palace, sensing a sudden alertness, were instantaneously plunged into oblivion. The last image that Vandal beheld was Chen Yun, smiling as he produced a rope. All set, let me facilitate your reunion. With a serene demeanor, Chen Yun bound the 4 celestial warriors and dragged them away. Chapter 70. You, please accompany us. In the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison, Jane and Dr. Eric Selvig were summoned by the agents. As they departed, the vast room was rendered desolate, leaving Thor in solitary contemplation. Jane, be cautious of those individuals. Thor, anxiously pressed against the door, peered outside and observed that the agents had taken Jane away, seemingly without malice. Yet, his apprehension remained as he cautioned, they are not to be trusted. Cursed. He pondered how to escape. Helplessly watching Jane being led away, Thor furrowed his brow and struck the steel door with all his might, but it remained unyielding. If I were still the king of the celestial palace, even without my divine powers. Frustrated, he grasped his hair and muttered in a somber tone. I would still have my valiant warriors charging into battle. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the prison door swung open. The 3 celestial warriors and the female fighter were unceremoniously thrown beside Thor. Are you here to rescue me? Thor queried, bewildered by the unexpected arrival of his comrades. Vandal struggled to rise from the ground, eager to express his thoughts, but ultimately fell silent. Only when he noticed Chen Yun had departed did Vandal, with a pained expression, address Thor, we have come to find you. You must return with us to the celestial palace to save the All-Father. Save my father? Sighing heavily, Thor sank to the ground, his demeanor despondent. Loki has already informed me that he is dead. Impossible, Vandal exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he retorted. The All-Father has merely fallen into a deep slumber. He is not dead. This entire scheme is the malevolent plot of Loki. Taking a deep breath, Vandal continued. Loki has also stolen the Frost Giant's sacred relic and incited them to attack Asgard. In the present slumber of the Lord of the Gods, the entirety of Asgard has succumbed to the dominion of Loki. Cursed Loki. Upon hearing Vandal's words, Thor struck the ground in fury, his face a mask of frustration. Unable to conceal the fact that he had been deceived. Wretched, I had placed such trust in him. Witnessing Thor's wrath, the warrior maiden Sif stepped forward, gently urging him to return with them to save their kin. If we can thwart Loki's nefarious plot, the Father of all will surely forgive your past transgressions. Return? I have already lost the might of the Thunder God. Thor shook his head, a bitter expression clouding his features. Deprived of divine power, I am no different from the Midgardians. Furthermore, I have also lost Mjolnir. The thought of being unable to wield the hammer, now toyed with by Chen Yun, elicited a resigned smile from Thor. Stripped of his divine essence and bereft of his hammer, he felt akin to a stray dog. The anguished Thor tightened the fists of several warriors from the celestial realm, their hearts equally burdened with indignation. Indeed, as Thor lamented, even if he were to be returned to the celestial palace, without his power, how could he stand against Loki? The Midgardians are truly formidable. Just as despair began to envelop them, Sif sighed. She recalled the handsome boy who had captured them and wielded the mighty hammer with such ease. His strength was undeniably terrifying. Upon hearing Sif's musing, Vandal shared the same realization. Reflecting on Chen Yun's overwhelming might that had rendered them unconscious, Vandal felt a chill of fear. Confronting Chen Yun felt akin to facing the Lord of the Gods, leaving him utterly defenseless. If that boy were indeed of their divine lineage, how could Loki have? Have you also been stripped of your powers? After a moment of silence, Thor finally regained his composure, questioning Vandal and the others, for they had also been captured by those natives. Our divine powers remain intact. The group shook their heads, indicating they had not been stripped of their abilities. Then what are we waiting for? Thor sprang to his feet, his expression fervent as he whispered, "Let us swiftly break free and vanquish those audacious natives who dared to imprison us. Once we discover a way to restore my powers, we shall return to the Celestial Palace together and settle the score with Loki." Vandal hesitated, but Thor impatiently interrupted. "What are we waiting for? Are you still afraid of these Midgardian natives? We were defeated by the very natives you speak of." Sif scoffed, complaining it was that fellow who seized Mjolnir. "Moreover, all our weapons have been taken from us." Cursed. Recalling how his hammer was taken by Chen Yun, Thor felt a surge of anger in his chest. Suppressing his fury, he confidently analyzed that anyone capable of wielding Mjolnir must surely be a descendant of the Celestial Palace. Previously, during the invasion of the Frost Giants, his father had led a great army to this very place. Thor shared his earlier thoughts with a few companions. Once they had listened, he continued with unwavering confidence that since this individual was a scion of the Celestial Palace, the time for him to repay that palace had come. "When I see him again, I shall command him to return with us to Asgard in the name of the Prince of the Celestial Palace." Vandal's lips moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Faced with Thor's seemingly delusional plan, he could only sigh, uncertain of how to respond. "Trust me," Thor declared with conviction, his gaze sweeping over the celestial warriors. "For Asgard, for the Celestial Palace, for Asgard, for the Celestial Palace." Thor's confident demeanor ultimately rekindled hope among the warriors. Vandal's expression sharpened as he clenched his fist and shattered the prison door. "I am the Prince of Asgard. I am a god." Thor surged ahead, breaking free from the confines of the prison. Upon seeing the familiar scenery, Thor exuberantly exclaimed, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." He shouted boisterously at the entrance for an extended period until the agents surrounded him, yet he did not receive the anticipated support from the warriors. "Why are you still not coming out?" Thor turned back in confusion, his gaze falling upon the few remaining in the cell. What is that on your heads?" Upon recognizing the new lumps on their heads, Thor inquired with puzzlement, "Are those injuries?" Covering her wound, Sif had entirely lost her desire to speak. She simply pointed at Thor's back. "Hello," a voice chimed in. Turning to the sound, Thor was met with the smiling face of Chen Yun. "You lunatic alien." Chapter 71. "Hey, it's you." Upon seeing Chen Yun, Thor immediately straightened his posture and proclaimed, "In the name of the Prince of the Celestial Palace, I command." "Command what?" Chen Yun interrupted, kicking Thor back into the prison, then curiously asked, "Do you have any other thoughts?" Thor attempted to charge forward to say something but was restrained by the Celestial Quartet, who held his legs and covered his mouth, effectively subduing him. "Young man, we have no demands," Vandal said, despite the pain from his head injury, striving to soften his tone. "Please close the door." Shaking his head, Chen Yun disregarded the weak deities and promptly shut the prison door. "Damn it, I am indeed the Prince of Asgard." Once Chen Yun had walked away, Thor finally broke free from the restraints of the Celestial Palace warriors, grimacing as he rubbed his aching abdomen. How could they be so harsh when he was a descendant of the celestial realm? Surely, Mjolnir must be malfunctioning. The mere thought of the hammer being held by Chen Yun filled Thor with a sense of betrayal. "I am its rightful master." Yet it chose to side with that insufferable wretch. "Release me." The more he pondered, the angrier he became, rushing once more to the doorway and shouting loudly, "We have already sent away those 3 fools seeking their son." As Thor's furious cries echoed, Coulson approached Chen Yun's side. "They are merely a handful of ordinary astronomers." After all, casting a glance at the few imprisoned, Coulson awkwardly inquired, "Is it truly acceptable to keep them locked away? They are, after all, beings of divinity." With a dismissive smile, Chen Yun replied, "Those I have subdued can be treated as common mortals." Though he feigned indifference, the sight of Thor and his companions confined brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Yun. The reason for their imprisonment stemmed from their haughty demeanor and the audacity of wielding the stolen Mjolnir. This thought delighted Chen Yun immensely. The thrill of robbing deities was simply exquisite. Moreover, with Thor and the celestial warriors present, there would undoubtedly be a steady stream of individuals seeking to rescue them. As he contemplated this, Chen Yun couldn't help but chuckle. "Report. A giant robot has appeared in the direction of the town." Just as Chen Yun was lost in visions of a splendid future, the sudden report jolted him back to reality. He and Coulson immediately turned to the agent delivering the news. This colossal robot had descended along a rainbow. After hearing the report, Chen Yun and Coulson exchanged grave glances. "Follow me." Understanding the urgency, Coulson swiftly made his way toward the parked vehicles. A convoy of black cars sped off. quickly arriving at the location where the giant robot was sighted. Wow, is this Tony's new armor? Coulson marveled at the robot, which gleamed of brilliant gold. It looked incredibly impressive. I am Agent Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. Please present your valid identification. Just as Coulson produced his badge, the golden robot unleashed a searing laser beam from its eyes. The beam incinerated a nearby car, prompting Coulson to hastily dodge for cover. Harboring celestial criminals. You are guilty beyond redemption. Justice must be served. Annihilator. Eliminate them. As soon as the words left his lips, the destroyer's eyes once again ignited with a fierce brilliance. And it promptly unleashed a beam of crimson laser. Be careful. Just as the laser seemed poised to strike Coulson, Chen Yun swiftly teleported in front of him. With the mighty S.H.I.E.L.D raised, Chen Yun resolutely intercepted the attack. In his dreams, it had been Thor battling robots. Now, he found himself engaged in a similar struggle. Although he pondered the absurdity of his current predicament, Chen Yun's vigilance heightened. After all, the peril posed by this destroyer far surpassed that of Thor. Shaking off the tingling sensation in his numbed hand, Chen Yun's heart raced. To his astonishment, the laser was charged with electricity. Casting a glance around at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents present, he contemplated the potential collateral damage of the impending battle. Without hesitation, he teleported behind the destroyer, gripping its neck with one hand while wildly swinging S.H.I.E.L.D with the other. As the hammer soared skyward, Chen Yun forcefully lifted the destroyer off the ground. Come with me, he bellowed, propelling the destroyer into the distance. Upon arriving in a desolate area devoid of life, Chen Yun abruptly released his grip. The instant the destroyer hit the ground, Chen Yun flashed to its side, directly attacking its vulnerable joints with his hammer. However, the destroyer's defenses exceeded Chen Yun's expectations. When S.H.I.E.L.D struck its knee, an overwhelming recoil surged through him, nearly causing him to stumble. Damn it! Realizing his attack had inflicted no substantial damage, Chen Yun's gaze sharpened, and he vanished once more. Sisanu. With a resounding cry, when Chen Yun reappeared behind the destroyer, he was clad in a magnificent golden skeletal armor. Compared to the towering golden skeleton, the previously formidable destroyer now appeared considerably smaller. As Chen Yun lifted S.H.I.E.L.D, the hammer manifested in the golden skeletal hand, nearly matching the size of the destroyer itself. Die for me, Chen Yun roared, commanding the golden skeleton to deliver a crushing blow to the destroyer's shoulder. With an earth-shattering crash, the destroyer's torso contorted under the impact, sending its entire form hurtling several meters away. What manner of monster is this? Loki, who had been observing the battle through the consciousness of the destroyer, gasped in astonishment. His brow furrowed, instinctively invoking his own magical awareness. As the consciousness imbued with magic descended upon the destroyer, he finally beheld the golden skeleton before him. Loki cast a fleeting glance, and an aura of brutality instantaneously enveloped his mind. Annihilate all. This was the sole descriptor that sprang to Loki's thoughts at that moment. Before he could fully comprehend what lay before him, he witnessed the colossal steel-slicing blade brandished by the golden skeleton. With a stoic expression, Chen Yun observed the destroyer, as the hand gripping the blade came crashing down. With a resounding roar, the destroyer's left arm was severed in an instant by the immense weapon. Chapter 72, Damned Bastard. Gazing at the severed limb, Loki was consumed by rage. He furiously commanded the destroyer to raise its remaining arm, his eyes turning crimson, radiating a deadly glow that flickered within. At that very moment, lethal laser beams erupted from the destroyer's eyes and arm. The beams carved an eerie arc through the air, their immense energy instilling trepidation even in Chen Yun, who possessed an untainted celestial body. In a flash, sensing the inevitability of the lasers, Chen Yun swiftly teleported backward. The golden skeleton followed suit, causing the destroyer's strikes to miss entirely. Damned! 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 After launching a relentless barrage of attacks that collapsed the surrounding ground, Chen Yun effortlessly evaded without a scratch, driving Loki into a complete frenzy. The destroyer abandoned its assault, hastily retrieving its severed arm from the ground and forcibly reattaching it before swiftly fleeing the scene. What the hell? Chen Yun gazed in bewilderment at the retreating destroyer, promptly summoning Mjolnir to pursue. The destroyer led the way, with Chen Yun trailing behind, as they spiraled in circles across the desolate landscape. I will make you regret this. As they approached the vicinity of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Loki, with a cold smirk, commanded the destroyer to make a sudden sharp turn, veering towards the base. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, relying solely on the awkward flight of Mjolnir, was left far behind by the destroyer. This hammer is in search of its true master. Watching the figure of the destroyer fade into the distance, Chen Yun shook his head. He could sense Mjolnir's resistance against him, and he had not harnessed the hammer's full potential. Divine might. With a sigh, Chen Yun vanished from his spot. This damn mortal. I never anticipated he could be so formidable. Even the destroyer was no match for him. As Loki commanded the destroyer to soar swiftly through the skies, his heart remained engulfed in astonishment. constantly plagued by the fear of an ambush from Chen Yun. Fortunately, Chen Yun did not make an appearance, and the destroyer successfully reached a vantage point above the small town. Thor. Upon arriving at the town, Loki immediately spotted Thor and his companions racing through the streets. Although Loki was unaware of their presence in this location, he had no intention of letting them escape. If he could eliminate Thor, then no one would be able to ascend to the throne of the heavenly palace. Gazing upon his brother, a cruel smile spread across Loki's face. At the very moment Loki detected Thor and his party, they too became aware of the looming presence of the destroyer. Damn it, it's the destroyer. Thor and his companions, who had initially rejoiced at their escape from imprisonment, suddenly realized that they had perilously fallen into the clutches of their foes. Curse it. It must be Loki controlling the destroyer. Realizing that the threat was indeed from an enemy, Vandal turned to Thor and urgently inquired, "What shall we do?" Yet Thor, equally bewildered, surveyed their surroundings, noting that none of his companions bore any weapons. Were they truly destined to perish at Loki's hands? Fully cognizant of the terrifying power of the destroyer, Thor fell silent. In a moment of desperation, Vandal seized a nearby utility pole and hurled it towards the airborne destroyer. Alas, such an assault proved utterly ineffective against the formidable adversary. With a mere flick of its leg, the pole shattered mid-air, amidst the cascading debris. Loki guided the destroyer downwards. "Oh, is that not the esteemed Prince of Asgard?" The destroyer's voice dripped with mockery as Loki taunted. "How pitiful you appear. I almost forgot. You have lost your divine powers. Now, you are but an ordinary mortal, while I stand as the exalted sovereign of the heavenly palace." As Loki continued to gloat, the arm of the destroyer gradually lifted. When the crimson light upon its arm began to pulsate, Loki's voice resonated once more. "I, the king of Asgard, the sovereign of the heavenly palace, hereby declare your demise." No sooner had he spoken than a beam of energy erupted from the destroyer's arm. Run. Faced with the terrifying might of the destroyer, the unarmed warriors of the heavenly palace could only flee in panic. Vandal desperately clutched the powerless Thor, striving to shield him from the onslaught of the destroyer. Humble mortals, accept your fate with composure. Gazing at the few individuals who were frantically fleeing, Loki erupted into maniacal laughter, while the destroyer's arm continued its relentless assault. Just as Thor and his companions were cornered, with no escape in sight, Chen Yun's figure suddenly materialized before the destroyer. Damn. The moment Loki laid eyes on Chen Yun, his expression transformed into one of utter dismay. The once imposing destroyer even recoiled in fear. Wait. Observing Chen Yun drawing the blade of steel once more, Loki hastily called for a halt. After a moment of contemplation, he began to elucidate. "Migar people, we share a profound misunderstanding." Pointing at Thor and the others, Loki continued. "They are criminals of the Celestial Palace. I, however, come representing the Celestial Palace to negotiate a peace treaty with you." Mid-sentence, Loki abruptly realized that Chen Yun seemed entirely disinclined to listen. Moreover, the way Chen Yun gripped his weapon indicated that he had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. Too late. Spitting contemptuously, Chen Yun coldly raised the hammer of the Thunder God. In an instant, he reappeared behind the destroyer, lifting the hammer to strike down upon its head. This time, Chen Yun did not merely regard the hammer as a weapon. He endeavored to perceive it as an extension of his own being. As he fully surrendered his mind, the hammer of the Thunder God erupted with brilliant lightning, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that radiated from its head. Boom. With a single strike, the entirety of the destroyer's massive form was sent crashing to the ground, its colossal body tumbling backward from the immense force. In a flash, the Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, and in that moment, Chen Yun held nothing back. Loki sensed an overwhelming peril, yet found himself incapable of evading in such circumstances. In an instant, the gargantuan destroyer became nothing more than a punching bag for Chen Yun, repeatedly being knocked down onto the ground. Go for it. Finish him. Witnessing this one-sided battle, Thor gleefully rushed forth, transforming into a cheerleader. As his ears absorbed Thor's boisterous shouts, Chen Yun, exasperated, ceased his assault. Not wishing to play the role of a mere tool, he simply observed the destroyer, which was rapidly becoming a heap of scrap. "How do you intend to compensate me?" Chen Yun's words rendered Loki momentarily speechless. Yet, the icy glare from Chen Yun quickly instilled a sense of dread within Loki. "Compensate. I will compensate. I, representing the Celestial Palace, agree to the compensation." Chapter 73. Migar people, what compensation do you desire? Upon learning that Chen Yun could resolve matters with treasures, Loki resumed his grandiose demeanor reminiscent of the Prince of the Celestial Palace. Asgard may lack in many areas, but it is abundant in treasures. Loki's frugal father, Odin, has fought across the cosmos for thousands of years. After all, it is merely a matter of compensation. 100 or so treasures pale in comparison to the position of the Celestial Palace's lord. It is not about what I desire, but rather what you possess. To Loki's astonishment, Chen Yun did not adhere to conventional expectations. Upon hearing Chen Yun's demands, Loki was taken aback. He had anticipated that Chen Yun would request items of personal utility, yet inconsequential to Asgard, considering he was merely a native Midgardian. Any treasure from the Celestial Palace is superior to Thor's hammer. Loki squinted, meticulously choosing his words, assuring Chen Yun that he could freely make his requests. Oh. Upon hearing that he could request in abundance, Chen Yun felt a flicker of temptation. However, his merchant instincts compelled him to glance at Thor. If his brother was so forthright, surely the elder sibling should reciprocate. As the Prince of Asgard, I guarantee you may select any 2 treasures from the Celestial Palace. As expected, when his gaze shifted to Thor, the latter eagerly offered even better terms. Damn Thor. Loki cursed under his breath, his eyes widening in fury. He had not anticipated such a maneuver. Although he wished to intervene, he ultimately chose to suppress his anger. Thor has offered too. What about you? Seizing the moment, Chen Yun raised the stakes, declaring, you cannot offer less than this. I shall offer 3 treasures. Loki was at a loss for words, yet in order to eliminate Thor, he begrudgingly accepted the apparent trap. Thor? Upon hearing Loki's bid, Chen Yun felt a surge of satisfaction but then turned to Thor. For treasures, I offer 4. Thor unhesitatingly stated his price. In his view, it mattered little what treasures were involved. The stark reality that failing to bid could lead to dire consequences left him with no psychological burden. 5 treasures. Loki gritted his teeth, continuing to raise the stakes. His hatred for Thor growing exponentially. Without divine power, Thor would never return to the Celestial Palace. He could not fulfill his promise. Who said that? I offer 6 treasures. Before Chen Yun could speak, Thor had already learned to interject. He shouted defiantly, once our father awakens, you shall receive the punishment you deserve. And my divine power will naturally return. Damn it. Loki was nearly beside himself with rage, muttering a harsh curse yet refraining from further bidding, as he had already realized. As long as the celestial treasury remained, no matter the price he announced, he could only hope to reach a stalemate with Thor at best. I would offer the entirety of the Frost Kingdom as compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Loki suddenly proclaimed a new bid. I shall invoke my lineage as a descendant of the Frost Giants to summon their king and slay him. A sinister smile crept across Loki's face, his eyes gleaming with madness. At that moment, I shall present the Frost Kingdom to you as a token of gratitude for aiding me in eliminating Thor. You are not a descendant of the Frost Giants. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thor's expression instantly shifted. He shouted incredulously, you are my brother. Brother? I have never been your brother. Loki scoffed, turning to address the assembly from Asgard. I am merely a hostage seized from the Frost Giants by Odin. Nonsense. This must be a misunderstanding, Thor exclaimed vehemently. He could hardly fathom that the brother who had accompanied him for centuries could actually be a descendant of the Frost Giants. Odin has already acknowledged it, Loki retorted with a derisive grin, mocking, the disparity between us lies in that repugnant blue skin of mine. Why? Why do you deserve to be the future king of Asgard while I am merely a concealed frost giant? Are we not discussing compensation? Listening to the revelations exchanged between Thor and Loki, Chen Yun couldn't help but marvel at the unfolding drama, pondering how it had devolved into a familial soap opera. Gentlemen, since your grievances run so deep, Chen Yun interjected loudly, rubbing his temples, each of you shall present 5 treasures, and I shall allow you to resolve your conflict. With that, he nonchalantly strolled to the side, plopping down on a bench, and retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds from his divine space. He entered a state of leisurely observation, ready to enjoy the spectacle. Upon hearing Chen Yun's suggestion, the furious brothers instantly regained their composure, their gazes igniting with fierce intensity. To hell with this. In the next moment, the destroyer sprang into action. Seizing the opportunity while the celestial warriors were distracted, the destroyer swiftly lunged toward them. In an instant, the unarmed warriors were felled to the ground. Damn it, our weapons. Gripping his injured arm, Vandal shot a furrowed glance at Chen Yun. The confiscation of their weapons had essentially stripped them of any chance to fight back. Loki, as the celestial warriors lost their combat capability, with nowhere to retreat, Thor boldly stepped directly in front of the destroyer. Be careful. Amidst the cries of alarm from the celestial warriors, Thor opened his arms wide, confronting the destroyer head-on. Defenseless and unarmed, he bore a resolute expression. Loki, none of this is your fault. You will always be my brother. Silence, roared an enraged Loki. Spare my friend. Thor let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging that they were indeed warriors of the divine realm. With that, Thor closed his eyes. Boom. A laser cannon struck Thor directly, the tremendous explosion sending him flying several meters. I shall show no mercy. Loki's gaze, cold and unfeeling, turned menacingly as he looked at Thor, who lay on the ground. Stand up. Yet, upon witnessing Thor's unresponsive form, Loki felt a twinge of regret at the thought of his brother's demise. The destroyer hesitated to strike again. You can't be truly dead. You still owe me 5 treasures. As Loki contemplated the fate of the seemingly lifeless Thor, Chen Yun sought to intervene and halt Loki's relentless assault. Suddenly, the mighty hammer of the thunder god soared into the air. As it landed in Thor's grasp, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him with fury. As the lightning receded, Thor floated into the air, his body crackling with electric energy. His eyes radiating with serpentine lightning. Thor has reclaimed his divine power. With a thunder shout, he raised the hammer high, bathed in the glow of lightning. Thor donned a magnificent armor of electricity, his cape billowing in the wind. "Ah!" Thor bellowed as he charged toward the destroyer, who, too, roared and rushed forward. Just as the two were on the brink of an epic confrontation, a serene voice echoed in Thor's ear. "I possess the certificate for this hammer. Remember to return it once you're done." Chapter 74. Certificate? Hearing Chen Yun's words, Thor, charged with intensity, suddenly froze in his tracks. Distracted, he narrowly dodged an attack from the destroyer. Regaining his composure, Thor returned to the fray, exuding an expression of disbelief. "It appears my prophetic dreams were not in vain." Observing the fierce battle between Thor and the destroyer, reminiscent of his visions, Chen Yun let out a sigh of relief. With his divine powers restored and secretly bolstered by Odin's might, Thor felt as though he were endowed with divine assistance. The tide of battle quickly shifted, becoming overwhelmingly one-sided. The formidable destroyer, under Loki's command, failed to realize its full potential. In stark contrast to the less combat-savvy Loki, Thor's prowess was astonishing. In a mere handful of exchanges, Thor pierced the destroyer's chest with a single blow. Boom. As the destroyer was vanquished, the reverberation shook the entire town. A tremendous shockwave shattered the glass of the small town, simultaneously causing a power outage. Indeed, these divine beings are remarkably formidable. Observing the fallen destroyer, Nick Fury approached Chen Yun from behind, having been drawn by the chaos of battle. Gazing at the extensive devastation wrought by the conflict, Nick Fury, filled with trepidation, remarked that this was merely 5 individuals. If they were to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth, we would be utterly defenseless. At this point, Nick Fury cast a glance at Chen Yun, who remained unfazed while munching on sunflower seeds, feeling somewhat reassured. With Chen Yun present, we might withstand their onslaught. Yet, as Nick Fury contemplated the unrivaled strength of Chen Yun, he pondered in silence what would become of them if Chen Yun were to depart. As Thor exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing the incapacitated destroyer, he first sensed the call of his father, Odin, before successfully reclaiming his divine power. The awakening of Odin's might signified that he would soon transform into the true god of thunder. What an exhilarating battle it has been. While Thor was lost in thought, Chen Yun approached, applauding him and extending his hand. Confused by Chen Yun's gesture, Thor inquired, "What is this?" Chen Yun shrugged, stating, "Since the destroyer has been vanquished, the hammer of the thunder god should rightfully be returned to me. It belongs to me." Thor was at a loss for words. That was in the past. It now belongs to me. Calmly retrieving the patent certificate from his pocket, Chen Yun placed it before the bewildered Thor. "This is the patent certificate for the hammer," he said, pointing to the name inscribed upon it, a smile gracing his face. "The patent holder is none other than me. You wouldn't dare attempt to seize my hammer of the thunder god, would you?" Casting a disdainful glance at Thor, Chen Yun derided. "Is this the character of the Prince of Asgard? Curse it, you are the one trying to take my hammer." Thor retorted indignantly, just as he was about to continue. Fandral suddenly intervened. "Young man, you ought to return our weapons as well." Now that Thor has regained his divine strength and is displaying his might, Fandral finally felt a sense of assurance. Though you are powerful, it does not mean you possess the capability to challenge Asgard. Indeed, return our weapons promptly. With Fandral leading the charge, the warriors of the Celestial Palace rallied together to confront Chen Yun. "I found the hammer on the ground, and I possess the patent," Chen Yun remarked nonchalantly, observing the clamorous celestial warriors. "As for your weapons, they were merely a toll required for passing through Earth." Sighing, Chen Yun shook his head and added, "Just moments ago, I kindly saved your lives. Ungrateful and yet coveting my weapon? Indigenous, do you wish to engage in combat?" Chen Yun's words thoroughly incensed Thor. Having regained his divine power, and even stronger than before, he raised Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, in fury. "It is not impossible." Observing Thor brandishing his hammer, Chen Yun merely shrugged. Without further ado, he summoned forth a colossal golden skeleton, now evolved into a semi-complete form. Standing a towering 30 meters tall, the golden skeleton emerged, casting a shadow that obscured the sun's brilliance. Grasping an enormous sword, black flames danced incessantly upon it. "How do you wish to battle?" Floating atop the chest of the golden skeleton, Chen Yun asked in a dispassionate whisper. Meanwhile, the formidable golden skeleton pointed its massive sword menacingly at Thor. "I was asking how to combat the frost giants." Gazing at the imposing and fearsome golden skeleton, Thor and his companions instinctively swallowed hard. Even Nick Fury, who had previously encountered the golden skeleton, was rendered speechless by its magnificent form. Observing the silent assembly, Chen Yun, who had spent an entire afternoon activating the skeleton to this state, nodded. This is intimidation, Thor thought indignantly, yet unwilling to relinquish his hammer. He finally begrudgingly inquired if he might exchange something else. I can trade an item from my father's treasury for S.H.I.E.L.D. That is not unacceptable. Chen Yun contemplated before agreeing to Thor's request. After all, while S.H.I.E.L.D. was quite convenient to wield, its unremarkable appearance did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. Do you have any further thoughts? Having settled matters with Thor, Chen Yun turned his attention to the warriors of the Celestial Palace who had requested weapons. Faced with the staggering presence of the golden skeleton, the celestial warriors dared not utter a single word of dissent. Even Thor, a high-ranking deity, had yielded. It was wiser to prioritize survival over weapons and equipment. Very well, since we have come to an agreement, let us proceed to your treasury to retrieve the items. Chen Yun retracted the golden skeleton and calmly approached Thor. How shall we go about this? Casting a silent glance at Chen Yun, then at the dejected celestial warriors. Thor found himself at a loss for words. With a frustrated sigh, he raised S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied by a radiant column of multicolored light descending from the heavens. The group suddenly vanished, leaving behind a mysterious symbol on the ground. For goodness sake. It was only after the tension-filled assembly had departed that Nick Fury wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing the spot where Chen Yun and his companions had vanished, and muttered about the absurdity of it all. Shaking his head, Coulson sighed and remarked, have we, the S.H.I.E.L.D., gone to such lengths merely to play a trivial role here? Trivial role, you say? Nick Fury pointed towards the disheveled town. A smile gracing his lips as he instructed his subordinate agents, retrieve that colossal robot and bring it back to headquarters. This contraption possesses immense research value. Are you referring to the robot that Chen Yun took away? Coulson cautiously glanced at Nick Fury, eager to divulge the entire matter before Fury's temper flared. When Chen summoned the golden skeleton, he had already appropriated the robot. Damn it. Chapter 75, Extravagance. Truly, it is excessive. Upon arriving in Asgard via the Rainbow Bridge, Chen Yun was immediately captivated by the dazzling golden spectacle before him. In this transit hub of the Rainbow Bridge, countless gears forged from gold were incessantly turning within the building. These golden creations basked in the sunlight, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Gazing at the room filled with gold, Chen Yun could not help but swallow hard, wishing to seize a few gears to stash in his divine space. However, noticing the vigilant warriors of the Celestial Palace observing him, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Sif, are you all right? A voice suddenly emerged from the corner, rousing Chen Yun from his reverie. Following the sound, he saw a figure resembling an ice sculpture speaking. The speaker was a towering man, his body encased in golden armor, visible through the frost enveloping him. Most striking were the two enormous horns adorning his helmet. The man, encased in ice, had his eyes closed, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a lingering life force within him, allowing him to speak. Brother, the celestial warrior Sif rushed forward, grasping the man's seemingly icy hand. Her voice trembling with concern, what has happened to you? As Sif used her divine power to melt the ice surrounding him, the man opened his eyes, revealing his all-seeing gaze, capable of piercing through the hearts of others. Slowly scanning the surroundings, he began to recount. Loki ambushed me with the frost box. Loki? Thor's expression hardened, his fierce gaze fixated on the man. Heimdall. Are you certain? After a prolonged silence, Heimdall offered a wry smile and replied, I am certain. Upon hearing Heimdall's affirmation, Thor furrowed his brow and dashed outside. However, he came to an abrupt halt upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of two frost giants sprawled across the ground. In the distance, Thor could faintly hear the sounds of battle. The frost giants had invaded Asgard. Observing the enraged Thor, Heimdall weakly implored, in the absence of the All-Father's vigilance, the Celestial Palace can only rely on you. The cursed frost giant. Loki. Thor bellowed as he charged towards the distant palace. For Asgard. For the realm of the gods. The three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace shouted their rallying cry, and even Sif, concerned for her brother's safety, rushed out after exchanging a nod with Heimdall. Has everyone truly departed? Watching Thor and the others gradually fade into the distance, Chen Yun yearned to call out to them, inquiring when the promised treasures would be delivered. However, considering they were fighting for their homeland, he stifled the urge to press for repayment. Heimdall, still emanating an aura of cold, offered a friendly nod to Chen Yun, who reciprocated with a courteous gesture. One was tasked with guarding the Rainbow Bridge and unable to engage in battle, while the other was merely a chieftain seeking debts. The atmosphere between them was palpably awkward. Excuse me, do you have a tour guide? After waiting in vain for an extended period, Chen Yun politely inquired. Having arrived in the divine realm of Asgard, he was eager to explore. Who knows, he might stumble upon a wild artifact, which would be immensely profitable. Youth. We are currently engaged in battle with the frost giants, Heimdall replied, exasperation creeping into his tone. He found it perplexing that this young man did not seem to hear the cacophony of combat in the distance. Was there truly no tour guide during wartime? It seemed Asgard's tourism industry was rather lacking. What further irked Heimdall was that Chen Yun's remarks did not cease. Despite Heimdall's typically amiable disposition, he hadn't anticipated that Thor's companion would speak so irksomely. He gestured towards the battlefield and said in a terse tone, "You may seek a guide on the battlefield. I believe they would welcome you to Asgard." "Very well," Chen Yun nodded, then turned and strode towards the area where the sounds of battle were most pronounced. At last, Heimdall exhaled in relief, feeling a weight lift as he watched Chen Yun depart. He patted his muscles, tense from the cold, and resumed his vigil over the Rainbow Bridge, ensuring that it remained secure from enemy hands, thus preventing all of Asgard from falling into peril. However, it wasn't long before Heimdall gazed back in astonishment at the returning Chen Yun. They were indeed far too busy. Chen Yun scratched his head, exclaiming helplessly, "Busy with duels and brawls. Do you have any tour guides who have been to the battlefield? This way, I could have one navigate me around the fray. You may await the conclusion of the battle. I believe I could personally find you a splendid guide." Heimdall sighed, then pointed towards a towering palace in the distance. "Alternatively, you could venture there to seek a powerful individual as your guide. Do not disturb me any further. I must observe the movements of the frost giants." With that, Heimdall fell silent, standing at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge, his all-seeing eye gazing into the distance. Are the people of Asgard always so indifferent? Chen Yun smirked, deciding it best to sleep and collect debts later. Summoning a wooden door with a flick of his hand, he laid down upon it. Spatial magic? No. Could it be creation? Heimdall was taken aback, casting a curious glance at Chen Yun, yet ultimately chose to disregard him and continued to survey the battlefield and the frost giants with his all-seeing eye. I'm making money. I don't even know how to spend it." After several hours of silence, a cacophony suddenly erupted within the quiet room. Heimdall frowned at the noise, but remained silent, exasperated. "Ah, how delightful." Stretching lazily, Chen Yun sat up from the wooden door, turning off his phone's ringtone. He glanced at the time and realized it was already midnight on Earth. Check-in. Beep. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired today's unique ability. Strong identification technique. Strong identification technique? Chen Yun blinked at this newly acquired power, pondering its utility. He turned to the ever-cool Heimdall and inquired, "Are you a strong individual?" "Strong?" Heimdall was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a while before slowly shaking his head. "I am merely a gatekeeper." "That makes sense. No wonder you wear horns atop your head. This is armor, a symbol of valor." Heimdall was about to retort when he noticed that Chen Yun, who had been standing still, had vanished in an instant. Spatial magic? Under the watchful gaze of Heimdall's all-seeing eye, Chen Yun continuously utilized teleportation, swiftly arriving at the distant battlefield. He had mastered advanced mobility magic, moreover, without the need for incantations. Realizing this, Heimdall was left in astonishment. Chapter 76. Loki. "Why have you?" In the grand hall where the throne of Asgard is displayed, Thor shouted furiously at Loki, "Why have you brought the ice giants to Asgard? My dear brother, just look at yourself now." Loki, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, wore a smirk. "Your princely demeanor? You now resemble an enraged beast. Be silent." Thor's eyes burned crimson as he hurled his hammer towards Loki, but in the next moment, the hammer struck nothing but air. For Loki had already vanished from his original spot. "You are always so impatient." Emerging from behind the pillars of the grand hall, Loki smirked mockingly, declaring that neither Asgard nor its inhabitants could thwart the onslaught of the frost giants. Raising the eternal spear, the mightiest weapon of Asgard, he coldly proclaimed, "Only I can save Asgard." "Curse you," Thor exclaimed, suddenly lifting his gaze to lock eyes with Loki. "Whatever scheme you are concocting, I will prevent you." No sooner had his words left his lips than bolts of lightning surged around Thor, a fierce energy suffusing the entire hall. The two immediately engaged in combat, and for a time, Loki matched Thor blow for blow with the eternal spear. Meanwhile, the frost giant leader, Laufey, commanding an army of 10,000, had already set foot on Asgardian territory. "My children, annihilate those wretched Asgardians. Destroy Asgard. Kill, kill, kill." As the 10,000 frost giants flooded onto the battlefield, the position that had taken 1,000 Asgardian warriors hours to defend was lost in an instant. "Quickly, send the wounded here." In the heart of the battlefield stood Frigga, the mother of the gods, continuously channeling her healing magic. Watching her two sons engage in a deadly struggle, while the frost giants loomed ominously, Frigga felt utterly drained. Asgard needed a new king to protect it in place of my aged self. In his icy slumber, Odin observed the chaos of Asgard through his divine consciousness. He had never anticipated that a mere throne would incite such bitter rivalry between Thor and Loki. The fierce battle between the two brought immense sorrow to Odin's heart. "Hold fast." Frigga desperately healed the soldiers who had been frozen solid by the onslaught of the frost giants while simultaneously issuing commands. "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must initiate a counterattack." The dire situation only heightened Frigga's anxiety, yet as the commander, she could not reveal her distress. Instead, She focused on unleashing her healing magic to dispel the frost covering the battlefield. What a tumultuous scene. Just as the two armies clashed with fervor, the figure of Chen Yun appeared above the battlefield. Descending upon the walls of the sacred city, Chen Yun raised his hand to the bloodied soldiers fighting nearby. Everyone, please cease. Susanoo. After waving his hand for some time, he realized that the frenzied soldiers around him were oblivious to his presence. Consequently, Chen Yun summoned forth a colossal golden skeleton that dominated the entire wall. In comparison, the towering frost giants appeared as diminutive beings. The fierce energy radiating from the golden skeleton immediately drew the attention of both combatants. Who are you? In the face of Chen Yun, who bore no Asgardian attire, Lao Fei, the frost giant, hesitated to issue an immediate attack. Instead, he raised his ice blue arm, pointing at Chen Yun and bellowing for him to leave quickly, lest he become a block of ice. Meanwhile, Frigga cautiously observed the sudden appearance of the golden skeleton on the battlefield. Her heart filled with concern over whether Chen Yun was friend or foe. Do not worry, I have no interest in your conflict, Chen Yun replied, shrugging his shoulders as he became the focal point of the battlefield. I am merely here to test my new abilities. He then cast his gaze around the battlefield, inquiring, who among you is truly the strongest? Your skeleton is formidable, laughed Lao Fei disdainfully, gesturing toward the frost giants on the battlefield. But it is we, the frost giants, who are the true power. Under the iron hooves of the frost giants, no creature can withstand a blow. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Chen Yun shook his head, then turned his attention to the surrounding frost giants. Then let you prove yourselves and reveal who the true stronghold is. With that, Chen Yun closed his eyes. Suddenly, the appearance of Chen Yun, akin to a divine figure, brought the fierce battle to an abrupt halt. The frost giants turned their gazes toward Chen Yun, curious about his next move. Even the outnumbered Asgardian warriors were left in a haze, bewildered. What is filial piety? What is love? Experience the greatness of maternal affection. As Chen Yun softly chanted, his eyes flew open, revealing radiant golden pupils. In an instant, beams of light struck every individual who met Chen Yun's gaze. What is happening? Before Lao Fei could ponder the situation, his abdomen began to swell rapidly. A surge of excruciating pain enveloped him, eliciting a piercing scream. The ordinary frost giants and Asgardian warriors clutched their stomachs, collapsing to the ground in agony. Only true warriors could withstand the powers of the stronghold assessment. The inferior weaklings would endure the torment of pregnancy for 10 seconds and childbirth for 30 minutes. Note, the effects of childbirth cannot be alleviated. Listening to the system's notification, Chen Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. He surveyed the fallen, majestic frost giants and valiant Asgardian warriors surrounding him, his face lined with disbelief. Is this the legendary eye of pregnancy? The kind that makes one pregnant with just a glance? While Chen Yun remained astonished, the frost giants and Asgardian warriors who had merely glanced at him were indeed suffering. Their bellies swelled, as if something were about to burst forth. Most of them, being male warriors, found their abdomens ballooning within mere seconds, as if they had carried a child for 10 months. Just 10 seconds in, before they could catch their breath, they were met with the agonizing pains of childbirth. A wave of excruciating agony swept through their bodies, nearly suffocating them. Yet, this torment was not over. Their abdomens would intermittently convulse with a tearing force. The heart-wrenching pain compelled them to wail uncontrollably. The battlefield resonated with their cries. What kind of sorcery is this? Frigga stared in astonishment at the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif, who writhed in agony on the ground. She attempted to cast a healing spell on Sif, but received no response. It was too powerful, a magic capable of affecting the entire battlefield. Recognizing the terrifying nature of this enchantment, a glimmer of envy flickered in Frigga's eyes. Chapter 77 Cursed. What on earth is happening? The skill of identifying the strong has a flaw that even Chen Yun is unaware of. Its activation is not limited by time and space. Even Heimdall, who had distanced himself from the battlefield and merely glanced with the all-seeing eye, was caught in its grasp. At this moment, Heimdall's abdomen swelled into a grotesque bulge. He curled up on the ground, clutching his belly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. I should not have looked. As Heimdall lamented his decision, a figure suddenly entered the room. Oh, how pitiable. The newcomer was Loki, who, having been thwarted by Chen Yun's extraordinary abilities, had ceased his battle with Thor. Heimdall, what has happened to you? Loki inquired, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he beheld Heimdall, utterly devoid of resistance. He swiftly snatched the golden sword from Heimdall's grasp and cradled it in his palm. The key to the Rainbow Bridge. How enticing it is. Loki toyed with the golden sword. While on the other side, Heimdall was losing control, the intensifying agony in his abdomen rendering him unconscious. What have you done? Rorfai, the leader of the frost giants, questioned. Drenched in sweat, his mind clouded by the overwhelming pain, he surveyed the fallen frost giants around him, astonished. A mere second was sufficient to incapacitate both himself and his legion. Such power was truly terrifying. Fortunately, the eye of pregnancy does not result in actual childbirth. Casting a glance around, Chen Yun then realized that nearly all the frost giants lay sprawled on the ground, aside from a few bewildered giants. An army of 100,000 had become 100,000 expectant mothers. If they were truly to bear children during a battle, thousands of infants would suddenly appear out of thin air. The imagery was too exquisite. Chen Yun dared not ponder further. Because of their distance from Chen Yun, only a fraction of the warriors of Asgard had suffered the pain of pregnancy. The remaining warriors gathered before Frigg, the mother of the gods. Seizing the opportunity while the frost giants were subdued by magic, one valiant Asgardian warrior pressed forward to Frigg's side, subtly gesturing at his throat. No. Extermination is not the way of Asgard. Frigg firmly rejected the warrior's proposal. Despite her deep-seated hatred for the frost giants, she maintained a moral compass. The daunting dilemma presented by the 100,000 frost giants was insurmountable. Asgard's dungeons could not possibly contain them all. Only the ringleaders should be vanquished. After a moment of contemplation, the compassionate Frigg articulated a solution to ensure Laufey paid the appropriate price. As for the other frost giants, they would find a temporary place to be held. With Frigg's words, this tumultuous conflict reached its conclusion. The remaining matters would fall under the purview of the All-Father. What if these frost giants were to bear offspring? At that moment, another Asgardian warrior raised this concern, placing Frigg in a predicament. Who had previously orchestrated the conflict with poise. Unsure of how to respond, Frigg approached the enigmatic Chen Yun. Greetings, young one. Upon seeing Chen Yun, a warm smile graced Frigg's face. For this stranger, who had significantly influenced the course of battle, she extended her utmost courtesy. Acknowledging Frigg's goodwill, Chen Yun nodded. Leaping down from the golden skeleton, he approached Frigg. This hero was a benefactor of Asgard. As Chen Yun made his entrance, the warriors tasked with guarding Frigg instinctively raised their weapons. Waving them back, Frigg inquired of the unfamiliar strength, "How should I address you? Where do you hail from? And will they truly bear children?" The trio of questions left Chen Yun momentarily speechless. His initial intention had merely been to experiment with his newfound abilities, unaware of the commotion it would incite. "I hail from Earth. You may simply call me Chen Yun. I met Thor on Earth, and it was he who brought me to Asgard." Offering an awkward smile, Chen Yun clarified, "As for these beings, they are merely experiencing the sensation of pregnancy. They will not actually give birth." With that, Chen Yun extended his hand. "Experiencing, you say?" Upon hearing this response, Frigg felt a sense of relief wash over her. 100,000 frost giants were already enough of a concern. The addition of countless infants would surely plunge Asgard into a nightmare. However, Chen Yun's outstretched hand momentarily startled Freya, who was unfamiliar with the customs of handshaking. Yet, she ultimately clasped his hand. "That's a relief. I was concerned they might indeed be expecting a child." Upon realizing that the situation would not worsen, Freya's expression visibly relaxed. With a light-hearted tone, she remarked, "I never anticipated that Thor could forge a friendship with someone of your caliber on Earth." Upon hearing Freya's words, Chen Yun felt an increase in awkwardness. Confronted with Thor's mother, he found it challenging to articulate the true nature of his visit. Was he to confess to Freya that he had come here to collect a debt from her son? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yun decisively opted for a different approach. "I consider myself quite good friends with Thor, indeed. It is an honor for Thor to have a friend like you." Although Chen Yun's expression was somewhat peculiar, Freya did not dwell on it. She smiled and said, "I never expected that the reckless Thor could befriend a supreme mage from Earth." Supreme mage? Chen Yun looked at Freya in confusion, unsure why she bestowed such a title upon him. "I am not a supreme mage." He shook his head, attempting to correct her misunderstanding. "As for being bald, that is not currently my style. If you are not a supreme mage, how do you possess such formidable magical power?" Freya inquired, puzzled. "Could it be that my perception is flawed?" As their conversation unfolded, the warriors of Asgard were methodically clearing the battlefield. The war that belonged to Asgard had concluded with Chen Yun's arrival. Their current task was merely to bind the incapacitated frost giants one by one. This battle, which had initially been at a disadvantage, had suddenly turned into a resounding victory, filling every warrior's face with joy and relief. Just as the battlefield began to settle, a deafening sound erupted from the distant Rainbow Bridge. As the echo of the thunderous noise faded, Odin forcibly awoke from his slumber, unleashing a magnificent surge of divine power as he surged towards the Rainbow Bridge. "Wonderful! The Lord of the Gods has awakened." Amidst the warriors' cheers, Freya's countenance also brightened. However, a shadow of concern flickered across her face, apprehensive about Loki facing punishment. She felt an ominous premonition that something unfortunate was bound to occur. Gazing at Odin as he rushed through the air, Chen Yun furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Chapter 78. Here lies Thor's chamber. Throughout the journey, Freya had been honoring Chen Yun with the highest courtesies of Asgard. Upon learning that Thor had not arranged accommodations for Chen Yun, the mother of the gods took it upon herself to personally guide him through the palace. At last, upon arriving at a luxurious palace, Frigg arranged for Chen Yun to take residence there. Once all the arrangements were made, Frigg clapped her hands, and two enchanting maidens entered the palace. Upon seeing the handsome Chen Yun, the previously anxious girls blushed instantly. After bowing, they retreated to Frigg's side, standing there, shy yet expectant, gazing at Chen Yun. Should you have any requests, you may instruct them to assist you. However, I believe I require no such service. Observing the bashful maidens, Chen Yun reluctantly declined Frigg's kind offer. As a pure-hearted young man, he wished to reserve his innocent first experience for the one he loved. Chen Yun's refusal did not embarrass Frigg. She maintained her composure and smiled, saying, "If you need anything, feel free to call upon me." With that, Frigg departed with the two disappointed maidens. Now, all that remained was to await Thor's fulfillment of his promise. After bidding farewell to the warm-hearted Frigg, Chen Yun sighed in relief and turned to explore the opulent palace. Loki had destroyed the Bifrost. Meanwhile, in another palace, Odin awoke to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the returning Frigg. At that moment, Odin had lost the imposing majesty of the Allfather, resembling instead a sorrowful old man. His face etched with despair and grief as he sank into the abyss. What? Upon hearing this news, Frigg's expression turned to one of shock and heartache. The destruction of the Bifrost was merely a trivial matter for Asgard. However, the uncertainty surrounding Loki's fate truly pierced her heart, though not his biological mother. Years of nurturing had led Frigg to regard Loki as her own son. "Oh, dear child, may the gods above protect him." After a prolonged silence, Frigg sighed, her eyes brimming with tears. "By the way, Thor's friend." Collecting her sorrow, Frigg mentioned Chen Yun. "I have arranged for him to stay in Thor's chambers. I have learned from Thor everything that transpired on Earth." Odin shook his head, his tone tinged with concern. "This ordeal has not matured Thor sufficiently to bear the weight of the Asgardian throne. The children are still quite young. You must exercise more patience with them." Gently patting Odin's shoulder, Frigg offered words of comfort. "Perhaps I am too hasty." Odin nodded in agreement, then shook his head with a bittersweet smile. "Yet, we are out of time. In my slumber, I glimpsed the twilight of the gods. My time is limited, Frigg." Rising, Odin strode to the window, leaving Frigg seated alone, tears streaming down her face in shock. "My demise is inevitable." With a deep sigh, Odin spoke gravely, regrettably. "Thor is not yet prepared to shoulder the weight of responsibility. Should I perish, our eldest daughter Hela will escape from her infernal prison. At that time, she shall bring ruin upon all of Asgard." Upon hearing Hela's name, Frigga froze momentarily, and after a brief pause, she tremulously inquired, "How has Hela been of late?" "She has grown increasingly unhinged," Odin replied, his countenance darkening with furrowed brows. "Perhaps imprisoning Hela was the gravest error of my life." Reflecting on the daughter who had fought alongside him across the 9 realms since her childhood, Odin felt a profound sorrow. He had halted the march of war, believing that to be a tyrant was a grievous misstep, inciting Hela's discontent. Thus, the ambitious Hela engaged in a protracted conflict with Zeus. Ultimately, Odin became the one who confined his own daughter, leading the Valkyries once loyal to Hela to depart from Asgard one by one. If Hela were still here, if the Valkyries remained, how could mere frost giants dare invade Asgard? With this thought, Odin's eyes dimmed. "Hela, our daughter." As Frigga learned of Loki's potential demise, her longing for Hela intensified. "May I see her?" she pleaded, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. "It has been a millennium since I laid eyes on Hela. She has languished in confinement for far too long." Odin regarded the sorrowful Frigga with a complex gaze and earnestly counseled, "At present, anyone who appears before her may provoke extreme reactions. For your safety, I cannot allow you to see her. The Lord of the Gods, you are unyieldingly cruel." Frigga exclaimed in anger upon witnessing Odin's unwavering stance. "After 1,000 years of darkness, even you would surely go mad." "I am sorry. I have not been a worthy father," Odin replied, drawing a deep breath, his voice hoarse. "I am responsible for all of this. I apologize to our children." Observing Odin's profound remorse, Frigga's agitation gradually subsided. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly lifted her head and asked, "What do you think of Chen Yun?" "I cannot discern his fate," Odin replied, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he nodded and continued, "Yet, within him, I perceive a power capable of altering the future of the universe." Frigga gazed at Odin in astonishment, surprised that the often haughty Odin would bestow such praise upon Chen Yun. If only Hela could be wed to Chen Yun. A brief moment of contemplation crossed Frigga's mind, a glimmer of hope illuminating her eyes. Could this be the method to restore Hela to her former self? Absurd. How could Hela ever consider such a proposition? Odin instinctively yearned to refute the notion upon hearing it, yet he soon found himself rendered speechless. After a period of silence, Odin wore an expression of peculiar agreement, conceding that this might indeed be Hela's last opportunity. "What? The Bifrost is damaged." Early the next morning, Chen Yun, just risen from slumber, received this grim tidings from Odin. The Bifrost served as the sole bridge permitting unfettered travel across the 9 realms. Its destruction heralded Chen Yun's inability to return home. "Fear not, valiant warrior from Earth." Noticing Chen Yun's agitation, Odin kindly elucidated that traversing the cosmos is not solely reliant on the Bifrost. There exists another method that could swiftly guide you back to Earth. Pointing to the skies of Asgard, Odin continued, albeit with a cautionary note, that should you navigate through the spatial interstice between Asgard and Earth, you may discover the path home. This route, however, is ominously referred to as Hell. Chapter 79 Hell? Upon hearing Odin's words, Chen Yun stood in stunned silence. What could Hell possibly be like? As he gazed at the hastily arriving Thor, Chen Yun, filled with curiosity, inquired whether it would resemble the depictions he had read. I'm not entirely sure, Thor replied, scratching his head as he recalled the scan information he had perused. All I know is that it is exceedingly perilous. Having relayed the scant details gleaned from his readings, Thor clapped a hand on Chen Yun's shoulder, exclaiming, I have heard of your heroic deeds on the battlefield. Remarkable. 100,000 frost giants collectively pregnant. At this, Thor expressed his relief, stating, Thank the heavens I was not present. Otherwise, I too would have faced the experience of bearing a child. Casting a glance at Thor's robust physique, Chen Yun found himself involuntarily envisioning the absurdity of Thor. Round with child, lamenting his fate. Ugh. The initial thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to hastily banish this nauseating image from his mind. In gratitude for your role in bringing peace to Asgard, Father has consented to grant you access to the treasury of the Divine Palace. Stealing a glance at Odin, who had quietly approached the window, Thor discreetly shared delightful news with Chen Yun. Not only may you claim the treasures previously promised, but you may also select one item from his private collection to take with you. This is not merely a reward, it is a debt you ought to repay. Casting a sidelong glance at the self-satisfied Thor, Chen Yun replied coolly, Just so you know, I saved your life. Haha. Thor chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment, and said, To express my gratitude, you shall henceforth be my brother. Such matters truly reflect the essence of our friendship. I hold great admiration for your beard. Chen Yun cast a disdainful glance at Thor, who attempted to obfuscate the truth with emotional appeals, and remarked with a tone laced with irony that it was astonishing how he could emerge from such a thick skin. Indeed, as a warrior of Asgard, I have never. Thor abruptly realized the half-finished statement, rendered speechless, and could only regard Chen Yun with a look of melancholy. Unable to withstand Chen Yun's sardonic demeanor, Thor walked away dejectedly. Upon arriving at the temple, he was summoned by Frigga. What are you saying? When Thor learned about Hela's proposal from Frigga, he was utterly bewildered. Upon hearing Thor's exclamation, Frigga quickly covered his mouth. This matter must not be divulged prematurely. Pulling Thor into a corner, Frigga solemnly warned him. Once the noisy Thor departed, silence enveloped the room once more. Stealing glances at the remarkably handsome and statuesque Chen Yun, Odin unexpectedly felt a mother-in-law's sentiment towards a son-in-law. Upon encountering such a striking perspective match, even Hela might feel a sense of joy within her heart. The more he observed, the more satisfied Odin became. What truly transpired upon returning from Hell? Noticing Odin's silence, Chen Yun, who was still preoccupied with the mysteries of Hell, initiated the conversation. I shall elaborate on this matter later. Odin did not directly address the issue. Instead, he suggested to Chen Yun that they first select treasures from the Heavenly Palace's treasury. With that, Odin promptly took the lead. Treasures. The mention of receiving treasures instantly caused Chen Yun to cast aside thoughts of Hell. He closely followed Odin's footsteps, navigating the intricate corridors of the palace. After traversing several secret passages and numerous mechanisms, they arrived at the entrance of the treasury. The moment the treasury door swung open, a blinding light immediately illuminated Chen Yun's face. My goodness! The dazzling brilliance compelled Chen Yun to shut his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, he was utterly entranced. The treasury was brimming with captivating gems, glimmering weapons, and an array of magical scrolls exuding enchanting auras. These treasures were all favored by Frigga. With a sigh, Odin helplessly remarked that for Asgard, they were merely trifles. Even if one is the All-Father, is such ostentation truly appropriate? Gazing at the room filled with exquisite treasures, Chen Yun looked at the ostentatious Odin with disbelief. Come, let us proceed to the next level. That is where the true treasury of the Heavenly Palace resides. With a smile, Odin continued to lead the way, preparing to take Chen Yun to the next layer of the treasury. As they traversed the path, Odin abruptly halted, feigning nonchalance as he inquired whether Chen Yun had a girlfriend. I am merely 17, Chen Yun remarked, reluctantly diverting his gaze from the treasures. As he casually shook his head and replied, I do not have a girlfriend at present. That is splendid news. Upon hearing that Chen Yun was unattached, Odin's eyebrows arched with delight. What is this? Observing Odin's evident joy at his single status, Chen Yun queried, perplexed, is there a problem? Oh, I merely find it a pity. Odin chuckled awkwardly, his tone somewhat stilted as he elaborated. I hope that in the future, you will be discerning in your choice of partner. Noticing Chen Yun's continued confusion, Odin patiently continued, compared to your long lifespan, the lives of mortals are tragically brief. The wisest course is to find a companion who can accompany you for the long haul. Having delivered his earnest counsel, Odin swiftly shifted the topic, gesturing toward a colossal chest within the treasury. That chest contains a bounty of jewels, a gift from Frigg in gratitude for your triumph over the frost giants. Isn't that a bit excessive? Learning of this, Chen Yun promptly waved his hands in rejection. I merely made a modest contribution. Before he finished speaking, he opened his spatial realm. If you insist, you may place it within here. An impressive spatial magic indeed. Chen Yun's insincerity elicited a chuckle from Odin, who gestured for him to proceed, and then praised, your formidable mastery of magic has been noted by Frigg as well. It is quite ordinary. Chen Yun replied with a smile, not delving into the specifics of his abilities, as his mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the treasure chest. Shall I take it then? He asked, nervously rubbing his hands together, already appearing at the chest location. Haha, you could even take a bit more. Odin winked at him. Continuing with a hint of mystery, jewels are the most beloved possessions of women. With these treasures, should you encounter a woman even more powerful than yourself, you could bestow them upon her. Why do I sense a trap in this? Chen Yun responded, speechless at Odin's peculiar remarks. Could it be that the Lord of the Gods was more eccentric in his youth than the unruly Thor? Chapter 80. The Lord of the Gods, Odin, must have suffered some ailment during his slumber. Nevertheless, regardless of Odin's intentions, Chen Yun was thoroughly exhilarated. Were it not for his sense of propriety, he would have emptied the treasury of its diamonds and jewels. Ultimately, he managed to restrain his desires, reducing the treasury's inventory by merely half. Almost there. Any more, and it would seem quite empty. As Chen Yun gazed upon the vast treasure trove, a satisfied expression graced his face. This journey to Asgard had proven exceptionally fruitful for him. Setting aside the myriad gemstones piled high like mountains in the realm of divine power, the sheer value of the priceless diamonds, gold, and jewelry, along with the staggering quantity of antique art pieces, far exceeded his initial expectations. Now that we have made our selections, let us proceed to the next level, he declared. Odin showed no sign of disapproval towards Chen Yun's avarice. Rather, a subtle smile played upon his lips, as if these riches were rightfully owed to Chen Yun. With a wave of his hand, the ground began to descend. Upon reaching a certain height, Odin gestured once more, and the lights illuminated the space. This level was noticeably smaller, with the treasures becoming increasingly scarce. Yet, paradoxically, the grandeur of the treasury surpassed that of the previous level. The walls adorned with oil paintings, the precious gems embedded within, and the remnants of antiquities decorating the surrounding walls all exuded an astonishing air of opulence. Each artifact, if placed in the realm of reality, could incite fierce competition and even bloodshed, yet here they served merely as embellishments upon the walls. The true highlights, however, were the numerous treasures displayed at the center of the room, shimmering under the bright lights with a kaleidoscope of colors. Even Chen Yun, who had just witnessed countless treasures, could not suppress a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Which one do you find suitable? Odin asked kindly, noticing the intensity in Chen Yun's gaze. Feel free to choose. Do not hesitate. As Chen Yun scanned the treasury, his attention was drawn to a particular golden glove, radiating a golden sheen under the illumination. What captivated him most were the 6 gemstones embedded at the knuckles of the glove. An infinity gauntlet? Upon recognizing the glove's appearance, Chen Yun was instantly taken aback. Wasn't this the very artifact used by Thanos for cosmic control? How could it be found here with Odin? What is this? Chen Yun inquired, puzzled by the presence of such a formidable weapon within the treasury. With a gentle touch upon the infinity gauntlet, Odin smiled and explained, this glove was the dream of my youth. In those days, I was a fervent warmonger. His gaze grew complex, as if reminiscing about the battlefields of yore. Back then, my thoughts were rather naive, to gather all 6 infinity stones and eradicate all life in the universe with a mere snap. Then, to create a brand new universe devoid of dissenters. Upon contemplating this notion, Odin could not help but sigh. The idea was undeniably naive. I crafted these gloves and subsequently sealed them away. Naive? Could it not bring your vision to fruition? Pointing to the astonishing 6 infinity stones, Chen Yun expressed his bewilderment. For he was well aware of the stone's formidable power. With this artifact, Asgard would undoubtedly ascend to become the mightiest force in the cosmos. Not even the frost giants could stand a chance, and even the renowned pantheon of gods would have to concede something. The gloves are genuine. And so too is the legend. Offering an awkward smile, Odin explained with a wry grin, unfortunately, these infinity stones are mere fakes. In homage to the craftsmanship of the dwarves, I had replicas made. If they were authentic, that would have been something extraordinary. Upon learning that the infinity stones were counterfeit, Chen Yun quietly exhaled in relief. At this moment, he was utterly incapable of resisting such cosmic artifacts. Thankfully, these items were mere imitations and lacked any offensive capabilities. The genuine infinity stones are exceedingly rare. Sighing, Odin expressed his regret, aside from the cosmic cube on Earth. Only the cosmic overlord Thanos and the current sorcerer supreme possess one each. As for the remaining 3, even I am unaware of their whereabouts. The cosmic cube? It was astonishing that even Odin was aware of it. Contemplating this infinity stone, which was securely stored in a safe by S.H.I.E.L.D, S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Yun felt a chill run down his spine. It was common knowledge across the universe. Possessing the Infinity Stones, yet lacking the means to protect them, was undoubtedly the worst news imaginable. However, upon further reflection, Chen Yun found solace. With him now involved, S.H.I.E.L.D. may not yet be a match for cosmic-level adversaries, but as long as he continues to grow, even if Thanos were to personally come to Earth, he would have to call him Dad. Once Chen Yun regained his composure, Odin began to introduce another treasure. Lifting a crystal-like orb, Odin proclaimed, "It can dispel illusions in the darkness of falsehoods, and it possesses the ability to foresee the future." This artifact is known as the Eye of the Sorcerer. As he caressed the mesmerizing beams emanating from the Eye of the Sorcerer, Odin reminisced. It was a gift from a Sorcerer Supreme. Pausing for a moment, as if concerned that Chen Yun might not understand, Odin patiently elaborated. The Sorcerer Supreme is the guardian of Earth. They uphold the magical realm of the planet and prevent the encroachment of the dark world into reality. Setting the Eye of the Sorcerer down, Odin pointed to another artifact nearby. The eternal flame, the heart of the fire giants, will never extinguish. No matter where it is placed in the universe. The Frostbound Box, the national treasure of the Frost Giants, has been lost, leaving the once mighty Frost Giants to languish in their own realm. The Sphere of Egmith, a cherished artifact passed down through generations of Supreme Mages, prompts a curious inquiry from Chen Yun. Have you pilfered from the Supreme Mages? He is astonished to discover an abundance of artifacts associated with the Supreme Mages in one place. All the past Supreme Mages were dear friends of mine. Odin explains with a touch of grandeur, before introducing the final artifact, the Life Shield, a sacred relic of Atlantis. As he traces the indecipherable inscriptions on the shield, Odin sighs, admitting his inability to comprehend its meaning and, consequently, its purpose. Gazing nostalgically at the shield, he expresses his lament. The civilization of Atlantis was far too advanced. Had they not vanished, we would have had no space to exist. With a stoic demeanor, Odin completes his presentation of the treasures, even as his heart bleeds for the fate of his daughter Hela and sons Thor and Loki, each a formidable force in their own right. After millennia of turmoil, these few artifacts represent his last remaining possessions. Which one do you wish to select? Odin's question, imbued with a warm smile despite the weight of his thoughts, leaves Chen Yun in a state of profound indecision. The notion of selecting any artifact feels oddly uncomfortable. He briefly entertains the idea of taking them all, casting a furtive glance at the amiable Odin, but ultimately dismisses this thought, recognizing the need to honor the elder, especially one who has traversed the cosmos for millennia. Faced with the collection of artifacts before him, Chen Yun grapples with his dilemma. Should he choose the Infinity Gauntlet? Alas, the gems are mere fakes. Even if he were to possess it, he would have to confront Thanos in a future struggle for the genuine Infinity Stones. Moreover, Thanos himself wields an identical gauntlet. What of the Eternal Flame? This artifact is meant to complement the Fire Giant Surtur. The Frostbound Box? The plight of the Frost Giants reveals its inadequacy. The artifacts of the Supreme Mages? If they were truly powerful enough to endure through generations, how could they have ended up in Odin's hands in Asgard? Furthermore, Chen Yun lacks any aptitude for magic. These ornate magical tools would serve as mere visual spectacles rather than practical assets. After much contemplation, Chen Yun resolves to focus on his own extraordinary abilities. With the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and the pure immortal body at my disposal, my offensive capabilities are already formidable. What I now desperately lack, after comparing the abilities of the treasure with my own extraordinary powers, is clarity regarding the mysterious artifact hailing from Atlantis. The Life Shield, perhaps? I am uncertain of its true purpose. Upon witnessing Chen Yun's choice, Odin expressed surprise as he retrieved the shield from the wall and handed it to Chen Yun, expressing his hope that he could unlock its true potential. Indeed, I shall, Chen Yun replied, playfully tossing the Life Shield in his hand, yet he refrained from immediate examination, opting instead to consign it directly to the realm of Shenhui. After selecting the treasure, he cast a lingering glance at the remaining artifacts before following Odin back to the palace. Hell is indeed a perilous realm. After a moment of contemplation, Odin finally addressed the matter that concerned Chen Yun most, noting that it is also referred to as the Forbidden Zone for the living. Where exactly is Hell? Upon hearing Odin's account, Chen Yun posed the pivotal question, how shall I reach it? It lies within a spatial interstice nestled between Asgard and Earth, Odin elucidated, gesturing towards Chen Yun. With your prowess in spatial magic, as long as you can identify a weak spatial point in Hell, you shall be able to return to Earth. What if I cannot locate a spatial point? Chen Yun asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Would I then be trapped in Hell? Fear not, Odin reassured with a smile. Should you fail to find one, simply call my name. I will retrieve you from Hell and bring you back to Asgard. Understanding dawned upon Chen Yun as he exhaled in relief after Odin's explanation. Subsequently, under Odin's guidance, he memorized most of the routes within Hell. Let us dine before you depart, and savor the exquisite wines of Asgard, Odin suggested, observing Chen Yun's eager demeanor. Perhaps not, Chen Yun quickly shook his head, recalling the Asgardian delicacies he had sampled the previous night. While the all-natural ingredients were indeed commendable, the absence of any seasoning was something he found difficult to accept. What a pity, Odin lamented, shaking his head, before leading the way. The two soon arrived at a location reminiscent of an altar. By the time they reached, Frigg and Thor had already been waiting for some time. "My brother," Thor began, but his words were interrupted by Frigg's timely intervention. She tugged at Thor's arm, her gaze filled with an admonitory warning. Faced with the formidable threat from his mother, Thor promptly relented, shrugging at Chen Yun with a peculiar expression, sealing his lips. Guiding Chen Yun to the apex of the altar, Odin began to explain, "In a moment, I shall unleash divine power to open the passage." Upon the emergence of the opening, hesitation was not an option. One must hastily enter. Noticing Chen Yun's nod, Odin turned his gaze towards Frigg. "Prepared." Frigg also nodded in affirmation and placed her hand upon the altar's base, a surge of magical energy immediately enveloping the entire altar. As the altar underwent transformation, a golden radiance, indicative of divine power, began to emanate from Odin. When the divine energy reached its zenith, a rift filled with ominous energy suddenly appeared above the altar. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yun instantly teleported into the spatial fissure. Observing Chen Yun's retreating figure, Odin suppressed the mounting pressure and waved a farewell. As the divine energy began to retract, the spatial rift silently vanished from sight. "It seems I have truly aged." Sensing the immense energy depleting within him, Odin let out a sigh. Upon entering the abyss of hell, the oppressive darkness compelled Chen Yun to activate his Sharingan. Through the blood-red vision granted by the Sharingan, he was finally able to perceive the surroundings of hell. Contrary to his expectations, this place contained little more than wisps floating like cotton. Almost nothing else existed. Apart from the darkness, there was only desolation. No, there were indeed living beings present. Faintly sensing a dozen pairs of eyes fixated upon him, Chen Yun furrowed his brow. With a powerful push from his legs, he swiftly leaped into the air. Summoning a door with the Rashomon as a pivot, he suspended himself aloft, gazing downward. All he could discern amidst the darkness were those enigmatic substances drifting through the air. After a brief wait, several shadowy figures, entirely black with irregular square heads and bodies, emerged at the spot where Chen Yun had previously stood. Judging by their hellish aura, these peculiar beings were likely the denizens of hell. However, it appeared that their intelligence was rather limited. After a prolonged search guided by Chen Yun's presence, the creatures dispersed, having found nothing, just as Chen Yun exhaled in relief. These shadowy entities unexpectedly flickered away using spatial abilities. Their spatial nodes glowed brightly, a revelation Chen Yun discovered through his Sharingan. Nevertheless, since these creatures had departed, he was assuredly safe for the moment. Touching down once more, Chen Yun commenced his search for the spatial nodes that Odin had mentioned, which would lead him back to Earth. After a while, he began to sense an unsettling chill in the air of hell. Even the pure and unblemished celestial body could perceive this chilling aura. After a fruitless search, Chen Yun casually ignited a small fire and settled down to rest. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes in the darkness remained fixated upon him. Chapter 82. Although the inferno was eerily silent, it was not as dire as Chen Yun had envisioned. Aside from the absence of light, the essential elements for survival were present. The sole deficiency was the lack of any reference points to gauge the passage of time. Sitting beside the fire, Chen Yun retrieved his phone from the divine realm. Had only 2 hours passed? He fell into silence upon glancing at the time. In this tranquil world devoid of scenery and entertainment, time seemed to crawl at an agonizing pace. Cross-legged, Chen Yun fully opened his spatial awareness, preparing to continue his search for potential spatial nodes. However, as his perception began to extend, he immediately sensed the presence of someone lurking in the shadows. "Who goes there?" Chen Yun bellowed, swiftly positioning himself for a possible counterattack. His Sharingan spinning fervently. "Have you also been exiled here by Odin?" A stunning woman emerged from the corner's shadow, bathed in the glow of the campfire. Her figure appeared extraordinarily alluring. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her complexion was as pale as jade. She possessed captivating, enigmatic eyes, and her lips were crimson as blood. Yet, this enchanting woman emanated a faint aura of death that seemed incongruous with her beauty. "What have you done?" she asked with a mocking tone, raising an eyebrow. "Did you obliterate a few planets or massacre half the universe?" Her casual mention of planetary annihilation caused Chen Yun to furrow his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering another human in this hellish realm. Surveying the woman, Chen Yun pondered, "I do not comprehend your words. I am here because I wish to return to Earth." Huh. Her enchanting gaze swept over Chen Yun's Asgardian attire, and she scoffed, "You have been deceived by Odin. If traversing through hell could lead you to your desired destination." Casting a glance at the bewildered Chen Yun, she elaborated, "With such power, there are countless methods to traverse the universe." With that, she waved her hand, and the ethereal organisms surrounding her suddenly burst forth with light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. In that instant, despite his initial intention to disregard the woman, Chen Yun's divine senses erupted in alarm, warning him of her extreme danger and formidable strength. Wow, I did not expect you to be so remarkably handsome. As the darkness was illuminated by bioluminescent creatures, the handsome visage of Chen Yun came into view before the woman. With a sense of caution towards the powerful, yet unfamiliar lady, Chen Yun expressed his intent to rest if there was nothing urgent. Unlike the woman, who required light to perceive her surroundings, Chen Yun, endowed with the ability to see through darkness thanks to his Sharingan, had already discerned the identity of the woman before him, the goddess of death, Hela. She was also the daughter of Odin, the lord of the gods. As Odin's eldest daughter, Hela had once accompanied him in battles across the 9 realms, earning remarkable accolades. Not only did she become the executioner of Asgard, but she was also the previous wielder of Thor's hammer. Such a formidable woman had been sealed away for millennia. Chen Yun closed his eyes, resolute in his decision to avoid provoking Hela. Upon hearing Chen Yun's intention to rest, Hela merely nodded, showing no inclination to depart. Instead, she regarded him with keen interest, her gaze appraising him from head to toe. Throughout her millennia of warfare across the realms, she had encountered countless men of varying dispositions. Yet, Chen Yun stood out as the most striking individual she had ever laid eyes upon. Boy, this is my domain. Having been imprisoned in hell for thousands of years, Hela had long lost most of her interest in conquering the universe. However, upon witnessing the handsome and upright Chen Yun, a sudden curiosity regarding matters of intimacy, something she had never contemplated, awoke within her. You have intruded upon my territory, she purred, licking her lips with a seductive smile. According to the rules of hell, you shall either perish at my hands or kneel and beg for your life by licking my toes. Had the long confinement awakened some peculiar desires within her? Chen Yun stood dumbfounded at Hela's audacity, having never encountered such a brazen woman before. With a teasing glance at Hela's shapely legs, he warned, if you wish to avoid pregnancy, then you should swiftly vanish from my sight. Pregnancy? Hela replied, her excitement evident as she playfully beckoned with her finger. Oh, boy, you may want to give it a try. I am increasingly tempted to imprison you in hell, making you my exclusive possession. Gazing at Hela, whose thoughts were spiraling into madness, Chen Yun had grown weary of further discourse. With a flash of light in his eyes, a golden beam struck Hela's abdomen. Just as Chen Yun had anticipated, Hela was unable to resist the assault of the strength assessment technique. Damn it. What have you done to me? She exclaimed in horror, staring at her abdomen as it swelled alarmingly, her fury palpable. What is happening to my body? 10 seconds later, as Hela's anger began to harden into shock, an agonizing pain erupted from her belly, enveloping her entire being, collapsing to the ground. Hela was now experiencing the excruciating agony of childbirth. With unwavering perseverance, she could only barely suppress her agony, desperately stifling any cries of anguish. Supporting herself on the ground, Hela glared at Chen Yun with gritted teeth, wishing to strangle him on the spot. Observing Hela, drenched in sweat from her torment, Chen Yun smiled. Just as Hela had remarked moments earlier, he wickedly removed his shoes and placed his feet before her. Is this what you were alluding to? He taunted. You bastard. Hela cursed with every ounce of strength she could muster. However, filled with overwhelming shame, she found herself at a loss for words thereafter. At that moment, Hela was consumed with worry about whether she might truly bear a child. What was happening? Was this reality or sorcery? Channeling her divine power, Hela frantically attempted to expel the imagined child. To her astonishment, the divine energy revealed that there was not a trace of discomfort within her. Watching Hela desperately slap her abdomen, Chen Yun lost interest in continuing his mockery. He withdrew his foot and returned to the warmth of the fire. Ignoring the writhing Hela on the ground, he resumed his search for a spatial node that could lead him back to Earth. Time slipped by, and half an hour later, Hela, now drenched in sweat, finally felt a lightness as her belly gradually returned to its flat state. In a state of lingering dread, she rose, wiped the sweat from her brow, and cast a complex gaze at Chen Yun, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She felt both resentment for the pain Chen Yun had inflicted upon her and astonishment at his formidable magical prowess. Chapter 83. Observing Hela's fluctuating expressions as she fixated on him, an impish thought suddenly crept into Chen Yun's mind. A sly smile graced his lips as he looked at Hela and teased, would you like to go another round? You will pay the price. Recalling the terrifying experience they had just shared, Hela's complexion turned pale. She glared fiercely at Chen Yun and vowed, soon, you will understand the horrors of hell. With that, Hela retreated into the shadows in disarray. As she departed, the once luminous bioluminescent creatures extinguished one by one, plunging the entire space back into darkness. Watching Hela's retreating figure, Chen Yun shrugged, choosing to disregard the deranged woman who had been confined. After spending the afternoon in contemplation, Chen Yun identified over 700 spatial nodes. Apart from one connecting to the realm of Asgard, the remaining nodes all pointed to another place, the void. Chen Yun felt neither sorrow nor joy at this outcome. He had long been aware of the characteristics of hell through Odin. Given a little more time, Chen Yun would undoubtedly uncover the path back to Earth. Upon realizing that the spatial nodes in his vicinity had all been identified, he rose and moved to a different area, lighting a new campfire. Chen Yun sat cross-legged once more, preparing to continue his search for the remaining spatial nodes through his spatial perception. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he sensed a multitude of spatial elements converging upon him. Opening his eyes, he frowned at the scene before him. Unbeknownst to him, a countless swarm of hellish creatures had already surrounded him, similar to the beings he encountered upon his arrival in Hell. These creatures were imbued with a rich essence of spatial elements. Moreover, Chen Yun vaguely concluded that his own spatial abilities held a fatal allure for these beings. What would he do in the face of so many Endermen? Concealed in the shadows, Hella's face flickered with a hint of madness. The fists of the Endermen were capable of tearing apart space itself. As she spoke, Hella's voice gradually grew louder, and she shouted at Chen Yun, demanding that if he wished to preserve his life, he should hastily kneel and plead for her mercy. Realizing the appearance of these Enderman creatures was intricately linked to Hella, Chen Yun retorted fiercely, accusing her of being a cowardly figure unworthy of dictating his actions. If you have the courage, come out and face me in a fair fight. With that, an enraged Chen Yun leaped into the air, his body soaring upwards. If you truly possess the ability, do not hide above. Not wanting to experience the agony of childbirth once more, Hella refrained from responding, instead wickedly reminding him that sometimes, the skies could be far more perilous than the ground. Just as her words fell, Chen Yun felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Under the frantic warnings of his divine senses, he detected a massive spatial element hurtling towards him. As this element entered the range of his Sharingan, he was horrified to discover that it was a dragon composed of black cubes. Though its size was colossal, the Ender Dragon moved with astonishing speed, reaching Chen Yun in the blink of an eye. As it attempted to strike him with its wings, a spark ignited within its menacing jaws. A colossal and searing flame erupted from the dragon's mouth in an instant. The intense fire surged forth, transforming into a 10-meter-long crimson fire dragon. As Chen Yun narrowly evaded the flames with his teleportation, they struck the ground directly. The unsuspecting Endermen on the ground were instantly engulfed in flames, their bodies igniting in a flash, reducing them to mere ashes amidst their agonized screams. The Ender Dragon's reflexes were equally swift. Upon realizing Chen Yun was no longer in its line of sight, it quickly turned and sought him out again. Faced with the relentless assaults and the incessant blasts of fire from the Ender Dragon, Chen Yun found himself increasingly exasperated as he evaded its attacks. If you were to kneel and plead, I might consider sparing you. Observing Chen Yun's disheveled appearance, Hella couldn't help but smirk. With a disdainful glance towards Hella, Chen Yun let out a cold chuckle. Sisanu. No longer evading, Chen Yun summoned forth the golden skeleton. Its imposing figure, adorned in bone armor, exuded an aura far surpassing that of the Ender Dragon. In stark contrast, the Ender Dragon appeared as nothing more than a child's toy. Just how many trump cards does he possess? Gazing at the majestic golden skeleton, Hella's interest in Chen Yun intensified. Die! With Chen Yun's thunderous shout, the colossal sword in the golden skeleton's grasp swung fiercely, cleaving directly towards the Ender Dragon. A tremendous roar erupted at the moment of collision between the Ender Dragon and the gigantic sword. The terrifying shockwave, infused with the flames the Ender Dragon had stored in its mouth, swept across the battlefield, even stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. As the dust settled, the golden skeleton stood firm, unmoving, while beneath it lay the dismembered remains of the Ender Dragon. Standing resolutely, Chen Yun raised his gaze towards the heavens. There, vast amounts of spatial elements continued to coalesce. Through the lens of his Sharingan, Chen Yun could clearly discern the gathering Ender Dragons. Just in time. I still require ingredients for dinner, he murmured softly, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. Gripping the enormous sword tightly, the golden skeleton surged straight towards the sky. How effortlessly he dispatched the Ender Dragon. Observing the golden skeleton wreaking havoc, Hella grumbled in dissatisfaction, having hoped for him to plead for mercy. Yet, as her gaze shifted to Chen Yun's valiant demeanor in battle, her warlike spirit began to waver. This little fellow is truly captivating. With unparalleled offense and formidable defense, the golden skeleton plunged into the fray between the Ender Dragon and the Enderman, slaughtering with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. In an instant, the battlefield was littered with severed limbs and the anguished cries of the Ender creatures. Faced with such a formidable foe, all the Ender beings were struck with terror, hesitating before the golden skeleton and daring not to advance. After a few tense moments, the Ender creatures, realizing Chen Yun was not to be trifled with, silently retreated. Once the Ender beings vanished without a trace, Chen Yun, standing at the center of the battlefield, began to scan his surroundings in search of Hella's presence. However, after searching for an extended period, he could not locate her. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the golden skeleton and descended back to the ground. Observing the Ender Dragon's flesh, Chen Yun nodded in satisfaction, having mentally selected his dinner ingredients. As for the search for spatial nodes, it is not of paramount importance to Chen Yun. If necessary, He could always activate his lucky aura to locate the nodes. However, the aura, which could potentially invoke unknown disasters, is merely a last resort in dire circumstances. Reviving the long-extinguished bonfire, Chen Yun began to roast the Ender Dragon meat. His adept grilling skills, combined with an array of seasonings from the divine space, soon led to the delightful aroma of roasted Ender Dragon meat wafting through hell for the first time. How fragrant! In the distant darkness, Hela, lacking culinary prowess, found herself salivating at the enticing scent that lingered in the air. Chapter 84. Although it was a creature of hell, the barbecue made from Ender Dragon meat proved to be unexpectedly delectable to Chen Yun. Not only was the meat exceptionally tender, but it also boasted an exquisite flavor. Perhaps it was the richness and spatial elements that rendered the meat so pure. The Ender Dragon's flesh bore no trace of the typical gaminess. What bliss! Devouring an entire piece of meat, Chen Yun let out a satisfied burp, just as he intended to store the remaining roasted meat in divine space. Hela suddenly emerged from the shadows. With no semblance of rudeness, she casually sat beside Chen Yun and ripped a chunk of meat from the grill to devour it. Delicious. After millennia without fine cuisine, Hela was utterly captivated by the aromatic roast. Observing her expression of enjoyment, Chen Yun couldn't help but tease, "You truly have a thick skin." Seeing Hela remain unfazed, without a hint of shame, Chen Yun chuckled in disbelief. "You dare to show your face again? Have you forgotten what transpired moments ago? Little one, do you have the heart to strike against a delicate woman?" Hela retorted boldly, greedily devouring the meat. Delicate woman? Chen Yun was rendered speechless by her words. Having battled across the 9 realms for a millennium and personally slain countless foes, once serving as the executioner of Asgard and the master of Thor's hammer, how could such a woman dare to call herself delicate? What? You don't believe me? Glancing at Chen Yun's incredulous expression, Hela languidly licked the grease from her lips. Her expression alluring as she remarked, "It seems we bear no significant grievances against one another, do we? This food was hard-earned by me as well." "How dare you say that?" Chen Yun scoffed, gesturing at the severed limbs of hell's creatures around them. "If it were an ordinary person, you would have long since played them to their demise." "Haha." Hela giggled, unabashed as she complimented, "But you are indeed formidable. In hell, there exists only darkness and cold." The glimmer in Chen Yun's eyes caught Hela's attention as she squinted, her voice laced with temptation. "How about the two of us coexist harmoniously and live here?" "Harmoniously?" Chen Yun chuckled mockingly, shrugging with a grin. "For instance, by worshipping my feet?" "You." Hela abruptly ceased her chewing, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Chen Yun. How dare this little rascal mock her? Laughing at Hela's flustered expression, Chen Yun relished this moment of reprisal, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "Damn it." Hela gritted her teeth, her fury escalating at the sight of Chen Yun's radiant smile. Just as she prepared to retaliate, she noticed a glimmer of gold flash in his eyes. Recalling Chen Yun's strange abilities, she suppressed her rage. Enduring the humiliation that lingered in her mind, the pain of childbirth still fresh in her memory. Soon, acid rain would descend upon them. With a soft sigh, Hela continued to savor her roasted meat, casually narrating, "The corrosiveness of acid rain is formidable. It can erode anything to nothingness." Casting a glance at Chen Yun, who remained expressionless, Hela suddenly flashed a seductive smile. "If you could improve your attitude, I might just reveal a shelter from the rain." "Improve my attitude?" Chen Yun rolled his eyes, swatting away Hela's hand reaching for the meat. "Is this what you consider improvement?" With a smirk, he tossed the roasted meat into the void space, casting a disdainful glance at Hela. "Such a stingy man," Hela complained, watching the delectable meat vanish before her eyes. Yet, her face soon regained its enchanting smile. "But the more you act like this, the more I find myself drawn to you." Hela's alluring smile sent shivers down Chen Yun's spine. He intended to tease her further, but her beaming demeanor left him momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, the sky indeed began to drizzle, just as Hela had predicted. Initially, the rain was light, but soon, Chen Yun sensed something amiss. Upon contact with his clothing, the raindrops emitted wisps of white smoke. Indeed, it was acid rain. Watching Hela harness her powers to shield them both, Chen Yun abandoned the thought of seeking shelter, quietly observing the hellish downpour. In no time, the raindrops intensified. The remnants of Enderman creatures slowly dissolved into a dense white mist. Once the mist dissipated, only bleached skeletons remained on the ground. "Little one, I can barely hold on," Hela said, gazing up at the gathering storm clouds overhead, her voice tinged with resignation. "If we don't leave soon, we too shall meet that fate. Hasten your steps and follow me." Chen Yun raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the thoroughly corroded ground surrounding them, choosing to disregard Hela's presence. Roshing's door. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yun instantly conjured a magnificent glass door towering 100 stories high above him. The door, with a thickness of several meters, appeared just in time to block the descent of the acid rain. "Such creativity you possess, little one," Hela remarked with a sly smile, her gaze fixed on the glass door overhead. However, this creation of yours is utterly futile against the acid rain. Pointing at the pockmarked surface of the door, she playfully explained, except for certain rare stones from the underworld, nothing can withstand the corrosion of acid rain. Is that so? Chen Yun replied, observing the glass door that had been worn down to a mere dozen layers. With his hands clasped behind his back, he paid no heed to Hela's incessant prattle. The three-tomo Sharingan spinning in his eyes transformed in an instant into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Amaterasu. With his commanding shout, a plume of black flames materialized in the sky. As Hela witnessed the flames appear amidst the acid rain, her initial inclination to mock was swiftly replaced by a sense of caution as she recognized the immense peril they posed. Silently, she closed her mouth, watching intently as the falling acid rain made contact with the flames. What is this? To Hela's astonishment, the flames that should have been extinguished only intensified under the assault of the acid rain. In a moment that defied her expectations, the highly corrosive rain cascaded into the black flames, behaving as if oil had been poured into a fire. The once gentle flames surged upward, actively seeking out the acid rain. Staring blankly at the sky, Hela discreetly withdrew her divine power that had shielded her from the acid rain. With a radiant smile, she darted into the embrace of the black flames. Approaching Chen Yun, she playfully remarked, "You continue to surprise me, little one. It seems I have truly developed a fondness for you." Chapter 85. I did not invite you in. Chen Yun shot a sideways glance at the encroaching Hela, his expression darkening. He was utterly speechless in the face of the audacious goddess of death. Hela's proud demeanor mirrored her striking appearance, imbued with a powerful aura of death yet exuding an air of noble elegance, akin to the rarest of avian creatures gracing the earth. Little one, you haven't explicitly refused, have you? Hela chimed, her smile radiant as she sidled up next to Chen Yun, wearing an expression that sought to please. Was this truly the same goddess of death who had torn apart Thor and fiercely confronted the fire giant? Gazing upon Hela's once icy and stunning visage, now adorned with a myriad of charming expressions, Chen Yun felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, his lips twitching involuntarily. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard her. Sitting cross-legged, he resumed his search for the spatial nodes leading back to Earth. If it were so simple to locate a weak spatial node, Hela remarked, watching Chen Yun with an earnest demeanor, I would have long departed this wretched place. Silence, Chen Yun retorted, rolling his eyes, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue with her. Observing his reaction, Hela pursed her lips and settled quietly beside him, refraining from provoking him further. This young lad, unlike other men, piqued Hela's curiosity as she regarded his profile. As the most formidable woman of Asgard, Hela had countless admirers. Moreover, her breathtaking beauty and figure elevated her standards considerably. Anyone daring to approach her or initiate conversation was typically met with swift rejection. However, encountering Chen Yun, a man she could neither overpower nor categorize as ordinary, ignited a profound intrigue within her. Once the acid rain subsided, Hela, bored, suddenly broke into laughter, her eyes glinting mischievously. Rising to her feet, her figure vanished into the shadows. What is burning? After a while, the scent of something charred roused Chen Yun from his concentration on the spatial nodes. Following the aroma, he discovered Hela busily toiling over a campfire. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was attempting to roast a leg of an ender dragon, which had been so ravaged that it resembled a piece of charcoal. This is to repay you for the barbecued meat you treated me to earlier, Hela announced, a grin spreading across her face as she patted the darkened meat. That was something you snatched for yourself, Chen Yun replied, exasperated, gazing at the charred remains. Furthermore, are you certain this isn't intended to poison me? Impossible. Hela furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on him. I have always prepared it this way. Indeed, Chen Yun thought, rendered speechless by the culinary prowess of this goddess of dark cuisine. Perhaps you should keep the meat for yourself. Pointing toward a direction in midair, he added with a smile, I have already located the spatial node to the sun. A late-night snack should be available on Earth. Little boy, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Chen Yun's confident assertion elicited laughter from Hela. Finding the coordinates to a specific planet among so many spatial nodes is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Why don't we engage in something more entertaining? Hela essentially licked her lips, seeking to pass the time and alleviate her loneliness. Unable to contain herself, she cast a glance at Hela's flushed cheeks. And Chen Yun rolled his eyes in disdain. You can take matters into your own hands and be self-sufficient, you little rascal. How dare you tease me? Hela's voice suddenly turned sharp, anger flaring as she hurled the roasted meat from her hands, her delicate face now clouded with fury. If you're too timid, then let us engage in a duel. Why would I fight you again, having already bested you? Chen Yun scoffed, gazing at Hela with disdain. With a fierce glare, he unleashed a powerful identification technique upon the unsuspecting Hela. You scoundrel! Caught off guard, Hela felt her abdomen swell rapidly. In terror, she stared at her belly, as if pregnant for 10 months, and collapsed to the ground in agony. Not even a true warrior, yet you dare to provoke me. With a scoff, Chen Yun ignored Hella's cries, settling down cross-legged to search for the elusive spatial node. However, to his surprise, as the half-hour duration of the identification technique elapsed, Hella reappeared. Undeterred. When I said to fight, I meant a physical confrontation. She crossed her arms defiantly, her expression brimming with arrogance. If I win, you shall be my servant. But if you win, Hella's gaze sparkled seductively as she glanced at Chen Yun. Then I shall serve you. Are you suggesting a serious fight? Chen Yun regarded Hella, who was glowing with excitement, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He couldn't fathom why this goddess of death had transformed so remarkably. Not interested, he remarked, examining Hella with a dismissive pout. I have no interest in aging maidens. You. Hella attempted to retort, but was abruptly struck by another beam of golden light to her abdomen. Damn you, little brat. The familiar pain flooded through her once more. Just as she cursed under her breath, she clutched her swollen belly and curled up on the ground. You're merely engaging in futile efforts. Perhaps having been struck too many times, Hella astonishingly discovered that she could endure the pain of childbirth slightly better this time. Glancing at Chen Yun, who was with his eyes closed, searching for the spatial node, she couldn't help but mock him. Searching for the node is nothing but a fruitless endeavor. I found it. Just as Hella was about to continue her taunts, Chen Yun suddenly stood up, a look of joy illuminating his face. His gaze focused on a specific point in space as he extended his left arm forward. With ease, he tore through the fragile spatial node, and a black hole suddenly appeared before him. On the other side of the black hole lay the familiar skyline of towering buildings and bustling traffic. Farewell, incompetent maid. With a smile, Chen Yun waved goodbye to Hella and swiftly plunged into the black hole, which instantaneously sealed shut after his departure. How dare you abandon me? Hella, incredulous, bellowed despite enduring the agony of childbirth. However, before she could finish her outburst, she was astonished to witness the reemergence of a black hole. It opened once more, revealing Chen Yun's head. Having lingered in such a place for millennia must have been dreadfully tedious, wouldn't it? With a chuckle, Chen Yun tossed a high-tech smartphone to Hella, offering a distraction from her pain. You might find some solace in the solitary games it contains. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished once again. Damn it. Take me with you. Hella, who had been momentarily dazed, suddenly shouted into the receding black hole. Regrettably, her plea was met with silence, leaving her with nothing but the smartphone resting quietly on the ground. The darkness and solitude of hell persisted. Chapter 86. Leaving behind that smartphone was merely to vex the arrogant Hella. Ignoring her cries, Chen Yun traversed the black hole with haste. Meanwhile, the black hole that appeared above the streets of New York drew the attention of onlookers. Oh my God, look at the sky, what is that? Heavens, is that a black hole? Goodness, this is impossible, it's terrifying. Could it be an alien invasion? As Chen Yun emerged from the black hole, the area below was already teeming with a crowd. Hi. He waved at the crowd, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Utilizing his teleportation ability, Chen Yun first returned to his estate. Where's everyone? After searching in vain, he found no one. It was only upon teleporting to Tony's villa that he learned from Jarvis, the intelligent butler, that Zhao Shiran and Pepper had gone shopping together. Have I been missing for so long that no one is worried about me? He sighed and rolled his eyes. Yet soon, clarity returned to him. Though the ordeal was exhilarating, it seems I've only been gone for a day. Having come to this realization, Chen Yun shook his head and smiled. Upon reaching the basement, he encountered Tony, who was fiddling with the Batman armor. Well, our superhero has returned, Tony exclaimed, casting aside his tools and enveloping Chen Yun in a warm embrace. What is the realm of the gods truly like? He playfully patted Chen Yun on the shoulder and quirked an eyebrow. Are there many exotic beauties there? That's what you really want to ask, isn't it? With a dismissive swipe, Chen Yun brushed off Tony's hand and shrugged. It's all right. The scenery is quite pleasant. Hey, boy. Tony glowered at Chen Yun, his expression one of exasperation. What is the scenery worth? If it were me, I would definitely seek the company of two divine beauties for a night of passion. Rolling his eyes at Tony's fanciful thoughts, Chen Yun was tempted to enlighten him that the beauties of Asgard were akin to fierce tigers, capable of tearing apart tanks with their bare hands. Yet, he ultimately refrained. If Pepper were to learn of your thoughts, you might find yourself in a precarious situation, he cautioned, gesturing towards the core of Jarvis with a hand slicing across his throat. All right, you win. Upon hearing Pepper's name, Tony instantly raised his hands in surrender and promptly commanded, Hey, Jarvis, erase the recording from earlier. To further ease his mind, he personally approached Jarvis's core, meticulously checking for any recording backups. Have you and Pepper defined your relationship? Noticing Tony's cautious demeanor, Chen Yun inquired with a smile. Tony's expression darkened as he sheepishly replied. It's going somewhat well, but I believe she'll eventually come around. That doesn't sound like the playboy you are. Chen Yun teased. I recall you once declared you wouldn't forsake a forest for a single tree. That was merely youthful folly, Tony shrugged, pouring himself a fresh cup of coffee from the machine. Upon reflection, Sometimes it's rather nice to be attached to a single tree. Observing Tony consuming coffee as if it were water, Chen Yun frowned and advised, "You ought to take care of your health. Otherwise, you'll eventually succumb to exhaustion." "I can feel it," Tony retorted, shaking his head. "My brain refuses to rest. It's perpetually mulling over ideas." "All right, I concede." With a sigh, Chen Yun decided against further debate. Summoning the power of the godly space, he retrieved the destroyer armor he had previously acquired. Despite its battered state, the intricate armor still radiated an awe-inspiring metallic glow. "Wow, this is a treasure," Tony exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he caressed the exterior of the destroyer. "Is this a gift for me?" "Well, it's merely for your research," Chen Yun clarified. "Cool. I'll work tirelessly to decipher its structure." Witnessing Tony's elation, Chen Yun shook his head. Presenting it so early might lead to this research fanatic's untimely demise. Regretting his decision slightly, Chen Yun reiterated, "You really should prioritize rest." "No worries. I promise I'll take care of myself," Tony replied distractedly, engrossed in the destroyer. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yun turned to exit. "Very well, I'll leave this in your capable hands. I'm off to S.H.I.E.L.D. Turning around, he retrieved a new mobile phone from the cabinet, then dove into the realm of divine might, causing Chen Yun to vanish instantaneously from his location. What a remarkable maneuver! Observing the spot where Chen Yun had disappeared, Tony shook his head in envy. Yet, as his gaze fell once more upon the destroyer, he quickly regained his previous demeanor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury anxiously rubbed his temples while staring at the documents scattered across the table. Ever since Thor and his band of extraterrestrial deities had made their appearance, a fervent discussion had erupted within S.H.I.E.L.D. Faced with these self-proclaimed gods, whose destructive capabilities were astonishing, they found themselves at a loss for a viable solution. "I wonder how Chan is faring in Asgard?" The thought of Chen Yun accompanying Thor to Asgard brought a bemused smile to Nick Fury's face. He was audacious enough to dare to negotiate with the gods. While lost in contemplation, a sudden black vortex materialized before Nick Fury. What the hell? The unexpected appearance of the vortex startled him, prompting him to swiftly draw his handgun from the drawer. Tensed and alert, he was met with the sight of Chen Yun emerging from the divine space. "Hey, kid." Nick Fury, clutching his racing heart, retorted, "Next time, give me a heads up. You nearly gave me a heart attack." "Don't worry, you're in good health," Chen Yun casually replied as he took a seat. "What on earth transpired after Thor took you away?" Fury, observing Chen Yun's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. As the higher-ups were on the brink of madness. Are they truly gods? They are merely aliens. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Yun explained that they had indeed visited Earth millennia ago, leaving behind tales of divinity. "And no need to fret," he added. Casting a glance at the concerned Nick Fury, "I have become a hero of Asgard, and these deities are quite amicable towards us." "When did you become a hero of Asgard?" Automatically adjusting his eye patch, Nick Fury scrutinized Chen Yun's Asgardian attire, quipping, "Is this the result of your time in Asgard?" "I merely caused their enemy to be with child," Chen Yun shrugged innocently. "Pregnant?" Nick Fury was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. A single phrase escaping his lips. "What the hell?" Chapter 87. What the hell? You actually left your precious seed with an alien? Gazing at Nick Fury, who had spiraled into thoughts of outer space, Chen Yun was left speechless. "Ah, this is one of my peculiar abilities." Shaking his head in bemusement, Chen Yun hastily explained that regardless of gender, anyone who meets his gaze would experience the sensation of pregnancy and childbirth. Of course, this was merely a feeling and would not result in an actual child being born. After speaking, Chen Yun turned his attention to Nick Fury. Instinctively averting his eyes from Chen Yun's gaze, Nick Fury exclaimed in terror, "Hey, don't look at me. Rest assured, I am not so trivial." Observing Nick Fury's panicked demeanor, Chen Yun sighed. With his neck retracted to avoid Chen Yun's gaze, Nick Fury feebly remarked, "I have no desire to experience the sensation of a man being pregnant. Sometimes, it is worthwhile to experience the greatness of maternal love." Witnessing the usually stoic director of S.H.I.E.L.D. display such cowardice prompted Chen Yun to tease him lightly. "Come on, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and you're of considerable age. Damn it, shut your mouth." Nick Fury cursed fiercely, vigorously shaking his head. "In any case, I absolutely refuse to undergo such a dreadful experience." "Very well, let us return to our previous discussion." Noting Nick Fury's terrified expression, Chen Yun shrugged and shifted the topic to his experiences in Asgard, recounting them one by one. Naturally, he omitted the segments detailing his abundant gains in Odin's treasury and his encounter with Hela in the underworld. "So, you defeated 100,000 frost giants and became a hero of Asgard?" Nick Fury's face was one of astonishment after hearing Chen Yun's account. In just a day, Chen Yun had accomplished such a sensational feat. A mere earthling not only saved the realm of the gods, but also became a hero of Asgard. This news was even more outrageous than an alien invasion of Earth. Indeed, Chen Yun nodded in acknowledgement. It is truly incredible. After all, we are speaking of 100,000 frost giants. How on earth did you manage it? Nick Fury inquired, incredulous. Quite simply, I made them pregnant, Chen Yun replied nonchalantly. Motherf. Stop right there. Casting a glance at the utterly terrified Nick Fury, Chen Yun, exasperated, asked, are there any other tasks? None. Recalling Chen Yun's bizarre ability, Nick Fury frantically waved his hands. You should go home and rest for the time being. Nodding, Chen Yun vanished from the spot. Contrary to Nick Fury's instructions, Chen Yun did not head home immediately. Instead, he appeared in the S.H.I.E.L.D vault, surveying the tesseract placed prominently at the center. A flicker of concern arose within him. The tesseract, renowned as the Space Stone, held immense power in the vast expanse of the universe. Its existence has ceased to be a secret. Contemplating the inevitable revelation of this information and the impending arrival of extraterrestrial visitors, Chen Yun let out a sigh. Well, when soldiers arrive, one must prepare to confront them. When water flows, one must build a dam. Ultimately, it is ambiguous who is seizing whom. Reflecting on his various extraordinary abilities, Chen Yun alleviated his concerns. Shaking his head, he vanished from S.H.I.E.L.D. When Chen Yun reappeared, he found himself in the bustling heart of a supermarket in New York. Mr. Batman, I shall cover all your expenses. Upon entering the market, Chen Yun was instantly recognized by the proprietor, who was eagerly trailing behind him, eager to please. Having the superhero Batman shop at my establishment is the best publicity. The proprietor, calculating in his mind, resolutely refused to accept Chen Yun's money. How could he relish the joys of wealth under such circumstances? Observing the steadfast owner, Chen Yun thought in silence. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed the number of Happy Hogan, Tony's loyal friend. When the plump and jovial Happy arrived, Chen Yun finally felt a taste of affluence. I leave this to you. He patted Happy on the shoulder, entrusting him with the payment. Sporting his newly acquired sunglasses, he strolled leisurely down the street. In recent days, aside from continuous battles, Chen Yun devoted nearly all his spare time to exploring his extraordinary powers. This rare leisure time brought him immense satisfaction. As he meandered through the streets of New York, he admired the unique scenery on either side of the road. While walking, Chen Yun's attention was captured by a large screen displaying news by the roadside. The latest series of defense funds. Every share you purchase is a bullet in our fight against evil. Who is the superhero battling for the beautiful nation, going door to door? Gazing at the cringeworthy advertisement featuring Captain America, twisting and turning, Chen Yun's expression darkened instantly. What on earth? The thought that Captain America, just resurrected, was dragged into filming such commercials by fervent advertisers sent a chill through him. Who would have thought that the strong-featured and earnest Captain America would stoop to such advertising? After a brief moment of teasing, Chen Yun continued on his way. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into the desolate area recently attacked by the lizard people. Looking at the still cordoned-off Queens, he sighed. A mere group of small lizard people could cause such extensive damage. And this was with the intervention of superheroes. If left unchecked, the entire Earth could be plunged into crisis. Shaking his head, Chen Yun prepared to leave the Queen District. However, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly sensed the presence of someone. To his surprise, there were still individuals lingering in this desolate area. Frowning slightly, he crossed the perimeter and entered the heart of the Queen District. After walking only a few steps along the ravaged path, he found himself encircled by a group of teenagers. Among them, two girls captured Chen Yun's attention. One was a blonde girl, around 4 or 5 years old, while the other had striking green hair and exuded an air of authority. You've crossed the line. This is a forbidden zone. The green-haired girl warned coldly upon seeing Chen Yun intrude. You don't appear to be one of the staff either, he remarked with a smile, assessing her casual attire. I assume it is you who should be informing me of such matters. We are orphans, and the discarded supplies here can meet our needs, the girl confessed, inadvertently revealing their entire situation. This is our paradise. Are you not afraid of infection? Chen Yun pointed to the dried green blood on the ground, frowning as he recalled the recent encounter with the lizard men. Compared to infection, we fear death far more, she replied, locking eyes with him through her sunglasses, a bitter smile gracing her lips. You should leave now, stranger. Observing the group of orphans inhabiting this forbidden zone, Chen Yun shook his head and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he asked with a smile, by the way, what is your name? After a moment's hesitation, the girl finally revealed, Polaris. Chapter 88, Polaris? Upon hearing this name, Chen Yun's expression turned to one of surprise. Adjusting his sunglasses, he scrutinized the young lady before him and discovered that Polaris was indeed a striking beauty, though somewhat slender. Her figure was well proportioned, particularly her long, slender legs that boasted an exquisite silhouette. Her sharply defined features accentuated her delicate countenance, and the combination of her green hair lent her an assertive presence. After a brief pause, Chen Yun grasped the significance of the name Polaris. In the land of beauty, many orphans lacked surnames, even his own name was self-chosen. Sensing the faint electromagnetic waves emanating from Polaris, a realization dawned upon him. It seemed that Polaris was likely the daughter of the electromagnetic king, lost to the world. Yet, unlike her father, who was often perceived as formidable, Polaris possessed a remarkably kind heart, evident in her role as a protector of these orphans. He recalled that among the residents he had saved from the lizard man, there had been someone with green hair. With a smile, Chen Yun inquired whether you were once a resident of Queens. Indeed, Polaris nodded in affirmation. In the past, Polaris would never have divulged so much to a stranger. However, the subtle sense of familiarity emanating from Chen Yun compelled Polaris to unburden herself. With a forlorn expression, she lamented, I have remained here, searching for my brother and sister. I am uncertain whether they have gone missing or have met their demise. Upon speaking, Polaris instinctively shook her head, as if attempting to erase distressing memories. Do they possess any distinguishing features? Although she had her suspicions, Chen Yun furrowed her brow and asked, I often frequent Queens. Perhaps I might have some recollection. Their names are Pietro and Wanda. Indeed, the names that slipped from Polaris's lips were familiar to Chen Yun. Their hair resembles mine, though one has red hair and the other silver. Wanda and Quicksilver? Upon hearing Polaris's words, Chen Yun's mind immediately conjured the two names. Such striking physical traits had eluded his memory when he rescued residents in Queens. Thus, it seemed these two individuals had likely departed from the area. Upon further reflection, Chen Yun resolved to remain, observing the girl who radiated electromagnetic energy. Retrieving a compact camera from his pocket, Chen Yun gestured to himself, I am also an orphan. My name is Chen Yun. With a sigh, he surveyed the desolate state of Queens. At present, I am an intern journalist, tasked with post-disaster investigations. Shifting his gaze back to Polaris's charming visage, Chen Yun inquired with a smile, might you guide me through this place? Polaris hesitated momentarily. For Chen Yun's attire was decidedly unjournalistic. The shirt and jeans rendered him more akin to an ordinary tourist. You should be able to discern that I am of Chinese descent. Noticing Polaris's uncertainty, Chen Yun explained with a smile, this outfit is something I purchased from Chinatown. That reasoning easily assuaged Polaris's doubts. She had just begun to act on her inclination when she glanced at the children behind her, her face once again clouded with hesitation. If this report were to make it to the newspapers, raising the camera in her hand, Chen Yun remarked with a smile, perhaps kind-hearted individuals might come forward to adopt them. After contemplating Chen Yun's words for a moment, Polaris nodded in agreement. After issuing a few instructions to the children behind her, she approached Chen Yun and said, let us go. I will lead you to our lodging. Following Polaris, the pair arrived at a small supermarket. The valuable items within had long been swept away during the onslaught of the lizard men. In the supermarket, there lay an assortment of common provisions such as bread and ham, alongside a considerable stock of bottled water and beverages. Although the supplies were somewhat scant, they were more than sufficient to meet the daily needs of the dozen or so children. Aside from the fact that the water had been contaminated and thus rendered extraordinarily precious, there was actually no need to worry about hunger. Pointing to the corner where the bottled water was stacked, Polaris shrugged and remarked that it would be better if it weren't for those robbers. With that, she retrieved a bottle of water from the shelf and handed it to Chen Yun. What is the situation with the robbers? Chen Yun inquired, furrowing his brow after taking a sip of water. Are there still gangs around? Despite the lizardmen's assault, the gangs had not completely vacated the area. Sighing, Polaris elucidated that some previously obscure gangs and petty criminals had remained. They had formed new factions, specifically extorting those of us who lacked the means to leave Queens. As soon as she finished speaking, Polaris smiled and patted Chen Yun on the shoulder, confidently asserting, fear not, for I shall protect you. Thank you. Chen Yun, feeling a sense of camaraderie for the first time as someone S. Jr., nodded awkwardly. After chatting with Polaris for a while, Chen Yun began to engage with the other children. Before long, he had become well acquainted with 17 of them. To the children, Chen Yun was a rare and enthusiastic big brother, and his witty conversation made him quite endearing. I want to take a picture. Me first, me first. Upon Chen Yun's suggestion to take photos, the children rushed towards him, encircling him eagerly. One at a time, I promise to make you all look splendid. With his camera capturing their joyful smiles, Chen Yun blissfully spent the entire afternoon. As the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the city, Chen Yun and Polaris reclined on the rooftop, admiring the desolate beauty of the surrounding urban landscape. Why do you always wear sunglasses? After a moment of silence, Polaris curiously inquired, as the light had already begun to dim. Because my eyes have been injured, Chen Yun fibbed decisively, not wanting to frighten them. Is that so? Polaris blinked and suddenly pointed towards a certain direction in the sky, exclaiming, soon, the brightest star in the night sky will appear. Polaris, gazing in the direction she indicated. Chen Yun smiled and replied, and it is also the most beautiful. His words left Polaris momentarily speechless. She could not discern whether he meant the star was beautiful or if he was referring to her. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, as her heart already belonged to another, rendering her indifferent to guessing others' intentions. Silently observing the night sky as it grew darker, Polaris murmured, "I love the night." Upon noticing the perplexed expression on Chen Yun's face, Polaris smiled and explained, "The hero in my heart will emerge in the darkness." "Don't you think the night and the North Star are a perfect match?" "Night? Hero?" Chen Yun was utterly bewildered by Polaris's words. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden scream echoed from below. Upon hearing the cry, the two on the rooftop immediately sprang to their feet. When they peered down, they were met with the sight of a gang of menacing figures gathered at the supermarket entrance, holding a child captive. Chapter 89. This group of individuals at the supermarket numbered around 30 to 50, adorned with tattoos and sporting fierce expressions. Their faces were flushed, and their heavy breathing suggested that they had just come from a drinking spree. Leading the pack was a formidable black man, his hair styled in dreadlocks, with wolf head tattoos inked on his arms and neck. "This kid stole something from our Black Wolf gang," he shouted, slapping the boy held by his subordinates while casting a glance at the children hidden within the supermarket. "Get the person in charge out here now. We demand compensation." As the black man spoke, his eyes greedily scanned the supermarket's supplies through the door, although the valuable items were no longer present. The assortment of food and ample bottled water still ignited his avarice. "Scoundrel!" Polaris's expression darkened as he observed the boy struggling in vain. Utilizing the air conditioning unit on the balcony, he nimbly descended from the rooftop to the ground. Raising an eyebrow at Polaris's retreating figure, Chen Yun followed suit. Upon landing, Polaris glared at the black man and warned, "Release him immediately." The black man merely scoffed at Polaris's admonition, casting a dismissive glance his way. However, he was soon taken aback, his mouth agape. The exquisite beauty of Polaris, coupled with her cold and proud demeanor, complemented by her long, slender legs, left him momentarily speechless. His eyes turned a deep crimson as he fixated on her curvaceous figure for an extended moment, swallowing hard. Even the thugs behind him displayed expressions of astonishment and desire. The members of the Black Wolf gang were restless, their greedy gazes indicating that they longed to pounce. "I didn't steal anything." The strange atmosphere frightened the boy, who had been dangling in the air, prompting him to cry out, "I don't know whose it is." "Say it again. Release him at once." Polaris's fists clenched in anger as she glared at the terrified boy's face, her tone growing increasingly frigid. "Huh? Release him?" The triangular-eyed figure fixed a piercing gaze upon Polaris. And with a hearty laugh, the man of African descent declared, "For your beauty's sake, I might let him go." However, as he spoke, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes, and with a flick of his tongue across his lips, he added, "But in return, you must indulge me." At this, his companions began to whistle and some even lewdly chimed in, "Boss, I want to have some fun with her too. Such a stunning beauty deserves to be shared." Ha. Unfazed by the lewd remarks of the thugs, Polaris let out a cold snort. She narrowed her captivating eyes and surveyed the surrounding ruffians. With a graceful lift of her hand, the knives from the supermarket shelves and the kitchen soared into the air. Upon witnessing this sudden and bizarre spectacle, the thugs recoiled in panic. Yet the blades seemed to be under Polaris's command, ominously aimed at their hearts. A superhuman, an aberration. The man of African descent gasped in shock. Having once been a member of a notorious gang, he was aware of many taboos unknown to others. An aberration was among the most perilous of them. "We mean no harm," he exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender as the gleaming blades hovered above. "If you put down the knives, we will leave immediately." Observing the boy still held by the thugs, Polaris hesitated but ultimately chose to relent. With a flick of her wrist, she retracted the knives, coldly instructing the man, "Scram. Scram? I have changed my mind." With the immediate danger dissipated, the man suddenly grinned maliciously, swiftly drawing a handgun from his coat. He pressed the gun firmly against the boy's head, threateningly declaring, "Surrender at once, or I will blow his brains out." Seeing the terrified child trembling, Polaris's heart quaked. She contemplated using her powers again. But blood began to trickle from her nose, a consequence of forcibly utilizing her still immature abilities. "Ha. This girl is failing." The blood did not go unnoticed by the man, who excitedly shouted, "Grab this woman. Once we tire of her, we'll sell her off." His cohorts quickly caught on, their eyes glimmering with lustful intent as they gazed at Polaris. An aberration can fetch a handsome price. Amidst their raucous laughter, the boy, overcoming his fear, bit down hard on the arm of the thug holding him. Seizing the moment of distraction, he sprinted towards Polaris. "You scoundrel, die!" Gazing at the fleeing boy, a sinister expression crept across the face of the man, who, without a hint of mercy, pulled the trigger aimed at the boy's back. With a resounding bang, the bullet shot forth, hurtling directly towards the terrified child, who instinctively crouched down, shielding his head. Yet, under the collective gaze of onlookers, the bullet did not strike the boy. Instead, it halted just short of the gun's muzzle, as if grasped by an invisible hand, unable to advance an inch further. "Run!" In the midst of the silence, the feeble voice of Polaris suddenly broke through. Her complexion had grown even more pallid, blood trickling from her nose. On one knee, Polaris strained to raise her hand, exerting every ounce of her strength to suspend the bullet in midair. As the boy began to run once more, Polaris struggled to wave her small hand. The suspended bullet abruptly shifted. Accompanied by the man's anguished scream, the bullet retraced its path. However, due to the man's preemptive evasion, the whizzing bullet merely grazed his arm. Damn it! Seize her! Clutching his bleeding arm, the man shouted in fury. I will make her wish she were dead. Upon hearing his command, his subordinates hastily drew their weapons, aiming at the exhausted Polaris. Quickly, take the children away. With her last vestige of strength, Polaris forcefully thrust the boy into Chen Yun's arms. As she looked back at Chen Yun, Polaris shouted resolutely, Don't worry about me. Just go. Despite the thugs closing in, Chen Yun showed no intention of retreating. Why aren't you leaving? Grabbing a piece of rotting wood from the ground, Polaris lamented desperately, If you don't leave now, it will be too late. I have no intention of fleeing. Gently setting the boy down, Chen Yun expressionlessly removed his sunglasses and said, I never intended to hide behind a woman or rely on her for survival. Casting aside the sunglasses, he addressed the astonished Polaris, Leave the rest to me. Chapter 90, as he removed the oversized sunglasses that had concealed half his face. Chen Yun's strikingly handsome visage was revealed to the crowd. You are? Polaris exclaimed in astonishment, her voice rising in disbelief. He is a superhero. The thugs, too, recognized Chen Yun's identity, and a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd. Batman. He is Batman. Damn, how did he end up here? Casting a sidelong glance at the raucous thugs, Chen Yun's gaze sharpened, his voice devoid of emotion as he calmly inquired, How do you wish to die? Spare us. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, the thugs were overwhelmed with terror, collapsing to the ground in fear, desperate to avoid inciting his wrath. This individual has bravely confronted the terrifying and formidable lizard people, decimating them with his unparalleled prowess as a superhero. In the presence of such a fierce figure, the petty thugs dared not resist and instead desperately pleaded for mercy. Please spare us. Mr. Batman, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. I beg you for your forgiveness. In their frantic pleas, some of the ruffians even soiled themselves in fear, clearly having been reduced to a state of utter terror by Chen Yun. Had it been any other superhero, perhaps they would have shown mercy. Though a smile played upon his lips, Chen Yun's expression remained chillingly indifferent. Regrettably, I am not like them. Drawing forth an Asgardian sword from the dark, ominous space of divine power, Chen Yun pointed it toward the kneeling thugs. God may forgive you, but I shall be the one to escort you to him. Before his words had fully settled, Chen Yun's figure flickered among the ruffians, the sword in his hand dancing with lethal grace. The sharp blades severed heads with alarming swiftness, and crimson blood erupted in all directions. Within a mere 2 seconds, dozens of thugs lay lifeless at Chen Yun's feet, their blood pooling on the ground, resembling blooming red lotuses. Methodically, he wiped the blade with the clothing of a fallen gang leader, silently observing the terrified children who gazed at him in horror. Despite standing before these youngsters, Chen Yun harbored no qualms about the brutality he had just displayed. He believed that in order to survive in this harsh world, these pitiable orphans must confront its savagery and cruelty head-on. Only then could they learn to protect themselves and forge a path forward. My apologies for deceiving you earlier. Returning the sword to the divine space, Chen Yun approached Polaris. I am not a journalist. Polaris, lost in thought, found herself at a loss for words. Unable to fathom that the boy she had spent so much time with was, in fact, Batman. The astonished expression on her face elicited a chuckle from Chen Yun. Gently, he took out a handkerchief and tenderly wiped the blood from her nose. As he did so, he remarked, If you could master your abilities, I would have had no need to intervene. Yes, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she acknowledged Chen Yun's touch. You are truly remarkable. As the shock of Chen Yun's decisive action against the gangsters faded, the children began to gather around him. Can you teach me to fight? I want to protect my sister. Me too. I want to learn. Chen, you are so cool. Faced with the eager throng of children, Chen Yun felt somewhat at a loss. Unlike the ruthless gangsters he had just vanquished, these children, nearly gazing at herself with an expression brimming with anticipation. Chen Yun found himself at a loss for words. Observing the clumsy attempts of Chen Yun to entertain the children, Polaris could not help but emit a soft chuckle, her typically icy demeanor melting into a warm smile. This captivating scene inevitably drew Chen Yun's attention. Noticing his gaze, Polaris did not shy away but instead locked her eyes onto his with unwavering intensity. As their gazes met, both felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. Awkwardly averting his eyes, Chen Yun promised, Tomorrow, I shall accompany you in training your abilities. With that, he waved farewell to the others and turned to depart. Upon returning to the estate located on the Maybury coast, Chen Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table. You're back, exclaimed Zhao Shiran, who was busily preparing the table in an apron. I knew you would return, So I made this dinner just for you. Thank you, Chen Yun replied. His spirits lifted as he took a seat and eagerly began to eat. What is you in such high spirits today? Zhao Shiran teased, observing the joy radiating from Chen Yun's face. Did you find money? Or perhaps encounter someone special? Perhaps, Chen Yun responded after a brief moment of contemplation. Momentarily stunned by her inquiry, he hesitantly added, I did meet a rather remarkable girl today. Ah? Zhao Shiran, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Alarm bells ringing in her mind. However, she refrained from probing further and maintained a calm demeanor as they finished their meal together. Once Chen Yun retreated to his room, Zhao Shiran collapsed onto the sofa in a flurry of anxiety. Pepper, we have a predicament, she exclaimed. Her face creased with worry as she conferred with little Chili about a strategy. In his room, Chen Yun was at a loss as he read the message from Polaris on his phone. After racking his brain for what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to respond with a simple Thank you for today, he sent, and almost instantaneously, Polaris replied. Frustrated, he scratched his head and sent another Why can I only send this one word? He lamented, feeling rather foolish. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a lavish meal for you, he determinedly typed, resolving to refine his expression. Thus, he sent a simple yet profound message. However, this time, it appeared that Polaris was intimidated by Chen Yun's aloof demeanor. After waiting for an extended period, no text arrived. Enduring a half-hour of anxious anticipation while fixated on his phone, it was only then that Polaris finally sent a new message. See you tomorrow. With a grin, he reciprocated with see you tomorrow, and Chen Yun finally exhaled in relief. Yet, when faced with the reality of the situation, Chen Yun realized that his understated and solitary approach to charming women was utterly ineffective. Sighing heavily, he contemplated discarding his phone. Just then, it rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, Chen Yun's brow furrowed in confusion. Help me. Queen. The Queen? Do I even have her number? After a moment of bewilderment, he replied via text. Where are you? I am in hell.